Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part of what if Harry Potter went back in time with two powerful witches. Here is short summary. After dying in the final battle, Harry, Hermione, and Daphne returned to the past with one chance to change their fate and set the wizarding world right. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The next morning Harry was, again, having a very enjoyable teenage dream when he felt very slight repetitive movements coming from the witch in his arms. Not moving, even though he was very interested and tucked between said witch's legs, he wondered if Hermione was crying. However, her movements belied that. With his left arm wrapped over her waist he could also feel the inside of her left forearm gently and repetitively rubbing on the back his own. Then she very softly Ned. From there, it took him a few moments to realize what was going on, and it caused his breath to hitch in shock. The sudden cessation of his breathing was enough to alert the girl to Harry being awake. And both lay frozen for a few moments. No, he thought. This is natural, and she needs this. Merlin, I help myself often enough. Gently, so as not to cause the witch in his arms to panic, he began to breathe again. Then he bent his right arm around and lightly grasped her left east, lightly tweaking the already erect nipple, and snuggled in closer. Gently moving forward, he raised his head slightly and at her on the neck directly below her left ear, breathing on the same area of neck as he slowly pulled away and laid his head back on the pillow. It's all right, he whispered. Please, Hermione. Keep going. Hermione didn't move for a few long moments before she asked, Are you sure? You're not disgusted with me? With a smile in his voice, he replied, No. It's natural. Just let me hold you in my arms while you allow yourself release. Still, Hermione didn't move. So, Harry slipped his left arm out from under her arm and reached around it to lay his hand on hers, where it rested near the junction of her legs. Then he began to slowly move her fingers for her. Go on, he encouraged. Think about my arms around you while you do. When he felt her hand begin to move again, he pulled his own back and rested it on her hip. Slowly, at first, then, with more intensity, she began to move. Once she was moving freely and without hesitation, Harry again moved to her neck under her ear. I love you, he breathed. It did not take too long after that. Not too much later, Harry headed for the shower. He had to walk carefully because he was still not behaving himself. He'd just entered the shower when he heard the door open behind him. Thinking Hermione had left something within the ensuite, he was surprised when she followed him into the shower stall. Another first? He asked with a smirk. One of many, she replied. He was about to reach for the soap when she beat him to it. So, he ducked his head under the stream, wetting his hair before reaching for the shampoo. But he didn't get the chance to even gloop some into his hands when he felt her hands on his back. Thankfully, he was starting to settle down as Hermione, instead of using the soap on herself, started to lather Harry's back. Ooh, that's nice, he said, putting the shampoo bottle back. Instead of replying, Hermione worked quicker and with more confidence. It was as if she was unsure whether he'd push her away when she first started, or not. Once she'd washed his back from the neck all the way down, he had settled right down again. After washing his calves, she commanded, turn around. He turned around with a smirk and leaned his upper shoulders against the cold tile wall, while taking a good stance to maintain his balance. Hermione's movements were firm and vigorous, so he had to brace himself as she scrubbed. First, she started at his neck and throat. Then she moved down to his upper chest and down each arm, front and back. Then down to his lower chest and upper abdomen, before stopping at his belly. Dropping to her knees again, she then started to work up from his feet, up each leg until she was almost, but not quite, touching there. And, as she stood up again, she was back to washing his lower belly, the top of his thighs and all around his groin. With his eyes closed and enjoying her ministrations, he didn't see her stand looking into his closed eyes while nibbling on her bottom lip. If his eyes were open he would have seen her reach her decision. With her soapy hands still washing his lower belly, she stepped forward and placed a light key on his lips, which, though surprised, he eagerly returned, gripping her upper arms near her shoulders, as he opened his eyes. Stepping back, just a little, her soapy hands dropped just that couple of inches lower, and grasped him. She enjoyed the look of shocked pleasure that suddenly came over his face as her hands moved to wash that most private of places. And, he, quickly perked up as if to say, hello. By the time they both climbed out of the shower they knew they'd have to hurry if they wanted to visit with Daphne. After Hermione had finished washing Harry, and then some, Harry insisted on washing Hermione. He never did get the chance to actually wash his hair. Walking into the infirmary together, both immediately saw that Daphne was sitting up in bed and picking at an early breakfast and looking quite morose. As soon as she saw them, though, her expression perked right up. The two walked over and moved to stand either side of the bed. Harry leaned in and quickly kissed her lips to lips. To which Daphne expressed her pleasure by immediately deepening the kiss, and bringing her hand up to cup his face as she did so. When Harry pulled away, she looked back at him for a moment in pleasure, before she turned to Hermione. What she did not expect was for Hermione to lean in and do the same lip-to-lip kiss. But, it was Hermione who raised her hand to cup her bondmate's face. When Hermione pulled away, Daphne sat there in a little shock, but pleased, as Hermione's hand continued for a few moments to brush her thumb against the other girl's cheek. "Wow!" Daphne softly exclaimed. "Now that's a nice way to be greeted in the morning." "You were hurt pretty bad, love," explained Harry. "We could have easily lost you." Both teens pulled over chairs to sit down and rest their arms on either side of the bed. "Madame Pomfrey told me you were here all night until she chased you off just before curfew," confessed the bee-owned girl. "She also told me you had an argument with the headmaster when he tried to claim he wasn't going to do anything because he had no witnesses." Hermione snorted and said, "I put paid to that. He tried to ignore how I was with you, at the time. He was shocked when he found out I saw Flint cast the curse. I think he wanted to think I was already unconscious, at that time. Then Harry forced him to call your parents and tried to force him to also call the Aurors." With a sigh, Harry explained, "I succeeded in the first but not in the second. It was your father who tore further strips off him and forced him to call the Aurors in. They took away Flint, first, then came back and got Derek and Vasey. 2 other Aurors came and interviewed me as to what happened about an hour later," continued Hermione, "and I also gave them my memory of the event. Flint, at least, we won't be seeing back here for quite some time, if ever. He's legally an adult and, therefore, entirely responsible for his actions." "Huh!" exclaimed Harry. "I wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to convince the whatever to free Flint because he was sorry for what he did." "You're being fatalistic, Harry James," Hermione scolded him. "You don't know that, for sure." "It's a pretty fair bet," Harry defended himself. Then, with a pretty fair impersonation of Dumbledore said, "Ah. You must learn to forgive." Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. That had both girls snorting and giggling. "That's not bad. Can you do Professor Snape?" asked Daphne. "Well, I can get the sneer down, and I'm pretty sure I can get the droll-like manner of speaking. But, I just don't have the voice to get the depth of his hatred." The two stayed for as long as they could before they each kissed their bondmate again and dashed down to get breakfast. After breakfast, they hurried off to class and got it out of the way, with homework, before hurrying back to the apartment to grab Daphne's book bag, spare parchment, quills and fresh ink. Once they gathered up everything they needed, they dashed back down to the infirmary. Together, the three set to working on their homework until it was time for lunch. However, instead of going to the Great Hall, they called Dobby, who made up an excellent lunch for the three of them. They ate their meal while continuing to talk and work on assignments. Both Harry and Hermione thought about skiving off the single class they had in the afternoon, much to the surprise of Harry and Daphne, but thought, as Harry already had detention, attended it to get it out of the way. They returned immediately afterwards. "Are you two going to get a nap in before you have to go to astronomy?" Daphne quietly asked. "That's a class we can skive off," stated Harry. "It's all about memorizing stars, star clusters and formations, anyway. We can do that without attending, and just grab the night's notes off another claw." "That depends," said Hermione turning to Daphne. "Has Madame Pomfrey given you any indication when you can escape this place?" "Tomorrow morning," she replied. "I just had to be a good patient, today, and she'd let me go tomorrow. I'm pretty sure she'll have no complaints. There's still time for me to be disappointed, said the Medi Witch, as she came around the corner of the screen. She was carrying the jar of new skin balm. Sit forward please, Miss Greengrass, she ordered. Dutifully, Daphne sat up straighter before she leaned forward, a little. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, other side of the bed, please, instructed the Medi Witch. Harry and Hermione went around to the other side where they could see Daphne's bare back. She was wearing one of those hospital gowns that open at the back and were only tied together. However, the gown was already loose, and Daphne only needed to drop the gown slightly off her left shoulder for Madame Pomfrey to have access to the entire length of the now much reduced mark. Madame Pomfrey showed both how to apply the balm and lightly massage it into the skin. Not too firm, now, she said. You're only after spreading the balm over the affected area in a thin layer. Once she's finished, she said, it'll take a minute or two to dry. And, once it's dry, you can cover the affected area back up. How often do we need to apply it? Asked Hermione. Twice a day, the Medi Witch replied. Once after a shower in the morning, and again in the early evening. Just make sure you keep the jar sealed at all times when it's not in use. Otherwise, it'll dry out within the jar and become useless. After the balm was given the minute or two to dry, Daphne recovered her shoulder and sat back. And the other two teens moved back to their seats. Now, I'll give you more complete instructions for the balm and the salve tomorrow morning, offered Madame Pomfrey. I take it you'll both be here before breakfast. Of course, Madame Pomfrey, answered Hermione, as Harry nodded. Turning to Daphne she said, we'll bring you a fresh uniform down with us tomorrow morning, all right? Nodding, Daphne said, thank you, Hermione. Off to class, you two, Madame Pomfrey demanded. Go on, now. So, after a quick word that they would see her soon, Daphne watched her two bondmates leave the infirmary. After their single class the two headed back to their apartment and collected some more books. They'd both decided to just pick up some advanced textbooks and took them back to the infirmary to read with Daphne in companionable silence. At dinner, they left their books with the other girl, apologizing that they'd be trying to get in an early nap before astronomy that night, and made their way to dinner. At dinner, just as she did during breakfast and lunch, Luna kept grinning at them. Finally, Hermione had had enough, sighed and asked, all right, Luna, what has you so excited? It's the bond, isn't it? With a rapid nod of her head, the younger Ravenclaw leaned forward and quietly said, it must have been a really good night for you, too. Your bond has strengthened up a lot. Both blushing, it was Harry who leaned forward and quietly said, this morning, actually. I'm happy for you, she said. But, now you have to bring Daphne up to join you. You need balance. With a sigh, Hermione said, we'll ask her, when she's out of the infirmary. It's just. Suddenly switching to a stern but sad expression, Luna said, she's been hurt. Not physically, I mean, that curse. She's been hurt deeper than that in her heart, to her soul. You'll need to help her and guide her. You'll need to get through this, together. Her soul is healing but she needs comfort from you both as she does. She trusts you both but it's a fickle thing. You need to show her that you can be trusted, but you also need to give her a little push every now and then lest you stagnate. Damn, Luna, whined Harry. I get what you're saying, but yes, Daphne was hurt, but, I don't want to cause a relapse by pushing. Not pushing guiding, she disagreed. Lead her where she needs to go. Harry and Hermione turned to look at one another before they both looked back at Luna. Hermione asked her, how did you get so wise, so young? Luna just sadly smiled back. Like a moth to a bug zapper, Malfoy chose that moment to saunter over with his 2-8 bookends. So, Potter, he sneered. I heard your blood traitor Greengrass got herself cursed into the infirmary. That's what you get for turning your back on purebloods. With an overly dramatic sigh, Harry said, Malfoy, just how stupid can you get? You've just stated, to all and sundry, that a pureblood will curse you in the back. In other words, you're admitting on behalf of purebloods everywhere that purebloods are a bunch of back cursors. And, therefore, are not to be trusted. With a snicker at the now red-faced bee. Oh boy, he continued, go away, Malfoy, before you shove your foot even further in your mouth. You're just far too easy for me to bother dealing with. With a snarl of, "You'll get yours, Potter," Malfoy scuttled back to his own table, bookends in tow. For neither their early nap nor their proper sleep after the astronomy class, did the two do more than cuddle once they climbed into bed before falling asleep. Both were wondering how they could help Daphne with her problems. Early the next morning both were up and hurried down to the infirmary. As promised, Daphne was receiving her last health check before being released. She greeted them both with a wide smile and happiness in her eyes, and was very appreciative of Hermione's efforts when the other girl dropped a folded set of full school robes, socks, shoes, hair clips, Daphne's small makeup purse and underwear on the bed. "All clear, dear," said Madame Pomfrey when she stepped away. "You're free to go once you get dressed." The Mediwitch then placed the 2 jars of the balm and the salve onto the bedside table and said, "Don't forget what I told you and showed you about applying the balm. For the salve, the same rules apply, except it needs to be massaged into the scar tissue to get deeply within. So, a light coating for new skin with the balm, and a deep massage for scar tissue and the salve. Got that, dears?" "Yes, Madame Pomfrey," the 3 dutifully replied, as Daphne climbed out of bed to get dressed. Though, they were no longer worried about their modesty between the 3 of them. Now, Harry still turned about and watched for anyone coming in. It took only a short time for Daphne to get dressed and be ready to go down to breakfast. "Do you want to go grab a shower first?" asked Hermione. "I'm sure we can put another coating of the balm on afterwards, if you want to." "No, it's all right," replied Daphne. "Madame Pomfrey woke me to have an early shower so she could pat dry my back. I'd only just got back into bed, and Madame Pomfrey applied the balm, when you 2 walked in." "Right then," said Harry, happy to have his first bondmate back on her feet. "Breakfast." "Breakfast," they smiled back. After a healthy breakfast where Luna advised Daphne to open her heart and allow it to be free to live, which Daphne didn't reply to at the time, but later said she thought it a strange thing to say, the male owls came streaming in. Hermione received her morning edition of the Daily Prophet, as did Daphne. Harry had considered getting one for himself but decided it was a waste, seeing as both his bondmates would not hesitate in showing him anything of interest or importance contained within if they saw it. Instead, he alternatively read over both girls' shoulders. While they were receiving their morning papers, Harry received a small package borne by an owl he'd not seen before. As surreptitiously as possible he scanned the owl and package before relieving the bird of its burden and offering it a slice of bacon. Instead of waiting, the bird practically snatched the bacon out of Harry's fingers and took off again. "What do you have there, love?" asked Daphne, as Hermione was too deep into reading the newspaper. He leaned over and whispered into Daphne's ear, "If it's what I think it is, it's part of the birthday gifts for Friday." Because of astronomy the night before, they had a late start to classes this day. Their first period was free, but they were in Dada for the second period. All 3 knew that Barty Jr. wouldn't be making a move against them under his master's orders, so felt quite safe. Harry just wasn't looking forward to the class coming the next week, where Fo Moody taught them the 3 unforgivables. He wondered if he should fake being imperious. Later, he managed to find the time to duck into a boy's bathroom and unwrap the package that had arrived that morning. Inside he found a single ring box and, upon opening it, he saw the 3 rings he'd ordered. Wow, he thought. That was fast. He dropped the ring box back into his pocket and rejoined the other 2 out in the corridor, where they were waiting for him. That evening the 3 quickly settled in for the night. They knew Daphne needed the balm for her back, so, while they were getting their homework out of the way, Harry lightly applied it to her fading scar while she sat forward on the edge of the couch and between his legs. However, she then insisted Harry strip himself to the waist while the 2 girls began to massage the scar-reducing salve into his many scars from his waist up and on his arms. When they were done he thought that's when they would prepare for bed. Instead, they then insisted he remove his pants so they could work on the ones lower down. Most of his scars were from the rare times he was whipped with a belt by his obese uncle, or had suffered an accident, almost always caused by his obese cousin. However, there were also a few scars from when his cousin and his friends engaged in Harry hunting. Lastly, Hermione insisted on applying the salve to the scar on his forehead. Now that the soul fragment is gone, she explained, we know the scar is no longer going to ever open up and bleed again. That means we can work on getting rid of it. As well as the massage being soothing, Harry could also feel the effect of the salve as it was massaged into the skin. Each scar now felt a little warm, as if someone had used a tiger balm or similar on each and every one of them. It was a ritual they continued for months afterwards with dedication until told to stop by Madame Pomfrey when she checked the scars. When the three readied for bed, they convinced Daphne to lie in the middle with the excuse that they both wanted to be able to cuddle her and ensure themselves that she was back with them. Daphne was pretty much ordered to lie on her right side as Harry spooned up behind. Hermione lay facing her and the two witches stared into each other's eyes. After a few moments Hermione was running her fingers through Daphne's hair and telling the other girl just how happy she was that the bee-owned was back while Harry snuggled in behind. "We have something to tell you," Hermione said. "Oh?" asked Daphne. "Harry and I have progressed to permitted touching in certain situations," she replied. "Would you like it if we did that with you?" Daphne laid there for a little while, her heart beating a little quicker. She thought she was bordering on a panic attack. However, she also felt she wasn't. She thought about what Hermione said and decided she'd see what she meant. Gently she nodded her head a little fearful. Seeing the slight distress on their bondmate's face, Hermione explained, "We only go as far as you allow. Any time you want to stop, or just slow down, you decide. Say so, and we stop." Daphne relaxed a little and nodded again. A little surer in the situation. With his right arm under Daphne's neck, Harry moved it to how he had held Hermione's bee-east, but did not touch. He held his hand slightly away. Hermione then reached her right hand over to his and, looking the other girl in the eyes, gently pushed Harry's hand onto her bondmate's bee-east. After a few moments, Harry began lightly rubbing his hand on the curves of the beak before he shifted his hand lightly until his thumb was lightly teasing the nipple. He gently tweaked it and felt it harden under the ball of his thumb. As Daphne began to relax and enjoy the sensation, Harry moved his left hand to lightly capture her left. Then eased it down to the junction of the girl's legs. He did no more than that, but it was a great start when Daphne didn't fight his grip. Hermione, smiling, leaned forward and placed a key on the tip of the other girl's nose. And softly said, "Niece, isn't it?" Daphne shyly nodded, and relaxed even further. They continued that way for a while. As they all drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Harry woke up still cuddling Daphne. His right hand was again caressing her bee-east. But, now, his left hand was between her legs, gently stroking the hairs. Thinking that was going a little too far, he began to ease his hand away when her left hand shot down and grabbed his, pushing it firmly back. "Please," she softly whined. With a light key to the back of her neck to let her know he'd heard, Harry began to gently massage her. He allowed his fingers to lightly massage the top of her crease on her button. After a while she began gasping and trying not to make any further noise, but it was enough to wake Hermione, who was lying with her back to them. Their other bondmate gently rolled over and looked at Daphne's face, curious as to the sounds. However, smart as she was, it still took her a few moments to figure out why the bee-owned was making the noises she was. And her eyes widened in surprise, and not a little happiness. As she lay there, just watching, Daphne was staring back, flushed. Daphne tried to whisper. "I know," smiled Hermione. "Relax and enjoy it." By the time Daphne followed Harry into the shower, on Hermione's suggestion, she was one happy witch. Her trust in both had, at first, taken a little downturn. However, they proved to be both trustworthy and didn't take things too far. As she looked back on the events of the morning, she realized it really was a logical next step in their efforts to reach the ceiling of the bond. They were just playing with each other, after all. And she trusted Harry not to take it too far, too soon. Having Hermione there was also a great comfort to the still mentally scarred witch. Harry had just climbed under the spray when Daphne simply walked in and stepped straight into the shower behind him. "Did you and Hermione do this, too?" she coyly asked. "We did," he replied. "And did you do anything in the shower?" she asked. "We washed each other," he replied with a slight shrug and small grin. "All over, and well." She said. Just as Hermione did, she reached for Harry's soap and began to lather it up. Moments later, she was washing his back. She had just started washing his lower legs when Hermione stuck her hand in the stall and placed Daphne's bath soap and cloth on the shower rack. Your towel's on the rack and a fresh uniform and underwear are sitting on Harry's bed, she said, before she left again. When the two came out of the bedroom some time later, Hermione smirked and said, I was about to come in and hurry you two up. We'll miss breakfast, otherwise. I need to put on, started Daphne. Your makeup purse is in your book bag. You can put it on after breakfast and before class, Hermione interrupted. Daphne smiled back with a light blush and said, thank you. But, I also need to put on the bomb. We can do that at the same time you put on your makeup, Hermione smoothly replied. The jar's also in your book bag. I'll do it for you in one of the girls' bathrooms after breakfast and before class. If everything's organized, shall we go? Asked a very contented Harry. With a nod, Hermione smiled and replied, let's. Thank you, you too, Daphne softly said. Hermione looked back with a big smile and said, no need to thank us. We're in this, together. We're there for each other. When they sat opposite Luna, she grinned at the three of them and returned her attention to her breakfast. I wish they served pudding at breakfast, she mused. Harry chuckled and said, you'd only ever eat pudding, if that's what they served. Luna just happily grinned back, as if to say, I know. When the mail arrived, Harry was happy to see Hedwig delivering a letter for Hermione from the Grangers. Hermione had written to her parents about the harm that had befallen Daphne, and to assure them that all three of them were fine. When Hermione read the letter she'd received back, the letter indicated her parents were grateful she'd not been hurt, that Daphne was all right and would soon recover, and that the perpetrators had been taken from the school by the magical police, in restraints. That reminds me, muttered Harry, as he turned to Daphne. We need to find out from Matthias how the hunt for a professional magical creature renderer is going. I want those skins so we can get armor made for the three of us. Nodding, Daphne softly said, I'll write him this afternoon. After class, Daphne wrote her letter and Hedwig was happy to take it. Harry had the feeling his owl didn't think he worked her enough. How goes the start on my mail backlog, ladies? Harry asked, suddenly remembering his fan mail. Well, before Daphne was hurt, we had everything in place except for actually approaching the people we want, to make a start on sorting everything, replied Hermione. Now that Daphne's back on her feet, I think we can start approaching folks on Saturday. She looked at Daphne and asked, what do you think? Daphne nodded and said, Saturday's our best option, considering tomorrow is Hermione's birthday. Plus, we know people aren't madly scampering about working on assignments for most of the day. Good, Hermione nodded. Saturday, then. Once homework was complete, the three chatted for a while before they had to head down to the Great Hall for dinner. The next morning, after a night without any bond-strengthening activities other than just cuddling, Harry woke and immediately rose from bed without waking the other two. He quietly padded over to where he'd hidden the gifts he had for both his bondmates and returned, wearing a pair of boxers, to sit on the foot of the bed with his legs crossed. He placed the gifts on the bed before himself. He watched as both witches, in their sleep, noticed the lack of contact and slid under the sheets until they were lying cuddling one another. His heart leapt with joy just seeing it, and knew he had another powerful Patronus memory he could use. Hermione was the first to waken and notice she held Daphne in her arms. She looked around and saw Harry sitting on the foot of the bed smiling back at her. Harry, she asked, a little confused. Why are you up and sitting on the foot of the bed? Good morning, and happy birthday, my love, he replied. Her sudden movement in sitting up woke Daphne, who grizzled a little about being woken up. Wah, she asked. Good morning, my love, Harry said to her. Wiping the sleep out of her eyes, she muttered, good morning. Now, why are you up? Because it's Hermione's birthday and I have presents, he calmly replied. That took a moment to sink in before she, too, suddenly shot up to be sitting up in bed. Careful of your back, love, he admonished her. Sorry, she muttered with a little wince of pain. Harry stared for a moment back at the two beautiful witches who were sitting with their beasts uncovered to his gaze before he snapped himself out of it. However, not before Hermione noticed where he was staring and looked back, amused. Offering them matching gifts each, he waited until they'd unwrapped them. Hermione looked a little puzzled before Daphne gasped and said, hid wizard wand holsters. Hermione was quite surprised. Staring back at Harry, Daphne asked, Harry, where did you get these? Only hit wizards and unspeakables are supposed to be able to get hold of these. From a little shop I remembered from our last go-around, he replied. Tossing another one to each, he said, here's a second one for the other arm. I bought 2 each based on your father wanting to take us out to get second ones each. Otherwise, it's a spare each. You bought them illegally? Asked Hermione. I did, he admitted. However, you know why, and we need to practice using them. At least, I'm pretty sure Daphne does. Daphne slowly nodded while she moved the holster about in her hand, giving it a careful once-over. He gave them a bit of time to admire their gifts before he picked up the last, small gift before him. Now, he said, moving closer to the head of the bed and kneeling on the bedding, sitting on his haunches. He then opened the little ring box and turned it so both could see what it contained. Both witches gasped with their eyes wide open and their mouths in matching, shapes. Now that our unusual relationship has become quite public, he began, and we've been making strides in strengthening the bonds, I thought it prudent for us to show our devotion to one another to the world. Would both you ladies do me the honor of wearing these promise rings to show our status to the world? Both nodded back, and both had tears in their eyes. Harry reached in and removed the first ring. It had the aquamarine stone at the top, and held it with his left hand, gripping it with the tips of his fingers around the edge. He reached out, took Daphne's left hand and gently slipped the ring onto her ring finger. As soon as it reached the webbing, it immediately warmed a little, resizing itself to her finger. He then reached in and took the other lady's ring, the one with the sunstone at the top, and slid it onto Hermione's ring finger, where the same magic adjusted it. Finally, he offered the 2 the ring box and asked, who would like to do the honors? The 2 witches looked from the box to the ring on their fingers and finally at each other. Together, said Hermione, to which Daphne nodded. Hermione reached in, removed the ring and held it between thumb and finger on the outside. Daphne then reached out and did the same, crossing her fingers with Hermione's as she did so. Then, together, they slid the ring onto Harry's ring finger on his left hand. Again, he felt the warmth as the ring resized itself. His ring, of course, had the emerald at the top. They're quite unusual, murmured Daphne. The 3 stones, of course, represent the 3 of us. In this case, I was trying to get close to each of our natural eye color. Emerald, for me, sunstone, for Hermione, and aquamarine, for Daphne. The 3 hearts then form a bit of a hexagon if you look at it right, that has the significance of the items we're trying to clean. For us, it unifies. The rings are as unique in their design as our relationship is for us. Hermione and Daphne were both staring at the rings. It was Daphne who softly said, "They're beautiful, love." And Hermione, who nodded, was unable to speak. When the 3 sat at the Ravenclaw table opposite Luna, she was quick to spot the rings. Both girls were happy to show her theirs. And the show of the rings to Luna brought other girls over to look. Some of them were happy for the 2, but others looked on with other, less kind, emotions, including anger, disappointment, sorrow, envy and others. Harry took careful note of who reacted the worst, and swore to keep an eye on them. They came from all the houses and all years. Some of the ones he intended to keep a close eye on included Romilda Vane and Faye Dunbar from Gryffindor, Morag McDougal and Shirley Fawcett from Ravenclaw, and Megan Jones from Hufflepuff. The others he didn't see as direct threats. Luna was happy for them, of course. As were Harry's 3 ex-teammate chasers from Gryffindor, Alicia Spinnet, Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell, though Katie did look a little sad. For the most part the other girls, and even some of the blokes, were interested in the look of the rings and what they meant, but did not appear to be a threat or threatening. As the day progressed, Harry became a little anxious as to what the night would bring. He'd promised Hermione they'd talk about all those little private things from their childhoods. He already knew a lot of Hermione's she'd shared while they were on their near-year-long hunt for Horcruxes. It was Daphne who was the enigma. She was a true pureblood coming from long lines on both sides of the family. Yet she did not support, even despised, the pureblood dogma. Finding out why would be interesting. Soon enough, the last class was finished and the 3 retired to their apartment. Entering the apartment, Daphne suggested they get the initial homework assignments out of the way before they changed and got dressed nice for dinner. But Harry had to sheepishly admit he only had the formal robes Mrs. Weasley had lent him, which were supposed to be for the Yule Ball. She then went through his wardrobe and declared that, first chance they got, Harry was buying a complete new wardrobe, and that he could stay in his school uniform. Both girls entered their rooms to shuck their robes. While they were gone, Harry called Dobby. When the little elf popped in, he asked, "Are we set for the meal tonight?" "Oh, yes, Master Harry," he replied. "Winky and I has everything ready." "Excellent," said Harry, grateful. "I'll set up a table for 3 for us, then." Dobby looked a little embarrassed, which led Harry to ask, "You've already arranged for that, too, haven't you?" "Yes, Master Harry," the elf sadly said. Harry just chuckled and said, "Of course you would, because you're a very smart and loyal house elf. I'm sorry I didn't think of it before." "Thank you, Dobby." Before he could start blubbering away again, the little elf popped away. When the girls returned, they set to work on their assignments until they decided it was time to stop for dinner. Packing their school work away, the girls returned to their rooms to change while Harry, once again, called Dobby. When the elf popped in, he said, "The girls are now getting ready. Can you set up the table for us, please?" With a firm nod, Dobby popped in a small round dining table that could nominally sit about 6, 3 chairs spaced equidistant around it, a white linen tablecloth, centerpiece, place settings for 3 and condiments. He then ensured the fire was properly banked and dimmed the gaslights a little. Finally, he lit the candles and Daphne's rarely used wizarding wireless started up playing light music in the background. "Wow, Dobby!" Harry softly exclaimed. "This is brilliant." Pleased, the elf popped away. Instead of sitting down while he waited for the girls his 2 ladies to return, he quickly ducked into his own room and smartened himself up. He did up the top button of his shirt and pulled his tie all the way up against it, smoothed down his hair as best he could, straightened his sleeves and made sure his shirt was properly tucked into his pants with his jumper pulled down to low on his hips. He looked like a prefect without the badge, or a Slytherin wearing Ravenclaw colors. He'd just made it back to stand alongside the table when Hermione returned. She took about 3 steps into the living room, while affixing an earring, when she suddenly realized the change in the ambience of the room. Looking up in shock, she finished setting the earring to rights and, as she dropped her hands, she looked around and said, "Wow." Looking at Harry she asked, "Did you do this?" "Heavens, no," he replied. "I just told Dobby we wanted an evening meal for just the 3 of us in our apartment tonight and he set all this up." Hermione was wearing a nice skirt and blouse combination with a light jacket, medium-heeled shoes, and light makeup. Around her neck she was wearing a fine gold chain with a small charm of a lion's head hanging from it. The combination looked almost like something she'd wear to the office, if she was working in the Muggle world. He moved to the table and pulled a chair slightly out and away. Looking back to her, he smirked, "My lady." Hermione blushed and slowly walked over to sit down. He slipped the chair back under the table and helped her adjust it to be comfortable for her. He stepped away and was just in time for Daphne to enter. As with Hermione, she stopped a couple paces into the room and looked about in surprise. However, she'd already set her earrings. Daphne was wearing a dress in robe style. It fell to just below her knees and was short-sleeved. It could almost be considered a sundress, but looked a little more formal than that. As with Hermione's it showed a bit of cleavage, and she had a fine silver chain around her neck with a small serpent as the charm. "Wow," she exclaimed. Harry chuckled and replied, "That's what we both said. Dobby did all this off his own back. He did a good job, didn't he?" "Definitely," she nodded back. Harry moved to one of the other chairs and held it for her. "My lady?" he gently asked. Daphne smiled and walked over. As with Hermione he pushed her chair in and helped her set the chair to a comfortable distance. Finally, he took his own seat. Looking to the 2 of them he was pleased how the centerpiece was not in their way for direct conversation. "I asked Dobby to prepare us a nice dinner because we wanted to both celebrate Hermione's birthday, and talk about important things during and after. He set all this up," Harry said, indicating the table and lights. "Personally, I think he just wants to spoil us." Daphne shook her head lightly back and smiled. "No, he's devoted to you." During the first part of the meal they spoke about life in the lion's den and the snake pit. Daphne spoke about the ongoing political moves being made right from the start, which would continue through to and beyond graduation. When Crookshanks and Midnight, who wasn't around all that often, had realized food was being eaten in their apartment, they came over to see if they could mooch. Crookshanks no sooner meowed when Dobby popped in and provided him with a dish of Kneazle-friendly food, and her with a dish of normal cat food. Harry and Hermione spoke about how there were no political machinations in the lion's den and that, when someone tried it, they were smacked down by the rest of the house. Hermione talked about how the girls in her old dorm only wanted to gossip about boys, other girls, boys, fashion, boys, and a recent start on the subject of with boys. Harry talked about how he spent his evenings ensuring there were silencing charms up on Ron's and Neville's beds. And that it was always wise to be up and ready before Seamus started to rise. His morning flatulence, he said, was the stuff of legends. And wondered how the Irishman's bed curtains and bedding hadn't rotted under the onslaught. Is that why Seamus was always the last one up? Asked Hermione. No one wanted to wake him because the first thing he would do on waking was flatulate. Yep, grinned Harry. Everyone else wanted to be ready to leave before they'd chance waking him. The last one out was always tasked with waking him and running for the sake of their nasal passages and lungs. Both girls laughed aloud on that. During dessert, Daphne talked about life at Greengrass Farm and being a child of a neutral family. What is it that's farmed at Greengrass Farm? Asked Harry. Daphne lightly giggled and replied, nothing, now. The family used to farm sheep, cattle and produce. Now, we're involved in manufacturing. Our family invented butterbeer and wizard mead, and we own the rights to both, worldwide. As Grandfather Greengrass used to say, we moved from produce to production. Greengrass Farm is now a sprawling estate. The greenhouses have been torn down, as have the shearing and milking sheds, the slaughterhouse, the massive stables, the granary and other farming outbuildings. In their place is a small set of stables that house our family's horses, a small house elf community, and large tracts of reforested land. What's left has been turned into extensive lawns and gardens. The house isn't so much a house, now, as it is a collection of interconnected buildings. The main house is where the head of house and his family live. Then there are the two outlier wings, as we call them. One each side. They can be considered separate residences as they both have their own kitchens, dining rooms, living rooms, etc. They were built to accommodate other separate Greengrass families. And were once separate residences. Now, they have fully covered verandas running from them to the main house, and there is a door at each end of the verandas to close them off. Mum and Dad now use them as guests' quarters for those who are visiting for more than one night. Dad often has his manufacturing plant executives stay over for short periods and they discuss business. That happens at least twice a year. For the executives it's both a retreat and an ongoing business meeting, and Dad gets to write the whole thing off against taxes. When she wound down as they were finishing dessert, they moved on to Hermione. She talked about growing up as a single lonely child to parents who were both dentists. She talked about her bursts of accidental magic during her years before school. One was where she was summoning toys to her crib that were left just out of her reach, or a bottle. Another was where she got angry about something, she couldn't recall what, and blew out the windows in her nursery-cum-bedroom. A third was making real tea, milk and sugar appear in her child's tea set. She talked about developing her love in reading from her mother and father, taking turns to read her bedtime stories when she was little, and getting annoyed when they'd stop before the story was finished. She wanted to know what happened next, so, basically, browbeat her parents into teaching her how to read at a very young age. She was reading children's book before her 4th birthday, albeit slowly, and heavier books before her 5th. Because she was learning to read, her parents also taught her to write. She was slowly printing her own writing before her 5th birthday and moving on to cursive before she started school. She then started speaking about how she was so excited to get to go to primary school, and discovering that she'd already been taught so much that the pace of learning bored her to tears. So, she started taking books to school and reading them when the teacher was getting students to read from learning to read books. She started to softly cry when she started to tell them about what it was like in those first few months. So, here I was, sitting with 2 books open on my desk, she lightly sniffled. I'd have the learning to read, grade 1, book open at the page the entire class was on, and I'd have another open, such as a grade 4 would have, and be reading that. The first time I was called upon to read from the grade 1 book, I flew through the page. I was clear, concise and even using the right inflections, such as my parents would use when they were reading me bedtime. Stories. That's when the bullying started, and when teachers would stop calling upon me to read or answer questions. My first teacher sent a letter home with me to my parents, basically abusing them for teaching me so much before I even started school. Dad took time off from the practice and went down there. There was an almighty row with him, the headmaster and the teacher in the headmaster's office about it. I never did find out what they argued about, but I know it had to do with my reading and comprehension abilities. And, from that time on for the rest of the year, that teacher hated me. As time passed, the other kids first started shunning me. That then moved to minor bullying, until it got to be physical enough to warrant Dad going back down to the school. Late in grade 3 my parents were able to buy a nicer house in a more affluent area, so we moved. I changed school. At first, everything was alright. However, because of the bullying at the first school, I'd learned to stay away from other kids and found solace in my books. When I started at the new school, even though my parents hoped I'd meet new kids and make friends, I never did. Then, the bullying started again. Though we moved from lower middle class to upper middle class, kids are kids. They wore nicer clothes and had nicer things, but they were still the same. I used to hide out in the school library to get away from them and their vicious taunts. However, on the way home, they'd often gang up and attack me. I have no idea how many times I'd come home with my books, clothes and school stuff ruined. But, it was quite a bit. Before my letter came, I was dreading going to high school. My parents were already investigating in private schools focused mainly on ones that had very strict policies in place against bullying behavior, and they'd narrowed it down to a few. But, my letter changed all that. Coming to Hogwarts, a boarding school, had my parents terrified for me. They worried I'd be, yet again, bullied, and they'd be too far away and unable to even see the school if they came here to come to me with help if I needed it. But, I was excited. It was magic, and it was something that showed why I was so different. I just knew it was the best option for me. However, I was again without friends to start with. I was on friendly terms with a couple of the other first years, including you, Harry. But, by the afternoon of the troll incident, I'd had enough. I'd planned on going to see our head of house, Professor McGonagall, and begging her to take me home. Then the troll came in. She turned to look at Harry and smiled, though she still had tears in her eyes. I thought I was going to die, right there. But then, one of the boys I was on friendly terms with, even though he hung about with one of the more horrid boys, came in to rescue me. Like a knight in shining armor, he jumped on that troll's back and fought him, trying to get it far enough away from me I could get past. From that moment on, he became my best friend, even though the red-headed idiot tried to keep pushing me away. Harry reached out and held her hand in his for a moment. By then, the dishes had been cleared away and the three were drinking an alcohol-free light wine. Sitting back, he took a deep breath and said, "Well, I guess it's my turn, then." While the three had finished their dinner, they were still sitting together at the table. The candle was still burning away and, because it was a magical candle, hadn't dripped wax or burned down very much at all. Harry started to speak about his childhood with what he knew to be the truth about what happened on the night of that horrid Halloween. He knew Hermione knew the truth, but didn't know if Daphne did. He then spoke about the disappearance of an entire day before Dumbledore, in company of Hagrid and Professor McGonagall, left him in a basket on the stoop of number 4. Then he described what he remembered of his early childhood, including how he was treated, before jumping forward to more recent times. He talked about the various beatings he suffered under the hands and fists of his uncle and cousin, the use of a strap, how he had to do all the chores around the house, and described what the average day was like for each of his years of age. And, how all he ever wanted for the first few years, was for them to show him the barest smidge of care. He told how he didn't even know his name until he started school, and how he immediately got in trouble for not responding when called, and then for lying when he said he didn't know what his name was. He spoke about being very good at school work, but then copping a severe beating for bringing home marks better than Dudley. He described how he learned to do very well but fudged everything so he'd receive poor marks. And how he had to force himself to learn how to be a poor student, lest he forget, one time, and receive better marks than his cousin. "We'll get you over that, Harry," Hermione softly promised. "You were a good student once, and you will be again." With a nod of recognition, he continued. He spoke about getting his letter in his hands for only a few moments, enough to read his name and address on the envelope, before it was snatched out of his hands by his cousin. Then spoke about the ongoing battle for the next week and a bit his uncle had trying to stop the letters getting through. He spoke about the trip to the coast and the boat ride out to the hut on the rock. And then, at midnight, Hagrid coming and knocking on the door, knocking so hard he knocked it down. He spoke of the next 24 hours of taking the boat and Hagrid showing him magic. Of his introduction to the wizarding world at the Leaky Cauldron and the fear of being swamped by people wanting to shake his hand and touch him. Of his trip through Diagon Alley before Hagrid dropped him off at the train station, and he had to find his own way home. He spoke of how, when he arrived home, his uncle immediately locked his new school trunk full of his things in the cupboard under the stairs, and how he had a bedroom for the first time in his life, even though it was still referred to as Dudley's spare bedroom. And, finally, he told about how his uncle laughed when he told him he needed to go to platform 9 3/4 and just tossed him, Hedwig and his trunk onto the footpath outside the station. And his then meeting with the Weasleys. "You're never going back there, Harry," said Daphne firmly. "Unless it's in the company of us and we're there to wreak unholy vengeance on them." She snarled at the end. Hermione firmly grunted in agreement. Harry just nodded and continued. So, Dumbledore's machinations were already running full steam ahead, at this point. I don't know how he managed to get Hagrid to not tell me how to get onto the platform. And maybe he was innocent of that. But, John had to tell me how Mrs. Weasley managed to grab me at King's Cross and introduce me to Ron and Ginny. Mrs. Weasley was walking around saying, "What was the platform again, dear? 9 3/4. Look at all these muggles." And that sort of thing. Unbeknownst to me at the time, Mrs. Weasley had been, herself, to Hogwarts, then had more recently sent her other children over the past 10 years. John calculated that Mrs. Weasley had to have been to the platform over 100 times before that day. And here she was running around as if she had no real clue as to where she's going the day I turn up. "Ha! It's not your fault, Harry," soothed Hermione. "You were tricked by an adult, you didn't know the history of the Weasley family, and you were only 11 years old and scared." "I know," replied Harry. "However, it should have become apparent to me not long afterwards, if I'd stopped to think about it. It's just so bloody obvious. Anyway," he went on to say, "even though it's a Friday night, it's getting late." Turning to look at Hermione, he said, "I think we can have another talk like this soon. And we'll cover things like the Horcrux hunt and the lead up to the final battle for Daphne." When the other two agreed, all three rose and made ready for bed. Harry turned the wireless off on the way past. Unnoticed by the three, the table and chairs disappeared, with the room being set back to rights. When they woke the next morning, Daphne asked, "You know we won't be able to get out of here at Christmas, right?" "Yeah, I remember," sighed Harry. "Well, we need to get you new clothing, and I want to get you into St. Mungo's to see about your eyes," she continued. "I think we need to ask about getting a day out of the castle for a visit to Diagon Alley on a Saturday." With a sigh, Harry explained, "Dumbledore will never go for me being able to get away from the castle, unless it's a Hogsmeade weekend. And, even then, he's only going to allow me to go to Hogsmeade." "I'll ask my parents," she countered. "My mother should be able to escort us to Diagon Alley for the day. And we'll only ask Professor Flitwick for permission, not Dumbledore, as we've already been doing." Hermione cut in and said, "Set it up. I know, Mr. Broody-Pants here doesn't think it'll happen, but I do. We can make a day of it. Get Harry's eyes fixed and then take him shopping." Daphne pulled out parchment, ink and quill and wrote a quick letter to her mother asking her if she'd be available to collect them early the next Saturday morning for a trip to St. Mungo's and a shopping trip to Diagon Alley. After breakfast, the three then caught up on all their assignments. And then the two girls worked hard with Harry to get his ancient runes skills up. "We intend for you to get through both the 3rd and 4th year runes syllabus so that you can join us for 5th year, explained Hermione. "It shouldn't be that difficult because we'll be putting in twice as much effort. If we get you up to speed quick enough, you may be able to join us in 4th year ancient runes sometime after Christmas," said Daphne. Later, the girls went in search of all those they'd nominally tagged to work in the spare classroom sorting Harry's mail. He stayed in the apartment and studied hard ancient runes for the day. On the Sunday, the girls decided they needed to write down everything Harry had told them about his life with the Dursleys. We need to get it down, now, Harry, Daphne explained. While it's fresh in my and Hermione's minds. And, sorry, but we'll need you to clarify points as we go. With a sigh and a mien of pain, Harry nodded. Let's get it over with. They spent the better part of the morning writing down everything and anything Harry remembered in note point, and assigned dates to it all as best they could. They covered their psychological, emotional and physical abuse as separate areas, but kept everything in chronological order. They covered Harry being dumped on the stoop of his aunt and uncle's home, right through to his most recent summer living there. After lunch they returned to it and began writing it all down in report form. It took many sheets of parchment before they were done, and both girls were rubbing their wrists and wringing their hands from quill cramp before they were finished. Now that it's down on parchment, what do we do with it? Asked Hermione. Make copies of it, for a start, replied Daphne. We need to send a copy to Stuart and Margaret, our solicitors, for their records of the truth. Next, I'd like to send a copy to my parents, if I may. Frowning back, Harry asked, why? Don't get me wrong, I understand why Ackerman and Pentridge need a copy. But, why do you want a copy to go to your parents? She sighed and said, because they need to know your history, Harry. Once all this becomes public, they'll be asked questions about you. If they know none of this they'll come across as uncaring or, worse, completely ignorant regarding matters concerning you and me, finished Harry with a groan. Looking up, he begged, just, please make sure they understand I want no one's pity. This is just so they know the truth, nothing more. Nodding, Daphne replied, I'll make sure they understand that. Anything else we need to do with the information? He asked. We need to make sure Dumbledore receives a copy, replied Hermione, perking up. Why? Asked Harry. Because then he can't claim he was unaware of how you were treated by them, love, replied Daphne, looking and smiling at Hermione with respect. It completely blocks him from later claiming he was unaware. Then, if he tries to send you back there next summer, he will then be guilty of a whole heap of further crimes around child abuse, finished Hermione. That's very clever, said Harry, chuckling a little bit. It firmly puts him in the spot where he can't try and send me back there. If he tries to claim he didn't know, we hit him with our own copy of this, proving he did, said Hermione, tapping her finger on the written report. If he admits to knowing about it, he comes across as a child abuser or, at least, facilitator. The three then set out to clean up what was written and make copies to send out. Dumbledore's would wait until they knew Daphne's parents and their solicitors had received theirs. The rest of the weekend flew past and, before they knew it, they were into the new school week. The Monday saw the three receive a summons, each, for the court date for the trial of Molly, Ron and Ginny. The case was set aside for the following Saturday week, or 12 days hence. Twice, during the week, Dumbledore approached the three. On his first approach, he told Harry that, as his magical guardian, he was not permitting Harry to attend the trial. Instead, he, Dumbledore, would make a statement on Harry's behalf. Harry countered with, "It's a lawful summons, headmaster. It's illegal for me not to go. And you would be breaking the law by blocking me from going. It is not safe, Mr. Potter," the headmaster stressed. "That is irrelevant, headmaster, and you know it," Harry shot right back. Knowing he was on a losing streak with that argument if he continued, the headmaster changed tack. "Ronald Weasley is your best friend, Mr. Potter," tried the headmaster. "I know he and Ginevra are very sorry for the lack of thought relating to the minor incident regarding potions. However, as you weren't actually potioned, no harm was done. You need to let this go. I'm sure, if you see it in your heart to forgive them both, this will be something you can laugh over later." "Laugh over?" asked Harry, incredulous. "The only thing laughable at the moment, headmaster, is the blatantly idiotic idea I could ever consider Ron Weasley a friend, again, let alone Ginny or her mother. What they did, what they attempted to do, was unforgivable. I, and my bondmates, want the full weight of the law brought down on all three of them. Even if I wasn't being called as a witness for the ministry, I'd still want to be in that courtroom to see all three of them get their just comeuppance. Vengeance is the path to the dark, Harry," pleaded Dumbledore. "Then it's a good thing I'm not looking for vengeance, headmaster," retorted Harry. "I'm looking for justice. Righteous vengeance is what you seek when justice fails you. If you don't want me seeking vengeance, pray I receive justice." That final statement, more than anything, nearly led Dumbledore to panic. He had been working hard behind the scenes to ensure all three Weasleys received no more than a legal slap on the wrist for their actions. Now, he had to return to his allies to ensure that more than just a slap on the wrist was meted out. He could not allow Harry to contemplate vengeance to solve his problems. Plus, if Harry felt the justice system in Wizarding Britain was corrupt, he'd be less likely to sacrifice himself for their magical nation when the time finally came. With a sigh of frustration, Dumbledore returned to his office to make some urgent flow calls. On the Wednesday morning, after an interrupted sleep with astronomy, they were having a lazy breakfast. However, Harry wasn't eating that much. When Daphne had had enough of his mood, she turned to him and exasperatedly asked, "All right, Mr. Broody, what's going on?" "It's Unforgivables Day in, he sighed. "Oh, yes," she said, catching on. "I'd forgotten about that." "Well, what are we going to do about it?" asked Hermione. "We need to pull Neville aside, for starters," replied Harry. "This lesson practically guts him." "We'll make sure he sits with us, then," noted Daphne. "Next, do we fake the effect the Imperious Curse has upon us?" he asked right back. "Do you mean, do we pretend we're affected by it?" she asked. "Yeah," he replied. "Why would we do that?" she asked. "Because, how we react to it could be information passed back to Babymort." "Ah," she softly replied, now understanding. "We pretend it affects us so Riddle thinks it's an unforgivable he can use against us." "Precisely. Well, any disinformation we can pass on to him may be a benefit to us," she said. "I say we do it." "I think that depends on what he tries to get us to do, don't you think?" asked Hermione. "I don't think he's going to try anything too risky," mused Daphne. "I suspect it'll just be something like, dance on the table, or something. However, if it is too much, we can always pretend to fight it off, at that point. Leading him to think we're somewhat susceptible, just not for something too outrageous," thought Hermione. "That's plausible. I say we do it." As the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students congregated outside the Dada classroom, the three bondmates made sure to stand with Neville. "Neville?" asked Hermione. "Yeah," he asked back. "We've heard Professor Moody is going to be giving a talk on the three Unforgivables today," she explained. "We three think you should sit with us for this." "All right." Surprised and not a little fearful, the young man looked between them, noting the expressions on their faces, and reached a decision. Yeah, he replied, a little relieved. "I think that would be best." "Thank you. We'll sit in the back," advised Harry. "If you need to, look to us for support. If it gets too much, leave. We won't think less of you if you do, all right." A little bashful but clearly moved by the gesture, Neville nodded and manned up, standing a little taller. "I can do this," he firmly said. "We know you can," replied Harry. "But, accepting moral support, is also wise. It's not a mark of weakness." As expected, Faux Moody took them through the Unforgivables. First he demonstrated them on 3 spiders. And, as per last time, Hermione shouted at him to stop torturing one of them when he put the spider under the Cruciatus curse. What was different was that it wasn't Harry who mentioned the killing curse this time. Rather, it was Seamus, as Harry held his tongue. But Faux Moody still pointed out that Harry was still the lone survivor of such a curse. However, Harry didn't let it slide. "What makes you think I survived it?" he asked right back. "Well, you're here, aren't you, boy?" Crouch asked. "So is everyone else in the room." "That, in itself, is not an answer," Harry shot back. "What makes you and the rest of the wizarding world believe Voldemort shot the killing curse at me, that night?" Everyone, including Crouch, flinched at the name, Voldemort. "Everyone knows he fired the," Crouch tried. "How?" Harry interrupted. "How did they know? Supposedly, the only one who survived that night in my parents' cottage was me. And, I don't know whether he used the killing curse or not. I was 15 months old, at the time. Plus, I've never spoken about it. Again, why do you, and everyone else, believe I survived the killing curse?" Faux Moody, Crouch, stood there with a look of complete confusion and shock on his face. The other students were all talking among themselves about what Harry had said. And glancing at him in their own levels of shock. "Prior incantation," Crouch tried. "Only works on a person's wand," interrupted Harry again. "And Voldemort's wand was never found at the scene." Again, everyone flinched. But, Crouch roared, "Stop mentioning his name." "I'm not," Harry calmly said. "If I was going to mention his name I'd call him by it, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Voldemort is just a silly little anagram derived from his real name. His shade told me that, himself, almost a year and a half ago. He was quite proud about how he'd fooled all the purebloods, seeing as he's only a half-blood bastard. Come on, Professor. You're supposed to be one of the greatest dark wizard hunters magical Britain has ever known. And you don't know his real name. You lie," he hissed. Harry smiled back. If he pushed the man any harder he suspected Crouch was going to end up giving himself up. Calmly, he walked from his seat up to the front of the classroom, where he picked up a stick of chalk from its little shelf and began to write on the blackboard. First, he wrote in big bold letters Tom Marvolo Riddle across the top of the board. Then, about 3/4 of the way down the board, he wrote I am Lord Voldemort, also in big bold letters. Then, he simply drew lines matching each letter from the top name to the one below. Once he finished, he dusted his hands off and calmly walked back to his seat. Everyone, including Faux Crouch, stared at the board in shock. Harry, watching the man's expression, saw him starting to put things together. Such as, why Riddle was currently holed up in Riddle Manor, and why he wanted Harry transported to the grave of one Tom Riddle. The other students were animatedly talking with one another, and looking at Harry with expressions ranging from dumbfoundedness to awe. After a long few more moments, Crouch erased the board and turned back to the class. "Well, discovering the identity of the Dar of he who must not be named." "Riddle," Harry interrupted. "You know who." Crouch almost snarled. "But, he's not the subject of today's lesson." Crouch managed to get control of his emotions again, before he moved on to demonstrating the Imperious Curse. This time he called Harry to be first. Harry allowed for the hop on one foot, and for the little dance, but finally pretended to snap out of the curse when told to disrobe. Hermione allowed herself to sing and dance, then kneel in prayer. And was released. Daphne, as expected, was forced to dance on a desktop and performed an admirable cartwheel before being released. As other students were put through their paces, Harry was the only one who was called up and demonstrated he was able to snap out of the curse. This time, Neville wasn't asked to hold back at the end of the class. Out in the corridor, after Crouch shooed everyone out and slammed the door shut, Harry was bombarded by questions about Riddle, and why people believed he survived the killing curse. For the questions about Riddle, he just sent them to the trophy room to look him up, there. For questions about the Halloween night in Godric's Hollow he turned the questions back on them. "Come on, people," he exasperatedly replied. "Figure it out. No one survived, other than me, so how did people come to the conclusion Riddle fired the killing curse at me, which then backfired and killed him? Merlin, use your brains and come to your own conclusions. Someone clearly guessed and everyone else believes it to be true, or someone just wanted to make me look like some kind of reluctant hero. Possibly, probably, to sell books about me in that night." Late into lunch, Harry received a summons handed to him by Professor McGonagall to see the headmaster immediately after he'd finished his meal. "Well, ladies," he mused. "It appears the headmaster has heard about my little demonstration in the Da-Da classroom and wants to have words about it with me. Care to join me?" "I think we must," smiled Daphne. "We can't have you getting into even further trouble, now, can we?" After finishing their lunch, the three walked to the entrance to the headmaster's office. With a call of cockroach clusters, the gargoyle leapt to the side and the three ascended the moving staircase to the landing outside the headmaster's door. Just before Harry knocked, they heard the headmaster from inside call, "Come in, Harry." Opening the door, Harry allowed the two girls to precede him inside. Unsurprisingly, Professor Snape was sitting on his stool in the corner. "Miss Greengrass, Miss Granger," asked Dumbledore. "I believe I only asked for young Harry to join me." "You did," answered Daphne, as all three walked up to stand before the desk. When she didn't say anything else, and Hermione said nothing, he finally asked, "Then, what are you doing here?" "I asked them to join me, Headmaster," answered Harry. "The same can be asked for why Professor Snape is here." Snape looked ready to snarl something back, but kept his mouth shut. "Now, Harry, Professor Snape has my complete trust and confidence," the headmaster smoothly said. "In that case," said Harry, just as smoothly, Miss Greengrass and Miss Granger have my complete trust and confidence." Before Dumbledore could speak again, Harry went on to say, "You summoned me, Headmaster, and I am here. What is it you wished to speak to me about? I'd not like to be late to my next class." "I wished to speak to you alone, Harry," the headmaster tried. "Oh," replied Harry. "My apologies." He then looked directly at Snape and asked, "Would you mind escorting my two ladies to wait outside, Professor, while the headmaster and I converse? I believe we shan't be long." Snape glared and sneered back before he turned back to the headmaster. Dumbledore held up his hand and, looking at Harry, said, "I thought I made myself clear, Harry. Professor Snape has my complete trust and confidence. And I thought I'd made myself clear, sir. Miss Greengrass and Miss Granger have my complete trust and confidence. Anything you need to say to me you can say to them. Actually, anything you say to me I'll say to them, anyway. So, their staying here would just, as the Muggles would say, cut out the middleman and save time." With an overly dramatic sigh, the headmaster said, "Very well." And conjured two extra seats alongside the single chair the three were standing behind. "Please take a seat." Harry waited until the other two were seated before he sat in the center chair. And all three looked expectantly back at the headmaster. Dumbledore rearranged himself a little and, with a stern expression directed at Harry, asked, "Now, perhaps you can tell me why you felt it necessary to mention the Dark Lord's real name in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, this morning." "I didn't," replied Harry. "Sorry?" asked Dumbledore. "I was led to believe you did." "No, sir," replied Harry. "I didn't feel it was necessary, at all." "So, you didn't mention the Dark Lord's real name in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom? Nor demonstrate how it was an anagram of his real name?" "Oh, no sir," replied Harry. "I did both of those. However, I didn't feel it was necessary. I did it because it was the right thing to do. And, Dark Lord, sir. Really, you and I both know he's no such thing. A Dark Wizard, yes, but a Dark Lord. Definitely not. You give him too much power calling him such nonsense." The headmaster sat with his eyes closed looking like he was constipated. "Harry," he said, "why ever would you do such a thing? It was you who told me in my first year, sir, to always use the proper name for things." "Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself," explained Harry. "Voldemort's real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, and I'm using his proper name, as you directed." With another sigh, Dumbledore said, "Yes. Well, I did say that, didn't I?" "Yes, sir. And, now I must ask you not to do that," he instructed. "You want me to lie about it, sir?" asked Harry, adopting a mien of confusion. "That's not right. Besides, enough people have heard it now the cat can't be put back into the bag. I'm not now going to go around telling people I misspoke. I won't lie to them, sir." "No, no," the headmaster backpedaled. "No, you can't do that. I'm just asking that you not volunteer any further information concerning Volume Riddle." "If you wish, sir," replied Harry. "I do," he said. "Now, about you not believing you were hit by the killing curse." "Again, sir," Harry cut in. "I never said that. I asked why everyone else believed I was." "Because you were, Harry," Dumbledore tried to explain. "Really?" he asked right back. "How do you know that?" "Because, frankly, I can't see it." "What do you mean?" asked the old man. "There are 2 points that clearly show that belief to be in error," Harry explained. "The first is that a mere 15-month-old infant survived being hit by a curse that has never, and has never since, been survived. That, in itself, is ludicrous. And, second, the killing curse never leaves a mark on its victims. And yet I, supposedly, received this scar from it," he said, lifting his fringe to display the much-faded scar in question. "Next, there are no survivors from within the cottage that night, except me. Therefore, there was no one there to witness what curse was supposedly cast at me by Riddle. With those points considered, there is no possible way anyone could know what really happened in my nursery at that time. I recognize that Pettigrew was probably around somewhere nearby, but I'd laugh at anyone who said he was the one who fancied up the story I survived the curse. No, I was the only survivor and no one's ever asked me for my version of what supposedly happened. It's my belief that whoever went around spouting off that I survived the killing curse that night was spouting hippogriff dung. And I challenge them to prove their facts." Someone was just out to fancy me up as some kind of superhero so they could sell books or other products about me, or they have some other, malevolent, purpose. I neither asked for, nor wanted, the boy who lived appellation. I have absolutely no intention of being anyone's hero, other than to these two ladies right here, he indicated both girls. If the wizarding world needs a hero, you be that hero, sir. You've done it before and I don't want the job. And, if anyone tries to force it on me, they'll get it flung back in their face. My family have done enough. I've more than paid my price. I lost my parents, and my paternal grandparents, to that nut job. And, likely, my maternal grandparents. I lost my godmother and her husband to them, and my godfather lost 12 years of his life to them. More personally, I suffered 10 years of slow emotional, psychological and physical torture to them. Yes, it was those assholes, the Dursleys, who did that, but I'd have never even have met them if not for Riddle and his lickspittles. I have paid enough, and there's nothing anyone can say to me to tell me otherwise. With that in mind, last weekend we secured the services of a renowned wizarding legal firm. One of their tasks is to go after all the people who have unlawfully used my name to sell their products. Their instructions are to go after those people for every single canute they've made off my name, together with costs and damages to both my name and reputation. If it drives them into bankruptcy, I have no sympathy for them. They're just vultures who were looking to make a quick galleon. Sitting back with another sigh, Dumbledore said, "Thank you for your time, Harry. You may go." Harry immediately rose and, waiting for the two girls to stand, escorted them from the office without a backward glance. It seems spending a greater amount of time with Miss Greengrass and Miss Granger is making young Harry a bit more forthright and confident in speaking out, Dumbledore said to Snape. He's even more arrogant than usual, sneered Snape. No, Severus, the headmaster scolded his potions master. I said forthright and confident. The boy is most definitely not arrogant. He's lately been proving he inherited Lily's clever mind. Snape sneered a little more but held his tongue on the subject for the moment. If that will be all, headmaster, I have a class to conduct. Oh, certainly, Severus, replied the headmaster, seeming to come back to himself from his thoughts. Then, don't let me keep you from your duties. As Snape stood and strode to the door, the three bondmates were already well on their way to their next class. Did you have to rub his nose in it, Harry? Asked Hermione, scolding him a little. Anything to keep the man from meddling, my love, he calmly replied. The more we can keep him hopping about trying to put out fires, the less time he has to meddle in our affairs. You know he's looking for a way around our bonds to force me back to the Dursleys, don't you? He's going to be even worse after the night of the third task. Hermione sighed and said, I know. But he's the headmaster, Harry. We're supposed to respect him, at least for earning that position. With a light unladylike snort, Daphne said, and he abuses that position, Hermione. Where Harry lives outside of school terms is none of his responsibility or business. I fail to see how you can excuse him for his actions simply because he's in a position of authority. He's also Harry's magical guardian, Hermione explained. That's why he has the authority to order Harry back to the Dursleys. Daphne stopped them in the corridor, right then. What do you mean, he's Harry's magical guardian? Harry's not Muggleborn, he doesn't need one. Coming to Hermione's defense, Harry replied, he had himself appointed my magical guardian in the days immediately following the attack on Godric's Hollow. And, he's been using that authority to control me ever since. With a scowl Daphne huffed, well, we'll be getting that stopped, then, won't we? Now that we're bonded, if it's all right with you two, I'll see if I can get my parents to agree to get themselves declared as your magical guardians. Both other bondmates grinned back. That'd be brilliant, Harry happily exclaimed, before he calmed down again. Of course, Dumbledore's going to fight it every step of the way. You need to let your parents know they'll be in for one hell of a fight with him once it becomes public, and Dumbledore finds out about it. Plus, is it actually important? After all, I'll be emancipated around the 7th of November, anyway. With a smirk, Daphne replied, you leave that to us. The Greengrasses haven't been Slytherins just because it was expected of them. We know how the system works. Smiling at each other, Hermione looked to her and said, do it. Harry needs every protection he can get. With a nod and matching smirk from Daphne, the three continued on to their next class. That afternoon, while attending to assignments, both Winky and Dobby popped in. "Guys," asked Harry, "what brings you here?" "Dobby and Winky be here to report on the status of their 2 missions, Master Harry, sir," replied Dobby. "Oh?" asked Harry, before he remembered. "Oh, the job of finding Luna's things, and about the blood monitoring devices in the headmaster's office." "Yes, sir," replied Dobby. "Then, let's hear it," replied Harry, leaning back in his seat as the 2 girls listened in. "Dobby and Winky, with help of the elves of Hogwarts, have searched the castle, top to bottom," Dobby said as if giving a report, but elf style. "We found lots of Miss Luna's thingses. They have all been given back to Miss Luna, and she is very happy. She was very happy to get back her photographies of her mother, the most." Harry nodded as Hermione said, "Thank you for doing that, you two. And, please, pass on our thanks to the castle elves for helping." Dobby and Winky both nodded with tears of happiness in their eyes. Winky popped away while Dobby stayed, wiping his eyes and blowing his nose on a small handkerchief. He then looked up and reported, Dobby was also being sneaky and sneaked into Headmaster Whiskers's office when he wasn't there looking at Wizzy and Worry things with Master Harry's blood in them. Dobby finded 4 of them. Instead of just taking out Master Harry's blood from them, Dobby switched the blood, the little elf said. Harry chuckled and asked, "And whose blood did you replace mine with?" "Dobby waited until Headmaster Whiskers went to sleep," explained the elf. "Then Dobby talked some of his blood. Dobby switched Master Harry's blood with Headmaster Whiskers's. The little Wizzy and Worry things now still whiz and whir and Headmaster Whiskers not know it's his blood. Then Dobby destroyed Master Harry's blood." Harry roared with laughter as Daphne giggled and Hermione looked stunned. "That's brilliant." Harry finally managed to get out. Very well done, Dobby." He complimented the little elf. Dobby dashed forward and hugged Harry around his legs before popping away again. "He really is such a clever little thing, isn't he?" asked Daphne. "He is," agreed Harry, nodding. "I'm so glad to have him." "How long do you think it's going to be before the headmaster figures out his devices are no longer functioning as he expects?" asked Hermione. "That depends," he replied. "However, I hope it's not until next summer." "Depends?" asked Daphne. "On whether or not or how long it takes him to notice the devices still show me as being in the school when he knows I'm not," he replied. "Remember, there's the Hogsmeade weekends, then there's all the running about outside of school grounds of still yet to do. Such as getting your eyes fixed and as taking you clothes shopping," she prompted. "Exactly," Harry acknowledged. "And each minute I'm out of the school grounds when he's in his office is another minute when he can notice there's something not quite right about what his little devices are telling him. Then, even with the devices no longer tracking you, we still have to be careful," asked Daphne. "That's not right. Then, what do we do?" asked Harry. "You had already planned for Dobby to go into Dumbledore's office and basically destroy any device that monitored you, yes?" asked Daphne right back. "Yes. At that point you knew Dumbledore would know he was no longer able to track you with blood monitors," she continued. "At least this way, he's not going to know until, and unless, he specifically notices something wrong," she explained. "I say, pretend the devices are already destroyed and Dumbledore knows you're not being tracked, and just live life." "She's right, love," opined Hermione. "Ignore it. We'll have Dobby spy on him, if necessary, while we're away from the school." Harry sighed and nodded. "You're right," he said. "It's just an advantage over him I'd like to hang on to for as long as necessary. That little advantage is too small to put up with the inconvenience of keeping it hidden," she explained. "Especially as it will, soon enough, be lost. The cons outweigh the pros." Harry thought about that for a few seconds before he decided she was, indeed, correct. "You're right," he said. "Thank you for pointing that out. Besides," she grinned, "as the devices will still work, per se, it's going to drive him nuts trying to figure out why they're still working but not properly registering." "Oh!" exclaimed Hermione, suddenly sitting forward. "You mean, he'll then dedicate time trying to figure out where the charms, runes, whatever went wrong. That's something he wouldn't have done if Dobby had just destroyed them." "Clever. Yet something else that'll occupy his time," mused Harry. "I like it." The next day Daphne received permission from her father for her mother to come and collect them both to take them to St. Mungo's, and then on to Diagon Alley. As they had double charms, first up, they held back after class to speak with the little charms master. "Professor," Daphne began, "we, that is, Harry, Hermione and I, need your permission to leave the school on Saturday in the company of my mother. We will probably be gone for most of the day. And may I know the nature of this excursion, Miss Greengrass?" he asked. "Certainly, sir," she replied. "First, we're taking Harry to St. Mungo's to see them about his eyes. It's more than night time he had them sorted. Second, we're taking him to buy new clothing in Diagon Alley. That is, Hermione and I will not have him wearing those cast-off rags his muggle so-called guardians force him to wear, any longer." "I see," he smirked. "I had always wondered why Mr. Potter was constantly seen wearing obvious cast-offs that are clearly too big for him. I had begun to think it was some kind of fashion statement." "No, sir," Harry half growled. "It was all my relatives," he spat the word, "would allow me to wear. Dressing you in anything worth money is a waste of such money for a freak like you." He mimicked his aunt. "I see," exclaimed the professor, clearly shocked at Harry's words and the venom in which they were spoken. "In that case, you have my permission to spend the day away from the school," he said, a little calmer. "I take it you will be returning for the evening meal." "Yes, sir," Daphne firmly replied. "Very well," he said. "I shall inform the deputy headmistress you will be away for the day." "Professor, may we ask that you inform her, say, on Saturday?" asked Hermione, a little sweetly. "They're afraid, and it's warranted, in my opinion, that the headmaster will attempt to stop me leaving the castle," replied an overly calm Harry. The little professor looked back at the three of them for a few moments, and mused, "Yes, I see your point. He does seem overly interested in you, doesn't he, Mr. Potter?" "Yes, sir," Harry flatly replied. "I happen to find it quite unsettling." The professor smirked. "As there is no time limit by which I advise the senior staff when a student seeks to leave the grounds. And, as you will be in the company of the parent of one of your bondmates, I see no reason to alarm anyone as to your leaving for the day. I shall inform the deputy headmistress on Saturday, perhaps about an hour after you leave." With matching smirks, the three said, "Thank you, Professor," before getting up to leave. After Daphne had borrowed Hedwig and sent her mother the confirmation a couple days earlier, the three quickly hurried through their breakfast on the Saturday and headed out of the school to meet Dees at the front gate. They felt it was better to meet her there than to raise the headmaster's suspicion by having Dees meet them in the entrance hall. They only had to stand inside the gates for a few minutes before Dees approached from the three broomsticks. "Ready, you three?" she asked. With near-matching nods, the three quickly exited the gates and followed the older witch back to the three broomsticks. They flew directly to the arrival point inside St. Mungo's and sought out the welcome witch. "Mr. Potter for an appointment with Healer Jennings," Dees quietly whispered to her. The welcome witch's eyes widened when she heard the name, and her eyes immediately met Harry's for a bare flicker before they traveled the couple of inches up to his scar. Harry scowled back, making the witch blush a little. "Third floor, East Wing," the witch muttered to Dees. With a nod, Dees led the three up the stairs to the right wing and down the passageway. She led them direct to a plain door with a brass plaque that bore the name, Healer Tomas Jennings, Eye Specialist. Without even knocking, she led their small party in. "Madam Greengrass," the slightly portly man in Wizarding Hospital scrubs said, as he stood up from behind his desk. "A pleasure to see you," he said, with slight emphasis on the word, see. "Tomas," she said, holding her hand out to the man for the back of her knuckles to be lightly key. "Ed. That joke gets older with each passing minute." Healer Jennings didn't seem to look the slightest abashed from her remarks. Instead, he looked even more pleased. "I see your point," he replied, again emphasizing the word, see, and chuckling a little. Dees just rolled her eyes as the bondmates all grinned. The healer turned to Harry and said, "And, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Potter. I see the reports of your three-way bond are accurate. Madam Greengrass tells me you're here for me to have a look at your eyes." Harry immediately decided he liked the man. "Yes, sir," he replied with a grin. "I've been looking forward to seeing you." Healer Jennings barked in laughter for a moment. "Yes, well," he said, calming down again before he indicated a chair in the corner that looked a lot like a Muggle dentist's chair. "If you won't mind seeing your way into taking a seat in my personal torture device, we can get started with having a look at your eyes." Harry chuckled and shook his head before walking over, sitting down and leaning back in the chair. As the other three sat in 3 normal seats, Healer Jennings brought over a wheeled stool and parked it next to Harry, near his head. Without so much as a "by your leave," he then reached out and plucked Harry's battered spectacles off his face. And, with Healer's wand in hand, cast a small charm on them. Harry didn't know what all the little figures that then hovered over his glasses meant, but it was obvious the healer did. Placing the glasses on a little swivel tray, the healer then turned to Harry more directly. "Now, let's have a look," he muttered, waving his wand over Harry's face. The healer rapidly developed a frown before he sat back a little and muttered, "That's not right." "Oh?" asked Harry, a little concerned. Focusing back on Harry, the healer explained, "Your glasses do not match the correction you need, Mr. Potter. If anything, they're making matters worse. Do you get headaches towards the end of each day?" "Sometimes," replied Harry. "But that's usually if I've been studying for too long, or focusing on the one thing for too long." The healer nodded. "For a start, you really don't need glasses, Mr. Potter. I take it you acquired them in the Muggle world." "Yes, sir," replied Harry, not wanting to elaborate. "Well, your eye problem is quite easy to fix," explained the healer. "All it takes is a few drops of a potion in each eye. Then we bandage your eyes to keep light out for about an hour before removing the bandages once more." "Then what?" asked Harry. "Then, Mr. Potter, your eyesight will have been repaired. No more need to wear spectacles." Looking a little gobsmacked, Harry stared back and asked, "Really? It's that easy?" "Yes, Mr. Potter," the healer replied, a little surprised. "Would you like me to proceed?" "What, now?" asked Harry, surprised again. "Yes, of course," the healer returned. "You won't need your glasses by the time you leave this office." Harry glanced over at Dees and his 2 bondmates. Clearly they recognized his expression as one of pleading. "Do it, Harry," replied Dees to his expression. "The ladies and I can spend the time in the cafeteria while we wait." Turning back to the healer, Harry was almost in tears. "Do it," he firmly stated. "Excellent," the healer replied with a smile. He then rose from his chair and went to the large cabinet behind his desk. He pulled out a small potion vial with an eyedropper and 2 leather-like pads. Returning to his stool, he described, "First, I'm going to place a light numbing charm on your eyes. Then I'm going to place 4 drops of this potion in each eye, and immediately ask you to close each as I finish with it. And, finally, I'm going to be placing these special eye pads on each eye and hold them in place with a light sticking charm. So, please don't try to remove them until I come back and remove them for you." Harry nodded that he understood and tried to relax. Just as he described, Healer Jennings worked until both Harry's eyes wore the patches. He then said, "The reason for the numbing charms is because I've been told how the potion can be somewhat uncomfortable while it's working. And, while it's working, I'm turning on my little wizarding radio for your listening pleasure. Any choice of stations?" "No, sir," replied Harry. Harry heard the healer turn the radio on and hear the sounds of Celestina Warbeck singing. It wasn't loud, but it was soothing. "I'll be working at my desk, Mr. Potter," the healer then said. "I hope you forgive me if I start singing along to the radio. I've been told it's a good thing I answered the call to become a healer. Apparently, my singing voice is quite dreadful." The healer made it sound as if he was somewhat offended by that observation. Harry smiled but didn't respond. He also realized his bondmates and future mother-in-law had already left. It was then he realized he almost referred to them as his family. But, he also realized, that's exactly what they were, his family, along with Matthias and Astoria. For now, the thought made him smile. After a while he was daydreaming about what the future had in store for the Potters, when Healer Jenkins called from his desk, "All right, Mr. Potter. It's time for me to take those patches away." Harry suddenly tensed a little, realizing the time of truth about his eyes was at hand. He listened as the healer approached and pulled his little stool in closer. "Let's have a look, shall we?" Harry barely felt the pads being removed but kept his eyes shut for the whole time. "All right, Mr. Potter," the healer said. "Time to open your eyes." Harry blinked them open, but saw that everything was still a little blurry. He could also see that the healer's left hand was shading his eyes. Harry frowned a little as he knew he couldn't see properly. "Do not fret, so, Mr. Potter," the healer chuckled a little. The numbing charm is stopping your eyes from focusing properly. One moment. Harry saw the healer wand come back and pass over his face with a muttered, "Finite," and his vision cleared. Gently and a little slowly, the healer pulled his hand away, and Harry realized everything was in perfect focus. Seeing the expression on Harry's face, the healer chuckled and said, "I can see you're surprised with how well you can see now." Harry turned his eyes to the healer with a look of almost awe. "Wow," he softly said. "Indeed," the healer chuckled again. Adjusting the chair for Harry to sit a little straighter, he pointed to a chart on the wall alongside his desk that Harry looked straight at, and instructed, "Start reading from the top of the chart, please." Harry did so and only started to get difficulty on the second bottom line. "Excellent," said the healer. When Harry frowned, the healer gently said, "I don't expect you to read any better than that, Mr. Potter. I did, once, have a wizard who had the animagus form of a hawk who managed to read the bottom line. But, that was the only time." He then patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "You just rest there, for the moment, and I have a little ceremony for you to do." Before he rose and returned to his cabinet. From the bottom he pulled out a big cardboard box and brought it back. Holding it for Harry to look within, he smiled and said, "This box contains all the spectacles of those who wore them and whose eyes I recently fixed. You no longer need yours, Mr. Potter, so, throw them on in." Harry realized he had automatically picked his up from the tray, where the healer had placed them earlier. He looked down at them in his hand, grinned, and lobbed them into the box. "Well done, Mr. Potter." The healer almost crowed. "Just so you know, each time this box fills, I send it off to the Muggles for their use. I don't know what happens to them then, but," and shrugged with a grin. Harry had just finished swinging his legs off the side of the chair when Dees and his bondmates his family returned. He immediately grinned at all three. "That's better," Daphne softly said, coming closer to have a better look. "Now I can see those lovely emerald eyes better." Hermione, also coming closer, smiled and said, "You're almost twinkling like the headmaster." "Hey!" he exclaimed, mock hurt. Both girls giggled. "What next?" Dees asked, already knowing the answer. "Shopping." Both girls suddenly and happily exclaimed in reply. With a smile, Dees looked to Healer Jennings and said, "Bill it to the Potter accounts." With a smile and a nod in agreement, the healer turned to Harry and said, "It was a pleasure to see you, Mr. Potter. If you have any problems, please come back and see me." With a grin back, Harry stood and said, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you very much. You're most welcome." Their party then flew directly from St. Mungo's to Diagon Alley. Harry still had to get used to not feeling the weight of the spectacles on his face, or that he wasn't looking through the odd dust particles and soot that collected on the glass surfaces. There was also an odd feeling associated with the light breeze brushing over the skin around his eyes he'd not felt before. He realized it would take a little time to get used to, but was happy for the chance to do so. "Where to, first?" asked Dees. "Madame Malkin's," Daphne firmly replied. "The sooner we get Harry out of those rags, the better." Entering the alley proper, they headed directly to the store, entering to find it completely lacking in any other customer. Daphne practically dragged Harry to the little round stands the store's witches used to measure people up, and ordered him not to move until he was told to. When Daphne and Hermione explained to the store witch what they wanted to happen, she immediately ducked into the rear of the store and brought back Madame Malkin herself. "An entire wardrobe?" the plump little middle-aged witch asked. "Everything," Daphne firmly replied. "Treat it as if he has lost his entire wardrobe in a fire except for what he's wearing, and even that is damaged beyond repair. He's going to need wizarding and muggle wear from top to bottom, in and out," cut in Hermione. "Everything from outer and formal robes to muggle underwear. He wears boxers, by the way." Both girls then nodded to the store owner, who was looking back in surprise. "Well, then," said Madame Malkin, with a pleased little huff. "Let's get to it, then, shall we?" Out came the measuring tapes and Harry was made to hold his arms out, spread his legs, and otherwise be almost violated by the magical measuring tape, as a quill was working itself to fill out a form on a nearby little pedestal. While the tape was working, the store assistant witch watched the parchment for a few moments before she gave a nod and moved away, ducking back out to the back of the store. She came back carrying a heap of clothing and asked Harry, "Any preferences to color?" Harry was about to reply when Daphne replied instead. "Green to match his eyes." Emerald, if you can. He also looks good in Ravenclaw blue and bronze. Silver highlights, where necessary. Potter crest on formal robes. No reds, oranges or the like, the color does not suit him unless it's a deep red, such as burgundy, to highlight. Pale, or pastel greens would also work for under robes, said Hermione. It can be for a shirt, or two. Same with pastel blue to go with royal and navy blues. Creams, too. That'll go well with anything of a deep forest-like green. Browns, so long as it's dark. And, of course, black, dark grays and white. The store witch was taking notes. Do I get a say in this? Asked Harry a little plaintively. No, said Hermione, as Daphne said, yes. They looked at each other before Daphne said, you get to choose some of the styles. Traditional or modern, for the cut of your robes. The same for muggle wear. You get to choose the style of shoe you're most comfortable with, such as, pointed toe or not. And, we'll let you choose some colors for yourself, so long as we approve. The look Harry gave both girls made Dees almost burst out laughing. She had to hurry away to the witch's side of the store before she embarrassed herself by giggling. Harry, said Hermione, you know we love you, right? With a sigh, understanding where this was going, he nodded. Then I mean no malice when I tell you your fashion sense leaves a lot to be desired, she firmly said. Leave the selection of fashion to Daphne and me. We'll make sure you look good. Between us we have both wizarding and muggle fashions covered, added Daphne. Now stop fussing and be a good boy. She turned to make sure Dees wasn't paying too much attention before she turned back and softly said, you'll be rewarded if you're a good boy, all right. Harry's eyes widened as what she said worked its way through his mind. He nodded back with a look of anticipatory glee. Good, she firmly said, before turning to Hermione and the two store witches. All right, ladies, we have work to do. For the next 3 hours Harry felt he must have changed clothes over 100 times as robes, shirts, trousers, jeans, jumpers, coats, hats, boots, shoes, belts, swimwear, underwear, male jewelry, watches, colognes, hair products, and he forgot what else was brought to him to try on. Some only made it as far as being held to his chest for shirts or his waist for pants before it was discarded, some he managed to don before he was told to strip it back off and it was discarded. However, the pile of what was considered acceptable grew, though not as fast as the pile of discards. Or, the pile the discards would have made if they weren't being constantly removed and taken back out back. By the third hour, Harry was almost an automaton. Without a word of complaint or approval, which he realized was ignored, anyway, during the first hour, he was constantly in and out of the change booth. At one time, Daphne joined him in the booth, and, at another, Hermione did. Finally, Daphne sighed and said, I think we're done. Oh, thank God, Harry groaned, to which Dees laughed. Now us ladies need clothing to match, said Daphne. Oh, good, Harry sighed, collapsing into a chair. Go have fun, he groaned. Both witches glared at him and Hermione said, on your feet, Mr. Potter. You need to see what it is we'd like and for you to give your approval, explained Daphne. Ladies, I have already learned over the past 3 hours that my opinion is neither needed or matters, he explained with a near whine. Why do you want to hear it now? Because it's how it's done, replied Daphne, as if speaking to a small child. Hermione then walked over and, taking him by the hand, dragged him to the witch's side of the store. He was practically dumped into a husband-boyfriend chair, sitting next to Dees, who looked back at him with both amusement and sympathy, and told to give his opinion. Both girls then entered side-by-side changing booths carrying an armful of garments each. For the next hour Harry was treated to his own runway show with his two bondmates acting as the models. They started off with formal traditional robes and worked their way through to modern informal muggle. At first, Harry was just hoping the whole thing would be over soon, or that the headmaster would turn up and drag him back to Hogwarts, but, as the ladies progressed to modern muggle summer wear, he started to take more and more interest. As they modeled, both girls spoke as to why they selected to try on that particular outfit, and to what Harry could wear to match. Most of it went over his head, but he started to become aware of how he'd been forced to try on swimwear, and wondered what they'd do to match. He got more and more eager after each passing minute. Dees had noticed and was quite amused. So had both his bondmates. With the sundresses done, Madame Malkin waved her wand and a large screen appeared, cutting off that side of the store with the rest. Hermione came out first wearing a sleek one-piece swimming costume. It had a little affixed skirt hanging from the hips to drop to low thigh. Her bust was pushed almost flat and some kind of ruffle further broke the line of her Easts. It was predominantly dark blue with other shades of blue to change the lines. For wearing in the wizarding world, she said, and clearly waited for his opinion. He muttered. If you have to wear that much material you should probably see if they have it in reds, russets, browns and oranges. Actually, something like deciduous leaves at autumn. That would best go with your skin, hair and eyes. She turned to the mirror and asked, are you sure? I usually go for blues and the like. Dee said, no, I think he's right. Try it and see. The store witch who was in there with them looked from Dee's back to Hermione, gave a firm nod and disappeared back beyond the screen. In the meantime, Hermione returned to the changing booth as Daphne came out. Hers was a similar style but in black with a shimmer of greens and silver. Harry immediately said, try it in an aqua. Dee nodded and said, I agree. When the store witch returned with a new Wizarding Witch swimsuit for Hermione, she held it over the top of the door of the change room for her. When she removed her arm a moment later it was holding the old suit. Daphne caught her attention and, indicating her swimming costume, said, do you have this in an aqua? I'll see, the witch replied, leaving with Hermione's first swimsuit. Hermione returned a moment later wearing the new suit. Wow! Exclaimed Harry as soon as he saw it. Yeah, wow, said Daphne, looking the girl over. That really suits you. Indeed, said Dee. I never thought to wear these colors before, said Hermione looking down. They suit you, said Dee. We may have to consider your other choices in light of this. Harry lightly groaned. With a smirk towards him, Dee said, you should have thought of that before. No, keep what you've got, said Daphne. We can always shop for more in Hogsmeade. Harry let out a quiet sigh of relief. When the sales witch brought back another suit for Daphne, she took it into the change room and changed into it. When she came out Dee and Hermione both immediately said, yes. To which Harry had to agree. Daphne blushed a little and said, from this point on, Harry, you need to go back over to the other side of the screen. Hermione blushed and, looking at Harry, nodded. What? He whined. But, we're just getting to the good stuff. Out, mister. Daphne demanded. But, you saw me, he tried, before she interrupted him. While sticking her arm out and pointing a finger to the other side of the store, she barked, out. That's not, he tried, again. Out, barked Hermione. Oh, come on, out. Hermione, Daphne and even Dee demanded. Dee had even started pushing him by his shoulder in the direction of the screen. Fine, he grumped, throwing both hands up and almost stomping out. The store witch gave him a look mixed between amusement and pity as he passed. From what he saw of what she was carrying, he almost looked plaintively back. Back on the other side, he found a seat and sat down to wait. From behind the screen he heard whispering, giggling and gasps of, whatever. He really wanted to see what was going on over the other side of that blasted screen. With a sigh he thought, I know we don't want people to know just how far we've progressed the bonds, but this is ridiculous. While he was sitting and waiting he looked around and saw that all the clothing he would be purchasing was neatly packaged on the counter, waiting. He couldn't even go through it to take a better look, now that he actually had time to do so. When the girls were finally finished, their selections were all wrapped on the other side of the screen and brought around. Madame Malkin vanished the screen and Harry was called to the counter to make payment. He heard what the final price was and looked gobsmacked. I don't have that much on me, he complained. Daphne rolled her eyes and grabbed his right hand, holding it up. Pay for it with your ring, Harry, she said a little exasperated with him. The funds will be automatically transferred from your vaults to Madame Malkin's business vault. Harry did as instructed and, moments later, all their packages had been shrunk and dumped in his pockets. As they left the store, he complained, can we eat now? I'm starved. An excellent idea, replied Dee. Come, I have just the place in mind. She led the three of them to a small restaurant. As she entered, the waiter approached and smarmed, ah, Madame Greengrass. It is most nice to see you again. Party of 4, is it? Yes please, Pierre, she confidently replied. The 4 were led to a small table and were immediately served. Finishing their light lunch, which Dee paid for, Hermione asked if they could do a quick trip around the stores to pick up mail order catalogs. Don't worry about it, Hermione, Daphne gently said. For basically everything for which we need mail order, we've got the order forms and brochures. But, what if they've updated, she tried. Then, because we're on their mailing list, they'll let us know, Daphne countered. It's in their own best interest to do so. I guess, sighed Hermione. So, are we all done? Asked Dees, after the girls stopped arguing. Yes, I think so, replied Daphne. Then it's back to school with you three, the older witch firmly said. Again using the flow at the leaky cauldron, the four flew back to the three broomsticks. As Dees escorted them to the gates, Harry held back to speak to her. Dees, he asked. Thank you very much for today, he said a little emotionally. Dees turned and smiled at him, recognizing the depth of his gratitude. You're very welcome, Harry. It's what family is for. And, we are family now. At the gates, Harry stopped and, at the spur of the moment, quickly hugged the woman. Again, thank you. Dees just nodded back, a little emotional at Harry's own expression of emotion and gratitude. As he stepped back, both girls moved in and hugged her, before all three re-entered the school. Harry half expected either Dumbledore or McGonagall to be waiting for them inside the entrance hall. That they weren't, surprised him. I don't think the headmaster knew I left the castle, today, he mused. The three immediately climbed the stairs and used the hidden passageways to make their way back to their apartment. Once inside, Harry sighed heavily before collapsing back onto one of the couches. He watched both his bondmates then go through the ritual of checking for listening and monitoring charms. None were found. All right, love, said Daphne. Out with the packages. Harry practically groaned climbing back to his feet. But, once standing again, he started emptying his pockets of shrunken parcels. He spread them along the couch and watched as Daphne began at one end re-enlarging them, checking the contents and separating them into different piles. Hermione was doing the same from her end. Soon enough, they had all parcels unshrunk in 3 piles each. Hermione picked the first pile up and asked Daphne, which one is yours, love? Daphne indicated one of hers and Hermione added her arm load to that pile. Then Daphne did the same with what she had of Hermione's. All right, Harry, said Daphne, before she pointed to the 2 remaining piles. Both of those are yours. Have Dobby take them into your room and put them away for you. Hermione and I will call Winky and ask her to do the same for us. Instead of waiting, both elves popped in and Dobby asked, Did Master and Mrs. ask for Dobby and Winky? Yes, thank you, replied Daphne. She then looked at Winky and indicated the 2 piles for her and Hermione. This set of parcels is clothing for me, and that set of parcels is clothing for Hermione. Can you put them away for us? Certainly, miss, Winky replied. She snapped her fingers and both piles of parcels disappeared before she followed them. Turning to Dobby, Daphne said, the remainder is Harry's new clothing. Can you put it away for him, please? And get rid of his old clothes except for his school stuff, too. Certainly, miss, replied Dobby before he, too, popped away with the parcels. Hey! Exclaimed Harry a little mock-offended. What if there was any clothing in there I wanted to keep? Why? She shot back. You don't need rags. And that's all those clothes are good for. A little softer she instructed, now, go get changed out of those rags into something more befitting our future husband. With a groan, Harry made his way into his bedroom. He found Dobby had already unpacked everything for him, and magically pressed what needed to be ironed or pressed, as everything was wrinkle-free and ready to wear. He pulled out a new pair of underwear, a pair of black jeans, shirt, socks, new trainers, and a light pullover due to the increasing chill. And quickly changed into them. He threw his dirty laundry into the hamper inside the bathroom door and returned to the living room. He had expected to see the girls waiting for him, but they weren't. Even Crookshanks was absent. So, he went back and pulled out his book bag to do some homework before dinner. He'd just settled down when Hermione re-entered from her bedroom. She stopped on seeing him sitting on the couch. Stand up for me, love, she ordered. With an almost sub-vocal groan Harry climbed back to his feet. She then used her finger to give him the gesture to slowly turn around both girls used on him in Madame Malkin's. So, he did a slow pirouette. When he'd completed his turn, she smirked and said, that'll do nicely. What'll do nicely? asked Daphne, walking back in. She took a long look at Harry and said, "Yes, that will do nicely." Harry looked at both witches and noticed they, too, were wearing nice clothes they'd paraded in Diagon Alley earlier. He smiled and said, "You both look beautiful." After working on assignments, and progressing Harry's knowledge of ancient runes for a while, Hermione suggested, "It's nearing time for dinner. How about we put on some light makeup and make an entrance into the Great Hall?" "Well, I'll leave the makeup off, if it's all the same with you," snorted Harry. "And I'll let you ladies go do what you need to do while I tidy up a bit." After they'd both thrown wads of parchment at him, both girls went to put a little light makeup on, before rejoining him in the living room. A tidier living room with all their work neatly stacked on the coffee table to be returned to after dinner, if they wanted. Escorting both girls down to Great Hall, Harry led them to the Ravenclaw table to sit, once more, opposite Luna. Leaning forward he asked the younger Ravenclaw, "Is this spot a table reserved for us three, or something?" Luna seemed to think about that for a few moments before she replied, "I'm unsure. Since the professor told everyone off, no one but you three has talked to me." "No one?" asked Hermione, her voice dropping to a level that her two bondmates recognized as anger. "No," replied Luna, giving a bit of a shrug. "At least they're no longer being mean to me. How about after dinner you come and join us three in our apartment, for a little while," invited Daphne. Turning to Harry, she asked, "How about you go have a look at the Ravenclaw library and see if there's anything in there about basic ancient runes?" "I think that's a wonderful idea," replied Harry, overly calm. "Oh," exclaimed Luna. "There's a book called Runes Made Easy you might want to have a look at." "Thank you, Luna," replied Harry. "I think I must do exactly that." After dinner Harry escorted all three ladies back to the 7th floor in the Ravenclaw corridor. He ensured his two bondmates were safely back in their apartment, and escorted Luna into the Ravenclaw common room. He waited for her in the common room as she went up to her dorm to retrieve her assignments and books, and watched how the rest of the house interacted with her as he pulled the Runes Made Easy book off the shelf of the house library. Mainly, he watched their body language and overt behavior. As they walked in, he saw how many of them sneered at her, until they spotted Harry behind her, or simply turned away, pretending she wasn't there. They were deliberately turning their backs on her. When she came skipping back down he smiled to her and quietly said, "I'm going to explore the library for a little bit. Go join the girls in our apartment, all right?" "All right, Harry," she chirped, and skipped back out beyond the Eagle Guardian. As soon as she left he watched the other housemates for a short time and saw how they all altered their demeanors once she left. Their cold shoulder treatment was clearly deliberate. "Right," he muttered. Angrily, he stormed over to the foot of the stairs and snagged a young girl who appeared to be a first year and muttered to her, "Go up the stairs in the girls' side of the dorms and quickly let them all know there's a meeting in the common room. Now, please." Sensing his anger, and a little afraid, she took off up the stairs at a run. Once she was on her way he turned to the stairs leading to the boys' dorms and climbed to the top before turning around and coming back down. As he did so he banged on each door and called to whoever was meeting in the common room. Now, once back in the common room, Harry went to stand near the entrance and waited. He was practically radiating anger. It did not take long for the others in the common room to begin to notice. The boys came down from their dorms, and the rest of the girls were coming down from theirs. They're asking what was going on, soon had everyone wondering the same. A sixth year, Peter Timmons, Harry recalled his name, saw Harry and called, "What is your problem, Potter?" Harry glared back and practically snarled, "Sit your ass down, Timmons. We'll wait for the others to come out of their dorms." Timmons looked back in shock but said nothing further. The anger pouring off Harry was near palpable. It was enough to make even the senior years shut up and pay attention. When the last few dribbles of students came down from the dorms, chittering away, wondering what was happening, Harry took 2 steps forward and barked, "Shut the F.K. up." Those who weren't immediately cowed silent shut up anyway, staring back in shock. When he knew he had their complete attention, and before they could voice their ire back, he snarled, "I cannot believe this is supposed to be the house of intelligence and wit. Because, by F.K., I'm not seeing it. It wasn't that long ago you all had your asses well and truly reamed by your head of house, Professor Flitwick, over your collective behavior towards Miss Luna Lovegood. You were all told, in no uncertain terms, that Miss Lovegood has Ravenclaw's gift. Clearly, not one of you King morons bothered to find out what that meant. Or just didn't bother to share it with your housemates. So, I'm going to spell it out for you and, hopefully, it'll enter those dainty little ears and reach that gray mush you refer to as your brains, where it may begin the slow and laborious process of creating an understanding of just what that means. Ravenclaw's gift means Miss Lovegood can literally see magic. She sees auras. She can see that of which only those with mage sight have a limited understanding. That is why she seems, shall we say, a bit spacey, at times. She can see that which you idiots cannot, and it's caught her attention. Now, just because you have no understanding of what it is she's capable of, does not give you the right to behave so appallingly towards her. And don't you dare try and tell me you haven't been, he snarled when it appeared some of the older years were about to rebuke. It took me only seconds after walking in here to figure out what you're doing. It took me only moments to recognize the passive-aggressive bullshit you're now engaged in to shun her. You may think you're being oh so King clever. You're not. So, I'm going to lay it out for the lot of you so you have a chance to King understand. If there is one person currently in this house that epitomizes all there is to be a Ravenclaw, it's Luna Lovegood. If it came to a decision whether it was her, or you morons, as to who would remain in Ravenclaw if a resort had to occur, I assure you she'd win hands down. I would not be one tiniest bit surprised if young Luna proved to be Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's magical heir. Luna is a sweet and caring child. She wishes no ill will to anyone. She is extremely intelligent and, if you get to know her, you will see she has a wicked sense of humor. In other words, she has intelligence and wit in full measure. That she has remained so sweet and caring, after the appalling treatment you wankers have directed towards her, is astonishing. You all heard Professor Flitwick offer himself as Luna's personal champion. For you magical raised, you know exactly what that means. If Luna was to inform him of your recent behavior towards her, he would have no choice but to challenge to combative arms the ass of each and every one of you. So, here's my flat-out threat to you all. Drop the passive-aggressive shit right the K now, or, by this time tomorrow, you'll need to be organizing dueling robes for yourselves. You'll then be facing a renowned international dueling champion across the floor of the piste. Because, if Luna won't tell him, I will. With one last cold glare and partial sneer at them all, Harry spun about and stormed from the room, back out into the corridor outside. He left the room in stunned and fearful silence. What the K was that? Exclaimed one senior male house member. Well, since you're too stupid to have figured it out, said one of the senior girls. That was us, yet again, getting a well-deserved verbal spanking. And I, for one, am getting sick and tired of having to be the subject of one. And, what was that again about Ravenclaw's gift? Asked one of the younger years. It is believed Rowena Ravenclaw had the gift of natural mage sight, she answered. She lived with the ability of being able to see magic and all pertaining to it. Clearly, Potter and the professor agree that Miss Lovegood has the same ability. What's passive-aggressive mean? Asked one of the younger, magical raised. It means bullying her by shunning her, by actively ignoring her, answered another. And he's right. That's exactly what's been happening these past couple of weeks. But, she got us all in trouble. Complained the same person. No, she didn't, the same girl replied. You got yourselves in trouble by bullying her in the first place. You got caught. It's your own fault. And, I'm quite sick of copping the blame for your actions. Miss Lovegood was the victim, not the cause. Stop blaming the victim for your own actions. And, with that, the girl turned about and stormed off, back up the stairs to her dorm. Harry waited out in the corridor until he'd calmed again before walking into their apartment. Both his bondmates looked at him as he gave a firm single nod back. Luna looked up and asked, "Where's your book?" Holding it up, Harry replied, "Right here." "Well, we've been making a bit of headway in our various projects and assignments," Daphne cut in, hoping to derail that particular talk. "Come sit down and we'll go through it." With a smile on his face, Harry walked over and sat on one of the couches to make a start on some assignments. And the four of them enjoyed an evening of working on assignments liberally interspersed with conversation and general fellowship. The next Saturday saw the three bondmates waiting in the entrance hall for Matthias to come and collect them in their brand new good quality wizarding robes. The necessity was due to Dumbledore's, antics, in trying to get Harry not to attend the court hearing for the Weasleys. By leaving early, they negated any chance of Dumbledore attempting a last-ditch effort within the school to block them from attending the trial. However, Matthias, as pre-planned, was early. And the three left the school before the headmaster even knew they were gone. Immediately outside the gates waited Dees. After hugs and greetings, both adult Greengrasses side-along apparated the three away from Hogsmeade and the school. They arrived, not at the ministry, but in a large home. "Welcome to Greengrass Farm," said Matthias, gesturing out wide with his arm while both adults beamed at the three teens. Daphne laughed out loud with glee. "Oh, you too." She mock-scowled at her parents. "Hermione," Harry said, in a little awe, "I think we just got pranked." "No, just surprised," she replied, with a giggle. "Well, we've got almost an hour before we need to be in court," said Matthias. "How about a quick tour of the house?" "We'd not cover the whole house, father," disagreed Daphne. "Just the main house, daughter," corrected Matthias with just the bare hint of emphasis on daughter. It caused Daphne to blush just a little. "Sorry, Dad," she muttered. Turning to Harry and Hermione, she beckoned them both and said, "Come. I'll show you where your rooms will be." The main house of Greengrass Farm was 2 stories and slightly larger than the outlier, fully equipped houses each side. Daphne didn't take either of them to either outlier house, though. She just took them upstairs to the upper of the 2 stories of the main house. Here were located the bedrooms, ladies' sitting room, activities room and guest bedrooms for close family guests. Daphne indicated where the master of the house's main bedroom was located down one direction off the hallway, and then promptly led them down the opposite direction. She indicated her and Astoria's rooms at the end, with hers at the front and Astoria's at the rear. Between her bedroom and the stairs, at the front of the house, she showed them 2 more bedrooms. "These will be yours," she said. "That is, of course, unless we finalize the bonds before then." And immediately blushed. "I don't know if it'll happen before Christmas, or even Easter, Daphne," Harry said quietly and a little amused. "But, I certainly hope it happens before summer break." "I hope so, too," said Hermione equally quietly. With a little throat-clearing cough, Daphne said, "Anyway. The ladies' parlor now." She then led them back across to the landing for the stairs. And led them into a room whose double doors were opposite. "This is the ladies' parlor," she said. Turning to Harry she said, "Normally, no males allowed. However, we've found it better to at least let the menfolk see the room at least once, when it's not otherwise in use. It tends to stop you men being nosy when it is." That caused Hermione to laugh as Daphne grinned. With a sniff of mock haughtiness, Harry replied, "I am not nosy, I am merely inquisitive." "Uh-huh," laughed Hermione. "You just keep telling yourself that." Cutting the timings to the last minutes, Matthias fluked them to the ministry and led them directly to courtroom 2 on the 2nd floor, near the DMLE offices. As soon as they arrived, the rather excited Auror who was awaiting them immediately led the 3 into an adjoining witnesses' waiting room. Ackerman was waiting for them inside. "Mr. Potter, you were very nearly late," the man sighed in frustration. "Sorry, Stuart, it couldn't be helped," replied Harry, not all that sorry at all. "It was necessary to save us from being, yet again, waylaid by Dumbledore." "Why is he interfering?" asked the solicitor. "The Weasleys are one of his most avid supporters outside of the Wizengamot," replied Harry. "He's doing everything he can to ensure none of them end up in Azkaban. For one, it would be a major mark of shame against him, at a time he really cannot afford any more, and for 2, he'd probably lose their support if Molly ends up incarcerated. She, as the Muggles say, wears the pants in that family." "That explains a lot," muttered Ackerman. It was about 15 minutes later when Harry was called in to testify. Ackerman walked with him and indicated the witness podium Harry was to ascend. Looking around, he saw Molly, Ronald and Ginevra sitting at the furthest of 2 side-by-side tables. Ronald was glaring at him with a great deal of malice. Ginevra glanced at him as if pleading for leniency and was quite sad. Molly was looking as if she was about to faint and sat at the table between her 2 children and looking as if she was trying hard to wish it all away. After being sworn in, Harry was questioned over what had happened to make him take the goblet of pumpkin juice to Professor McGonagall and why he suspected that the juice had been dosed. But, when questions were asked about the first of the month, the forming of their bond, Ackerman objected and the question was overruled. Once he'd given his evidence, and was cross-examined by the solicitor for the Weasleys, he was released and allowed into the visitors' gallery for the rest of the trial. The defendant's solicitor had tried to trip Harry up on how he handled the goblet from the time he picked it up from the Gryffindor table to placing it before Professor McGonagall, and alluded to how Harry could have easily tampered with it. Hermione was called next, and she gave the same testimony as Harry. However, she also gave evidence over what had happened the morning of the 1st of September at the Burrow, and what she witnessed there. As she went into details of what she saw, Molly burst into tears. Harry guessed she knew Hermione's testimony just saw her defense well and truly sunk. Daphne was next and gave a similar testimony to Harry's. Next came Professor McGonagall, then Professor Flitwick, and finally Professor Snape. Though he appeared reluctant to do so, even going so far as to glance at Dumbledore who was sitting in the assembled's tiers, he provided expert testimony as to what potions were within the goblet at the time Harry brought it to the head table. After the Hogwarts contingent gave their testimony, the DMLE's aurors and experts gave theirs. They spoke of the interviews of both Weasley children at the school, and later at the DMLE, and the same with Molly at the Burrow and DMLE. Their statements were submitted as evidence, which the defense tried to have thrown out and failed. After the prosecution wrapped up, the defense then had their own witnesses. These included a potions expert, who claimed neither of the Weasley children had the skills necessary to brew such potions, a child mind healer, who gave testimony on the state of mind of both children, speaking of how Ginny had a hero worship mindset that had her believing Harry was her own personal knight in shining armor, and had ongoing mind trauma from the 8 months of possession by the memory of Voldemort. That last one had Dumbledore wincing in his chair. As for Ronald, the mind healer gave testimony that he was suffering from strong feelings of inadequacy compared to his brothers, jealousy of his brothers, of Harry's fame and those who had money as he saw his family as poor, and an overbearing mother. It was not hard to see that Molly was being sacrificed to ensure her children did not face having their wands snapped and magic bound. Harry just sighed and shook his head. Turning to look directly at Dumbledore, Harry glared at the man with a mien of absolute fury. Perhaps feeling Harry's eyes upon him, Dumbledore turned to look directly at Harry and, seeing his expression, paled. Staring at Dumbledore, Harry almost discreetly jabbed his index finger at both Weasley children before slowly making the throat-cut gesture known around the world as being killed. To Dumbledore, it was obvious Harry had figured out what was going on. His plan to convince Molly to sacrifice herself for her children's well-being, and appease Harry at the same time, had failed. When those assembled of the Wizengamot returned to their seats after departing to deliberate, the acting chief warlock gave the determination. Molly was sentenced to 6 months minimum security in Azkaban, while both children were sentenced to attend mandatory weekly counseling sessions with a mind healer from St. Mungo's for the next 12 months. Both children escaped having permanent criminal records so long as they attended the mandatory sessions. But, worse for the bondmates, both were allowed to return to Hogwarts. However, their head of house was to be informed, even though she was already there, that any rule breaking was to see both children expelled immediately. Any further criminal actions by either would see the full weight of the law come down upon them, and an added 6 months minimum at Azkaban would be added to their sentences. As soon as the sentences were read, Molly began wailing while both children huddled into her from each side. However, when Ron realized he wasn't going to be going to prison just yet, Harry could see he was visibly relieved. Ginny didn't even look like she'd heard. Casting his eyes around the gallery, Harry could see that the professors all looked sad. However, beyond them, Harry could see Arthur quietly sobbing while his 4 eldest bar Percy surrounded and tried to comfort him. Percy was not in attendance on the day. On a different note, no trial ended up being held for those who attacked Daphne and Hermione, as Flint readily admitted to the event. He received a legal rap over the knuckles, was placed on a good behavior bond enforced by magical vow, and allowed to return to school. His 2 accomplices claimed they had no idea Flint was going to hurt another when they accompanied him, and there was no proof, so were released with warnings to stay away from Flint when not specifically in class. As promised, articles began to appear in the Daily Prophet regarding Harry that Miss Pentridge organized. The first was a long statement concerning Harry's ire at those who had used his name without his permission. By rights, Dumbledore should have been on top of that issue from the start. However, the old man did nothing to stop it. Harry strongly believed it was because the old man believed it all helped to make Harry out as the hero of the magical world, and would lead to Harry eventually being willing to face Voldemort. When the first article appeared, Harry was again summoned to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore tried to convince him not to take that path, but Harry firmly retorted that Dumbledore should have been protecting his interests as his magical guardian, but had not. Harry firmly laid the blame back on Dumbledore's shoulders and wouldn't let the old man slide out from under it. The next article, 3 days later, was the article about Harry's mail, and how he was now aware of its existence and was steadily working through it all with the promise that as many people as he could manage would receive a response, no matter how belated it was. Again, Harry was called to the headmaster's office. "Harry, I thought we'd spoken about this," the old man said. "We had, sir," replied Harry. "It was only 3 days ago and I recall the conversation quite well. I thought we had agreed you'd not be contacting the media about these sorts of issues again," the headmaster said. "No, sir, we did not," Harry firmly replied. "You told me you did not like that I and my bondmates were doing it. However, I just as firmly explained to you why I felt the need was necessary. It was my belief we'd agreed you'd not attempt to stop me in what I needed to do." With a very much overacted sigh, the headmaster said, "I did not agree, Harry. And I do not believe you should in future. You are too young to understand the great care needed when speaking with the media. Your reputation can suffer great harm if care is not exercised. That's why I believe all such further correspondence should come to me, first." "Oh," said Harry, pretending to understand. "I understand, sir. However, you need not worry about it any further." "Excellent," the headmaster sighed. "No, sir. That's why we send everything to my solicitors, first. They then go through everything with their understanding and expertise of law and communicating with the media before anything is sent on. So you see, sir. There's no need to worry, at all. Secondly, you made it quite clear to me that you did not have the time to take care of little matters relating to me such as taking care of my mail, checking up on my care at the abusive hands of my supposed relatives, and other important matters relating to your role as my magical guardian. So, I'm at a loss as to when you'd have the time to do all these things now. However, thank you for caring enough to mention it, sir. I'm glad we had this little chat. Will that be all?" With a small look of frustration, Dumbledore dismissed him once more. Another 3 days later and the big one hit the Daily Prophet. This time it made the front page. The boy WHO lived his life, his words. We've been lied to. In his own words, Harry Potter, 14, the boy who lived, has given us the exclusive story of his life from the night of the attack by you-know-who on the cottage of his parents in Godric's Hollow that fateful Halloween, until now. Except for what we know happened that night, everything you thought you knew about the life Potter lived is a lie," reports Samuel Finkelwright. The majority of the article was written almost entirely as the girls wrote everything down the weekend of the 20th and 21st of September. The only things added were the first and last paragraphs. With this information, this reporter is one who is appalled by the treatment our young hero has endured these past 12 years. Where was his so-called magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore? Where were those charged with watching over our war orphans? How did this manage to escape the notice of those paid to watch for this sort of criminal action? This reporter is one person who demands answers. Unsurprisingly, a few minutes after the Owls delivered the morning copies of the Daily Prophet, Harry was once more called to the headmaster's office. As soon as Harry led his 2 bondmates into the office, Harry said, "Headmaster, we really need to stop meeting like this. People are already starting to wonder why you're taking such a close interest in my affairs." "Sit down, Mr. Potter," the headmaster firmly commanded. It was clear the headmaster was struggling to maintain his composure, he was that angry. Not pushing it, Harry and his 2 bondmates took the 3 chairs that now occupied the space across from the headmaster's desk each time Harry was called to attend the office. Once they were sitting, Dumbledore growled out, "Mr. Potter, we have discussed this. I am beyond angry that this," he jabbed his finger at the front page of the Daily Prophet sitting folded on his desk before him, "has become public knowledge. You have now placed the lives of your aunt, uncle and cousin in peril. It will not take long for their location to be discovered, if it hasn't already. I'm going to have to take steps to see they're protected even further. That's time I do not have to waste. First, headmaster, replied Harry. Why would you need to, as you put it, take steps to protect them? The so-called wards you placed on the property should be enough. Otherwise, I either should not have been dumped there, or they were sufficient in all the time I was there. In other words, sir, if you need to take steps, as you put it, why were those steps not taken while I was still living there? And, second, I really couldn't care any less whether my so-called relatives are protected or not than I do right now. As far as I'm concerned, they can reap what they sowed. If the wizarding world comes down on them like a ton of bricks, I wish I could be there to cheer them on. If I thought I could have removed my relatives from the equation that keeps you insisting I get sent back to their abuse just by speaking with the prophet, I'd have done this in my first year. So, sir, I really don't care. Actually, I'm right pleased. Dumbledore collapsed into his chair and looked back at Harry with a pained expression. Do you really care that little about the safety of your relatives, Harry? I care a great deal, sir. I care that much I utterly despise them, and I care that much I keep thinking up ways to make their life almost as much of a living hell as they made mine. I don't think they could have survived what I went through, though. I don't think I truly did, either. With Harry's words in his ears, the headmaster dismissed them. Just as Harry opened the door to usher his ladies through, the headmaster called to him. How many more of these articles can we expect, Mr. Potter? He was clearly dreading the answer. And he was right to do so. With a shrug, Harry called back. As many as it takes, sir. As many as it takes for the wizarding world to know and understand the truth, the whole truth. Without waiting for a response, he left. The next morning, Harry received a summons to appear before an emergency session of the Wizengamot to be held the next afternoon to provide evidence regarding his living conditions based off the latest Daily Prophet article. He immediately approached Professor Flitwick and, showing him the summons, advised the professor he'd be taking Hermione and Daphne with him. Why? Asked the professor. He wasn't being reluctant or suspicious, he was just being curious. Because the girls are the ones who actually wrote most of the article that the Wizengamot want to question me about. As such, they're central to the enquiry. The professor nodded and said, will you be safe enough to make your own way there? Yes, sir, replied Harry. However, we'll ask for Daphne's folks to come and collect us. Just in case someone decides it would be unsafe for us to travel on our own. He had no need to clarify whom he meant. Daphne immediately sent a letter off to her parents, while Harry sent off a letter to Stuart Ackerman, his solicitor. After morning classes the next day, the three returned to their apartment to change into something a little more formal. Just like last time, Harry was just planning on wearing plain robes over Muggle clothing. However, Dobby put a stop to that by pulling out a set of wizarding under-robe wear and a set of his finest robes with the Potter family crest on the B.East. Yous must make an impression, Master Harry, the little elf firmly said. Yous must dress the part. Dobby's bad old master made sure Dobby knew this. After getting dressed and waiting for the girls, who both dressed in fashionable, well-presentable witches' wizarding robes, the three made their way down to the entrance hall. They were expecting Matthias to soon arrive and take them to the ministry. As expected, though, the headmaster turned up and attempted to stop him from going. I'll explain to the members it was unsafe for you to venture out of the school, Harry, given the amount of recent press coverage you've endured, the old man tried. They'll understand. And I understand, sir, that a summons is not to be so carelessly ignored, retorted Harry. As for my safety, that is being taken care of. I'm afraid I must insist you stay in the school, Mr. Potter, the headmaster firmly stated. I do not give you permission to skip your afternoon classes. And I'm afraid I must insist you not interfere, headmaster, retorted Harry. I have already cleared this with the person who makes the determination under the school charter, our head of house, Professor Flitwick. The argument continued until Matthias walked in the main doors. What's going on? He asked, a little angrily, having caught the last moments of the argument. The headmaster turned to him and stated almost imperiously, I cannot grant Mr. Potter's request for him to leave the school. Given the recent articles in the Daily Prophet, it is unsafe for Mr. Potter to be outside the safety of the castle's wards. Too bad, Matthias shot back. Mr. Potter has been summoned and he will attend, as will my daughter and Miss Granger as his witnesses as to the statements made in the prophet." Before the headmaster could respond, Matthias continued. "If you further attempt to hinder him in his required responsibility to the Wizengamot, I will state before that body how you deliberately blocked him from attending. I will also allude it was because you are attempting to hide your crimes relating to this matter from them, and demand an immediate investigation into the offices of both the Chief Warlock and the Headmaster of Hogwarts." He stepped in closer and firmly threatened, "Don't attempt to block this any further, Albus. I can, and will, make your continued tenure in both or either position extremely difficult for you to maintain." While both men then glared at each other, Harry gestured to the two girls to follow him outside. The three then waited for Matthias to join them, which he did, a few moments later. "Come," stated Matthias walking out the doors, clearly still quite angry. Harry quietly said, "Now you see why I suggested you arrive early, last time. I expected this sort of thing to happen." After walking to the three broomsticks, the four flew directly to the atrium in the ministry. Leading his three charges, Matthias led them directly to the security checkpoint, where their wands were weighed, as usual, before they were taken directly to the Wizengamot chambers. Surprisingly, there were quite a few visitors sitting in the visitors' gallery, even though they were about 15 minutes early. As soon as they walked in, Stuart Ackerman came down and said to Harry, "Mr. Potter, it's good to see you again. As per your request, I'll be providing you legal counsel during your testimony." While they were talking, Matthias pulled one of the stationed Aurors aside and said a few quick words to him, before he turned to look at Harry. "Harry, Stuart Auror Robards, here, is going to take you into a side room where you'll wait until called, all right?" "Yes, sir," replied Harry, automatically. "May I ask why?" "You're being called as a witness," replied Matthias. "I'm aware of that, sir," said Harry. "However, this is not a criminal trial, only an enquiry." "Yes, I'm aware," replied Ackerman. "However, it is an enquiry that may well lead to a criminal trial or more than one. As such, you need to be sequestered until called." With a sigh of frustration, Harry said, "Understood. Follow me," replied Robards. "I stay with you until you're released after your testimony." "Oh, very well," muttered Harry. The Auror then led Harry and Stuart across the floor and out a small door at the other end of the visitors' gallery. He crossed a narrow hallway and straight through another door into a small room. Inside, there were a couple of small lounges and magazines stacked on occasional tables. A water cooler stood alone between two chairs. It was pretty much the same room, same chairs, and same magazines as the Weasley trial in courtroom 2. With a sub-vocal sigh, Harry went and sat on one of the chairs with a table stacked with magazines on his left. Then started going through them, looking for something interesting to read. Auror Robards stood just outside. Ackerman said, "Harry, I need you to listen to me for a few moments, all right?" Harry put the magazine he'd just picked up back on its pile and nodded back. For the next half hour Ackerman led Harry through a lot of the questions he could be asked, and ways to answer them. He also stepped Harry through an idea he had to win Sirius his freedom, if they had a chance to use it. And they discussed other ideas while waiting. It was half an hour later when Harry was finally called upon to testify. Regaining his feet, he gave himself a once-over to ensure everything was neat and tidy while Ackerman did the same, and followed the Auror back across the hall and through the door. Robards then indicated a witness box for Harry to climb into. Ackerman stood right in front of it and a little to the side, just as he did for the Weasley trial. Looking around, Harry first checked to make sure Hermione and Daphne were safe. Matthias sat between them and both looked a little anxious for him. Turning back to the assembled, he first spotted Dumbledore wearing a garish purple robe with stars upon it, and not in his usual Chief Warlock seat. Sitting not far away was Minister Fudge, and almost too close behind him, slightly to his right, was the Pink Toad, also known as Madame Umbridge. Harry did not recognize the wizard who sat in the nominal Chief Warlock's seat, front and center. The man cleared his throat a little and asked Harry a set of questions directly. "You are Mr. Harry James Potter?" "Yes." "And Mr. Stuart Ackerman, acting as counsel on retainer for Mr. Harry James Potter, sir," cut in Ackerman. The wizard in the chair nodded back and continued with his questioning. "You reside at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey?" "I am incarcerated." There for more than 2 months each year, yes. Otherwise I reside at Hogwarts. There was quite a few murmurs from those watching, both from the assembled and from the gallery. Your guardians are Vernon and Petunia Dursley. No, sir. Pardon, Mr. Potter. I said, no, Harry stated. The Dursleys have never recognized themselves as my guardians, nor do I recognize them as such. There is no record as far as I am aware of them ever accepting to be my guardians, and the term guardian implies they are my protectors. The Dursleys are anything but. They are my tormentors. They own the house in which I am Avenued. They cannot stand my presence and only tolerate me being anywhere near them because, I believe, of a letter stuck in my baby blanket wrappings when I was dumped on their doorstep in the middle of the night. I was dumped on their doorstep, without so much as a ringing of the doorbell, by Albus Dumbledore's own hands. That generated quite a bit of noise and chatter from both the assembled and the visitors. Quite a bit of anger and ire was directed at Dumbledore, who sat there wincing and looking as if he'd been king on a lemo. Ackerman momentarily looked up at Harry with a wide grin on his face. After he banged his gavel a couple times, the clearly shocked wizard in the main chair said, I see. Rallying himself, he asked, then, pray tell, who is your rightful guardian? Rightful, thought Harry with a mental grin. Sirius Orion Black, he flatly stated. The man my parents specifically chose as my godfather, and the man also chosen by them to be my guardian if anything happened to them, that meant they could no longer care for me. Furore. Both the assembled and the gallery erupted in shouting and yelled questions. Some were directed at Harry, some at Dumbledore, and some at the wizard leading the assembled with the gavel in his hand. Ackerman had returned to grinning back at Harry again. Once the chair managed to regain control, he turned to Harry and said, Sirius Black is a wanted felon after having escaped Azkaban. There is a on-site order against him. He cannot be your rightful guardian. Objection, declared Ackerman. Hippogriff dung. Harry shot back, almost at the same time. Sirius Black is not a wanted felon because the term, alone, implies he is a felon. As he was never convicted of the crime for which he was summarily without even a trial, mind you flung into Azkaban, means he is not a felon. Escaping from Azkaban is not a crime, either. Check your own laws. The crime, here, is that the minister has ordered an innocent man to be, on sight. To me, the minister is attempting to commit murder most vile of the head of the noble and most ancient house of Black. And is hiding behind a lie to do it. Further furore. Looking back at him, again, Ackerman said, Harry, don't go there. Harry just shrugged back. Once everyone calmed down after a long few moments, the chair was about to speak again when who Harry recognized as Madame Amelia Bones spoke up. Chief Interrogator, if I may. Madame Bones, the chair, Chief Interrogator, replied with a bit of a relieved sigh. The stern gray-haired witch turned her monocle to Harry and said, though this enquiry is specifically relating to the business concerning the matters raised in the Daily Prophet a couple days ago, if Mr. Potter has verifiable evidence as to the innocence of Sirius Black, it behoves us to hear it. The boy is lying, screeched Madame Umbridge. This is not a podium for Mr. Potter to spread his lies. Harry swiveled his eyes to the toad and snarled, do not call me a liar, by ch. Or, I will demand satisfaction. Again, furore rose. But, not as much as previous. The chief interrogator was already banging his gavel as soon as the last word left Harry's mouth. Mr. Potter, he barked, once he regained control. Please refrain from such remarks. I see, Harry glared back. Mr. Potter must refrain from such remarks, but, that ugly pink toad in a cardigan can spew her bile as much as she wants. No, the wizard snapped. Madame Umbridge, you, too, will refrain from making such remarks or, unlike Mr. Potter, you will be asked to leave these chambers. The toad silently snarled back at Harry for a second but simply nodded her head once back at the chief interrogator before settling back in her seat. Mr. Potter, called Madame Bones, trying to get things back on track. Do you have verifiable evidence as to the innocence of Sirius Black? I do, he replied. Or, rather, you do. Explain, she demanded. Simply done, replied Harry. First, I challenge you to present to this hearing the transcript of trial, the record of evidence, the transcript of interview, or anything else relating to the trial of Sirius Orion Black, other than the record of his incarceration in Azkaban. You will find nothing. Second, he started to say. Hold it, Madam Bones cut in. Once she saw Harry had stopped speaking, she turned to the chief interrogator and said, "That's easily enough done. I can send an Auror to collect those records from the Hall of Records." The chief nodded and Madam Bones gestured to one of her Aurors, who was on the floor. "Do you know what we need?" she asked Man. When the Auror nodded back, she flicked her finger towards the door and commanded, "Go." She then turned back to Harry and said, "Please, continue." With a slight nod back, Harry continued. "Second, I, along with Ronald Weasley, then Professor Remus Lupin and Hermione Granger, who is currently sitting in the visitors' gallery, met him and talked with him in Hogsmeade on or about the 9th of June, last year. At that time the four of us, including Professor Severus Snape, also properly met and talked to someone you all think dead, Peter Pettigrew, who had been hiding out. At that point the noise levels due to shouting and other noises, rose too high for Harry to hear himself think, much less be heard. More gavel banging and relative silence returned. As I was saying, Harry cut in first. We also met Peter Pettigrew out of his animagus form of a common brown rat, that night. He had been hiding as the pet of Ronald Weasley, and before him, his brother, Percy Weasley. Percy, where he had been diligently taking notes, suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Scabbers." Harry turned his gaze on the young man and smirked. Scabbers was not a real rat, Percy. He was Pettigrew hiding in his animagus form. He was missing the little toe on his left front paw, wasn't he? Just like Pettigrew cut off the little finger on his left hand. The loss of his finger carried over into his animagus form. "That's rubbish," Percy shot back. "I had that rat for 8 years. I'd have known." "Then Ron had him for about another 3 years, Harry firmly remarked. "That's 11 years, Percy. Rats only live for a maximum of about 4 years. That, in itself, proves that Scabbers was not a real rat." Percy went white in shock and sat there utterly stunned. Turning back to the now stunned assembled, Harry said, "We gave this information to Minister Fudge, that very night. We also escorted, not under wand point as he came willingly, Sirius Black back to the castle, except for a minor detour in which he and I were set upon by a horde of Dementors. Minister Fudge refused to listen to us. He accused us of heinous acts and of being confounded. And, with Sirius locked within a room in one of the towers in the castle, ordered the Dementors be brought in too. Immediately Sirius, of course, escaped yet again. Therefore, I flatly accuse the minister, Cornelius Fudge, of the attempt to commit murder most foul of Sirius Black. Even if he was guilty of any of the crimes he was supposedly accused of, he was captured. There was no reason for the on-site order to remain. That's why I state it's attempted murder." Harry tried Ackerman. "At this time, I am prepared to both offer my memories of the events, and swear a magical oath as to the truth of those memories," continued Harry, writing over Ackerman's protests. "I will offer up my magic, my life and my very soul to make that oath." Hermione suddenly stood in place and firmly stated, "As will I." Further pandemonium erupted. While Hermione calmly stood there, the noise in the visitors' gallery surged around her. The assembled weren't quiet, either. The chief interrogator had to repeatedly bang his gavel quite a few times before Madam Bones set off a cannon blast with her wand. "Silence," she snapped, when the noise level dropped enough for her to be heard. That stilled most of the rest. She swiveled her eyes on Hermione and asked, "And you are?" "Hermione Granger, ma'am," Hermione firmly replied. "As he has told you, I was with Harry for the entire evening on the night this all happened." "Take a seat, for now, Miss Granger," Madam Bones ordered. Hermione sat down as Madam Bones turned her eyes upon one of the other Aurors on the floor and ordered, "Bring out the court pensive." Fudge surged to his feet and cried, "There is no need for this. This hearing is about the issues surrounding the story in the Daily Prophet." The chief banged his gavel and snapped back. "Sit down, Minister Fudge. Interrogator Bones has the floor and you will remain silent." Fudge, albeit reluctantly, resumed his seat. He looked panicky, but Umbridge just looked furious and was staring daggers at Harry. As the chief was berating Fudge, the Auror sent for the records re-entered carrying a file. He took it directly to Madam Bones. She flicked through it and looked back at the Auror, who stood waiting. "Is this all of it?" "Yes, ma'am," the Auror replied. She turned back to the chief and said, "Chief Interrogator Fitzwilliam, I have the relevant file relating to the incarceration of Sirius Orion Black." Harry finally had a name for the wizard with the gavel. And as Mr. Potter's testimony relating to Black's incarceration confirmed, Fitzwilliam asked. With a second scan of the file, Madam Bones clearly said, I have the record relating to the incarceration of Sirius Orion Black in Azkaban. I have the order for transfer of same from the DMLE holding cells to Azkaban prison. It is signed by then Minister Millicent Bagnold, then head of the DMLE Bartemius Crouch, and Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Harry immediately swiveled his eyes to Dumbledore and glared with hate-filled eyes at the man. Dumbledore sat there with his eyes closed and a pained expression on his face. I have a record of the arrest, she continued, dutifully filled and signed out by Aurors Preedy and Watkins. Looking back at Fitzwilliam, she firmly stated, there are no other records. That created a lot of noise from the visitors' gallery and from among the assembled. With a pained sigh, Fitzwilliam clarified, so, from the records, Sirius Black was arrested, brought to the DMLE holding cells, and then transferred to Azkaban where he remained until he escaped. Yes, Chief Interrogator, she replied. Further, the dates and times on the documentation show that Black was brought into the DMLE holding cells at 11:05 a.m. on the 3rd of November 1981, and then sent to Azkaban at 2:15 p.m. on the same day. There is no possible way he could have received a trial, let alone was properly interviewed within a 3-hour, 10-minute window. She then turned to look at Percy. Mr. Weasley, she asked. Can you please turn your pages to the day of the 3rd of November 1981 and inform us of the trial of Sirius Orion Black? Percy looked at her for a moment before turning back to his massive ledger. He rapidly flicked back through the pages until he reached the day in question. He sat reading down through the page until he finally looked back at Madam Bones. There is no record of a trial for Sirius Orion, or any other Black, on that day, he reported. As a matter of record, there was no sitting on that day, Tuesday, the 3rd of November 1981. Everyone was stunned for the moment, including the chief interrogator. The first to recover, he demanded, do you mean to tell me that the minister, head of the DMLE and chief warlock just decided to skip the whole trial and threw the man into Azkaban without even a by your leave? Bloody hell. Even all the supposed Death Eaters received a trial, even when they flat out admitted their guilt. By my order, Madam Bones smoothly cut in and ordered. The key on site order against Sirius Orion Black is hereby revoked. Looking down at one of her Aurors, she indicated her and said, go directly to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and remove that order. Come back when it's done. Harry said, excuse me, ma'am. When she turned her eyes to him he said, when you see my memory of the evening of the 9th of June last year, which will be sworn to by both myself and Miss Granger as to its truth, you may be doing a lot more revoking, yet. With a firm nod back, she turned to Fitzwilliam and asked, with your permission, Chief Interrogator. He nodded back and turned to Harry, are you aware of how to extract a memory, Mr. Potter? I am, sir, he replied. An Auror came over and extracted the memory before dropping it into the stone basin of the pensieve, and waited. Play it, demanded Fitzwilliam. Almost larger than life, the memory played out in the empty air directly above the pensieve. Everyone could see it quite clearly. It started from when Harry and Hermione ran through the tunnel from the Whomping Willow chasing after Ron, who was being dragged by the ankle by Padfoot, and entered the Shrieking Shack from the trapdoor. The confrontation between Sirius and the 3 students, the arrival of Moony, the unveiling of Pettigrew, his pleading for leniency, the arrival of Snape leading to the escape of Pettigrew, and the chase back down the tunnel. Harry did not give them the memory of Remus in werewolf form. As soon as it finished, Harry said, next important memory of that night. While most sat there in stunned silence thinking about what they'd just witnessed, the Auror returned the memory to Harry. Harry then thought of the next one. With a nod to the Auror removed it. This time, it showed Harry and Sirius's arrival on the banks of the pond running from Dementors, the Dementors then circling in, Sirius's almost key, and the arrival of the powerful stag Patronus. There's a second part from another point of view for that, he said. A quick switch of memories and the memory replayed, this time from the opposite bank. It showed Harry and Hermione hiding behind the tree, their argument, and Harry suddenly ducking out and casting the Patronus, forcing the Dementors to flee. One final memory, ma'am, Harry stated. Another memory switch, and this time they were in the hospital wing. Dumbledore was arguing with Fudge, Fudge telling Snape there was an order of Merlin in it for him, Fudge not listening to Harry and Hermione trying to explain to Fudge, before he stormed out, refusing to listen. Harry popped his wand out and, before anyone could stop him, stated, "I, Harry James Potter, swear on my magic, my life and my very soul, that the 4 memories that were shown here in the past hour are a true and correct recollection. As I say, so I swear." There was a slight flash come from Harry. Hermione was already on her feet and stated, "I, Hermione Jean Granger, swear on my magic, my life and my soul that the memories of Harry James Potter shown here in the last hour are a true and correct recollection. As I say, so I swear." A slight flash also came from Hermione. While Hermione was making her vow, Harry was pulling up a loving memory. As soon as she flashed, Harry pointed his wand and, with a muttered Patronus incantation, cast. Prongs leapt forth from the tip of his wand almost glowing gold. Hermione's Patronus, to the shock of them both, came out as a doe, and joined Harry's on the floor. Obviously, the bonding had caused her Patronus to change from an otter to a doe. Both held them for a moment before cancelling them. When both put their wands away, Hermione retook her seat and Harry accepted his memory back before he turned back to Madame Bones and Mr. Fitzwilliam. Madame Bones, not slow on the uptake, again ordered, "By my order as head of the DMLE, the arrest warrant for Sirius Orion Black is hereby rescinded. Further, by my order as head of the DMLE, I declare Sirius Orion Black exonerated on all charges relating to the events surrounding the death of James and Lily Potter and Peter Pettigrew, and of the 13 muggles in the London street when it was believed Peter Pettigrew was killed. Further again, on my order as head of the DMLE, Sirius Orion Black's criminal record is to be expunged of any wrongdoing related to this matter." With a sigh, she went on, "It appears all that we know of the events surrounding the life of Mr. Harry James Potter is not the only lies we thought to be true." Harry snorted in amusement and said, "Oh, you don't know the half of it." "Pardon, Mr. Potter?" asked the lady, a little confused. "Madame Bones," he started, "this all came about because we were here to discuss the article in the Daily Prophet. That led to the discussion concerning my rightful guardian. That person is Sirius Orion Black. First, may I ask that my guardianship be returned to Sirius Black? And that he also be recognized as my rightful magical guardian, and it be stripped from the man I believe usurped it from him, Albus Dumbledore." Ackerman again glanced at Harry. Only, this time, he gave him a nod and smile to say he was pleased with him. "Now, see here," Dumbledore spluttered, surging to his feet. "I did not usurp your guardianship. I applied for, and was granted, your magical guardianship, legally." "Thank you for admitting that, Mr. Dumbledore," Harry cut back. "Now, did you do it using your office of Chief Warlock?" More gavel banging by Fitzwilliam before he scolded both Harry and Dumbledore. "That's enough, the both of you." When Harry subsided and Dumbledore retook his seat, Fitzwilliam said, "Now, concerning your guardianship, both magical and otherwise, by my authority I return them to Sirius Orion Black. When he resurfaces he can file the proper documentation." Returning to the matters of the article, he sighed. "Is there anything within that article that is untrue, to the best of your knowledge?" Harry thought for a moment and replied, "Not untrue, so much as misleading." "And what would that be?" asked Fitzwilliam. "In the first paragraph it said something about how, except for what they knew happened that night, everything else is a lie. That statement is misleading." "How so?" "It implies that what happened, that night, as the article put it, is not also a lie," replied Harry. "That is incorrect." "Of course," sighed Fitzwilliam. "Sirius Black was not the one who led he who must not be named to your parents' cottage in Godric's Hollow." Harry frowned and snapped back, "Sir, this is a court of enquiry. Use the man's real name, not that he who nonsense." "I will not say his name." Fitzwilliam snapped back. "Everyone knows who I mean." "Fine," replied Harry. "Then, I'll use his real name so the record is straight on this, Tom Marvolo Riddle." "Mr. Potter," roared Dumbledore surging back to his feet again. "I forbid this." Fitzwilliam banged his gavel again and barked back at Dumbledore, "Chief Warlock, return to your seat and remain silent. You are not a named interrogator, here." Turning back to Harry after Dumbledore grumped and planted his bum back in his seat, sulking, Fitzwilliam said, "I believe it was Volume him who attacked your parents' cottage." "It was," replied Harry. "But, Everyone calls him that silly name that means, flight from death, in French. Volume de mort. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, not that silly French nonsense everyone calls him. A lot of shocked and excited whispers had broken out during the past minute or so. However, Fitzwilliam sat there just as dumbfounded as everyone else. Most were just staring at Harry in shock. How do you know this? Fitzwilliam finally asked. He told me, replied Harry. At least, a memory of him did. In second year. In the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts. That's unbelievable, Mr. Potter, the man half gasped. Everyone knows that you know who is dead. Really? Asked Harry right back. Would these be the same, everyone, who knew that Sirius Black led Riddle to my parents' cottage in Godric's Hollow? The same, everyone, who knew that Pettigrew was dead. The same, everyone, who believed I was growing up in a loving, wizarding home. Really, sir, smirked Harry. How much more information do you need to understand that everything about me you thought true is mostly lies? Harry turned to Madame Bones and happily exclaimed, memory time. Madame Bones sighed, nodded and indicated one of her oars, the same one that took Harry's memories before, to retrieve another. Everybody knows that there were students being attacked at Hogwarts during the school year of 1992-93, explained Harry. The headmaster kept the school open during that entire time. Minister Fudge, accompanied by Mr. Lucius Malfoy, turned up at the school and arrested Rubeus Hagrid for doing it. Minister Fudge's reasoning for doing so was that, the last time the chamber was opened, Rubeus Hagrid was accused of doing so, and killing the Ravenclaw student, Myrtle Cummings. It did not matter to Minister Fudge that there was no evidence Rubeus Hagrid had done anything wrong. According to Minister Fudge's own words spoken in the presence of Lucius Malfoy, Albus Dumbledore, Rubeus Hagrid, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger and myself, he had to be seen to be doing something. It was yet another situation where an innocent man was simply tossed into Azkaban without first being tried. What my memory will show you is the truth of the Dork Lord's identity, who was really responsible, and what was really petrifying students in the school, that year. Harry thought hard about the event and nodded. The Auror drew the memory forth and moved it to the stone basin. Not even waiting for the go-ahead, he activated it. The memory then played from Harry and Ron forcing Lockhart into the bathroom, Harry activating the hidden entrance, their slide down into the cave tunnel, Lockhart getting Ron's wand and the Obliviate curse backfiring on him, bringing the roof down, which had many watching scandalized at Flofart's actions. Harry going on and opening the main door, and his finding Ginny's unconscious form. Then to his chat with Memory Riddle, with the truth about his name and heritage, the calling forth of the basilisk, the arrival of Fawkes with the sorting hat, the fight with the basilisk, getting bitten, Fawkes crying into the wound in Harry's right forearm, and him using the broken fang to destroy the diary. Memory Riddle's destruction, Ginny waking up, Harry leading her back to the cave-in, Ron's helping both of them through the small gap he'd finally been able to make, Fawkes gathering them all up and flying them back up the pipe, and their arrival back in the bathroom at the feet of Professor McGonagall. During the playing of the memory, Harry heard gasps, the odd shriek at the relevant moments, cheers at the end of the battle, and mumbled chatter. When the memory finished, Harry had to ask the stunned Auror for its return. Everyone else, except for Harry, Hermione, Daphne and Matthias, sat there in shock. The aforementioned had, of course, seen it before. Finally coming back to his senses, Fitzwilliam turned to Fudge and said, "Minister, you give this boy a bloody Order of Merlin, first class. You hear me?" The minister, sitting pale and trembling slightly, just nodded back. Turning back to Harry, Fitzwilliam asked, "Are there any more exploding cauldrons you want to drop on us, Mr. Potter?" "What?" asked Harry. "You haven't had enough, yet. Gee, you people are hard to please." "Mr. Potter," Fitzwilliam half sighed half growled. "All right," soothed Harry. "How about this one? Why does everyone think I was hit by the killing curse, that night?" "Because you were," he asked a little plaintively. "Really?" asked Harry. "How do you know?" "Think about this. For those we know to be there on that night when Riddle supposedly turned up, we know Riddle may have been there. Of course, we now know Pettigrew was the secret keeper, so he was likely there. However, we also know he was a bit of a coward, as you saw of the memory in the Shrieking Shack. So, we don't know where he was in relation to the action, shall we say. We know my father was killed by the killing curse after it was determined he dueled with someone. Riddle may or may not have been the one he was dueling with and who cast the killing curse that killed him. We know someone soon thereafter went up into my nursery, and that my mother was hit by the killing curse. Was it Riddle? Again, we don't know. At that point, we only know that Riddle probably and myself are the only two people left alive in the cottage. There were possibly other Death Eaters around, including Pettigrew. However, we don't know where they were in relation to what happened next. At that point supposedly Riddle cast the killing curse at me. The curse supposedly rebounded, destroying Riddle utterly. There's nothing left, not even his robes or wand. It also brought down the upper story whole front wall and some of the ceiling and roof of the nursery. So, here's what I have issue with. If Riddle was supposed to have cast the killing curse at me and the killing curse is supposed to leave no mark other than a look of surprised horror on the faces of its victims, how did it leave a mark on me? Harry showed what was left of his scar. How did it then utterly destroy Riddle's body? How did it blast a big hole in the wall, ceiling and roof of my nursery? And all this is supposed to have happened from a curse that, everyone knows, doesn't leave a mark. That, in and of itself, should have anyone with a lick of sense when they heard of that, saying, bullshit. I don't believe you. Further, if Riddle's wand was supposedly destroyed, there was no wand on which to cast the prior incantation charm. To determine what Riddle, if it actually was him, actually cast. That is, whether or not it was actually the killing curse. And, finally, how does a relatively normal 15-month-old wizarding infant survive a supposedly unsurvivable curse? Then, since I was the only one apparently left alive in the cottage, how is it that all those books supposedly written as fact about that night, actually have said facts? Since I was the only one there left alive, I was the only one who could have said anything. That I was only 15 months old at the time, and my vocabulary was very limited, I believe I can state for the record I wasn't the one who told them. Do you have answers to those questions, Mr. Chief Interrogator? Harry softly asked, not expecting an answer. Fitzwilliam sat there for long few moments, chewing over that information. He eventually started looking around to see if anyone had the answers. Finally, still looking around, he asked to everyone, anyone. Spell residue, someone called. My mother was apparently killed by the killing curse, within a baby's arm reach, directly in front of me, Harry replied. There's your residue. Then what else could have happened? Someone else blurted out. Unlike authors of books trying to pass off their speculation as fact, I won't do so, replied Harry. However, I'll leave you with this thought. Unless you can categorically state that someone was there and has admitted to seeing the whole thing, how do you know Riddle, the person you all refer to by those silly hyphenated names you know who, etc. is dead? That he hasn't since been seen or attacked anyone else is not but circumstantial evidence of his demise. Someone has been selling you all a bill of defective cauldrons. And, you folks lapped it all up and asked for more. No, I think someone set me up to be seen as the hero of magical Britain. Someone, for whatever vile purpose, wants everyone to see me as their hero, their savior. And it has to be someone who, when they say something that everyone should have immediately scoffed at as nonsense, you all believed. So, you've either all been confounded, or you trust that person's words utterly, in the face of indirectly refutable by evidence. Many people looked back at Harry in horror, from both the assembled and the visitors. But, you killed him, exclaimed one horrified spectator. Rubbish, Harry shot right back. Where's your proof? Think also about this, if I really did kill Riddle that night, well, Albus Dumbledore received an Order of Merlin, first class, for defeating his Dark Lord. Grindelwald the Ministry must not have thought I'd killed Riddle, or, I'd have received one, too. Right, it really surprises me that the wizarding public were so ready to accept Riddle was dead. Clearly, based on the evidence, someone stood up and intoned, Voldemort is dead. And everyone went, yay. Didn't anyone bother to ask, where's your evidence? Where are his remains? Where's his wand? Where is one scarab of proof that shows Voldemort is truly dead? Yes, my nursery was blown up. And it may very well have been shrapnel from the structure, walls, ceiling or roof of the cottage that gave me my scar. That's a far more likely scenario, isn't it? Then, I'm taken from my nursery by either Albus Dumbledore or someone operating under his instructions. Now, at that point, it's 2 days before my godfather, Sirius Black, was supposed to have killed Pettigrew and 13 Muggles. At that point, my godmother, Alice Longbottom, is with her husband, Frank, mother-in-law, Augustus Longbottom, and her son, Neville. They weren't attacked for a further 3 days. By rights, I should have been with young Neville, by then. However, is that where Albus Dumbledore takes me? Does he hold onto me and properly and rightfully hand me over to either my godfather or godmother? Merlin, no. Doing the right thing is clearly against Albus Dumbledore's idea of what he believes is right. To hell with the wishes of baby Harry's parents, James and Lily Potter. I'll just kidnap the brat and go dump him at his all things wizarding-hating muggle aunt and uncle's place in Surrey. Mr. Potter, roared Dumbledore, again rising to his feet. Stop this nonsense, at once. With a few bangs of his gavel, Fitzwilliam almost shouted back, "Sit down, Chief Warlock. You're clearly in enough trouble, as it is. It is for this enquiry to determine what it will and will not hear. And, we're quite eager to hear more from Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter is speaking to matters relating to the article that appeared in the Daily Prophet. He is on topic. You will not interrupt." Turning back to Harry, Fitzwilliam called, "Mr. Potter." Harry went for broke, at that point. I can easily picture Mr. Dumbledore's actions of that night and the next. I'm Albus Flippin Dumbledore, and I don't give a flying toss what his parents' last wishes were. I'm just going to dump the brat at the last place he should have gone. Except, of course, directly into the arms of Riddle's little band of blood bigots. And if anyone asks why I did it, I'll just tell them it's for the greater good. Then, they'll all bow to my greatness. After all, if anyone does question my motives, not that they really will all just clam up and say something like, "I cannot answer that question as it relates to the security of the wizarding world," or some other such nonsense. They wouldn't dare question me after I tell them that. With a snort and shake of his head showing supreme disappointment, he continued, "Albus Dumbledore is the one who dumped me at my wizard-hating relatives where I was systematically abused for the next 10 years. Albus Dumbledore is the one who immediately claimed magical guardianship of me, with the aid of you people in the Wizengamot. A guardianship, mind, that should have rightfully gone to Alice Longbottom, since Sirius Black was hunting down Death Eater Peter Pettigrew at the time. It was then Albus Dumbledore's responsibility to check up on my welfare, as was his now and wrongfully claimed duty, and didn't. It was Albus Dumbledore, after I finally arrived at Hogwarts, who received reports from the school nurse as to my malnourishment, poor health, and physical evidence of abuse, and did not act. It is Albus Dumbledore, who continues to demand I return to the abuse of my aunt and uncle every summer, though he knows I am abused there, and no matter how many times I have told him of the abuse I received there. By my testimony, Albus Dumbledore is guilty of being an accessory to child abuse during and after the fact on multiple counts, guilty of negligence in the care of a minor under his direct and deliberate claimed care on multiple counts, guilty of child endangerment by being the one who deliberately and directly placed me into the hands of child abusers, and guilty of violating the last will and testament of James and Lily Potter as to the dispensation of their estate and the care of their only son. You want to know who is to blame for the treatment of your, he snorted, boy who lived hero. He raised his hand and pointed right at Dumbledore. He sits among you as your chief warlock, and he claims the name of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Pandemonium. Many in the visitors' gallery wanted Dumbledore tried right then and there. Some among the assembled were of the same opinion. However, the final act of the enquiry was the arrest and charges laid on Dumbledore by Madame Bones. Harry was then free to go, but advised he'd likely be called as a witness for the prosecution in the case against the old man. Harry just nodded back. However, he did not think such a trial would even come to pass. Both the Ministry and the Wizengamot were far too corrupt for such a scenario to actually play out. No, Harry's and his bondmates' aim was just to have Dumbledore well and truly shown to be incapable of holding the magical guardianship of anyone, let alone Harry. And, that people would now recognize he actually was fallible. He was also sure to be further pilloried in the media. Anything that kept Dumbledore hopping, trying to put out little spot fires against his great plans, was good value in Harry's mind. Harry was not reluctant to toss more petrol onto the flames. He wondered how long it would be before Dumbledore called him to his office, once he was back in the school. Before they left, Stuart pulled them aside. "Well," he said, "it appears you no longer need me to organize a trial for your godfather. However, you'll need me again if this matter with Dumbledore goes to trial. I see you're just as doubtful of that coming to pass as I am, said Harry, wryly. I think Dumbledore's somehow going to use every contact and favor he's got to ensure it doesn't. My sentiments, precisely, replied Stuart. As Madam Bones has already notified me that I may be called in as a witness for the prosecution, what are your views on Dumbledore, as headmaster, summoning me to his office between now and when this matter goes to court, or doesn't? Asked Harry. The solicitor thought about it for a while before he replied. A difficult to determine situation. On the one hand, he'll do it and can only do it in his role as headmaster. Further, as the court has not yet been called, and as you cannot actually be called as a material witness until it has, you are not yet actually a witness for the prosecution. On the other hand, however, as things currently stand, you will be called as such a witness. Plus, irrespective of Dumbledore being the headmaster, he's still the man who will face trial. As such, it would still be improper for him to directly interact with you. And, as headmaster, there really is no need for him to do so. He looked at Harry in a rather direct manner. Do you expect to be called to his office? I think you can bank on it, Harry firmly replied. Stuart verbally nodded. My legal advice is to inform him you cannot directly interact with him until the legal issues he faces are resolved. Thank you, Harry breathed in relief. That's all I needed to hear. Matthias took the three bondmates directly back to Hogwarts, escorting them all the way to the entrance hall. After thanking the man, Harry quickly escorted the girls directly back to their apartment so they could change into something more befitting a school day evening meal at the school. After quickly changing, he grabbed parchment, ink and quill and quickly drafted a letter to hand off to whatever professor would pass him a note from the headmaster summoning him to his office. With a few minor alterations from the girls, he was done, and wrote out the actual note. Headmaster. I have been notified by the head of the DMLE, Madame Amelia Bones, to hold myself as if being formally called as material witness for the prosecution in a matter being raised against you relating to myself. As such, I have been advised by retained legal counsel not to meet with you, or otherwise interact with you, in any manner other than normal headmaster-student relations, as such would be improper. And, that such interactions not ever take place out of the public sphere, lest it appear you are attempting to beat the course of justice through what is known as witness tampering. Acceding to that advice, I will not be meeting with you in your office, or anywhere else private, for the foreseeable future, and until such time as the legal issues between us have been resolved within a court of law. Any and all such attempts to force the issue will be met with my direct refusal and immediate notification of my legal counsel. I feel confident any issues that the senior staff need raise with me can be handled by either the deputy headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall, or by my head of house, Professor Phileas Flitwick. Yours, Harry J. Potter. Happy with the document, he immediately created a copy of it using the copying charm, Gemino, and had just finished as the girls returned to their living room from their bedrooms. As the three entered the great hall for dinner, Harry had the note folded and tucked into an inside robe B, east pocket. He expected to be using it before the meal ended. The three, again, sat opposite Luna. However, there were now others within her year, and years either side, who were paying her at least some attention. Harry's bollocking of them seemed to have gotten through to at least a few, at last. Hermione was telling Luna all about what happened during the enquiry while they were eating dessert when Professor McGonagall dropped by attempting to hand Harry a note. Instead of taking it, Harry asked, "Let me guess, the headmaster would like to see me in his office immediately after dinner." With a frown of displeasure, the professor replied, "It is not for you or me to ask, Mr. Potter." "I see," said Harry. He reached into his pocket, drew forth his prepared note and handed that back to the professor. "It is for me to ask, Professor. And it is explained in that note right back to the headmaster. I will not be attending his office, this evening or any other evening for the foreseeable future, until such time as the legal difficulties between us are resolved. I have been so advised by legal counsel." With her lips firmly pursed in anger, or simple displeasure, the professor took the note and left again. Harry and the others continued their meal in peace. The three had just returned to their apartment after the meal when there was a knock on the door by the stone professor. Hermione rose from where she was sitting and said, "I'll get it." Before walking over and opening the door. From where the other two were sitting, they heard Hermione ask, "Headmaster." Miss Granger, I must speak with Mr. Potter, immediately, they heard the old man say, just before he practically forced his way inside. Both Harry and Daphne rose from the couches as the old man walked in. Mr. Potter, said Dumbledore, clearly angry. I am not in the habit of having my summonses refused by students. Headmaster, as my note back to you clearly stated, I have been advised by legal counsel not to meet with you in private, Harry firmly replied. Now, please leave. I am the headmaster of this school, Mr. Potter, glared Dumbledore. You will not refuse my summons when I want to speak with you. Harry glared back. Certainly, headmaster. I completely understand. I shall go speak with Professor Flitwick immediately after you leave about transferring to another school. After all, I have been advised by legal counsel not to speak with you in private, as you have been advised. Since my being a student at this school obviously causes a conflict, I shall organize to transfer to another school. Turning to Daphne, he said, Daphne, please take note of the date and time of this conflict. We will need to advise Mr. Ackerman of exactly what is going on here, right now. I believe he will want to let Madam Bones know. Turning back to the headmaster, he said, please hold your comments until Miss Greengrass is ready to write down exactly what you say. Quickly gathering to herself parchment, ink and a quill, Daphne said, ready, love. Now, headmaster, what is it you wish to speak with me about? Asked Harry. And please speak clearly so Miss Greengrass is sure to properly write down what you say. Dumbledore continued to try to look angry. However, Harry could see the man was also afraid. He knew that fear resolved around Harry leaving Hogwarts, or, worse, magical Britain. Harry, Dumbledore tried, I need you to reconsider. Reconsider what, Headmaster Dumbledore? Harry asked right back. With an almost force of will, Dumbledore replied, I need you to reconsider pursuing this vendetta against me. I consider you the grandson I was never fortunate enough to have. I consider you my successor, as the leader of the light. I was hoping to offer you my guidance to take over my role when I eventually step down. Harry stared back for a few moments before he finally began to reply. First, Headmaster, none of that has one iota of relevance to do with you forcing your way in here as headmaster. None of that has any relevance to this school. As such, you are abusing your authority. Secondly, I am not pursuing a vendetta against you, as you state. I am clearing the air of the many and varied misconceptions about me. If that causes you personal harm to your reputation, so be it. I spoke only the truth, without obfuscation or vacillation. It could only cause you harm if your reputation is based on other than the truth. Through your deliberate and preconceived actions you placed me in a home not a home you placed me in an abusive environment, and did not bother to even consider it important enough to check up on my welfare, not even once. You did this to someone who you through your own words, just then consider the grandson you were never fortunate to have. Thanks, but no thanks. You are the supreme mugwump of the ICW, you are the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, you are the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you were supposed to be my magical guardian after you deliberately and with forethought claimed it from my rightful guardians. Clearly you have spread yourself way too thin. Through my own research I have discovered those first 3 roles are all supposed to be full-time positions. Either you are breaking the fundamental laws of time, you are not putting in the proper and responsible hours to each of the positions you currently hold, or you are delegating the work to others while claiming the full pay and privileges of each. If it's the last, Mr. Dumbledore, it's nothing less than fraud. As for the last role, by rights, I should sue your ass. Through our legal system I should seek financial recompense from you for your neglect. Where would your precious reputation be if I was to do that? However, I'm willing to forego doing that if and only if you cease any and all attempts to control me either directly or indirectly through deed, word or agency. And, I'm only willing to do that, because it means I would have to spend even more time interacting with you if I was to pursue the matter through our courts. I don't like you, I don't trust you, and frankly, sir, I feel you have a most unhealthy obsession with me. It scares me how much you seem to be focusing on me. Now, Headmaster, Supreme Mugwump, Chief Warlock or Mr. Dumbledore, whatever title it is you're currently using or abusing while you stand here, have I made my views on this matter completely clear to you? The headmaster stood there for a few moments with his head slightly bowed but anger still in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Potter, you have. However, there is much you don't know that only I can tell you. That is why it is important you must remain at Hogwarts under my tutelage." "Ah, yes," said Harry, with a slight growl. "Information control. It's just another form of control you're trying to place upon me. I'm supposed to need information you have, yet, you're not willing to give it to me. And, when I ask, you brush me off with some frankly inane comment about how my childhood is too important to enjoy with such weighty information. Well, Mr. Supreme Mugwump Headmaster Chief Warlock Leader of the Light Dumbledore, I'm not interested. I'm not buying it. If the information is important for me to have, then give it to me. However, if you're not willing to give it to me, shove it. I will no longer allow you to use it to have power over me. I will find some other way to get it if I actually need it. To the second part of your reasoning, your tutelage, I put to you it is quite difficult to remain under your tutelage when I've not been under it at all. In case you've not figured it out, Headmaster, you've taught me nothing here except for the following facts. 1. You refuse to answer very important questions relating to me when I ask them of you. And 2. When I complain about your teaching staff Snape, in particular you utter some nonsense or other inanity about how he has your complete faith and trust, which, in turn, demonstrates your complete ignorance of the teaching qualities of your staff, or that you really don't give a shit. There are, of course, other matters, but those are the big two. Anything else?" With a returned angry glare, Dumbledore tried, "I assure you, Harry, when the time is right, I will give you both the information and tutelage you need. However, the time is not yet right." "Then, Headmaster, when it is, seek me out," returned Harry. "I have no idea where in the world I'll be at that time, but I've been giving a heap of consideration to transferring the three of us to either Salem in the US, or Dundee in Australia. I had originally thought to transfer to Beauxbatons in France, until I remembered I speak very little French other than a few words. At least both the US and Australia speak English, even if it's with an accent. It's a decision my rightful guardian, Sirius Black, the Grangers and the Greengrasses will make. Anything else? No matter how unworthy of the title of Hero of Magical Britain you feel you are," tried Dumbledore, "you are considered a hero. If you leave Britain, it could cause such a furore it may likely bring down the government and lay ruin to our way of life. Do you think so little of your friends and their families that you'd do such a thing to them?" "Ah, control method number 2, guilt-tripping," replied Harry. "That won't work, either. First, I am not responsible for me being placed on that hero pedestal. If anything, you are when you refused to act in my best interests and put a stop to it as soon as it started. Second, I'm now doing my best to correct that misconception about me. That's what those articles you don't want me causing to be printed are all about. And, 3, the only friends I have are in this room. And, the only other people I care about, should be caring more about me than Magical Britain, and should, therefore, support my desire to leave. The other students of this school, with the notable exceptions of a very few, amply demonstrated to me in my second year how little they really care for me. Does the term, heir of Slytherin, ring any bells for you, Headmaster? That's yet another thing you and your staff should have put a stop to as soon as it began. Next, what about the wishes of your parents, Harry?" asked the old man, scrambling for ideas. "They'd have wanted you to attend Hogwarts, as they did. Sadly, we'll never know what my parents wanted, Headmaster, as I've never seen the will they should have left behind," reasoned Harry. "As such, we have no way of knowing what my parents wanted of, or for, me. I suspect I'll probably learn more once I'm able to sit down and discuss the matter more fully with my godfather." Harry knew a will should exist, considering the size of the Potter fortune, but had no idea where it could be found. That the Goblin Sharpclaw did not tell him of its existence implied a copy was not within their possession. He had the distinct feeling Dumbledore either had it, or had destroyed it. "Will that be all, Headmaster?" asked Harry, allowing a hint of frustration to color his voice. With an exaggerated sigh, Dumbledore replied, "I see you are in no mood to listen to reason, Harry. We shall speak of this at another time." As Dumbledore turned to leave, Harry shot back, "And, when we do, Headmaster, it will be in the company of my solicitors. My return missive to you stands. I will not meet with you, in private, nor for any reason not directly related to my schooling, without the attendance of my legal counsel. I expect my solicitors will soon visit you to remind you of that." Dumbledore left without further acknowledgement. The articles concerning Harry's appearance before the Wizengamot hearing, specifically what he caused to be made known, created both a morning and evening edition of the Daily Prophet to be distributed the next day. It appeared there was so much information to cover that the senior staff of the newspaper decided to spread it across 2 editions, with most of what appeared in the evening being led by teasers in the morning. Harry and his bondmates decided to simply stick together for the entire day and weathered the clamor that occurred in the school from the articles. Of course, it was the blood bigots in Slytherin, and a couple from Ravenclaw, that were the most upset. None of them liked to learn that Voldemort Riddle was actually only a half-blood. What annoyed Harry and his bondmates the most wasn't what was being said by other students. It was the remarks of the minister that appeared in the papers along with the articles. The minister was being adamant that Voldemort was truly dead and gone, and refused to entertain the idea he wasn't. Umbridge even used the opportunity to call him a delusional attention-seeking liar. Only this time it occurred about 9 months earlier than the previous timeline. He did not need to even bother contacting his solicitors, as Miss Pentridge had immediately written him to let him know she was already seeking legal redress for the remarks. "Idiot man," snarled Harry, after reading the minister's remarks. "He was an idiot then, just as he's an idiot now." "Ahem," murmured Hermione, still reading. "This time, though, we'll have to take him down, earlier. He is as much responsible for all the deaths that occurred as Riddle, himself. He gave Riddle that entire year, last time, to rebuild his forces." From then onwards, the weeks began to flow by. Ackerman had been to visit the headmaster and given him a bollocking. It was immediately followed by a formal, cease and desist, order delivered by hand from Madame Bones, with further threats of arrest should he even consider breaching the order. However, a criminal trial against Dumbledore had, as predicted, stalled. Nothing further occurred. To try and get things moving again, the bondmates then caused for the whole story of the Philosopher's Stone to be released to the Prophet. This time there were many angry questions over how Dumbledore could place the students of Hogwarts' lives at risk by having such an artifact stored at the school. However, though it caused even more angry letters from concerned parents to be sent to the editor of the Prophet, it was still not enough to see Dumbledore brought in for trial. It was merely seen as a separate incident, unrelated to his initial problems. For strengthening their bonds, the 3 bondmates, by unspoken agreement, decided not to progress matters beyond what they were already doing. All 3 decided they had no reason to rush anything, with Luna easily able to see the bond and ensure no harm occurred. However, during their latest visit to Madame Pomfrey for an official bond health check, the Mediwitch gave them a "what for" lecture. Sitting them all on one bed, she stood before them and demanded, "Why am I not seeing any progression in the bonds? Everything appears to have stalled." "Because there truly is no need to rush, Madame Pomfrey," Harry calmly replied. "And, with Luna's assistance, we know we're not causing any harm to it." "And, how would you know that?" she snapped. "How would anyone know either way?" he countered. With a sigh, he said, "Madame Pomfrey, please consider our ages. Please consider the way we were each raised." Pomfrey appeared to visibly sag at Harry's words, and appeared to have recognized the verbal slap for what it was. "I understand, Mr. Potter," she softly replied. "However, we do not know if there is a finite time period you need to consider here. But, the books we've read have already provided prior evidence it can take a lot longer than we're currently giving it," replied Hermione. "Harry's right, there's no rush." Daphne, who'd been sitting with her head bowed, softly said, "It's my fault." "What? No!" exclaimed Harry, barely beating Hermione to the same response. "And, just why do you believe it's your fault, Miss Greengrass?" asked Madame Pomfrey. "If anything, it's the fault of the 3 of you, equally combined." "There is no fault," exclaimed Hermione, a little shrill for being affronted. "All right, we're not Puritans," sighed Harry. "We aren't too held back by the mores of society, either magical or muggle. But none of the 3 of us see a need to rush anything, here. We've read the available literature and there were no specifics as to how long this is supposed to take. Merlin, madam, even then, none of them cover 3-way bonds. The bond could be stronger if we take our time, or dissolve. If we rush it, we could do more harm than good. There's no way to know. All we can do is go with our gut feelings, supported by what you and Luna are telling us." Neither of you have steered us wrong, yet. Yet. All three of us are agreed we see no need to push things, madam, tried Hermione. You cannot state without doubt that the bond won't be harmed by us pushing things too fast, or will be harmed by us taking it slow. With a sigh of near surrender, Madame Pomfrey replied, no, I cannot. However, the literature does go into detail concerning two-way bonds, and that the bonds need to be constantly improved until they reach finalization. And those mentioned in the literature did not also include someone with mage sight or Ravenclaw's gift being able to constantly monitor the bond on behalf of the bondmates. Hermione shot right back. Hermione, stop it, said Daphne firmly but quietly. Looking at the Medi-Witch, she sighed with an almost pained look and said, there's another factor of which you're unaware. Daphne, both Harry and Hermione warned. You don't need to tell her. With a look of apology at her bondmates, Daphne looked back towards Madame Pomfrey with her eyes downcast, and quietly said, what you don't know is that, before the bonds were established, I was Tylee beeped. What? Gasped Pomfrey. Oh, you poor dear. As the Medi-Witch stepped forward to cast more scans, Daphne held up her hand and firmly said, you won't find any evidence of it. The physical side of things has been rectified. But, you still have the psychological trauma associated with it, finished the Medi-Witch, understanding as she lowered her wand again. As Harry was the only one sitting next to her, Hermione was on his other side. He twisted on the bed and wrapped the girl in his arms, not saying a word. And, that's why things are being taken slow, explained Hermione in a furious mutter to the Medi-Witch while Harry just glared. Yes, said Madame Pomfrey, almost distractedly. It all makes perfect sense, now. Thinking furiously for a few moments, she turned once more to Daphne and said, if you ever need to talk of it, my door is always open to you. You need to know that. And, never fear, this will not go into my medical files on you. I trust my security to hold up to the best, but I'll not risk it. Thank you, Daphne quietly said in a small voice. I think that's enough for today, Harry firmly declared, hopping off the bed and helping Daphne off. Hermione followed. The three then made their way back out of the infirmary without a backward glance. They immediately headed directly to their apartment whereupon Daphne broke down, sobbing. Her bondmates put her to bed with a calming draft and lay cuddling into her as she fell asleep. Both Harry and Hermione realized it was something Daphne needed to do as part of recovering from that awful experience. The girls, who had firmly taken control of the project of getting Harry's back mail sorted, had organized students who were eager for the added pocket money to start sorting through everything. After the first couple of days, they took Harry to the old classroom and proudly showed him what they were doing. Inside, he saw about a dozen students from the various houses diligently working away. He was stunned by the amount of activity going on. Daphne introduced him to a pair of senior-year Slytherins and a Ravenclaw, who were carefully scanning each and every item for malicious traps, enchantments and the like. That was all being set aside, unopened, into a set of what looked like plastic tubs. The enchantment checkers were then passing on the clean mail to a pair of younger years, two Hufflepuffs, who were opening each item and cataloging each into a pair of ledgers. They were sorting the mail into suspected age groups of the sender for suitable responses. They also had a large bin with anti-odor shields around it that was being filled by rotting perishables and the like. The mail was then passed on to the next station where 4 students, 2 Ravenclaws, a Hufflepuff and a Gryffindor, were organizing and writing responses using Muffaliato charms and dicta quills. The mail then went to the next station where the responses were checked and the non-perishable gifts were separated out. The gifts went to a young Slytherin who was making decisions as to what to do with them, while the responses went to a pair of Gryffindors. The Gryffindors then organized the responses into what to send and when. Being led from station to station, his 2 bondmates described to him what was happening, and introduced Harry to each and every one of those working. When he was finished, they showed him the various gifts, where they were being stacked onto a separate set of shelving, plus all the formal documents that had been sorted out, separately. This is, he tried. Wow. Looking to his bondmates, full of emotion, he said, thank you. Thank you, both, very much. That earned him a double hug and kiss to his cheeks. The girls led him over to a table where a stack of letters was sitting in an tray with an empty out tray sitting alongside it. This stack represents all the letters where a gift was sent that requires you to actually sign the response in your own hand, showed Hermione. With a frown, Harry asked, there are letters being sent out that I'm not signing. Yes, she replied. There's so much there's no way you can possibly just sign everything, let alone actually write the actual letters. So, instead, letters are being written that are not signed. Instead, the name, Harry, is simply being written at the bottom on your behalf. Taking another look at the racks loaded with mail, Harry sighed and said, you're right. I couldn't possibly even just sign each and every letter. I'd still be at it for far too long. With a look of relief, Hermione accepted the statement, happy Harry hadn't needed to be fought over it. Whose owls are we using? He suddenly asked. They're hired, replied Daphne. There's a service you can contract owls from to take care of major mailings. They're the owls often used by those businesses that have mailing lists and want to send out updates or new catalogs. We have them for the time being. We lose them for 2 days in a week to another contract, then they come back here. You can bulk hire owls? Asked Harry, surprised. Yes, replied Daphne. How else did you think bulk mailings were sent out? I thought the owl mail office handled those sorts of things, he replied. They do, she returned. The company we hired these from is a commercial arm of the owl mail office. Ah, he exclaimed. I wondered. All you'll need to do, at the end, is decide what to do with all the gifts that you received over the years, advised Hermione. A great many of them are age appropriate to the age you were when the gifts were originally sent. I doubt you'd want to keep, for instance, a stuffed toy dragon that'll fly around your bed for you. Harry laughed and replied, no. However, I may want to keep some pretty odd things actually. Have our handy little industrious beavers sort the gifts into 2 separate piles of what is shop-bought manufactured and what is handmade. For instance, any handmade cards by children I'd like to keep. I think I'd like to put them into an album, or something. You want to keep the handmade gifts? Asked Daphne, curious. Why? With a shrug, Harry replied, anyone can go and hand over anything from a few nuts to a heap of galleons for a gift for someone. It may take gold, but it also takes little effort. However, taking the time to make a handmade gift shows true commitment. That's the sort of thing I'd be more likely to cherish. The 2 girls thought about that for a few moments before Hermione sniffled and said, he's right. My parents still have finger paintings and similar I made for them while in early primary school stuck to the fridge. My very first finger painting, my very first drawing with crayons and my very first with pencils my parents had framed and now adorn the walls in their dental surgery. I used to be embarrassed when I went in there and saw them. Now, though, I know it's a symbol of their love for me, for their pride in me. You want to frame them and display them on your walls? Asked Daphne. No, he replied. I want to put them on display, somewhere. At first, that may be in my home. Later, that may be in a museum concerning the wars. I may detest my fame, but that doesn't mean it cannot be used to create a museum. It also means I do not dislike that small children look up to me. Of that, I'm grateful. It's the adults who should know better. A museum is a wonderful way to force people to remember their history. And, hopefully, help them come to understand what leads to war, what leads to the creation of Dark Lords. And, in turn, what has led magical Britain to have such an extremely low population right now? Deep in thought, both girls nodded at Harry's explanation. Hermione said, that's actually a brilliant idea. Those who fail to learn from history's mistakes are doomed to repeat them. Or, something like that I think. Exactly, smiled Harry. That's what makes museums so valuable. It's not the art within them, it's the knowledge they retain and give to successor generations. A worthy goal, mused Daphne. So, you want to build and house a museum. That'll be expensive. Maybe, shrugged Harry. But, I also want to create a foundation to fund it. I also want to see it recognized as a worthy charity, to see it as a worthy beneficiary of bequeathments. In that way, funding for it will eventually become self-sustaining. In the intervening years, House Potter can be its main contributor. Well, that's for another day, said Hermione. For now, we have homework and study. Harry groaned as Daphne grinned. Only Harry's reaction made Hermione frown and respond. Harry James Potter, just because we've done this before does not mean you don't have to complete assignments and study. This time, at least, you can put in the effort to succeed at more than just da-da. Yes, dear, he muttered. That earned him a smack to the back of the head from both witches. He was about to complain when he realized he didn't really have the right to. He did come across as moody and somewhat belligerent in the tone of his response. For the next few nights both girls slept in their own beds. When Harry pouted a little about it they both blushed, got angry and told him they had women's issues to deal with and didn't want to share a bed with him. After 3 days of dealing with two irritable witches who got angry with him at the drop of a hat, he decided to go and talk to Luna about it. He knew she arrived very early for breakfast, so rose early to join her for his own breakfast in the Great Hall. Luna, you've got to help me, he begged, after telling her of what he felt was their estrangement. I've clearly done something wrong and don't know what it is. Luna heard him out without comment. When he finally wound down, she looked at him directly and quietly said, Harry, it's not your fault. Both of your ladies are currently experiencing the time of month known as menses. It will pass within the next day or so. Harry looked back with confusion until his eyes widened in dawning comprehension. Oh, God, he moaned. Ned. I'm an idiot. No, you're not, she disagreed. They really should have told you. However, we witches know it's something most wizards don't want to know anything about. That they're both going through it at the same time is quite unusual, but not unheard of. Wait until they're not so irritable and talk to them about it. Let them both know it's something you recognize as being natural, and that you understand. Harry nodded and gratefully said, Thanks, Luna. She nodded back and said, Either that, or the Raxperts are confusing them. Harry smiled back. That evening, once the three were back in their apartment with him sitting on one couch opposite the two girls, he said, I've finally come to understand what you two ladies have been going through for the past few days. I hope you both can forgive me for not realizing it earlier. With all three blushing, Hermione replied, Harry, it's kind of an unwritten rule that girls don't talk about female issues, especially about that time of the month with boys. Thinking hard, Harry posited, well, while I understand they wouldn't talk about it with just any boy, wouldn't wives have to talk about that sort of thing with their husbands/partners? I mean, wouldn't it create problems in their relationship if they didn't? You and Daphne, and I understand it's through no real fault of your own, as I understand women can become short-tempered then, but you and Daphne actually had me worried and upset. The way the two of you were acting these past few days, I thought I'd done something wrong. And that it was up to me to figure out what it was and fix it. Hermione moved first, quickly followed by Daphne, as they both quickly rose from their couch and, coming at him from either side of the coffee table, sat on the couch either side of him. Both enveloped him in a hug. Harry, it's not your fault, murmured Hermione. You're right in that, as we're so close now, and considering our usual sleeping arrangements, we should have been at least a little upfront with you about what was going on. But we thought you knew. Harry, blushing, just shook his head. Sorry, Harry, apologized Daphne, moving in for a second hug. While Daphne hugged Harry, Hermione, in her usual scheduling mode, explained, all right. What you need to know. My cycle is almost exactly 28 days long. In other words, I'm average. My flow is generally for 4 days. So, for your information, I'm pretty much finished. So, for 24 days, I'm fine, and, for the other 4 days, I'm not. Let's see. I'm lucky in that my cramping isn't too severe. For your information, it's the cramping that makes us women irritable, plus, the unclean feeling we get during that time. A good pain relief at night is often a hot water bottle placed on the lower abdomen. And, don't worry, Winky takes care of that for me. Turning to Daphne, she asked, Daphne, are you willing to share? Blushing, Daphne pulled away from Harry and looked away a little. Let's see, she stammered a bit in embarrassment. My cycle is the witch's cycle. Purebloods are, more often than not, tied to the lunar cycle. So, my cycle runs for about 29.5 days. The messy part of that lasts almost 5 days. And, like Hermione, I get cramps, but Madame Pomfrey has potions for that. She does, interrupted Hermione. Yes, nodded Daphne, looking at her bond sister. You need to ask her for a witch's monthly pain relief. You take it as soon as the cramps start, and it'll last for the entire time. It won't affect your thoughts or make you tired like a general pain relief potion, either. It's specifically targeted to the the womb. However, it doesn't stop the irritability. Thank you, sighed Hermione. I'll remember to ask her about it for next month. If Hermione's cycle is a little shorter than mine, continued Daphne, we will steadily start to have that time further and further apart. That we're having the cycles at the same time, now, is very unusual but is, of course, also mathematically feasible. It will occur about once every 18 months. Or, thereabouts. But, there will also be a few months, either side, where our days will only partially overlap. We know you understand, Harry, blushed Daphne. However, we still apologize for how we've shunned you these past few days. That's all right, Daphne, he replied. As I said, I understand. And, thank you, both, for letting me know what was going on. At least now I understand I'd done nothing wrong. With a key to each cheek from the girls, they returned to the other couch. And the girls decided to again tutor Harry on third-year ancient runes for the rest of the evening. The next evening Hermione returned to sleeping in Harry's bed. Daphne returned the next night. After quite a few weeks of waiting, Matthias came through with an expert at rendering large magical creature carcasses down to potion ingredients. The man also claimed experience in rendering down a 200-year-old basilisk in Bosnia. Quietly, Harry met with the man and Matthias in the Shrieking Shack and led them through to the castle under disillusionment charms at a time when they knew, from Dobby's monitoring of the man, the headmaster was away from the school. Harry quickly took both men down to Myrtle's bathroom on the second floor, where they met with Hermione and Daphne. He opened the secret entrance and, together, they went down to the chamber. The man, Gregor Yanovich, took one look at the carcass and exclaimed, "Slatki Milostiv Merlin." Harry chuckled and said, "And, just think, I killed the damn thing with a sword." "I had heard of this," said Yanovich, in his strong Eastern European accent. "I just could not believe it. And for a beast so big, this is how you say astonishing." "So I've been told," smirked Harry. Turning to his bondmates he saw Daphne standing there looking gobsmacked, while Hermione was trying to stay as far away from it as she could, while still also offering her bondmate her support. "Harry, when you said it was a big snake, this is not the size I imagined," trembled Daphne. "Even the memory did not do this justice. How did you survive this?" "Sheer bloody luck," muttered Harry. "And, if it wasn't for Fox, I'd be dead." While they'd been talking, Yanovich was walking around the carcass. "Well, it can be done," he proclaimed. "It will not take me too long to render it down. But, V needs to not sell ingredients too fast. Z market, she cannot take too much, so fast." "That's fine," replied Harry. "Render it completely as quickly as you can. We'll store the components in Matthias's vaults." "Harry?" asked Matthias. "Better yours than mine, Matthias," replied Harry. "You can easily get access to your vaults, I cannot." "Harry, we're talking millions of galleons worth of basilisk parts, here," explained Matthias. "And I trust you," stated Harry. Explaining himself, he said, "Your eldest daughter and heir is one of my bondmates, Matthias. You are now one of a very select group of people we can trust." Matthias thought of that for a long moment before he looked Harry in the eyes and said, "And I thank you for that trust, Harry." After some initial haggling Yanovich agreed to handle the work for an agreed fixed sum, a small percentage of the profits and a small portion of the final rendered ingredients. Harry was happy that the final figures involved were actually smaller than the level he was prepared to go, based on what Matthias said would be likely. Yanovich would return with sufficient containers, bottles and other receptacles the following weekend to handle the work. Harry had already discovered the headmaster would be away from the school the following Monday for a Wizengamot meeting. Yanovich would go down into the chamber, at that time, and remain until the next weekend. He would take in a wizarding tent and sufficient supplies to live in there for the duration. The weeks started to flow past. The mail sorters worked hard to go through Harry's entire backlog of mail and were making solid progress. Harry had also started to receive mail back from various witches and wizards he didn't know who had, in part, written to apologize they'd thought badly of him, and to thank him for doing the right thing and responding to every letter and gift he'd received. Of course, there was the near week when the owls had to be returned for a prior contract, but that didn't stop the sorters from continuing. Only the sending team had to go on hold. It also meant the owls were given a terrific load of work once they came back. The gift sorters were also going through all the gifts and breaking them down into categories, as per Harry's request. There were a great many handmade gifts from children that were set aside. And Dobby and Winky were charged with building shelving for the smaller gifts on the walls in the bondmates' apartment. And many ended up there. The larger ones were lovingly packed away and taken to the Potter vaults for safekeeping. The bought non-perishable gifts were broken down into age-related piles. And then split again into Muggle-safe and non-Muggle-safe piles. When the piles then became too large, they were forwarded on to orphanages around the country, with the Muggle-safe gifts going to Muggle orphanages. All gifts were left without attribution so they'd be anonymous. The hand-drawn, glued, cut out, and sprinkled or whatever cards Dobby sorted into chronological order, and used sticking charms to paste them into large wizarding albums he'd purchased. These now numbered over half a dozen full, and there'd be far more before they were finished. The bondmates spent most of their time while in the sorting room going through these albums. And the girls realized Harry was right to keep them and cherish them. "Some of these cards are absolutely amazing, Harry," said Daphne, a little awed. "The amount of time it must have taken these little witches and wizards to make each one must have covered many days." Harry chuckled a little bit and reached for album 6. He quickly flipped through it until he came to one particular page, and plopped the open album before Daphne. He then reached across and tapped one of the small cards. Daphne took one look at it and blushed. "I didn't remember making that. I do now, though. It's not my intention to embarrass you with this, Daph," he apologized. "I just thought you'd get a kick out of it." "Oh, I do," she shot back. "I also remember that was the first of the ones I made for you for each of your birthdays." "It's not surprising," cut in Hermione, from where she was flipping through another album. "In the later albums I'm starting to see names of current students. Admittedly, most of them are all in the more senior years, but I've seen a couple from our year. The closer we get to this year, the more often that's going to occur. I just hope our schoolmates aren't going to be too embarrassed when they receive a thank you letter from Harry. I won't change what's happening just because we personally know the sender," Harry firmly said. "If we did, it means the sorters were going to have to second-guess each letter to see if we know who sent it. By not treating them any different, it makes the sorters' jobs that much easier. So, if anyone asks, that's what we'll tell them." "Well, the Daily Prophet, letters to the editor, section has you, again, as the second coming," blushed Hermione. "They're singing your praises for caring enough to write to each and every person, in some cases, multiple times." "It's necessary," sighed Harry. "I'll need that goodwill to fight against the backlash that will occur when my name comes out of the goblet, and then Skeeter's bile. Hopefully, if Skeeter does try to use her poisonous quill against me, the wizarding public will be up in arms before I can even sick Miss Pentridge onto her again." "How did that turn out?" asked Daphne. "The other week, I mean. The Prophet printed its retraction, though it was only on one of the last pages, and in really fine print," replied Harry. "However, as Miss Penn Margaret pointed out, the Prophet now knows that if they print untruths about me, they're in for a major legal stoosh. Margaret's made it quite clear that her demands of them the other week were only what she considers a love tap, and an introduction to what could be in store for them in future. The next time it happens, she brings out the legal claws and shreds them. That'll declaw Skeeter for a while," mused Daphne. "However, it also means Skeeter's now going to be after you. And she'll dig up as much dirt on you as she can, and make sure it's true." "Good," replied Harry. "I want her to print as much truth about me as she likes. It'll make it that much harder for Dumbledore to try and control me." He grinned at the girls as they smiled back. After going in while Dumbledore was away at the Wizengamot meeting, one where the headmaster was hauled over the coals, and only avoided being sacked as the legal action had yet to pass through the courts, Yanovich came out right on time. He carried in with him a large trunk he said was loaded down with other shrunken trunks, his tools, his victuals and the wizarding tent. 6 days later, Yanovich had no sooner popped out of the hidden entrance, and he and Harry were hidden under strong disillusionment and notice-me-not charms, when Dumbledore hurried in. While the headmaster was peering closely at the now opened entrance, and was casting spells upon it Harry thought were designed to hold the entrance open, the two made their escape through the still open door. "It appears that man vas very interested in Chamber of Secrets, yes?" asked Yanovich, once they were far enough away their conversation couldn't be overheard. Yes, replied Harry. I have it on very good authority he was interested in claiming the carcass for himself. I take it Matthias explained this to you. Da, he did, replied Yanovich. This Dumbledore he is supposed to be great white wizard yet, he tries to steal carcass from you. I think he is not as white as he would have others believe, no. No, he's not, sighed Harry. The two met Matthias at the Whomping Willow entrance to the secret tunnel to the Shrieking Shack. Matthias was even kind enough to press the knot on the tree to settle it while both made it down and into the tunnel. It's done, asked Matthias. It is done, Yanovich firmly replied. He handed the trunk over to Matthias and said, I have kept 5 square yards of skin, 1 quart of venom, 2 eye strings, and 1 cup of bile, as agreed. I trust I will receive the balance of my payment soon. As soon as we get to Gringotts, if you like, replied Matthias. I'll collect your final payment once I have this trunk safely ensconced in my vault. I'll leave you to it, gentlemen, said Harry. I need to get back. Take care, Harry, replied Matthias. Da, take care, Mr. Potter, and it was a pleasure doing business with you, said Yanovich, offering his hand. Harry shook it and said, try to come and see the first task of the Tri-Wizard tournament. I may have a second large job for you, before he quickly made his way back to the castle using his invisibility cloak to hurry back to the apartment. As he walked in and removed the cloak, Daphne asked, how'd it go? It went off as planned, he replied with a grin. I collected Mr. Yanovich up from the bathroom and escorted him out to your father, who is waiting under the Whomping Willow. They're now on their way to Gringotts to see the rendered product safely into the Greengrass vaults, and Mr. Yanovich receiving his final payment. We damned near got caught by Dumbledore, though. I'd only just got Yanovich out of the hidden entrance and both of us under disillusionment and notice me not charms when the white-whiskered wanker hurried into the bathroom. We were lucky he scurried right past us and went direct to the sinks. It allowed us to slip out the door while he had his back to us. I'm still having difficulty believing Dumbledore would try to steal from you, Harry, grumbled Hermione. Then answer me this, love, asked Harry. What condition was the carcass in when you and Ron went down into the chamber just before the start of the Battle of Hogwarts, the day the 3 of us died? It was just a skeleton, she replied, frowning. The only way it could have been a skeleton is if it had already been rendered down, said Daphne. The battle was only about 5 years after Harry killed it. Something that big could not possibly have been reduced to nothing more than a skeleton that quickly. Especially, not something as magical as a basilisk of that age or size. Agreed Harry. And, in this timeline, it's been close on 18 months since the basilisk was killed. How much decomposition did you see? With a pained sigh, Hermione sadly replied, none. So, someone had definitely harvested it by the time of the battle. I suspect Ron, of course, said Harry. But, from those wards and alerts Dumbledore placed on the sinks, I think you'll find it was Ron and Dumbledore working together. I think Ron tried to steal it, and was busted by Dumbledore. Then Ron split the profits with him. Hell, Snape was probably the one who did the rendering work. As a potions master, rendering is a skill he'd have to know. 2 days before Halloween and the 2 schools were about to arrive. Classes had finished at lunchtime to allow all the students to return to their dorms to change, where necessary, into clean robes. Even the evening meal was pushed back a little to wait for both schools to arrive. With the rest of the school body, Harry, Daphne and Hermione stood out on the lawns of the school next to the main driveway to await both arrivals. Of course, all 3 had already been through this before, so they were all looking to the skies above the mountains on the other side of Black Lake for the first speck of the Beauxbatons carriage. Harry spotted it and, with an outthrust arm and pointing finger to the carriage, exclaimed, there. Quite a few heads first turned to see where he was indicating, and then looked to the skies themselves. Wow, Harry, exclaimed one of the third-year Ravenclaws. No wonder you play Seeker. Very quickly, the entire school watched as the carriage flew closer. Turning to where he knew it would land, Harry watched as Hagrid lit the red flares to show the carriage were to land, while also waving with one in each hand. In a long-out wide bank, the Pegasus-drawn carriage swung about in a 180-degree turn before landing with an almost crash between the rows of flares. Hagrid quickly moved to steady the beasts as the carriage door opened. First to alight was a young boy, who jumped out, before turning around and lowering steps into place. Madame Maxime, bent almost double to fit through the low door, was next out. Dumbledore had already hurried over to offer his arm and shoulder to assist the much taller lady to the ground. After watching the Beauxbatons headmistress alight from the carriage, Harry turned his attention back to the lake. However, even he was beaten to the cry when Lee Jordan's voice rang out. "The lake!" cried the dreadlocked boy. As the whirlpool signifying where the ship would rise from within spun faster and faster, everyone watched as the main mast with its solitary crow's nest appeared. Then came the fore and mizzen masts. And, finally, the forecastle with its jutting bowsprit. Quickly, the ship rose the last few feet before the whirlpool suddenly collapsed, leaving the ship bobbing gently on the surface. Again, Dumbledore hurried down, this time, to the edge of the lake. As students or crew on board the ship levitated a large gangway out from the ship's railing to rest one end on the shore. Dumbledore had just made it down when Karkaroff's feet reached the bank. While he was greeting the headmaster of Durmstrang, Professor McGonagall caught the attention of the rest of the staff and the students, and chivied everyone inside. Sitting in the great hall and welcoming the representatives of the two schools, Harry and the girls stayed sitting across from Luna. Seating at the table was a little tight, with the students from Beauxbatons electing, again, to sit at the Ravenclaw table. Harry didn't mind, as it meant his bondmates got to sit even closer to him than normal. Dumbledore ran through the same spiel about the Goblet of Fire, and had caretaker Filch bring it into the dais. The headmaster uncrated it with a tap of his wand, and saw to it being lit. Then came the part Harry was waiting for, Dumbledore's plans to ensure Harry's name would not come out of it. Once Dumbledore ran through how he was setting an age line in place to ensure only those students of age could enter, with no other protections, Harry rose from the table and glared, fuming, at the old man. Dumbledore saw Harry stand and turned his attention to the boy. The look he received back was filled with fury and loathing. "Yes, Harry?" asked Dumbledore. "That's it, headmaster." Harry shot back. "Just a simple age line." Taken back a bit, Dumbledore replied, "Ere I assure you, Mr. Potter, it will be sufficient." Without a word, Harry bent down to his bondmates and quietly said, "I'm going back to the apartment." "As I suspected, the old fool has done nothing." "But, Harry," tried Hermione. "What about the feast?" "I'll have Dobby organize a meal for me," he replied. "We're coming, too," interrupted Daphne. She turned to Hermione and said, "You know what this means. Our bondmate needs our support. Are you coming?" With a frustrated sigh, Hermione joined Daphne in rising and stepping away from the Ravenclaw table to join Harry. And, without another word, all three made their way towards the doors. "Mr. Potter, ladies, where are you going?" called Dumbledore. Harry turned about and shot back, "Away from you, headmaster. And as far away from that accursed artifact as I can get." "An age line, headmaster. That's it. I thought you took serious my fears of my name coming out of that thing. Clearly, I was wrong." And he turned back around, walking out the doors with his bondmates in their usual formation. He knew it would cause a lot of gossip among the students, including the two visiting schools, but it was what he wanted. He wanted to make sure everyone knew he had no interest in being a competitor in the tournament. Once up in the apartment, Harry called Dobby and had the hyper little elf bring the three of them a decent evening repast. Talking to both, he said, "He's done nothing different. It's just the bloody age line." "Easy, Harry," soothed Daphne. "We know what he did last time, but he doesn't. It's highly probable he believes the age line will be more than sufficient to stop your name coming out. He can't be that much of a fool," he shot back. "Even to a dunderhead the easiest way around it is for someone else of age to drop the name in. He's over 100 years old, for Merlin's sake. He can't be that daft." "You think he actually wants your name to be drawn?" asked Hermione, a little shocked. "Yeah, I do," muttered Harry. "It would be just another way to try and draw Riddle out into the open. He desperately wants everyone to know he's right, that Voldemort will return. He's that desperate he's willing to dangle me out there as bait. I just didn't want to believe he was so cold-hearted." "John didn't tell you?" asked Daphne. "No, not about this," he replied. "I think he must have thought he'd upset me enough." Turning back to both of them, he asked, "What about Della and Roma?" Daphne shook her head as Hermione replied, "No. Nothing. About the goblet." Collapsing into one of the couches, Harry was about to say something when there was a knock on the door from the statue. Rising again, he went to the door and opened it. Professor Flitwick stood on the other side. Stepping back to clear the doorway, Harry invited the little professor inside with a gesture. "What can we do for you, Professor?" Harry asked the little man, as he closed the door. "The headmaster requests your presence in the Great Hall for the feast, Mr. Potter," he replied. "The headmaster can key my ass, Professor," Harry bluntly replied. "The only feasts mandatory for students to attend are the sorting and leaving feasts. I have no intention for either myself or my bondmates to get anywhere near that accursed goblet." With a curious expression back, the professor asked, "You honestly believe your name is going to be chosen, don't you, Mr. Potter?" With a knee-jerk snort for an immediate reaction, Harry cast an amused look back and replied, "The 31st of October. Do you need a reminder? And, just a bloody age line." The professor looked back, a little amused. "The headmaster has more than adequately demonstrated he hasn't taken my warnings to heart, Professor," sighed Harry. "So, the only thing I can do is stay as far away from that thing as possible, and hope for the best." "Then, I shall let him know precisely that, Mr. Potter," said the professor, before he turned around and left. The three ate their dinner within the apartment, and used the time to go over how Harry was going to give his vow the next night. They were not bothered by any other staff member for the rest of the night. That night, the girls cuddled into Harry and helped him sleep. But, the next morning, they had to face the day. Of course, they knew the goblet was now resting on its stand in the entrance hall almost directly outside the doors to the Great Hall. In their formation, the three walked down the last flight of stairs, making sure everyone there saw them coming, and giving the goblet a wide berth, before entering the Great Hall for breakfast. As they were about to walk in, Malfoy, who had just climbed the stairs from the dungeons, called out, "Nice little scene you created last night, Potter. What are you going to do for an encore? How about ending the Malfoy line?" Harry shot back over his shoulder. Without even a pause, he continued on into the Great Hall. As the three were about to walk in through the doors, they heard the hated voice of Faux Moody. "Oh, no you don't, laddie." There was a sudden flash of spell fire. All three dropped and spun with wands drawn, and saw Faux Moody bouncing a white ferret off the walls and floor with a hovering charm or something. "Oh, I forgot about that," chuckled Harry. "Draco Malfoy, the amazing bouncing ferret," snickered Hermione. As they rose back up from their combat crouches, the three turned back to the Great Hall as Professor McGonagall's voice rang out in the entrance hall. "Alistair, is that a student? What are you doing?" "Teaching," roared Faux Moody. The three, laughing, walked over and sat at the Ravenclaw table. "Good morning, Luna," sniggered Hermione. "Good morning," the younger B. Owned replied. "I take it Professor Moody transfigured Draco Malfoy into a ferret." Stunned enough to stop snickering, Daphne asked, "How in Merlin's name do you know that? There's no way you can see out into the entrance hall from where you're sitting." "The Nargles told me," she calmly replied. When Daphne, confused, was about to speak again, Harry just placed his hand on the back of hers to get her attention. When she looked at him, he just smiled and shook his head. She didn't ask whatever it was she was going to ask. Harry and the girls made sure Harry was never seen anywhere near the goblet. Whenever he had to pass it, such as getting into and out of the Great Hall, they ensured he gave it a wide berth. On Halloween night, the three made sure to sit as far away from the goblet as possible. It had once more been moved, and now stood just before the head table on the dais. Its blue flames adding light to the multitude of candles hovering in the air above the tables. Harry reviewed the oath in his mind he knew he would soon be making. After the feast, the three waited with the rest of the school, together with the students and staff of the two visiting schools, for the time when the goblet would spit out the names of the competitors. After the feast, Dumbledore rose to his feet, walked around the head table, and stood next to the goblet on its tall stand. He told how the goblet would momentarily spit out the names of the chosen champions. And waited a few moments. As if on cue, the flames of the goblet flared and turned red. The first name out was Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. The second was Victor Crumb for Durmstrang. And the third was Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. As each name was called, the selected champion would walk to the door leading to the antechamber off behind the head table. After Diggory's name was selected, and the recently of age young man made his way to the door to the antechamber, Dumbledore began to speak about how the 3 champions would be the representatives of their schools. Suddenly, the flames, once more, flared and turned red. Harry groaned and dropped his chin to his chest as the girls each squeezed his hands in their own. When Dumbledore snatched the small piece of parchment out of the air, he looked down at the name upon it in shock. There were a few moments of hesitation before he softly called out, "Harry Potter." Harry began banging his forehead off the table before him as the other students and the staff began animatedly whispering between themselves. A little louder this time, the headmaster again called out, "Harry Potter." With a big sigh, Harry slowly stood in spot, as the muttering died out. "I bloody told you, Albus Dumbledore. I warned you. And, did you listen? No. And, why? Because the great and almighty Albus freakin' Dumbledore knows all." With a shake of his head, Harry popped his wand into his hand and held it crossing his chest slightly to point at his heart. Clearly, he stated, "I, Harry James Potter, swear on my magic, my life and my very soul that I did not submit my name to the Goblet of Fire, nor did I arrange for another to do it for me. It is my belief someone has used this opportunity to submit my name against my wishes to do or cause me harm. I have no desire, in any form, to be a competitor in the Triwizard Tournament. As I say, so I swear." There was a flash of magic emanating from Harry's magic. As he stood between the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor tables, he cast a massive shower of sparks from his wand, which arced through the air towards the head table, falling short. Students from all 3 schools gasped in astonishment. "If anyone tries to say or otherwise imply I'm a liar, they'll face me in an honor duel," he firmly stated to the hall. Glaring back at Dumbledore, he half snarled, "Get me out of this, Dumbledore." Now, stunned, watching how Harry stood up for himself, and crushed any chance of the school turning against him, yet again, Dumbledore was speechless. As with the boys' rant to him and later to the staff, this was a Harry Potter he didn't know how to handle. This was a Harry Potter confident in his abilities and place in the world. Stuttering just a little, Dumbledore said, "Harry, you need to come up and join the other champions in the—" "Stop right there, Headmaster," Harry cut in. "I want out of this farce." "There is no out, Mr. Potter," sighed the old man. "Once your name comes out of the goblet, you must compete." "Well, I don't accept that," Harry firmly stated. "I'll be speaking with my legal counsel before I accept whether or not that's true. However, if it is, then I refuse to be recognized as a champion. I'll be known as the reluctant competitor, only. I may have to compete in this farce, but I will not be considered a champion. Furthermore, any official who was involved in setting up the contract for this, I will be seeking financial damages against. My solicitor will be visiting you very soon. Nevertheless, Mr. Potter," the headmaster said, "you need to join the other competitors in the antechamber." Harry stalked forward and, with a final glare at the headmaster, walked through the door into the antechamber. As he walked in, he slammed the door behind himself. "Stupid, daft, old fool." He snarled at no one in particular. "Harry?" asked Cedric, coming forward. "What's going on?" Harry looked up and saw Diggory first, standing near the middle of the room, and turned slightly towards him. Standing over in the corner was Victor Crumb, brooding. Fleur Delacour had her arms wrapped around herself as she was standing near the fire. Now that he was older, he recognized her stance as one of fear, rather than being cold. "Do they want us back in there?" asked Delacour. "No," he snarled. "Some arsehole caused my name to be entered in the goblet, and for the goblet to spit it out. I'm a 4th albeit reluctant competitor." Diggory looked about to say something when the door opened again. In came Ludo Bagman, Barty Crouch Sr., Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, Snape and McGonagall. Bagman was acting all hyper-happy and talking about how excited he was that Harry was a competitor, while Crouch looked like he was king on a particularly sour lemo. Then in walked Faux Moody, right on time. Karkaroff was ranting about how it was unfair for Hogwarts to have 2 champions as Dumbledore walked over and pushed Harry against the wall with a hand on his shoulder. Harry, forgetting this part of what happened from before, was stunned at first by Dumbledore's action. Just before Dumbledore could speak, Harry smacked the old man's hand away and gave him a hard shove to the chest right back, causing the man to stagger away. "Never," he snarled. "Never, lay hands on me again, Dumbledore. Dumbledore reeled back a little in shock as the rest of the room fell silent. Professor McGonagall gasped and exclaimed, "Mr. Potter. Don't, Mr. Potter, me, Professor," Harry glared back. "I had to tolerate my supposed relatives laying their hands on me in anger, otherwise known as child abuse. I will no longer allow anyone to do it again. The next person to try such a stunt dies by my hand." "Well," Madame Maxime huffed haughtily, changing the subject. "If Hogwarts is allowed 2 champions, then I must." "I am no Hogwarts champion," barked Harry. "As I said out there, I may have to compete in this ridiculous farce, but I will not be considered anyone's champion. Cedric is Hogwarts's champion, not me. You can consider me unaligned to any school." "You are a Hogwarts student, Mr. Potter," exclaimed Professor McGonagall. "And what did I say would happen if my name came out of the goblet, Professor?" asked Harry with a low growl. "I said I would quit this school." "Well, unlike the headmaster here, since he promised me my name would not come out of the goblet, and it did, I quit Hogwarts. I'll be initiating a transfer to another school at my first opportunity." "I won't be allowing that, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said quietly but firmly. "I am your magical guardian and you will go where I tell you to go." "No, you're King not." Harry shot back. "Have you already forgotten that the Wizengamot has returned my guardianship to my rightful guardian, Sirius Black? Are you going senile? How many times do I have to King remind you of that before it sinks in? As soon as I can get hold of him, I'll organize for him to sign the transfer papers. Then, I'm gone. You have to be here for the tasks, Mr. Potter," said Crouch. "Yes, Mr. Crouch, I'm not an idiot," snarked Harry. "However, you seem to have forgotten that the contract only requires I be here for the tasks. That means, I only have to be here for only 3 specific days of the entire year. That's it. There's also the weighing of the wands, and I'll announce to you now the Yule Ball, Mr. Potter," he said. "If they're not specific contractual obligations, you can shove 'em up your ass, Mr. Crouch," growled Harry. Indicating Bagman, he said, "He's so bloody useless I think I can practically guarantee Bagman, over there, screwed up. If they're not in the contract and if I decide not to attend them, there's nothing you can do about it. You can be disqualified, Mr. Potter," he shot back before anyone else could say anything. "Both events are traditions of the tournament. And the tournament hasn't been run in over 150 years, Harry retorted. "Some bloody traditions they are." Before anyone could retort back, Harry continued. "As for being disqualified, that would be perfect," he sneered. "Since I don't want to be in this ridiculous event anyway, getting disqualified would be the best thing you could do for me. However, before we go any further, I take it you all agree I have to compete in this godforsaken farce." "I don't," sneered Karkaroff. "Hogwarts already has a champion." "And I agree," Harry sneered back. "Now, how about you clean out your King ears and listen for a change, Death Eater. I've already made it quite clear I am not to be considered a Hogwarts champion." "Mr. Potter," spluttered Dumbledore, "Headmaster Karkaroff was cleared of the charges of being a Death Eater, and you are a Hogwarts student. You will show proper respect. As the Muggles would say, Headmaster, bullshit," Harry firmly said. Karkaroff panicked and named names. Because he named names, Crouch, over there, let him off. That does not mean he was cleared. He's nothing but King coward. He was quite happy to beat, pillage and kill innocents until he was caught, but, when he was hauled before the courts for his actions, he blubbered like a little girl and pissed himself in fear. Furious, Karkaroff glared back and snarled, "I could demand satisfaction for those remarks, Potter." As the rest of those in the room just stared at Harry in various levels of shock over his language. "Then do it, you piece of shit," roared Harry. "Gentlemen," barked Dumbledore. "Enough." Harry just brushed the old man off and turned to Madame Maxime. "I take it you agree I have to compete." Reluctantly, after a short hesitation, she nodded back. Turning to Bagman, Harry asked, "What about you, useless? Do I have to compete? This tournament is supposed to be only for of-age wizards and witches." "Yes, Mr. Potter, you do," replied Bagman, a little shaken by the venom Harry was using in his voice. Turning to the taciturn ex-head of the DMLE, Harry asked, "And you, Mr. Crouch?" "Yes, Mr. Potter." Finally, turning to Dumbledore, Harry asked, "And what about you, liar?" Do I have to compete, after you promised me I wouldn't? With a sad expression, Dumbledore sighed and said, "Yes, Harry." "Then, be it on your heads," snarled Harry. He turned back to Bagman and demanded, "Since I'm now bound by a magical contract not of my own choosing to participate in this nonsense, I expect a copy of the actual contract and rules of this cock-up to be handed to me no later than tomorrow morning before the conclusion of breakfast. Make damn sure I get it. My solicitors will want to go over it." And, with that, he stormed out, leaving behind a room full of inhabitants shaken to the core. Walking into the living room of their apartment, Harry could see both girls had been fretting for him. Both near attacked him with questions about what happened in the antechamber. He settled them down with soothing words and described what had taken place. That the cat hadn't done it for a long time, Harry was surprised when Crookshanks hopped onto his lap and demanded scratching. "So, they all agreed?" asked Hermione. "They all agreed you had to take part. Everyone, bar Karkaroff," he replied. "But, with him, I think he knew I had to take part, but wanted to see if the goblet would strip me of my magic or not about whether or not I was bound by the contract." "So, Gringotts tomorrow?" asked Daphne. "Yes," Harry firmly replied. "After breakfast. I've demanded a copy of the actual contract and told them I want the damn thing no later than the end of breakfast. It's to be handed directly to me by that time. Whether or not that actually happens," he shrugged. "What now?" asked Hermione. "It's time to send those letters off," Harry firmly stated. With a firm nod back, Hermione went into Harry's room and came back carrying 3 letters in her hands. One was addressed to Stuart Ackerman, one to Harry's Gringotts, account manager, Sharp Claw, and the third to Sirius. Hedwig was sent off carrying the first 2. They used a large, school, barn owl to carry the third. The next morning, the 3 rose, readied for the day in civilian garb, and made their way down to the Great Hall for breakfast. They'd no sooner sat down when Professor Flitwick hurried down from the head table and handed Harry a sheaf of documents. "I believe you requested a copy of the contract for the Tri-Wizard Tournament, Mr. Potter." "I did, sir," replied Harry, accepting them. "Thank you." The little professor hesitated a moment before he said, "If you need help with training for the tasks, Mr. Potter, my door is open to you." A little surprised at the generosity of his head of house, Harry looked back at the professor and said, "Thank you, sir. Depending on whether we 3 remain at this school or not, I may very well take you up on that." "You're still considering leaving us, Mr. Potter?" he asked. "I believe I made myself quite clear, Professor," replied Harry. "I warned the headmaster I believed my name would come out of the goblet. He did next to nothing to ensure it did not. He has utterly failed me, Professor." "Indeed, Mr. Potter," sighed Flitwick. "We all have." The little professor headed back to the head table. While Harry had been talking to the professor, Daphne had taken the contract from his hand and laid it out on the table before them. From each side, she and Hermione were reading through it. Turning back, Harry asked, "I'm right, aren't I? I only have to be here for the 3 tasks." "Give us a minute," muttered Daphne. "Here it is," said Hermione, as her finger slid slowly through a couple paragraphs. "The 3 tasks you must compete." No, it states the 3 tasks are mandatory, but nothing else. "Here's the wand weighing," said Daphne, looking at another page. "It's a bit iffy. It said the wands of each champion must be checked by a competent master in wand lore prior to the first task. However, as you don't consider yourself a champion." "Definitions," stated Hermione, moving to another page. "Here. A champion is the student selected by the Goblet of Fire to represent each of the 3 schools, and the 3 schools are Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang." "That's Cedric, Delacour and Crumb," said Harry. "As I'm not a champion of any of the 3 schools." "You're not required to attend," continued Daphne. Sitting up a little straighter, she indicated another clause. "Here's the section on the Yule Ball," she said. "To be held on the 25th of December. Mongrels, they could have held it earlier. The 3 champions open the ball. And we already know by 3 champions they mean the representatives for Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang," cut in Hermione. "And that's it," continued Daphne. Turning to the other 2, she said, "You were right. You're not required to participate in anything other than the 3 specific tasks. We don't even have to stay at school over Christmas, if we don't want to. We can embarrass the hell out of Dumbledore and the Ministry," mused Harry. Or, use it to blackmail. Blackmail? Asked Daphne, perking up while Hermione stared frowning at Harry. Well, said Harry sitting back and thinking. You want me to attend the ball, headmaster? Well, my bondmates would like to spend part of Christmas Day with their families, at home. A portkey there and back would go a long way to seeing me being willing to attend your Yule ball. Harry! Hermione softly exclaimed, scandalized. You can't go blackmailing the headmaster. Of course he can, snickered Daphne. It's brilliant. We get to visit with our families on Christmas Day and attend the Yule ball. The three went through more of the contract. Harry then pointed out another section. Here's the part that states I'm to be excused attending any class and excused attending exams, if I like. Next is the part that states I, and my trainers, are to be allowed to leave the school for reason of matters relating to the tournament. That means Dumbledore can't stop you going to Gringotts as soon as we've finished here, interrupted Daphne. Are you going to the ball, Harry? Asked Luna from opposite. Surprised, Harry realized he'd forgotten about those others sitting around them. Sorry, Luna, he blushed. It appears we've been rude and forgotten about you. She nodded and said, It's all right, Harry. You have far weightier matters to deal with. Sitting back he looked at both his bondmates and asked, Do we go to the Yule ball? Both thought about it for a few moments before Hermione was first to speak up. As long as I can visit with my parents on the day and I can still take my break, at home, after the ball, I'd like to go, yes. Same here, replied Daphne. In that case, Daphne, Hermione, would both you ladies do me the honor of being my dates to the Yule ball? He asked. Yes, Harry, I'd love to, replied Daphne. I'd love to, too, replied Hermione. Well, that's done, said Harry with a bit of a relieved sigh. Now all I have to do is learn how to dance. That, you leave up to me, stated Daphne. You just find us somewhere to practice. That's easy, replied Harry. But you two ladies are going to have to color coordinate for the night so I can wear formal robes that match you both. You'll be wearing your robes with the iridescent green lining, Harry, said Daphne. Pale green shirt, black tie and cummerbund, black patent leather shoes, silver accessories, Hermione ticked off on her fingers. It sounds like you two ladies already discussed this, tittered Luna. Both girls grinned back. We have, admitted Hermione. We knew there was a strong likelihood of both of us being your dates at a formal function before long, explained Daphne. And, we knew we'd have to figure out ways to color coordinate. We've already worked out green as a color that well suits all three of us. Yes, said Luna, looking between them with a critical eye. Deep greens. For Harry, it's his eyes. For Hermione, it accentuates her natural autumnal colors. For Daphne, it's the Slytherin in her. How did? Began Hermione before she remembered. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, you paint. Of course you'd be able to pick out which colors would suit. Luna beamed happily and replied, It's also a good match for your natural aura. I see you used to favor blues. But, now you favor reds, golds, browns, and deep greens. Those are the colors of the forest. She turned to Daphne and said, You now favor silver, blues, greens, and the colors in between. They're the colors of the sea. Turning her attentions to Harry, she went on, and you favor many colors. However, you most favor deep or dark greens, golds, very deep reds, though not light, and most pastels. With the exception of green to match your eyes, yours are generally colors of air and cool fire. They're also quite bold, which matches your personality. All three of you also have bronze as a matching color. That's why Ravenclaw colors suit you. The three looked at one another and thought back to their own wardrobes. It was easy to pick out all the outfits they'd purchased from Madame Malkin's that matched almost perfectly what Luna described. Hun. Harry half coughed. I think we should have taken Luna with us when we spent that half day at Madame Malkin's. Agreed, sighed Daphne. But, at least we now know. They were discussing the various outfits in their wardrobes when the owls flew in. A rather regal-looking owl landed in front of Harry. He recognized it as the office owl for Ackerman. It looks like Stuart's on the ball, muttered Harry, untying the parchment from the owl's leg. While he was doing that, Daphne gathered up the pages of the contract and cast a replication charm on them. She then shrank the copy down and handed it off to Harry. Accepting it, Harry tied the shrunken contract to the owl's leg and sent it on its way with a big slice of bacon. Opening it, he quickly scanned through it before he looked to his bondmates. Listen to this, he said. Stuart's coming to see us on Monday immediately after class. He's asked for a copy of the contract. Which you just sent, interrupted Daphne. And he'll go over it before he comes and sees us, he continued. For now, I'm not to make waves too late and just go along with everything. Hermione had the Daily Prophet before her and read a front-page article to them. Boy WHO lived 4th Tri-Wizard Champion. Last night at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, everything was going as planned for the draw of the 3 school champions of the Tri-Wizard Tournament, writes Monty Wordsworth. Those plans unraveled when, in a major surprise, the goblet spat out a 4th competitor, Harry Potter, 14. It was clear young Mr. Potter did not expect this, as he was as shocked as everyone else when his name was read out. To show everyone he had no idea as to why it had happened, he quickly made a magical oath to that effect. Mr. Potter made it very clear he had no desire to participate in the Tri-Wizard Tournament and demanded of the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, to get him out of it. However, once selected as a champion by the Goblet of Fire, the contract is ironclad. Mr. Potter must compete. That will make him a 14-year-old wizard in a tournament designed for those of age. This reporter visited the offices of Potter's legal representative, Ackerman & Company, and spoke to Mr. Stuart Ackerman. I have not had opportunity, as of yet, to speak to Mr. Potter about this matter, he informed me. However, I expect Mr. Potter to be contacting me via OWL very soon. Said OWL arrived only moments later. The other 3, true, champions are Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, international Quidditch star, Victor Crumb for Durmstrang, and daughter of the head of the French MLE, Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. All 3 are 17 years of age. Questions need to be asked concerning how Mr. Potter's name was both entered and selected by the goblet to be a competitor. As an ancient magical artifact, the Goblet of Fire would require a significantly powerful wizard or witch to confound it enough to force Mr. Potter's entrance. What is the Ministry going to do to find out how this happened? Our readers want to know. That's better than the last time through, muttered Harry. This time, it's at least the truth. Making sure they weren't been watched too closely, the 3 excused themselves from table and returned to their apartment. Almost immediately, they cast disillusionment and notice me not charms on themselves and used the castle's secret tunnels to get out of the school. They headed direct to Gringotts. Entering, the magic of the goblins stripped away their charms as they walked in through the doors. The 3 were met right inside and escorted directly to the Potter account manager, Sharpclaw. Good morning, Mr. Potter, smiled Sharpclaw as they walked into the office. I see your belief was correct. With an acknowledging nod, Harry replied, Good morning, Senior Sharpclaw. Yes, I was, mores, the pity. I take it the paperwork is ready. Indeed, replied the goblin, sliding a set of documents forward across his desk as the 3 bondmates sat in the available chairs opposite. Harry sat forward and reached for the offered quill. Sharpclaw, as efficient as expected, had marked each parchment where he was to sign. After carefully reading through the documents, Harry signed his name in each marked place, and slid the document with the quill back across the desk. Roughly, how long will this take? He asked his account manager. The filing will take place today, replied Sharpclaw. If there is no one to speak against it within 7 days, it becomes effective immediately. Next Saturday, lunchtime, then, muttered Harry. Nodding, Daphne said, we just need to keep quiet about it until then, at least. Once the 7-day waiting period has passed, it cannot be reversed. Turning back to Sharpclaw, Harry said, I just have one more job for you to do today, Senior Sharpclaw. Nodding, the goblin slid a document each towards both ladies. What's this? Asked Hermione. Your access to your vaults, replied Harry. You need only sign in the one place, where indicated, stated the goblin, offering a quill to each. Daphne took her quill but paused as Hermione said, Harry, there's no need for this. I don't need your money. With an exasperated sigh, Harry replied, this isn't about whether or not you need my money, love. This is about me being able to provide for you both, plus, any children we may have in future. You are my bonded, and, it's my responsibility to care for you. If I don't do this or you don't accept it, that may give others ammunition to cause our bond to be stopped before it's even properly finalized. I hope that both of you, before too long, will be Madam Potter to my Mr. Potter. Those rings you wear signify that. So, please, accept the access, alright. With a sigh, Hermione accepted the quill and signed, as Daphne did the same. Sharpclaw took both documents and filed them in a slot on his desk. He then snapped his fingers and 2 keys appeared. He slid one to each girl. Your vault keys, ladies, he said. Please take good care of them as you're each responsible for them. Lose them and it's 9 galleons each to replace them. Both girls picked up their keys and dropped them into pockets. I believe that's it, Senior Sharpclaw, said Harry, rising. Thank you for your time. It is, after all, money. I am at your service, Mr. Potter, the goblin replied. With both girls again in their usual formation, the 3 exited the bank, reddened their glamours, and headed for the leaky cauldron to return to the school. They re-entered the school and returned to their apartment. Collapsing onto one of the couches, Harry said, a week. Just 1 week, and Dumbledore can do nothing to stop me. The trace should be lifted although we know it won't and I'll be able to do magic outside of school. I guess I'll have to go into the ministry, straight from King's Cross, to make sure the trace has been lifted, come Christmas. Frowning, he turned to his bondmates and asked Daphne, if I'm then emancipated, and you're both effectively engaged to me, what does that make you? We're still underage witches, she replied. However, if we're married to you, then we're automatically emancipated. Surprised, Harry asked, is that possible? For us to be married this early, I mean. I thought it wasn't allowed until 17 for the wizard and 16 for the witch. Normally, yes, she replied with a slight shrug. However, you'll be emancipated in a week, which automatically gives you the rights of an adult wizard. That means you can get married. Plus, as we're your bondmates, we may still be underage witches, but it would be legal for us to marry you. At that point, as married witches, we're emancipated, too. What? Exclaimed Hermione. But, that's discriminatory. How does Harry being emancipated allow us to marry him and emancipate us? Being of age has never been a prerequisite to marriage for a witch if a soul bond or binding is involved, replied Daphne. As long as the soul-bonded wizard is of age, everything's legal. Magic deems it so. The only limiting factor is whether or not monarchy had taken place. But, spluttered Hermione, a little horrified. Girls as young as 9 have gone through that. Not in the magical world, disagreed Daphne. It's always shortly after the 12th birthday for witches. When did yours occur? Hermione blushed and mumbled, 2 weeks after my 12th birthday. Looking up, she firmly stated, and that's still way too young. Mine was 3 weeks, said Daphne. The first new moon after my birthday. And, how is it too young? That's the time nature has decided you can begin to fall pregnant. Otherwise, why does menarche occur at that time? Back in the beginning of September, Harry would have been blushing bright red by now. However, after all the talks and openness they'd gone through talking about the bonds, the initial embarrassment was way past. Now, they could talk about just about anything, including, apparently, menarche. Menarche does not mean the female body is ready to fall pregnant. Huffed Hermione. No. Correction. It does not mean the mind of a young girl is ready for the experience of childbirth, or to be a mother. It used to, Harry cut in. Before there were laws against underage say. Many young girls would fall pregnant at that sort of age. It wasn't all that long ago 12 was the minimum age to marry. That aside, said Daphne, the topic, now, is whether we meaning you and me, Hermione are comfortable marrying early. My father would hit the roof, sighed Hermione. I know he probably has it in the back of his mind what we get up to with Harry, but, I can't see him being alright with us marrying early. I think 16 would be the absolute minimum he'd allow. And that's a year away for me. What about 15 and 10 months? Asked Daphne. That way, we can marry during the summer break. But, you'll only have just turned 15, Hermione rebutted. The same with Harry. Well, this is all just academic, for the moment, said Harry. The emancipation has to get through, first. Then, I fully intend to formally ask both your fathers for your hands in marriage. It may be old-fashioned in the Muggle world, but, it's still the right thing to do. If they say no, then there'll be no marriage. Harry, stuttered Daphne. I don't think you understand. Once the bonds are finalized, and given enough time, magic decides whether or not there's a marriage. We only get to decide whether or not there's a wedding. Harry looked a little horrified before he dropped his head into his hands and groaned. John didn't tell me that. Are we that repulsive? Asked Daphne, a little affronted. And no, no, Harry tried to backpedal, snapping his head back up again. I mean, it kind of removes the choice from you. You don't get to decide. Of course we do, she shot back, calming a little. We get to decide how far or how fast our bonds develop. Unless we marry first, we know it shouldn't happen until after coitus. However, even that might not cause the marriage. We haven't taken that step, yet. It sounds like another of those errors of knowledge relating to bonds, mused Hermione. We know people thought coitus would trigger the finalizing of the bond, and doesn't, so, maybe it's more the emotional component, again. The emotional commitment to spending a lifetime together. Possible, shrugged Daphne. Then she laughed and said, we're really going to have to write a book, you know. The nonsense out there will just confuse folks. We're the only ones in a position to write the truth. Maybe, muttered Harry, thinking. But, not for years. In order to include enough information to make it worthwhile, we'll need to get pretty personal. Write it under a nom de plume, a pen name, said Hermione. We can also use false names for the individuals in the book. It won't be very anonymous if we cover three-way soul bonds, said Harry. We wouldn't need to, disagreed Hermione. From what we know already, we can easily write it to just cover two-way bonds. We know there's no real difference between the two. Two-way bonds are rare. How much rarer are three-way bonds? Ours is the only one in recorded history, magical Britain recorded history, at least. It'd be a bit pointless to write a book on three-way bonds if we wrote it to provide information for those who come after us. You really want to write it, don't you, Hermione? He sighed. I want to write it, yes, she agreed. However, I want to write it with the both of you as co-creators. Or, at least, with your permission. Harry looked at Daphne, who nodded back. All right, Hermione, write the damn thing and we'll help. Yes, she squealed, jumping forward to hug them both. On Sunday morning, Harry outlined for the other two his thoughts on how to defeat the dragon in a rather creative manner. Let me get this straight, frowned Hermione. You want to take a plastic bag, cast impervious and unbreakable charms on it, enlarge it, levitate it up and over the dragon's head, pull it down over its head, shrink it tight, and wait for the dragon to suffocate. Yep, beamed Harry. That way, I get to claim the carcass of the beast, and all the galleons it's worth. That won't work, Hermione firmly retorted. The plastic bag will be blown all about in the vagaries of the wind. And, it'll be far too difficult to maneuver it above the dragon's head, opening it, and pulling it down. However, something similar but heavier would work. You can use just about any sort of bag. Personally, I think you should try for a long banner, or something similar. That way, you can fly it at the dragon, and wrap it around its head before shrinking it tight. With impervious and unbreakable charms, it'll still do what you want it to do. Frowning, Harry thought about it and could see the logic of Hermione's alterations to the idea. An incarcerus around its snout first would also help, chipped in Daphne. Incarcerus its legs and wings, too. Nodding, Harry looked back and said, that'll work. Any backup ideas for Plan B? That depends on how accurate you are, thought Daphne. Summoning the sword of Gryffindor and banishing it right at the dragon's heart, is one. Because it's really only the hide of the dragon that's somewhat impervious to magic, wait until it opens its mouth and cast a blasting curse in its open maw, is another. Both should near instantly kill the beast. Why do you want to kill the dragon, Harry? Asked Hermione, quite concerned with what she was hearing. Multiple reasons, he replied. First, I managed to get out of being killed by the dragon last go around only by the intervention of my angel, so, that method is far too dangerous. Killing it is the safer alternative. 2. I get to claim the kill by right of slaying the beast, just as with the basilisk. 3. I'll have just demonstrated how I will not hesitate to kill anything they put in my way, so, Dumbledore might want to rethink sending us against the merfolk. And 4, it sends a very clear message to Dumbledore I'm sick and tired of being f***ed with. I want him to think he's starting to turn me into a cold-blooded ruthless killer, the next Dark Lord. So he will then attempt to redeem you. Smirked Daphne. Exactly, replied Harry. It would be yet another thing that'll distract him and allow us to do what we need to do. Surprisingly, Harry received an owl, or, rather, a toucan, from Sirius on the Monday morning wanting to know what was going on. Showing the note to his bondmates, he said, Sirius is still out of the country, but this implies he's now heading back. We've been rather lax in not contacting him and letting him know what's been going on, Harry, countered Hermione. Does he even know he's been exonerated? I tried to send him an all the next day after the hearing. But, it flew around for a few minutes before it came back, he replied. I suspect, wherever he is, he can't receive all mail. You never found out in the previous timeline? Asked Daphne. No, he replied. All we know is that he headed for the tropics, almost immediately after we helped him escape from within the tower he was locked up in here. We didn't hear from him again until after my name came out of the goblet. It sounds like, wherever he is, he's under the Fidelius with owl-blocking wards, mused Daphne. That's what Hermione and I thought, too, nodded Harry. He never ended up telling us more than it was the tropics, though. Then, if he doesn't already find out beforehand, we'll bring him up to speed when he gets here, said Hermione. No, send him an owl, now, to make sure he's aware he's no longer a wanted man, disagreed Daphne. It should make it easier for him to travel, at least. Besides, he still needs to present himself to Madame Bones for the official clearing of his name. Nodding, Harry said, I'll send Hedwig now. And pulled over a small slip of parchment and quill to pen a short note. Steward Ackerman visited with them that afternoon, as promised. He, of course, came prepared. As they sat around a hastily conjured table, the older man looked shrewdly at Harry and asked, First thing, Mr. Potter, is for you to tell me, right now, that you had nothing to do with your name coming out of the goblet. I can't tell you that because I don't know, Harry frowned. However, I can tell you that I did not submit my name to the goblet of fire, nor did I have someone else do it for me. I have been entered into this nonsense against whatever wish I may have had. I can also tell you I gave a magical oath with those almost exact same words on the night it happened. After studying Harry for a couple of seconds, Ackerman gave an almost imperceptible grunt and said, Very well. With an angry scowl, Harry barked back, Mr. Ackerman, except, here and now, that I had nothing to do with my name being submitted as a bloody competitor into this ludicrous event, or we part ways. I gave a magical bloody oath on it, sir, in the middle of the Great Hall. And, I'm quite happy to give you a copy of my memories of that. Ackerman winced and hurriedly backpedaled. Mr. Potter, I apologize, he tried to soothe. I was aware of the oath and what it meant. However, the profit has already begun, and sighed. And, one of the reasons you've secured our services is because you believed the prophet would slander you, given the chance. He looked at Harry a lot more shrewdly and asked, Mr. Potter, are you or, do you have access to a true seer? With a sigh right back, Harry replied, Not that I'm aware of, no. I just happen to be quite perceptive about events happening around me, and likely outcomes. For example, every year I'd been in the magical world something bad and or life-threatening has happened to me on Halloween. The drawing of the names for the Tri-Wizard tournament was to and did occur on Halloween. Ergo, the likelihood of my name coming out of the goblet was, in my opinion, extremely high. I also have it on good authority that Rita Skeeter has taken what I consider an unhealthy interest in me. Miss Skeeter is known to use untruths and blatant lies in her articles to, shall we say, make them more interesting. Again, it does not take a seer to determine I can expect that vile woman to write lies about me in the Daily Prophet. That's why I knew I would need the services of someone of Miss Pentridge's skill set. In other words, sir, it's just a matter of anticipating likely outcomes and being prepared for them in advance. We anticipate probable actions, logically deduce likely consequence, and envision outcomes. Then we plan our responses. If action A occurs, we enact reaction plan X. If, however, action B occurs, we enact reaction plan Y. It's really that simple. Ackerman snorted in self-amusement before he slowly shook his head with a wry grin. You have the mind of a master strategist, Mr. Potter, he mused. No, Harry disagreed. We, together, have such a mind. Nodding, Ackerman asked, so, you have no idea who or why someone wanted you to compete? There are many possibilities, Stuart, replied Harry. I can tell you this, whoever placed my name in the goblet with the intention of my name then being selected has to be a suitably powerful wizard, or witch. They have to have figured out a way to confuse the goblet, make it think there are 4 schools competing, or just that 4 names need to be chosen. Then they had to convince the goblet that one of the names that needed to come out was mine. That means I can confidently claim that it wasn't one of the students. Logic dictates that then leaves one of the staff members of the 3 schools, one of the ministry officials involved, or unlikely an entirely different party who snuck into the school and wasn't caught coming in or going out. Of the 3 we believe the first is most likely. I also believe, who, will become apparent if we can figure out, why. And vice versa. There, we also have various possibilities. As this is a competition. For of-age participants, and I'm only 14 with a 14-year-old's education, there's a likelihood I can very well die. Therefore, this could be a subtle attempt to kill me. This could have also been done by a fanboy or girl, who wants to see me earn even more fame and glory, and hasn't really thought it through. Or, someone has some other nefarious purpose and wants to make sure I'm at a certain place at a certain exact time, or simply might try to beat the goblet and sacrifice my magic. Personally, I think it's the nefarious deed option. I think someone wants me to be at a specific place at a specific time, probably to kidnap me. As I can receive no help in the tasks, there'll be no one close by during the tasks that can immediately come to my aid. With a shrug and a mock sigh of annoyance, he said, "But, it's just a hunch." "And your hunches are usually on the galleon," stated Daphne. "She's right," piped up Hermione. "You have a pretty good habit of doing that, you know. Almost uncannily so. Personally, I think what you think is a hunch is when your subconscious has already figured it out and is trying to prod you in the right direction." Harry just harumphed before he thought about it for a few moments, then nodded in agreement. "I suppose I can't dispute that," he mused. "It makes a kind of sense." Turning back to Ackerman, he said, "Anyways, Mr. Ackerman, everything we know can be easily explained by deductive reasoning. If you get a chance, have a look through a few Muggle bookshops for a book that covers what Muggles call critical thinking. I believe you will quickly discover it would be a very useful tool in your profession." Nodding back, Ackerman replied, "I'll do just that, Mr. Potter." "Thank you. And, I do apologize for doubting you." Harry waved it off and said, "Yes. Well, how about you give us your views on the contract?" With his own sigh, Ackerman cleared his throat and said, "In a nutshell, you're stuck. You have to compete. However, there are some advantages to you out of this. Firstly, you can go ahead and demand emancipation, if you want it. You have the right to be seen as an adult in the magical world, though not in the Muggle world. With the 3 heads of school, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and the head of the Department for International Magical Cooperation all agreeing you have to compete, they're all stating you're of age. That means, they effectively emancipated you. Secondly, you're entitled to certain privileges. You're entitled to skip any and all classes, even exams. You can come and go from the school, as you please, so long as you're doing so for tournament purposes. You're entitled to your own apartment, but, seeing as you already have one, that's moot. And, you can request special meals and times. But, I guess, with your own elf you already get that." Harry and the girls were nodding along at the right times. "Now," continued Ackerman, I didn't understand how it was you knew what was going to happen, so, Miss Pentridge did not come with me today. However, I will ensure she continues to monitor the media for slander and defamatory remarks. She's also been hunting down all the authors and printing houses of those books about you and will soon make her move against them. Plus, she's been tracking down those who've used your name and/or image without your consent. The problem, here, is that Albus Dumbledore claimed magical guardianship over you and authorized many of them." Harry growled under his breath and muttered various imprecations. "Those, we are still going after," continued Ackerman, as if he hadn't heard. "However, all we can do with many of them is send legal cease and desist notices. If they then continue, they're ours to sue. And, then we'll go after them for the lot." Harry could only nod in disappointment. "Even so," continued Ackerman, "I dare say we're going to end up driving many of them into bankruptcy." Harry's head shot up at that and stared back. "I really don't want to bankrupt them, Mr. Ackerman. I really don't want to see their employees out of work over this." "Then, I believe," replied the older wizard, "that, if such a case would drive the miscreant into bankruptcy, through us you offer to buy them out of the remaining debt." Hermione frowned and said, "Explain, please." Ackerman switched his attention to her and replied, basically, Harry claims the business in lieu of the debt. If the debt is greater than the worth of the business, on Harry's behalf we make them an offer to hand the business over to Harry to clear the debt. Unlike in the Muggle world, the Wizarding world still has debtor's prison. It's part of the minimum security wing of Azkaban. In shock, Hermione exclaimed, but, that's Barb. Hermione, snapped Daphne, cutting her off before she could launch into one of her rants. Hermione blinked back at her for a few moments, gaping like a fish out of water, before what she was about to say occurred to her, and she blushed in shame when Daphne's expression stopped her from commenting further. Since not long after the move into the apartment, Daphne had been educating both Hermione and Harry on wizarding culture. She'd been slowly working through a lot of the reasons of the why and the how things were done as they were. However, the best lesson she had given was to convince Hermione not to comment on matters she was not fully aware of in advance. Harry then used the matter of house elves and their bonds, and Hermione's lack of understanding the necessity of them when she first learned of them, as the lead example. Without a bond, house elves wither and die. And the manner of death is very unpleasant. Hermione, after remembering what she tried to accomplish in their previous 5th year, was near inconsolable for the rest of the day. She thought she had been responsible for the horrid deaths of many of Hogwarts's house elves. Harry had to tell her it was Dobby who had collected up all the little hats Hermione had knitted that year. And that she hadn't unintentionally been the cause of painful house elf deaths. Turning back to Ackerman, with a sheepish expression, she muttered, sorry. With a bit of a light chuckle, Ackerman replied, that's quite all right, Miss Granger. I've known many Muggleborns who've had the same reaction, in the past. After a bit more discussion, where the bondmates did not let the wily old wizarding solicitor know Harry had already submitted the parchment work to be emancipated, Ackerman left with new instructions for both himself and Margaret. The following Saturday evening, the bondmates celebrated Harry's emancipation. The goblins had submitted the parchment work immediately, as promised, and the week had now passed by with nary a whisper of anyone learning of the change of status. Part of the celebration included the bondmates writing to Mafalda Hopkirk of the Ministry, the improper use of magic office, who were charged with detecting underage magic so he could get the trace removed. They were also aware that, once Madame Hopkirk was in receipt of that letter, everyone would know in a matter of hours. If there was one thing the Ministry was very good at, it was a complete inability to keep anything secret. Especially, when it came to one Harry James Potter. So, they prepared for the headmaster to accost Harry about it either Sunday evening or Monday morning. Of course, it was not difficult for them to deduce the headmaster would try to get the emancipation overturned. He would first try to get Harry to request reversing it, before then trying to use his chief warlock status to get it done. That meant writing to Madame Bones, who was head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the department that covered underage magic, to explain why Harry sought emancipation, and who was involved in determining he was considered of age the night his name came out of the goblet. They believed that naming Dumbledore as one of the people who determined he would have to compete that night, would effectively pull the rug out from under Dumbledore's attempt to have his emancipation overturned. Sure enough, Monday morning's Daily Prophet screamed the headline that Harry Potter was emancipated. Boy WHO lived now adult. As a result of Mr. Harry Potter's 14th name coming out of the Goblet of Fire, and being named a competitor in the Tri-Wizard Tournament, the boy who lived applied for emancipation, and it was granted, writes Hieronymus Cartwright. For those unaware, the Ministry deemed only those witches and wizards attending the 3 eminent European schools of magic, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang who were of age, were permitted to compete in the Tri-Wizard Tournament. As Mr. Potter was chosen, and he was not immediately disqualified, Mr. Potter appears to have used the opportunity to have himself declared emancipated, and, therefore, of age. The Daily Prophet has already alerted you that, on the 1st of September, Mr. Potter became bonded to 2 similarly aged witches. What Mr. Potter's emancipation means for those 2 witches is not yet known. Damn it! Harry softly exclaimed, on reading the paper. While the article is truthful, it still makes me out to be a bad guy. It implies I'll possibly force an early marriage between us, so I can have my wicked ways with you. Daphne laughed and said, but you already have your wicked ways with us. Clearly, this Cartwright character has no idea about soul bonds. It's well known what happens to establish and finalize such a bond. The three bondmates had now progressed their soul bond to the point they were engaged in acts that would surpass what would be considered rated if they were in a story or movie. However, they still hadn't taken the final step. "Humph," muttered Hermione. "No doubt there will be others, including Miss Pentridge, who will soon set him right." As expected, 2 days later Harry received a summons to appear before an emergency sitting of the Wizengamot to determine whether or not he should retain his emancipation. Of course, the motion was made by Dumbledore. With muttered imprecations, Harry handed the summons off to Daphne. "The old fool just can't leave well enough alone. He's panicking," she replied. "He's so worried you'll run for the colony's first chance you get. He's trying everything he can to keep you here." "That's something we three haven't properly discussed, you know," said Hermione, after she read the summons. "Do we actually go, or not?" With a frustrated sigh, he replied, "Actually, most of what I said about that was just to keep Dumbledore hopping. I was dangling the threat out there to worry him. I don't know if we should or not." "I say maybe," he said. "Both of you have family here and little Astoria will be left without her big sister and future brother-in-law around to protect her if we were to leave the country. It's that which is holding me back." "There is another option," put Hermione. "We get the headmaster to make a magical oath he will cease and desist all efforts to try and control you beyond the role of headmaster." "He's too tricky for that," disagreed Daphne. She thought a bit and said, "I say, go ahead with setting up a transfer for the three of us to Salem. Have everything organized. Once we do that and Dumbledore sees you're being serious, he may come up with the idea of a vow or oath he's willing to abide by." Nodding, Harry looked at Hermione and saw she was in agreement. Turning back to Daphne, he said, "Let's do that, then. However, I also want to talk to Sirius first, though. But, I think I'm pretty sure in stating I think he'd even come with us if we were actually going to go." "It's a plan," nodded Hermione. She then reached out and pulled another sheet of parchment towards herself and asked, "Does anyone know to whom I'd have to address a letter to the headmaster of Salem?" "To the headmaster, / headmist number. To the principal, Salem Witches Academy, Salem, Massachusetts," muttered Daphne. "Of course," sighed Hermione, as if she was a little angry with herself. "They call them principals, over there, don't they?" Daphne just nodded. "Don't get worked up about it, Hermione," Harry chided the girl. "You're not expected to know everything. Or, even remember everything you know as if with a snap of your fingers." Again, the three dressed in their finest to attend the hearing before the Wizengamot. This time, it was Dees who came and collected them. Thankfully, however, Dumbledore did not try and stop them from leaving. They entered the atrium via flow, passed through the checkpoint, and headed directly to the same courtroom as before. Courtroom 10, the largest available. Harry caught the attention of one of the aurors on the main floor and asked, "Do I need to go into the antechamber this time? Or, do I get to stay in here?" "In here, Mr. Potter," said the auror, who Harry recognized from before but didn't know. "Just take a seat at the table, over there." The auror pointed him to leftmost of a pair of tables sitting side by side with a 4-foot gap between them. Harry went and sat at one of the chairs just as Stuart Ackerman walked in and headed across. He took the other seat of the two at the table and asked, "All right there, Harry?" "All right, Stuart," he sighed. "It appears your headmaster is again up to his old tricks, eh?" The solicitor asked. "Yeah," sighed Harry again. As they were quietly conversing, Dumbledore walked in and took seat at the other table, as if he had not a care in the world. He did not even acknowledge Harry's or Stuart's attendance. They were sitting for less than a minute when Percy Weasley, who was again sitting in the court scribe's seat, rose and intoned, "Hear ye. All those with business before the Wizengamot this day, please rise." Everyone stood as the Wizengamot filed in and took seat. At least, this time, they weren't all looking at him with distaste, or worse. The pink toad was not in attendance. The one who took the center chair, Harry recognized him as Tiberius Ogden, sat first and banged his gavel the once. "Be seated," he ordered. After everyone sat, he turned to Percy and demanded, "What business brings us to assemble this day, scribe?" "You have, before you, a request, filed by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, to have the emancipation of Harry James Potter overturned," Percy dutifully replied. "I see," nodded Ogden. Turning to the center of the floor he asked, Mr. Dumbledore, you wish to proceed. I do, Acting Chief Warlock, replied Dumbledore. And it's Chief Warlock Dumbledore, Acting Chief Warlock. Not while you're sitting in that chair, it's not, disagreed Ogden, with a very slight smirk. You claimed magical guardianship over Mr. Potter as Mr. Dumbledore, not Chief Warlock Dumbledore. If you had, I dare say you'd no longer be Chief Warlock, anyway. Dumbledore just gave a short nod in reply, as if in acknowledgement. Turning to look at Harry, Ogden asked, Mr. Potter, you wish to contest? As Ogden was speaking, Stuart laid his hand on Harry's near arm as if to hold him in his seat. Once the question was asked, he stood and replied, Stuart Ackerman, solicitor and legal representative for Mr. Harry James Potter. Mr. Potter contests the claim. Very well, said Ogden with a nod, as if there was any doubt. Turning back to Dumbledore, he instructed, Mr. Dumbledore, as the applicant, it behoves you to prove your claim. The floor is yours. What followed for the next 20 to 30 minutes was Dumbledore listing all the reasons he could think of for why Harry shouldn't be allowed to keep his emancipation. He made claims Harry was too young, too lacking of knowledge of the wizarding world, the Potter fortune was too large for such a young man to properly manage without oversight, he had no training in managing such a large fortune, and he was still a student and therefore did not have the time to rectify all those matters. Then he switched to how he had dutifully taken care of the Potter fortune for the day Harry would then be able to properly deal with it. He kept Harry safe from remnants of the Death Eaters in the days after Riddle's disappearance, Harry's recalcitrant recent behavior in school, and how Sirius had yet to put in an appearance and rightfully take Harry's guardianship, and that meant the guardianship should be returned to him. During Dumbledore's testimony, Ackerman was writing away and was simultaneously doing his best to keep Harry calm. Harry, for his part, was also writing short notes to add to the prodigious notes Stuart was taking, and passing them over. Once Dumbledore finished, his posture stood as if to say there could be no doubt Harry's emancipation should be overturned and guardianship returned to him, before he finally resumed his seat. Once Dumbledore sat, Ogden turned to Stuart and asked, Mr. Ackerman, your response. Not rushing, Stuart rose to his feet almost negligently holding his notes within his grasp. He then started slow and kept the pace and cadence of his words calm and composed as he responded to each and every claim Dumbledore made. On 2 occasions he even agreed with Dumbledore's reasoning. But, that pointed out how unreasonable Dumbledore was being in other areas. He then went into how Dumbledore, himself, agreed with Harry having to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. And mentioned that, by doing so, Dumbledore recognized Harry to be of age. He then covered how 2 department heads from the ministry agreed, as did the other 2 heads of school. He covered how Harry was showing much maturity by employing himself and the goblins to positions of advisors, and that he listened and didn't act rash. And how he was in a 3-way soul bond with both a pureblood and Muggleborn witch. Both of whom were recognized as high achievers in the same school for which Dumbledore was headmaster. He spoke of how it would be magic which would soon see the 3 married, and would automatically emancipate them, anyway. That it had not, as yet, done such showed the 3 were not rushing matters regarding their bonds, and was evidence the bonds were clearly not yet finalized. He then went directly into an attack of Dumbledore, himself. He covered how Dumbledore had already failed in his duties as magical guardian to ensure Harry was not mistreated while under the so-called care of his Muggle relatives, presented evidence from the goblins that Dumbledore had not been in to see the Potter senior account keeper concerning the Potter fortune, let alone properly manage the golden investments, as he had claimed to have done, already provided evidence before the Wizengamot. He did not have time to handle all his responsibilities regarding magical guardianship, to wit Dumbledore's own testimony Harry was not ready to take up the affairs of his house, argued how Dumbledore could not possibly have time to handle the current duties he had of Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump and Headmaster of Hogwarts, let alone tack on magical guardianship again, and slickly and effectively turned almost all of Dumbledore's arguments back upon him. In conclusion, Acting Chief Warlock Ogden, he wrapped up, questions are already being raised within the media and among the populace as to how the Wizengamot could possibly have erred so badly as to hand magical guardianship to Mr. Dumbledore, in the first place. Please, do not add to that by giving Dumbledore guardianship, once more. Especially when Mr. Potter has done nothing to show he is incapable of taking care of himself, his ladies and their needs. and sat down. After a few moments of muttering among the assembled, Ogden said, "Yes, well." He raised his gavel and banged it once. "We'll retire to make our deliberations." The Wizengamot rose, almost as one, and filed out of the room. As soon as they left, Stuart turned to Harry and said, "Depending on how much Dumbledore bribed the members, you've won this." "Bribed?" asked Harry, a little shocked. "Yes, Harry, bribed," replied his solicitor. He looked over to Dumbledore and could see the old man sitting as relaxed as could be. That, more than Ackerman's words, worried him. The members returned more than half an hour later. To Harry, it felt as if they were gone for hours. Once everyone was seated again, Ogden called for both parties to rise. Looking at them both, he said, "We have deliberated long and hard to reach a decision that is best for Mr. Potter's best interests. To that end, it is the decision of this body to allow Mr. Potter to retain his emancipation." That brought forth a number of muttering voices from behind. Some shocked by the outcome, others clearly believing no other choice was expected. Harry turned and grinned at his two bondmates before quickly turning back again. A quick glance at Dumbledore showed the man to be both quite surprised and angry at the declaration. Looking directly at him, the acting chief warlock asked, "Mr. Potter, only to sat an old man's curiosity, if the decision had fallen against you, how soon would you have finalized your bonds?" Harry frowned at the question but answered as honestly as he could. "It would have made no difference. I, personally, would not have re-sought emancipation using the bonds. That would have been grossly unfair to my two ladies, and to myself." Nodding, Ogden said, "Well said. And yet further evidence Mr. Potter is worthy to be emancipated." Banging his gavel once, the acting chief warlock said, "We are adjourned." Harry rose and was about to go directly to his bondmates' sides when, instead, he hurried to the benches and offered his hand to Ogden. Surprised, Ogden rose, leaned over and took the offered hand, before they shook. "Thank you, sir," Harry said with emotion. "You're quite welcome, Mr. Potter," Ogden replied with a smile. Neither noticed the flash of a wizarding camera as both stood there with their hands clasped. As the three, with Dees, made their way out of the courtroom, standing just outside the door was Sirius with a huge grin on his face. "Sirius!" cried Harry, dashing the couple of feet forward to wrap his godfather in a hug. "When did you get back?" "Yesterday evening," replied Sirius. "This morning, I was in discussions with Amelia Bones, going over memories and whatnot." "It's done then?" asked Harry, full of hope. "You're officially free." "Yep." His godfather beamed back with a huge grin. "I came down here and hid in the back just in case the case went against you. If Dumbledore had been successful in getting your emancipation overturned, I was all set to claim guardianship of you myself. You had nothing to fear, but I couldn't let you know that." "Don't worry about it," Harry gushed. "I'm just glad you're back and free." "That I am, pup," his godfather enthusiastically said. "And, I hear, it's all thanks to you." "Oh, no, Sirius," replied Harry, startled. He turned to his two bondmates and ushered them forward. "It's all thanks to these two lovely ladies." "Daphne, mainly," corrected Hermione. "She's the one who brought her father in. And he's the one who organized the solicitors for us." Harry indicated Stuart and introduced him. "Sirius," he said. "This is Stuart Ackerman, solicitor par excellence. He and his partner, Margaret Pentridge, are the ones who planned it all out to get you free." Sirius stepped forward and shook Stuart's hand. "Thank you," he gushed. "Think nothing of it, Mr. Black," replied Stuart, smiling. "It's all part of the service Mr. Potter, here, has retained us to accomplish." Turning to Harry, he said, "Until next time, Mr. Potter." And, with a nod and smile to all, he departed. Sirius turned to Dees and said, "Madam Greengrass, you have my thanks. The House of Black is in your debt." "No, Mr. Black, it's not," disagreed Dees. "My husband, Matthias, was just the go-between for Harry and Ackerman. Harry, my daughter, and Miss Granger are the heroes, here. Stuart, Mr. Ackerman and I came up with a cunning plan to use the hearing from a couple of weeks ago to make it public you were innocent. We just enacted that plan," explained Harry. "You've actually been considered exonerated of all charges and deemed free since then. It's just that no one could get in touch with you, what with the owl block wards or whatever. I was in the Tahitian Islands," explained Sirius. "The Blacks have a private holiday home there. I'd forgotten about the mail blocks. They were put in by a previous head of house to stop mail turning up while he was on holiday. He liked his isolation. Well, I have to get these 3 back to Hogwarts, interrupted Geese. Besides, we're making a bit of a spectacle of ourselves standing here. Sirius nodded and looked back at Harry before he said, I've got something to send you. It's a way for us to better keep in touch. I'll send it as soon as I settle back in London. Harry and Hermione both knew he was referring to the communication mirror. Sounds good, said Harry. In the meantime, I've got to get to Gringotts to sort out the black finances, explained Sirius. Look for my owl. Will do, replied Harry, as Geese led them back upstairs to the atrium to flow back to Hogsmeade. The plan for facing the dragon in the first task was polished, with Harry practicing the charms and curses he needed for the various plans and alternates, in the room of requirement. Sirius's mirror arrived via owl a couple of days later, as he'd promised. The 3 were in charms when young Colin Creevey came in with a note for Professor Flitwick. Accepting the note and glancing over at Harry, the diminutive professor said, It seems you're needed for the wand weighing ceremony, Mr. Potter. You're excused for the rest of the class. Harry nodded back and packed up his school work. Young Colin stood by, excited, and almost hopping from foot to foot as Harry packed up. Once ready, Harry gave his girls a quick hug while they whispered words of being careful about Rita Skeeter, and he followed young Mr. Creevey to the same abandoned classroom he remembered from the previous time. When he walked in, the 3 champions were standing together off to one side, quietly chatting. Ludo Bagman was, as expected, sitting with Skeeter on one of the chairs that were set up for a photo shoot. The photographer, Harry couldn't remember his name, Bozo, or something, was standing apart, fiddling with his camera. Ah, Mr. Potter, gushed Bagman. Our 4th champion. I'm not a bloody champion, useless. You know that. Harry growled back. I'm an unwilling competitor, only. As he was growling back at Bagman, Skeeter had sidled forward and said, Mr. Potter. It's nice to finally meet you. She grabbed his arm and started to drag him aside. Perhaps we can. That was as far as she got before Harry's hand snapped across and, none gently, ripped Skeeter's fingers off her grip on his arm. Get your hands off me, woman, he snarled. Oh, of course, Mr. Potter, she stuttered. I was just wondering if I might have a quiet word before we began the official interviews. I'm sure you understand, she gushed, getting her equilibrium back. Harry gave a short sharp nod and walked into the corner of the room. Skeeter quickly caught up. Once she'd rejoined him, and before she could begin to even pull out her quill, Harry quietly but firmly said, Listen up, Skeeter. I know what sort of shit masquerading as news you write. As you're now no doubt aware, I have retained legal counsel specializing in slander and libel. They'll be very interested in what you want to write, as I've given them carte blanche to go for the jugular of any reporter who writes bullshit about me. Skeeter had frozen in place when Harry began to talk. She was looking a little afraid, but it clearly wasn't enough. Then Harry leaned closer, right into her comfort zone, and growled, And when they're done with you, I'm going to take great pleasure in crushing you like a little bug. Something like a water beetle, perhaps. As he spoke, Skeeter went white and looked a little faint. She didn't utter a word. If you write the truth about me, Skeeter, he said, leaning back again. No matter how embarrassing it is, you and I won't have a problem. But you write one word of a lie, well, I believe the Daily Prophet will be looking for a new gossip monger. Am I clear? Skeeter gaped at him like a fish, for a few moments. Glaring back, Harry growled, Am I clear, Miss Skeeter? The witch quickly nodded back and stuttered, Why yes, Mr. Potter. Relaxing his face from its glare, Harry then added the carrot from the stick. He said, Good. Now, if you prove you can behave yourself, then I'll give you the odd exclusive interview, now and then. That roused the witch reporter, whose eyes suddenly gleamed. Recognizing the expression, Harry nodded back and said, Finally, do you have any questions for me? Skeeter quickly reached into her oversized purse and drew out the quill. Miss Skeeter, he growled. Almost jumping in fright, Skeeter quickly jammed the lime green quill back in her bag and withdrew a normal dicta quill, and set it going. Harry waited for her. Once she was ready, she hesitantly asked, Now, Mr. Potter. How did you feel the night your name mysteriously came out of the goblet of fire? At first, shock. I, of course, had not entered my name, so it coming out of the goblet was completely unexpected. Next, anger. I had warned Dumbledore that I feared my name would come out of the goblet. Clearly, he's so full of his own self-importance he thought he knew better than me, a simple fourth-year student. He was wrong. A situation in which he is often found. Third, fear. I'm a fourth-year student in a competition designed with seventh-year students in mind. I simply do not have the education obviously planned for when whatever the tasks are were designed. Clearly, someone wants me to fail and, probably, die in one of these tasks. Or, at the very least, see me stripped of my magic. I see my unwilling entrance into the Tri-Wizard tournament as nothing less than yet another attempt to do me harm. Yes, replied Skeeter, though no reply was required. Harry knew she was just using the break to think of her next question. How do you feel of your chances? She asked. In what way? Harry asked right back. In winning. 0. I don't even care what scores I receive, so I'm certainly not trying to win. My only goal is to survive this accursed event. And, my chances of accomplishing that, I just don't know. I see, she said, watching the dictaquill finish writing its last few lines. How do your bondmates feel about you being a champion? Your question is a nonsense, Miss Skeeter, he replied. I am not a champion, ergo, they don't think anything of it. Sorry. As a competitor, I mean, she corrected. They want me to live, of course, he replied. Just as they hope for me to survive this stupidity masked as a spectator event. We are united in this. And how is life as someone bonded to two witches? She asked. That is irrelevant to the Tri-Wizard tournament, Miss Skeeter, he snapped back. Keep your questions relevant to that event. With a quick mow of frustration, Skeeter was about to ask her next question when Dumbledore entered with Barty Crouch Sr., the other two heads and Garrick Ollivander in tow. Dumbledore, spotting him talking to Skeeter, quickly hurried over and gripped Harry by the elbow, intent in tugging him away. Harry, already expecting the move, quickly grasped Dumbledore by his wrist, broke the hold on his elbow and, pivoting, used his grip to flip Dumbledore over onto his back, pinning him to the floor with an arm lock and his foot on his neck, pinning the old man's head down. Bloody hell, Dumbledore! Harry barked out, releasing his grip and stepping away. I bloody warned you not to suddenly grab hold of me like that. You're damned lucky I didn't dislocate your shoulder. Don't ever attack me like that, again. There was a flash of wizarding camera flash, as Harry stepped away. That'll be front page tomorrow, thought Harry, hiding his grin. Madame Maxime, while staring in shock at Harry, helped the old man to his feet while he rubbed his neck where Harry's shoe was pressed down. Monsieur Potier, she gasped. Was that completely necessary? Yes, headmistress, he replied. I react badly to being physically assaulted. It comes from being raised in an abusive household, where I was continuously beaten and whipped just for being the son of my aunt's sister. I thought I was being attacked. I was not attacking you, Harry, Dumbledore firmly spoke out. I was simply trying to get you away from the influences of Miss Skeeter. Ah, said Harry. Well, as I'm an emancipated minor, you again overstepped the bounds of your authority. As such, you getting yourself tossed to the floor when I defended myself from your physical assault, was your own fault. In the very uncomfortable silence, Bagman interjected with a falsely cheerful voice. Well, now that the excitement has passed, shall we get on with it? After that, the weighing of the wands went as in the previous timeline, except Harry refused having an individual photo taken, nor being placed in the middle of the shot. When the photographer asked for a shot of the champions on their own, Harry stepped out of the shot and stood behind Madame Maxime, though Dumbledore kept trying to shepherd him back, frustrating the photographer no end. Finally, the day of the first task dawned bright and clear. Harry had advised Diggory 3 days earlier that they'd be facing dragons in the first task, as he had done in the previous timeline. He also mentioned how transfiguring multiple rocks into creatures that would distract the dragon would be a better idea than just one creature the dragon could devour or fry in an instant. Instead of heading directly to the Ravenclaw table for breakfast, Harry headed to the head table. There, he stopped just off the dais and clearly spoke. So, headmaster, he called. You still feel I have to participate in this farce? With a frown, Dumbledore said, perhaps we should take this to my office, Harry. Perhaps not, replied Harry. This is, after all, a public spectacle. It's not all that much different to the lions and Christians in the Colosseum of Rome, is it not? Without waiting for a response he continued, now, so everyone knows, do you still demand I participate in this farce? With his near-patented grandfatherly sigh, Dumbledore said, yes, Harry, I'm afraid you must. And if I don't? He asked. Then you would lose your magic, replied Dumbledore. With a slow nod, Harry said, it is my understanding the first task usually involves the competitor facing a very dangerous magical creature. That anyone who cared to look could see 4 dragons poorly hidden within the Forbidden Forest from the Astronomy Tower, last night, means it's not hard to figure out each champion will be facing one of the beasts, each. So, Headmaster, I believe it is prudent for me to advise you in advance. Any and all beasts set before me in one of these tasks, you can consider forfeit. If you put it in my way, I'm quite likely to kill it. That also includes sentient creatures. You have been warned. Before Dumbledore could respond, Harry spun about and walked down the hall to sit with his bondmates at the Ravenclaw table. Dumbledore quickly rose and stormed from the hall through the staff entrance, Snape following in his wake. Immediately before lunch, Harry returned to the apartment to change into his competitor robes that Dobby had brought him. Looking at them, he saw they were in Gryffindor colors and had the Hogwarts and Gryffindor crests on the B, East. Indicating them to his bondmates, he asked, are you seeing this? We are, replied Daphne. But, why are they there? It's Dumbledore's work, sighed Hermione. He still wants everyone to believe that Harry is a champion for Hogwarts, and that he's a Gryffindor. Not going to happen, muttered Daphne. She stepped forward and waved her wand a couple times over the robes. At first, they altered to plain black without the crests. However, after a few moments, they reverted back. They're heavily charmed, she said. I cannot force the change. Then I don't wear them, at all, Harry firmly stated. We'll reconfigure a different set of robes and I'll wear those, instead. He turned and walked to his wardrobe, pulling out a set of plain work robes and laying them on the bed next to the set left by Dumbledore. Concentrating, he forced them into a near copy of the robes that had been left for him. However, this set was dark green. Diggory will wear black robes trimmed with yellow, Delacour will wear light blue robes and Crumb will wear gray with red trim, he explained. Therefore, I chose something with a green base. Daphne then stepped forward and configured a Potter crest to appear over the B, East. Pleased with what he was seeing, Harry smirked and configured twinned Greengrass and Granger crests to appear side by side directly below the Potter crest, so the 3 formed a bit of a triangle. I have a crest? Asked Hermione looking at the Granger crest in surprise. Harry snickered and replied, almost every family, whether magical or muggle, does. It wasn't hard to find a Granger crest. The difficulty was in discovering which of the various ones was yours. Your father helped me with that. What are those tiny things on the white inverted V, on yours? She asked. Trying not to laugh, Harry replied, the white inverted V is actually referred to as a chevron. And, those things, as you described them, are actually sable tails. It's to signify that the white is actually sable, rather than just white. While Harry was describing the crests, Daphne was looking at the front of the robes and frowning a little. Suddenly, she grinned and created a 4th crest. This one appeared on the left sleeve, about 4 inches below the point of the shoulder. It was the Black family crest. A further wave of her wand and a blank crest appeared on the other B, East across from the first 3. The banner directly under it read, unaligned. Picking the robes up and flipping them over, she then created a banner across the back of them. The banner would be perfectly aligned to appear across the back of Harry's shoulders. I'm looking for a new school. All me. Harry laughed and gleefully stated, that's perfect. Hang on a bit, muttered Daphne. She then worked a small set of runes into the border and into the edging of each crest. What's that for? He asked. It stops someone changing it to something else, or simply removing it. I just pinched the idea from Dumbledore's attempt on those other competitors' robes, she said with a moe of distaste and a gesture at the ones Dobby had brought. Chuckling, Harry hurriedly donned the new robes and the 3 made their way down to the Great Hall for lunch. Walking into the Great Hall, there was little change until some of the older students, sitting at the back of the hall, could see what was written across the back of Harry's shoulders. Then there was stunned silence. Within moments, there was a lot of hurried whispering among the students. Some even rose from their seats to come over and have a better look. Many were clearly in disbelief at what was written. Professor McGonagall, curious herself, came down to take a look. With an almost horrified expression on her face, she turned about and hurried back to the head table. A few moments of whispered conversation with the headmaster, and Dumbledore came down to look for himself. The three bondmates chose to ignore it all, and just partook of their lunch. "Mr. Potter, what is the meaning of this?" asked the headmaster to Harry's back. Setting down his cutlery, Harry turned about and asked, "What is the meaning of what, Headmaster Dumbledore?" "What you have written on your back," asked Dumbledore. Harry saw Dumbledore then see the front of the robes and frown. "Those are not the robes you were sent to wear." "Ah," said Harry, pretending to understand. "You sent those robes." "I did," replied the old man. "Well, sir, I refused to wear them as they represented a lie. I am not the Hogwarts champion, so to wear the Hogwarts crest was wrong. I am not a member of Gryffindor, so wearing the Gryffindor crest was wrong, as was wearing Gryffindor colors. Further, I had no idea where they came from. And, as they were heavily charmed, I could not trust them. So, I and my ladies prepared a new set." Looking down he indicated, "I chose green because the ladies like me wearing that color. According to them, it enhances my eyes. As I'm not representing any particular school, I see no reason to wear a school crest. The blank crest represents that I'm unaligned to a school. Instead, we came up with the idea of wearing the Potter, Greengrass and Granger crests with the black crest on the sleeve as an aligned house. And the banner across the back is a bit of advertising showing that I'm looking for offers from other schools to attend the rest of my schooling there. This sort of thing occurs all the time in the Muggle world, and we decided to adopt the idea. Ingenious, wouldn't you say?" "No, Mr. Potter, I would not," scowled Dumbledore. He quickly drew his wand from his belt and gave it a quick swish over Harry. For only a bare moment, almost missed, Harry's robes changed to what was in the apartment. However, that bare short moment was all. They immediately reverted back to what Harry wore as he walked into the hall. Harry and both girls drew their own wands and pointed them back at the headmaster. "Cast a spell over me again, Headmaster Dumbledore, without first explaining it in detail, and gaining my permission. I shall consider it an attack and retaliate. You may expect lethal force to be used. Back down." Those close by who heard Harry's proclamation gasped in shock. Dumbledore scowled and forcefully shoved his wand back into his belt. "Get rid of it," he demanded. "You have no right to make such a demand, Headmaster Dumbledore," retorted Harry. "I have already informed you I'll be seeking to complete my schooling at another education institution. I remain only due to my unwilling participation in the farce you call a Tri-Wizard tournament. And, you are bound by that same contract to provide me houseroom for the duration. In other words, I no longer consider you my headmaster. You are the headmaster of a school for which I no longer consider myself a student. You cannot just walk out on magical Britain, Mr. Potter," ground out Dumbledore, as Professor McGonagall stood there looking horrified. "I can't," smirked Harry. Still standing, he looked around the great hall at all the students sitting there, watching the drama play out before them. "In my second year, many of you idiots, well, except for the current crop of first and second years, spent almost the whole year calling me the heir of Slytherin, and claiming I was a Dark Lord who had released Slytherin's monster upon you all. You behaved most appallingly. It was, without any doubt, bullying. That the staff here did nothing to stop it when they knew damned well it was occurring is, quite frankly, disgusting. I assure you, in the Muggle world, they have laws against this sort of thing. The Muggle born and raised can confirm that for you. Those laws would have been immediately enacted, and the entirety of the staff would have been, up to and including, arrested and charged for it. Many of you refused to believe it was me. You even raised the logical points that I could not be the heir as I was the victim of the one who laid claim to that title, Tom Marvolo Riddle. However, you too found yourselves shunned. For that, I thank you. However," he continued, as he began walking around the tables, "there were some of you who did far more harm than your schoolmates." He looked to Susan Bones and said, "Miss Bones, for instance, completely forgot that there existed an alliance between House Potter and House Bones. I wonder what her aunt would say if I was to tell her that I declare the alliance terminated due to the behavior of her niece, the next head of her house, towards me." The fourth-year Hufflepuff, Susan Bones, suddenly turned white in fear and shock. "No. she squeaked. Harry smirked at her. I have sufficient cause, Miss Bones. Your behavior saw to that. Plus, even after you knew the truth, you never apologized for your disgusting behavior. Even when you witnessed others doing it, as a reminder to you. Turning to face others, he indicated them and said, the same goes for Mr. Corner and House Corner, Mr. Macmillan and House Macmillan, Miss Brocklehurst and House Brocklehurst, and others. But, what many of you should know and probably don't is that I am also heir Black. That means, all those who have alliances with House Black, are in the same leaky boat. The current head of House Black, Sirius Black, has just taken up his headship. He's also my godfather. That means right now I can ask him to call all debts due because of the actions of those who are heirs of houses owing houses Potter and or Black. I can terminate those alliances for cause. But, you didn't just slander me in my second year, did you? Did any of you not consider I would very likely hear of your words and behavior concerning me, this year? I'm well aware what will happen if I decide to call those debts due. I'm well aware many of your families will instantly become paupers. Or you. I will, almost literally, own you. Turning back to Dumbledore, he smirked and said, as for you, Headmaster Dumbledore, there are so many families that, once I tell them how their heirs behaved towards me in my second year and so far this year, they're going to bend over backwards to give me what I want. Many of them you probably consider your allies. However, if I was to make demands of them because of those debts, how many of them will side with you against me? How hard would it really be for me to demand of them a vote of no confidence in you as both Chief Warlock and Supreme Muckety-Muck? Allowing his face to morph into a glare, he said, annoy me any further and we'll both find out. And, just think, you could have stopped it all from happening right from the start. All you had to do was stand up at one of the meals, said a few words about how you knew I wasn't the heir of Slytherin, and that someone else was responsible for the attacks, and you'd have stopped their bullying of me. That you didn't means I can now use it against you. Dumbledore stood there in shock and not a little fear. Professor McGonagall was likewise stunned. But, of course, you were arguing that I couldn't just walk out on Magical Britain, as you put it, continued Harry. The way this student body has behaved towards me, the way I was continually verbally abused by someone on your staff you claim has your complete trust, and whatever the way blood bigots were freely allowed, even encouraged, to spew their vitriol and denigrate and abuse others the way I have, at times, been slandered in the Daily Prophet and on the WWN have all, as examples, more than adequately shown me that there'll be no great loss to the wizarding world if the Dork Lord, Moldysnot or whatever silly name he chooses to use, does return and burns the bloody lot to the ground. I know you and Tom Riddle both happen to believe, somehow, I have some important role yet to play in the destruction of Old Voles and his shorts. But, when you look at it from my point of view, why the hell should I care? No one has given me reason to do so, and, as aforementioned, every reason to feel the opposite. With the exception of my godfather, Miss Granger, the Greengrass family, Miss Lovegood here, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Davies, Mr. Zabini, Mr. Urquhart, and some of the Weasley family, I couldn't care any less about everyone else than I do now. That's why I have no hesitation in leaving, Headmaster. You've made it easy for me. Harry turned to his two bondmates and said, I suppose it's time for me to go and slay a dragon. Coming. The two girls stood with matching grins, and joined Harry as he strode from the hall on the way down to the new enclosure erected for the task. As they walked out they left behind uproar. There were quite a few crying, quite a few ranting at their house and schoolmates, others were ranting at the teaching staff, a few immediately left the great hall to run as fast as they could to the Ollery to send off urgent missives. The bondmates just laughed about it all. Dumbledore hadn't moved from his spot, wondering how all his plans had collapsed around him, and not being able to do a damn thing to get them back, again. The worst part for him was Harry had quite clearly shown him exactly the places where he erred, exactly how it was his own damned fault. The draw occurred no different than the first time around, which surprised Harry. Considering the various permutations in how the draw could have happened, he was starting to believe there were certain events that would occur no matter how much he tried to change things. Yet again, Harry had the meanest dragon of all and was the fourth competitor to enter the enclosure. Walking in once his name was called, he looked down the arena at the Hungarian Horntail and smirked at it. Sizing it up, he reached into one of the pockets of his robes and drew out a roll of cloth. The cloth was charmed to be impermeable and unbreakable. Walking closer to the dragon, he allowed the cloth to open right out within his hand. When he reached a spot as close as he was willing to go from watching how the dragon was now watching him, he flung the cloth into the air before him and levitated it up and over the dragon's head. He cast a quick Engorgio charm on it and, with a double flick and a swish, caused it to wind tight around the snout of the dragon, making sure its nostrils were also covered. As the dragon immediately tried to shake it off, Harry cast a reducing charm on the cloth, causing it to pull very tight. It didn't take long. The dragon began to stagger, so Harry hit its legs with an overpowered incarcerus, causing its rear legs to bind tight to one another in heavy ropes. A few moments later, the dragon toppled over onto its side and lay there, weakly struggling. Harry then calmly walked over to the dragon's nest and removed from it the golden egg he was tasked with, recovering, before walking back to his previous spot. From there, he then vanished the ropes from the beast's legs before then vanishing the impervious cloth from around its snout. He waited a few moments to see if the dragon would move, especially around its chest area, but it lay perfectly still. Moving his wand tip to his throat, he cast the sonorous charm. As the slayer of this dragon and, as it is not currently on a registered and acknowledged dragon reserve, I hereby claim the carcass as my right as the slayer of the beast. No one is to touch it without my express permission, in advance. Quietus. Without awaiting either acknowledgement or denial, he turned and calmly walked out of the enclosure. He walked past 5 gobsmacked dragon handlers waiting to come in to remove the beast. Of course, their efforts were no longer required. It looks like you'll only be taking back 3 dragons, boys, he said as he walked past. This one is mine. 2 of the dragon handlers took off to look at the dragon. After waving his wand over its head, one of the handlers looked back at Harry in shock and anger. You killed it, he exclaimed. Yes, I did, smirked Harry. And, as you heard me claim, it's mine. Now, leave it alone. And he left the arena, returning to the champion's tent. As soon as he stepped through, Madame Pomfrey was trying to order him onto a bed. Madame Pomfrey, I'm fine, sighed Harry. It didn't come anywhere near me. After she frowned and scanned him a few times, she huffed and said, it appears you can avoid getting injured when you want to, Mr. Potter. I'm actually a little amazed to say that. Harry impishly grinned back. Just as he was looking across to see the other 3 competitors, in rushed Hermione and Daphne. Both girls grapple-hugged him. Gods, Harry, exclaimed Daphne. You made that look easy. Yes, it's supposed to be. Quite the feat for a single wizard to defeat a full adult dragon, and you just took it down with only a few spells. Gushed Hermione. That's because most wizards are idiots. Harry calmly replied. They try and attack the beast through its magic-resistant hide. And that's just stupid. Next in through the flap of the tent were Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Harry, there was really no need to kill that beast, Dumbledore glared at him. Your task was to get past the dragon, not kill it. And I made it quite clear to you, Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry shot back while cuddling a witch in each arm. If you put a creature in front of me at any time during these tasks, I'm probably going to kill it. There's nothing in the rules that specifically state I have to leave the beast alive. Plus, this way, I've picked myself up a nice bit of pocket change for the Potter vaults. Please do thank the dragon handlers for bringing me one from off the protected reserves though, won't you, Headmaster? He snarked. This way, I get to claim the carcass with all the profits I get to make from the ingredients I'll get from it when it's rendered down. I'll have a renderer here by morning. I'm already here, Mr. Potter, called an Eastern European voice Harry recognized. Turning to the voice he saw Gregor Yanovich standing just inside the tent flap. Sirius was also standing just inside, just behind him. He was grinning his head off. Ah, Mr. Yanovich. New Vistretalizes. Well met, Harry happily exclaimed. I take it you're ready to set to work. I am, smirked the renderer. Excellent, smirked Harry right back. Then, don't let me stop you. Oh, and don't let anyone else stop you, either. Never fear, Mr. Potter, Yanovich calmly replied. I have been at this game for long time. I recognize you as rightful owner of Carcass. I, after all, did see you personally kill Dragon. Harry nodded back and turned back to Dumbledore. Well, it seems Mr. Yanovich anticipated my needs and is ready to start immediately. Please make sure no one hinders him in his work. He's very protective of it. Harry had just turned away from an angrily steaming headmaster to join his godfather and leave when Professor McGonagall called to him. "Mr. Potter, you need to re-enter the enclosure to receive your points." Turning back slightly, Harry said, "No, I really don't, Professor. I'm apparently contractually required to participate in the tasks. I'm not required to wait for points. I'm not even interested in the points. I'm not interested in winning this accursed competition. My only goal is to survive it. They can score me 0 points, for all I care." Turning back to his godfather, who was now holding the tent flap open, Harry and his bondmates quickly left, leaving behind an angry and upset headmaster and a stunned deputy headmistress. As soon as the 3 teens stepped outside, Sirius followed them, letting the tent flap reclose behind him. He immediately wrapped his godson in a bear hug while laughing his head off. "Well done, pup," he crowed, as he released his hold and began to herd the 3 back to the castle. "You've just single-handedly shown every witch and wizard out there how easy it is to take down a full-grown dragon. That's put paid to the fallacy it takes a team of at least 5 working in concert." "As I explained to Hermione, Sirius, that's because most witches and wizards are idiots," explained Harry. "Attacking the beast through its magically resistant hide is just asking for trouble. If you can't get it through its hide, get it through its weaknesses. And one of those weaknesses, as with almost every other air breather out there, is cutting off its air supply suffocates it in short order." With a large gaggle of students trailing behind, the 4 of them returned to the castle. Shooing the students away, once inside, the 3 led Sirius back to their apartment and gave him the short tour. After Sirius left, Hermione, a little disappointed in Harry actually killing the dragon, asked, "Was there a reason you specifically wanted to kill the dragon, Harry?" "Yes," he replied. "And I thought I made that clear the other night." With a sigh, Hermione replied, "You did. But I didn't want to believe you'd actually go through with it." She hesitated a few moments before she asked, "You do realize it means the merpeople are next, don't you?" "Of course," replied Harry. "It was the primary reason I killed the dragon, after all. The dragon was the warning. I just hope Dumbledore tells the merpeople I'll kill them if they get in my way. Last time through, I had to kill about 3 of them, and grievously injure about a further 5, just to get little Miss Delacour out of there. I'm hoping, this way, to save lives." With a sigh of his own he said, "I don't know who Dumbles is going to pick as my hostage. It could be either of you, or it could even be someone else." With a snort, he said, "It could even be Weasley again." With her face morphing into a returned smirk, Hermione asked, "And what are you going to do if it is?" "Rescue Gabrielle and leave the red-headed wanker down there, of course." He brightly returned. "Imagine Fumblebutt's face if I do that." Both girls snickered. Harry adopted a pretty impressive imitation of Dumbledore's mannerisms and said, "Ah, Harry, my boy, I'm afraid you've rescued the wrong hostage." Switching back to himself, he continued, trying to look puzzled. "No, I don't think so, Headmaster. I put a lot of thought into this. Out of the hostages down there, I figured Miss Chong is Cedric's hostage, Weasley is Victor's hostage as Victor is so bloody arrogant he couldn't live without his little fanboys, and considering how much I want the little F.K. dead or in Azkaban I knew Weasley couldn't be mine. I don't know that other person from a bar of soap, so, that left this gorgeous little munchkin is mine. I figured I cannot do without beauty in the world, and this little moppet represents that." Switching back, he said, "But, Harry, Ronald is your friend. Surely, you can see your way to forgive him." "Friend." He switched back. "Forgive. Huh. Friends don't try and potion you with something we consider akin to the Imperious Curse in a bottle. Friends don't try to find ways to help their sister beat you, or himself try to beat your other friend using potions. No, Headmaster, you're lucky I couldn't figure out a way to kill the little shit while we were down there. Right now I'm hoping, once the hour's up, the little shit drowns. Please tell me that's what happens. Please." If it wasn't the words Harry was using, or the pretty good imitation of the headmaster, the puppy-dog expression when he said the last 2 sentences definitely sent both girls into howling laughter before Hermione sobered and said, "You should rescue her again, anyway. You know what'll happen. And you know what the merpeople will do to her if she's left there." With a sigh after the cold shower of memory Hermione put on their hilarity, he replied, "Yeah, I won't allow them to harm her, this time. During the tournament of the first go-around, and though Harry rescued her, young Gabrielle was seriously injured during the second task. She never fully recovered from her injuries. And the bright, bubbly, 11-year-old was forever gone, replaced by, according to her sister, a skittish child who grew into a teen who suffered debilitating nightmares and a drug dependency on certain sleep and calming potions. At least, this time, you know where you need to go and can get there a lot faster, Daphne soothed him. This time, at least, you can rescue your hostage and young Miss Delacour and should come out without much of a scratch. Can both of you swim? Asked Harry. Fully clothed. Both nodded. In that case, if necessary and it's one of you two, I can get you to the surface before returning and rescuing young Miss Delacour, he explained. That way, I'm only struggling with one dead weight getting back to the surface, rather than two. Dead weight? Asked Daphne with a cocked eyebrow. With a little sigh, Harry tried to explain. Until such time as the hostages return to the surface in the open air, they remain in the enchanted sleep, unable to assist with either the ascent or to fight off the merfolk. The hostages have just a smidgen of positive buoyancy, but that's all. With a sudden look as if he'd just discovered an answer, he said, "Wait a minute." And looked away with a frown, thinking hard. "Harry's onto something," muttered Hermione to Daphne. "That's it, I think," he muttered. "What's it?" asked Daphne. "If necessary, I can attach or use some other way air bladders to whichever hostage Dumbledore sticks in the bottom of the lake for me," he slowly explained. "Heavens, even the application of a bubblehead charm on the hostage will lift them to the surface pretty quickly. It may even wake them up so they can help me with little Miss Delacour." Both girls grinned back until Hermione's face fell again. "The problem is," she explained, "we don't have our wands with us. We get them handed back to us in the medical tent, later." "Yes, but you can still aid yourself by swimming to the surface and getting out of it to safety," he replied. "That will then allow me to wait. I'll take your wands down with me. We'll conjure up a couple of fake ones for the night before. If you're still with me in the morning, then I simply hand you your wands back." "Oh, yes," said Hermione. "Last time, Professor McGonagall summoned me to her office, the night before. If neither of us has been summoned by the time we retire for the evening, I'm warding the shit out of our apartment, especially your room, Harry." It was so rare for Hermione to swear, Harry gaped back to her in shock while Daphne just cocked an eyebrow and smirked at her. "I don't want anyone to come sneaking in during the middle of the night," she sheepishly explained. "They can find themselves another hostage, if they leave it too late." Nodding his head in agreement, Harry said, "I completely agree. As for the task, I'm going to practice some incantless charms and curses. I'll start with the bubblehead charm and severing curse. Then I'll work on a few I think will work really well underwater." "Add the banishing charm to your repertoire, Harry," suggested Hermione. "Why?" he asked. "You can use it to propel yourself rapidly through the water by holding onto your wand, very tightly," she explained. "No, the Aquamenti charm. That'd be better. The banishing charm will give you a mighty jolt. The water charm, however, can issue a continuous stream that will work as a water jet underwater providing you continuous propulsion," finished Daphne. "Clever. You'd have to hold tightly onto your wand, though." "Something I'm used to," mused Harry. "It'll stand me in good practice for the Priori Incantatem effect in the graveyard. Which reminds me, we still need to see about our second wands. I'm going to need it for the graveyard. I intend to use it to wound Riddle while holding the effect with my primary wand. Next time we can get to Diagon with Father, we'll organize them then," promised Daphne. "Father knows the place we need to visit. In the meantime," Harry said, rising from the couch. Dinner. During the early afternoon of the very next day, Harry received a summons to attend a meeting with Madame Bones in the entrance hall. It was delivered by a house elf. Looking at the note, written in Professor McGonagall's hand, Harry then looked at his bondmates and said, "Well, it appears that little speech I gave as a response to Dumbledore about how I was most unhappy with the heirs of allied houses has started to bear fruit. Madame Bones and party await me for an urgent meeting in the entrance hall." Both girls looked back from where they sat on the couch opposite with almost matching grins. "Well," began Daphne, "we'd best not keep them waiting." The three made their way down to the entrance hall where they were met with a veritable who's who of the Wizengamot and leading members of the ministry. Front and center stood Madame Bones. A look at all their faces showed consternation, trepidation, confusion and not a little amount of fear. Dumbledore and McGonagall also stood with them. As the three made their way down the final steps, Dumbledore was about to say something when he was cut off by Matthias as he and Candace Greengrass stepped to the front, around Madame Bones, to welcome them. "Hi kids," he said, by way of informal greeting. Harry stepped forward and shook the man's hand as one man to another. "Matthias, good to see you," he said, before turning to Dees and lightly keying the back of her hand. "Dees, always a pleasure." Getting Harry's attention, Matthias called, "Harry." When Harry looked over, he continued, "These people are here because they heard something that quite disturbs them regarding the status of the alliances of House Potter. They wonder if they may have a few words with you." "Of course," replied Harry, straightening up. "Shall we go to the conference room on the second floor?" He turned to Dumbledore and asked, "Headmaster, may we borrow the conference room on the second floor? I believe these people will want to speak with me in private." "Of course, Harry," replied the headmaster, twinkling. "I'll lead the way, shall I?" "That's all right, Headmaster," Harry quickly replied. "As you well remember, I know the way." Knowing he was just effectively told his presence was not wanted, Dumbledore tried, "Now, Harry, as your magical guardian." "Stop right there, Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry firmly cut in. "As you well know, I am both emancipated and you were never, rightfully, my magical guardian. You will cease and desist perpetuating that nonsense immediately, all right?" Instead of arguing, an expression of great anger flitted across the old man's face before his expression switched back to his usual kindly grandfather mien. "Of course, Harry," he calmly said. "I'll escort you to the room and ensure it is ready for your party." As soon as everyone filed in, Harry turned to Dumbledore and firmly asked, "This is a meeting between allied houses, Headmaster. Is there an existing formal alliance between the houses of Potter and Dumbledore?" With a frown, Dumbledore replied, "Not as such, Mr. Potter. However, the House of Dumbledore and House of Potter have both been strongly for the light for many, many years. With no existing alliance between House Potter and House Dumbledore, Headmaster," Harry interrupted, "I'll have to ask you to step outside. This is house business, I'm sure you understand." With another micro-expression of great anger flitting across his face, Dumbledore puffed himself up and said, "Come now, Harry." Madame Bones then interrupted and almost barked at Dumbledore, "He's right, Dumbledore. Get out. Now, Amelia," he tried, turning to the stern witch. "Don't, now, Amelia, me, Albus. Get out," she said. With as much dignity as he could muster, and, without a word, Dumbledore turned about and left the room. Harry made sure the door was firmly closed. As Madame Bones was about to open her mouth to begin to speak, Harry held up his hand in a stop gesture. He drew his wand and began to cast about. Recognizing the detection spells Harry was using, the stern witch's unmonocled eye widened before she drew her own wand and began to cast about. "What are you doing?" one of the others irritably asked. "They're casting detection spells," began Matthias before Madame Bones suddenly said, "Got one." Her wand was pointing at the wall next to the door. "A listening charm." A moment later, she said, "Nice try, Dumbledore." Outside, Dumbledore stood looking a little distracted for a few moments before his face took on an expression of consternation and frustration. He stalked away. Inside, after a few moments Harry said, "I think that was the only one." Madame Bones cast about for a little longer before she said, "Agreed." Harry asked, "Wards?" "Wards," she replied, and began casting again. Harry turned to the door and cast a colloportus door sealing charm on it before then casting an impervious charm on it and the surrounding walls. Madame Bones, from what Harry saw, cast anti-eavesdropping and a few other security wards. Once done, both turned back to the rest. Harry said to them all, "Now that that's done, please, take a seat." Once everyone who wasn't already sitting down sat down, Dobby popped in and supplied nibblies, tea and coffee for everyone. Harry, his two bondmates and the Greengrasses sat on one side of the table in the middle. Everyone else sat either opposite or at the ends of the table. It was only their rigid senses of decorum that had kept everyone more or less silent until now. Harry was grateful for it. While stirring his tea, he looked across to Madame Bones who sat opposite and said, "As I implied downstairs, I take it everyone here has houses involved in an existing alliance between the House of Potter and their own, and have heard alarming reports from their heirs, or other members of their family, concerning how I currently feel about those alliances. We do, Mr. Potter, she replied. And we would like to know why. Harry could hear in her tone she was trying her best to suppress her own anger. He thought about how to do this, how to explain to them all. He remembered Hermione once saying to him, "Always start at the beginning." So, that's what he did. Nodding, he said, "Well, we're going to be here for a while. I think the best thing to do is, start at the beginning. At least, that's what one of my loves keeps telling me," and glanced over at Hermione with a smile. "Through that hearing at the ministry, you know a lot about the first 11 years of my life," he began. "So, here's the first question for you. I do not expect an answer. If we're supposed to be allied houses, where the bloody hell were you to allow it to happen? If the only excuse you can think of includes the phrase, Dumbledore said, you may as well leave right now. I'll declare the alliance nullified for cause. Because, what you would be admitting to is abnegating your responsibility to house Potter to someone who had, effectively, kidnapped me." He let that sink in for a few moments before he said, "Now, here's what's been happening over the last 3+ years." He went through and covered everything that happened in first year. He described what happened around the troll, the stone, their suspicions, Norbert the dragon, and Quirrell. He then smoothly switched to second year and covered the public supposedly formal dueling lesson, Parseltongue, Mrs. Norris's attack, the accusations from almost the entire student body about him being the heir of Slytherin, the lack of action by the staff, nearly headless Nick, Justin Finch Fletchley and the other students being petrified, the paper they found in Hermione's petrified hand, the second message, and touched on his and Ron's descent into the Chamber of Secrets, what happened within and later. He described how he was treated by the heirs from the time of the dueling lesson until the end of the year, and how it made him feel. He moved on to third year and only gave it a cursory overview. And thanked Madame Bones for his godfather finally being able to prove his innocence. Finally, he moved on to the start of fourth year. He covered Hermione and Ginevra's chat with Mrs. Weasley about potioning Mr. Weasley, Hermione seeing Mrs. Weasley attempting to potion her and Harry, a very general overview of the chat in private on the train, Hermione and he seeking out Daphne, the story they concocted about forming the soul bonds, Dumbledore's attempt at compulsion charms and obliviating them, catching the two youngest Weasleys attempting to dose them again, their later chat with Dumbledore and Harry being quite prepared to leave the wizarding world over all that had happened, their chat with the senior staff about getting things fixed, finding out about the Tri-Wizard tournament and how the draw was going to take place, Harry giving an oath he would not enter his name, either by himself or using another to do it for him, Harry then finding out about the mail redirection and how they were now handling that, then on to the actual draw, and, finally, how the student body were acting, even after he gave another wizard's oath in the middle of the packed Great Hall he had nothing to do with his name coming out of the goblet. At the necessary points, Hermione gave her story about what had happened, confirming what Harry was saying. While he'd been speaking, Harry had watched as the gathered heads and regents of allied houses gasped in shock or appeared appalled or angry in all the right and expected places. He now gave them time to absorb all he had told them before looking towards Madame Bones where she sat white with shock, her monocle dangling by its chain from the east of her robes. With his voice becoming more and more hoarse, Harry turned to each of those opposite and said, "We have the situation where each of your heirs, or other members of your families, have actively denigrated me or otherwise publicly held me up for ridicule, scorn and derision, at the very least. And, quite frankly, I've had an absolute gutful. Right now, I've got your houses through the actions of those aforementioned heirs and other family members actively and publicly turning on me twice since I've been at this school. That is enough, right there," he said, jabbing his index finger onto the surface of the table twice in emphasis, "for me to terminate any and all alliances with your houses for treachery and behavior directly opposed to the purpose of those alliances. If you came here with the intent to berate me or, otherwise treat me like a jumped-up young kid, think again. The first person who opens their mouth towards me in anger I will immediately terminate the alliance for justifiable cause and call all debts due." He let his gaze in anger sweep the table, ensuring he knew they'd all heard his words. Many of them had looks varying from absolutely horrified to shocked and appalled. "Now," he said, sitting back. Since you seem to be the spokesperson here, Madam Bones, perhaps you should go first with why I shouldn't terminate the alliance between our houses. She sat there for a few moments, breathing heavily and apparently trying to get her head around what she'd just been told. It was a long few moments before she finally began to speak. First, she said, I want a copy of each and every memory of the highlights of what you spoke. However, that's me in my role as head of the DMLE. I'll organize that for you, Amelia, said Matthias, quietly, from where he sat on the other side of Daphne. In expectation, I've also brought a collection of memory files for Mr. Potter to use. All right, she said with a sigh. Now onto the way Susan's been behaving. All I can say is that I'm truly sorry about her behavior. Immediately following this meeting I'll be dragging her aside and demanding explanations in her own side of this. That does not, however, mean to imply I think you're lying about any of it. I just want her to explain herself to me. And, based on what she says, I'll then get back to you with what I can do to rectify this situation. Will that do, for now? Harry looked back for a few moments, turned to each of his bondmates to gauge their own reactions, before turning back. Well, I can tell you now that reparations for her actions are going to include a very public apology to me, directly. Plus, she needs to understand, and accept, that any further poor behavior on her part will see me terminating the alliance right then and there. My patience is at an end, he firmly stated. But, if she comes forward at her own behest to give that very public apology, the alliance need not be. Is that your view with all our heirs, Mr. Potter? Asked Thaddeus Corner, head of House Corner. It is, with the exception of Neville Longbottom, he replied before turning to Augusta Longbottom, grandmother of Neville and his regent in House Longbottom. I don't know what he told you, ma'am, but Neville is one of the very few at Hogwarts that has not turned on me, ever. No matter what has happened, he has stood by me, even when his own dorm mates and others have berated him for it. The House of Potter is very happy with the heir of Longbottom. Thank you, Mr. Potter, the relieved older witch replied. Turning to the other visitors, he said, each of you have received an almost panicky missive from your heirs and members of your houses how wroth I am with them and, by association, with your houses. As with young Miss Bones, I expect an individual public apology from each of them. Leaning forward again, he firmly stated, until I receive those very public apologies I have no interest in renewing the alliances or discussing this matter any further. Now, is there any other business besides the alliances you wish to raise with me at this time? There were quite a number of scowls coming from those opposite, all of whom had remained silent unless specifically addressed. However, none of them raised any additional issue. Giving them a few moments, he said, then, we are done. He rose, followed by his two bondmates, Matthias and Dees. That meant the others rose, as well. When I have those apologies, seek me out again. He then raised his wand and removed the colloportus and wards he erected before the meeting. Following suit, Madam Bones removed her own. While the small delegation made their way out, Harry gestured for his bondmates, the Greengrasses, Madam Bones and Madam Longbottom to stay. When the door closed, again, Harry turned to Madam Longbottom. While I'm happy with Neville, ma'am, House Potter is not happy with House Longbottom's regent. It's night time he was allowed his own wand, he said. His father's wand is not suited to him and makes him struggle against it to achieve any wand-based magic. One of the first things Mr. Ollivander said to me was, the wand chooses the wizard. His father's wand did not choose him as it is not suitable for him. Therefore, he struggles. Gus, exclaimed Madam Bones turning to the Longbottom matriarch. He's right. How could you do that to the boy? Both angry at being spoken to that way by whom she considered only a boy, followed by the woman she considered her best friend, and embarrassed she'd completely forgotten the rules surrounding wand compatibility, the elder witch huffed and refused to reply. Instead, she looked away. Regent Longbottom, Harry firmly said to the side of the woman's face. I would be doing a grave injustice to my peer if I did not speak on this. Frank's wand needs to be placed in a position of honor on the mantelpiece in Longbottom Hall, or somewhere similar. That is the way you honor Frank's unwilling sacrifice. Neville needs his own wand. If you won't buy it for him, I will. Turning to stare back at Harry, she firmly replied, no. It's my responsibility, I'll take Neville to Ollivander's immediately after this meeting. Harry simply nodded back and quietly said, "Thank you." Turning back to Madame Bones, he said, "Now, you asked for those memories." Harry, working with Madame Bones and Matthias, withdrew copies of the memories of much of what had happened regarding the behavior of the heirs over the past few years. Madame Bones then thanked them and both older witches left, together. When the last two left, Harry turned to the Matthias and asked, "Well, what did you think?" Retaking seat, Matthias said, "You were firm, but fair. You stood your ground and showed you were in the right. Most of them came expecting to be able to browbeat you into submission. If it wasn't for Madame Bones and Longbottom, someone would have said something that you would have called them to task over, and they left knowing that. I expect they're all now chasing down their heirs and giving them, what for? You can expect those public apologies to begin starting tomorrow at the earliest." And so it was. Starting immediately at breakfast the next morning, students who were heirs and family of allied houses began coming over to see Harry while the bondmates sat at the Ravenclaw table. The first was Susan Bones. "Mr. Potter, a word, if I may," she asked. Harry could see the young redhead was highly embarrassed but also upset. He figured Madame Bones must have verbally torn strips off her because she, and a few others, had not been at dinner the previous night. "What can I do for you, Miss Bones?" he asked. As others began to notice something important was happening, the usual noise level around the Great Hall died back. The fourth-year Hufflepuff closed her eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. After a moment she released it and opened her eyes again, looking straight back at Harry for a moment, before dropping her eyes. In a clear and carrying voice she said, "Mr. Potter, I have come to tender my heartfelt apology to you, specifically, and House Potter, generally, for my atrocious behavior towards you in both second year and this year, since your name came out of the Goblet of Fire. It has been made clear to me this is not acceptable behavior for the heir of a house to behave towards the head of an allied house. I was of the mistaken belief that what happens at Hogwarts would have no impact upon any alliances between the House of Bones and others. I was wrong." She took another deep breath and looked a somewhat surprised Harry right in the eye. "The House of Bones offers the services of its heir apparent, myself Susan Amelia Bones, to the House of Potter to provide whatever service or services the head of House Potter deems necessary. The House of Bones only asks that the virtue of its heir remains pure." Daphne let out a quiet gasp of shock at Susan's words. Quietly, she whispered in Harry's ear, "Harry, she's offering herself to the House of Potter for anything except full say." Startled, Harry's breath hitched in his throat for a moment before he quickly cleared it and used a few moments to try and think of a way out of the situation. With an outward appearance of calm, when he was feeling anything but calm on the inside, he said to his Hufflepuff year mate, "You have given me much to consider, Miss Bones Susan. Perhaps, it may be wise if you were to pay us a visit in our apartment after classes today where we can discuss this further. This is not an acceptance of your offer, nor a decline, we just want to take time to consider the full ramifications of your offer, before we decide anything further. Is that all right with you?" With a relieved slight slump to her posture, Susan replied, "Yes, Mr. Potter, and, thank you." With a final nod from Harry, she turned and walked away. That started the almost cavalcade of heirs and other members of families allied with House Potter coming and giving their own formal, verbal and public apologies. Hannah Abbott was next and would join Susan Bones in their apartment immediately after class. Michael Corner, while not offering himself per se, offered his wand in the form of support, as did the other males. Some of the witches gave the same as the males, but a few were similar to the apology from Susan by offering themselves. After each gave their apology, Harry told them he and his bondmates would meet them all in their apartment immediately after the last class of the day. As expected, the bondmates all arrived at the door to their apartment just as the first of the small group of students also arrived. Daphne gave the password to the statue of Professor Whittaker and opened the door for everyone to follow her in. Harry held back outside the door to ensure the last of those who were told to come had arrived and entered. Once inside, he saw that both Dobby and Winky had organized drinks for everyone. "All right," he muttered. As he was about to enter, he said to the stone professor, "If Albus Dumbledore comes along before our guests have left, inform the doddering old fool we're indisposed and we'll see him, if he needs to see us, after dinner." "Right you are, Mr. Potter," the statue replied, as Harry walked in and closed the door. In the informal meeting, Harry, with the support of his bondmates, effectively laid down the law to the other students who, one way or another, did great damage to their families' alliances with House Potter. His demands were quite simple, but direct. For the alliances to remain, House Potter would, at times, call on their houses to provide support to House Potter. It might be by being an extra wand in a fight, or it might be something to do with getting certain legislation passed, failed or overturned. But, the House would do it. They could do nothing else. After all, that was part and parcel of being part of an alliance. They appeared to have forgotten that. Once the other students left to head down to the Great Hall for the evening meal, before then sending off owls to their various heads of houses about Harry's decisions, Harry turned to the girls and asked, "What did you think?" "Handled just like an experienced head of a house would have handled it," Daphne quickly replied. "You now have a solid clique of those who are beholden to you with which to use to fight or make changes at the Wizengamot or ministry level." "She's right, of course," added Hermione. "You could have demanded practically anything of them, and they'd have had to give it to you. Instead, you've reminded them of their obligations as part of the alliance and ensured their support." He sighed. "Still, it seemed to almost be like I was pretty much blackmailing them." "What some call blackmailing, others call politicking in backroom deals," smirked Daphne. Rising, she continued, "Come, it's time we headed down for dinner." The three headed down to the Great Hall. This time, it was a much less hostile welcome. Only a few days after the first task, Professor McGonagall approached Harry to remind him that, as a champion, he was required to open the Yule Ball. "Oh, that's all right, Professor," he replied. "I don't think we'll be going. Daphne's invited Hermione and I to Greengrass Farm for the holidays." "But, Mr. Potter," she exclaimed. "As a champion." "I'm not a champion, Professor," Harry interrupted. "We've been through this, remember. I'm just an unwilling contestant." "You're still expected to attend, Mr. Potter," she tried with a stern and commanding voice. "It's tradition." "I have no idea why, Professor," he shot back. "I've been rather upfront and clear about this. You have your 3 champions there to open the ball as stated in the contract. I suggest you read the contract for yourself. I, and my bondmates, have other plans." Of course, this led to Dumbledore hunting Harry down and pulling him aside during the evening meal. "Mr. Potter," he began, "as a competitor, you're expected to open the Yule Ball. Your attendance is, therefore, mandatory." "No, Headmaster, it is not," retorted Harry. "I suggest you review your copy of the contract to rectify the errors in your knowledge. Nowhere in there does it state I have to attend the ball. My legal representative has already gone through the contract with a fine-tooth comb and agrees with me. The contract specifically states, the 3 champions. As I would make a 4th, and as I'm not actually a champion as defined by the contract anyway, my attendance is most certainly not mandatory. As I said, I and my bondmates have other plans. We'll be visiting both Greengrass Farm and the Granger parents on Christmas Day. They're all looking forward to our visiting." "Christmas Day, you say?" asked the headmaster. "Yes, sir," Harry shrugged. The headmaster seemed to frown in thought for a few moments before he looked back at Harry and said, "I may have an answer to your dilemma for you, shortly." "If you wish, headmaster," sighed Harry. "But, I assure you, there is no dilemma. Myself and my bondmates will be spending the day with the Greengrasses and Grangers." Dumbledore toddled off and Harry returned to the Ravenclaw table. "He try and force you to attend the Yule Ball?" asked Daphne with a slight smirk. "He did," he shrugged. "But, I think I was successful in planting the idea in his head. We plan on visiting the Greengrass and Granger residences during the day, only. I plan on letting him come up with the idea of portkeys." With a smirk, Daphne said, "You're more and more letting that Slytherin side out now." The very next evening, the headmaster approached Harry, directly. "Mr. Potter, I have an answer for your dilemma in being able to visit with the families of your bondmates on Christmas Day, and also your attendance at the Yule Ball." "Headmaster, it was never a dilemma for me, as you put it," sighed Harry, as if exasperated by the man. "I was never going to go to the ball." "Well, yes," said Dumbledore. "However, I have created these 2 portkeys for you." The old man held out 2 small objects, an old sock and a short piece of rope. "The sock is a portkey to take you to the Greengrass Farm on the morning of Christmas Day at 9 a.m. sharp. The rope will return you here, to the steps into the entrance hall, at 6:45 p.m. sharp." Harry held up his hand in a gesture to stop and sighed. "Sorry, headmaster," he explained. "It appears I did not explain myself properly. My bondmates and I will be leaving on the express for the Christmas break. We won't be returning until the express returns with the students. However, I recognize the effort you've gone to seeing us attend the ball without upsetting our plans. Therefore, we'll use the portkey made of the rope to return to the school for the night of the ball. However, the portkey made of the sock will need to be reconfigured to return us to Greengrass Farm on or about midnight the same night, so we may return to our winter holiday. Sorry. Either that or we flow." With one of his grandfatherly sighs, Dumbledore said, "I'm sorry, my boy, but I cannot allow you to leave the school for such an extended period of time. It is unsafe for you." Harry snorted and said, "1. I am a fully emancipated minor. As such, I can come and go as I please, so long as I am here for classes and the 2 mandatory feasts. 2. As a competitor in the tournament, I'm allowed to leave the grounds of the school, with my trainers, whenever I want. It's in the contract. And that same competitor status also means I can skip classes, irrelevant of the aforementioned point 1. 3. You seem to have forgotten my magical guardianship was stripped from you, irrelevant of point 1. In other words, headmaster, if you attempt to stop me or my bondmates, my trainers, from leaving, it's kidnapping. Plus, as per point 2, you would be breaching the contract, thereby placing your magic at direct risk of being stripped by the goblet. Now, I understand you are concerned for my well-being. I appreciate that. However, it's my choice, and you have no right or authority to go against it. You can advise, you cannot demand or insist. If you cannot see yourself to providing a return portkey for the late evening of the Yule Ball, I understand. I'll then just use the flow at the 3 broomsticks or not attend. Or, I'll ask Matthias Greengrass to create a portkey for us to use just outside the main gates. You only informed me you were planning on being away from the school on Christmas Day only, Mr. Potter," the headmaster stated a little angrily. "No, sir," disagreed Harry, giving his head a shake. "I did no such thing. I informed you we had other plans for Christmas Day. I did not inform you we had no plans for the rest of the break. We were only discussing that particular day. I am not in the habit of telling all and sundry what my plans are for each and every day, especially when those days are part of my rightful time away from the school. I remind you, sir, you are only the headmaster of the school I once attended as a student, the chief warlock and the supreme mugwump. None of those positions gives you any right to know my personal business, or what I intend to do over my Christmas break. I only informed you about our plans for Christmas Day out of what little respect I still retain for the staff of this institution, and in understanding the staff need to be informed of my plans concerning the ball, lest you refuse to accept it from the lips of another. By rights and by law, I didn't have to tell you squat. Harry, do you think so little of me to treat me like this?" asked Dumbledore, again laying on the disappointment mien. "Yes," Harry firmly replied. Looking Dumbledore directly in the eye, he continued, "The more I learn about my place in the world, especially what I've learned these past few months, the more I've come to understand just how much you've screwed me over, headmaster." Dumbledore almost visibly reeled back in shock. Never, at least, not in very many years, had he ever been spoken to the way Harry did with those few words. "But, you're not the only one," sighed Harry, looking away again. "Molly Weasley has been hard at work manipulating things around me, too. Did you know she's been planning for over a decade to have me marry her daughter, so she can then get her hands on the Potter fortune? Do you know she's quite happy to admit it was with love potions she ensnared poor Arthur? She admitted exactly that to Hermione to her face only a few days before the 1st of September. She maliciously sent Ronald to befriend me to give her daughter a chance to get closer to me when she started, here, a year later. Of course, Ronald was also tasked with stopping me making friends with anyone else. She just didn't account for a young Muggleborn witch by the name of Hermione Jean Granger seeing me as a potential friend, and to want to get closer to me. And Ron is too much of a stupid git to realize girls can be friends of a boy, too. Nor did she expect there to be latent soul bonds between Hermione and I, and Daphne and I. No, she was not going to let something like that slow down her determination to get her hands on the Potter fortune. So, starting this year, she then tasked both her youngest to begin a much stronger and effective regimen of potioning. As you now well know, the first dose came from her own hands during breakfast of the morning we boarded the express back on 1st of September. Hermione even saw her to it. It's funny, in a way, that it was that potioning and finding out about it that led to me taking the bull by the horns and approaching Daphne on the train, and the first soul bond occurring. Both youngest also carried on their persons repulsion potions that they were to use to dose me regarding anyone else who might try to get closer to me, such as Daphne. I'm sure a powerful alchemist, such as yourself, could easily see what would have happened to me if I was being constantly and repetitively dosed with love, loyalty and repulsion potions, Headmaster. As Harry was speaking about the Weasley plan, Dumbledore's face first took on a mien of shock, before it morphed into horror. "That'd," he started, before he suddenly snapped his mouth shut again. Nodding back, Harry continued, "That would weaken and confuse me more than enough to make me a sitting duck for the next time Voldemort Riddle decided to have a go at me," finished Harry. "It's also reflected in my school marks, already. Did it never occur to you to question why the son of the brightest witch of her age, and one of the most powerful wizards of his age, could come to school and be less than an average performer, academically?" Harry snorted in disgust at Dumbledore. "Really, Headmaster? And you foolishly allowed both to return to the school. That's why I and my bondmates demanded the resort, to minimize the risk of further potioning by the Weasley Terrible too. However, that they've been allowed to remain here does not negate that risk entirely. That they're still here means they can foolishly make further attempts. Of course, without their potion queen, their mother, supplying them with the potions, I dare say they may not attempt it for the foreseeable future, but that's not a given. If they do, they will, of course, fail. However, if they do, they will also be caught, and you'll not be saving them from Azkaban this time. But that's only one point. For all your vaunted knowledge and wisdom, you tend to make one hell of a lot of mistakes, especially when it comes to me. I'm just sick and tired of often being the victim of those mistakes." Without waiting for a response, Harry just turned and walked away. He didn't see the look of commingled horror and sadness on Dumbledore's face as he watched Harry walk away. Dumbledore supplied Harry the required portkey to Greengrass Farm the very next day, with barely a word. The Room of Requirement started to be used by Harry more and more. He used it to practice silent casting, he used it to practice charms and curses to minimalize the wand gestures, so he could cast them underwater. Then, together with both ladies, the three used it to practice dancing for the Yule Ball. For Harry, and occasionally Hermione, it was mainly Daphne teaching Harry. However, they were all amazed when the room was able to be configured into a dance studio with animated dancing mannequins similar in style to dueling dummies. The mannequins couldn't speak, but they didn't need to. Steps for Harry's feet appeared on the floor for him to remind himself where to place them, and when. This then solved the problem of both ladies, especially Daphne, ending up with sore toes after only a few minutes of practice and teaching. Harry was also working hard on other curses and conjurations not taught until the New Year's. He wanted to get them down so he could conjure up solid objects to block the unforgivables. He practiced transfiguration of dirt, grass and twigs into objects to intercept the curses. And he taught himself and practiced the Aegis shield charm Dumbledore was able to use, where he could have objects circling about himself to stop the unforgivables and other dark curses. Though he didn't have a second wand, yet, he also practiced casting with his offhand. And switched to silent casting with the offhand once he was beginning to gain some level of proficiency. His final hurdle was to maintain a fully working Lumos Maxima with his normal wand in his right hand, while practicing silent casting with his offhand. He realized he wouldn't know how successful he was at it until he gained his second wand. But, he felt, it didn't hurt to practice. The occasional evening was also spent talking to Sirius via the two-way mirrors. Harry and Hermione, of course, were old hands at using the mirrors to talk to the old dog. For Daphne, however, it was new. She questioned Sirius hard on how they worked, as she could see they'd be very popular on the market if they could be replicated. However, Sirius replied that the mirrors were a joint project between himself, Moony and Harry's father. And it was Harry's father who came up with a lot of the rune-based charms work. Not to be so easily put off, both she and Hermione were determined to figure out how it was done and replicate them. After all, both witches were at the top of the classes for both ancient runes and arithmancy for their year group. Just remember to have fun occasionally, warned Sirius. The Marauders worked hard at both class and prank work, but we still took the time to enjoy life. After all, James dedicated a lot of time to wooing your mother, pup. I, on the other hand, spent a lot of time chasing all the pretty witches. And proceeded to bark with laughter. The latter is not something I need to worry about, Padfoot, Harry smiled back. I have all the witches I ever need or want right here, with me. November slipped into December when Harry was pulled aside by Professor McGonagall. I doubt I really need to ask, Mr. Potter, she said. But, have you organized a date for the Yule Ball, yet? Well, I don't see how it's any of your business, Professor, but, yes, he replied. I intend to escort both my bondmates to the ball. With a worried little frown, the professor said, you'll only be allowed to escort one date into the ball when you enter with the other competitors, Mr. Potter. Harry snorted in amusement and smirked, I'll not be entering with the other competitors, Professor. The other competitors are the champions. It's their role to open the ball, not mine, he explained. I'll enter with everyone else and be sitting at table when the champions enter with their dates. Not a little exasperated, the professor asked, is it too much to ask you go along with this one thing? Yes, he firmly replied. Was it too much to ask you to at least listen to a bunch of 11-year-olds, who came to you with wild claims of how someone was about to steal the Philosopher's Stone that very night? Was it too much to ask you to listen to a bunch of 12-year-olds, who told you it was a basilisk that was petrifying the students, and that they had a fair idea where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets could be found? Apparently, the answer to both those questions was, yes, Professor. All houses, aside from Gryffindor, hold regular meetings with their head of house. At those meetings the members of those houses learn a great deal of what is going on. At those meetings, the members of those houses come to know that their head of house is there for them. They do not fear approaching their head of house, and know that they will be heard. That, Professor, is not the case with Gryffindor. Even the Slytherins know they can approach Professor Snape at any time. He may be a snarky grouch, but all Slytherins know he will hear them out, if they approach him. Also, each house except Gryffindor has a student representative body. The Ravenclaws have, the Directorate, the Slytherins have, the Conclave, and the Hufflepuffs have, the Synod. What does Gryffindor have? Nothing. Just why exactly does Gryffindor have prefects for, anyway? They're supposed to form a student council, just as the other three houses have done, and yet one doesn't exist. It would have been nice to take our views about both the stone and the chamber to such a body. I'm sure they would have, at least, heard us out. So, is it too much to ask that I go along with being paraded as a champion when, in fact, I'm not? Yes, Professor, yes. Seeing that Harry wasn't going to go along, as she expected him to, Professor McGonagall sighed, shook her head, said, I'm very sorry about those incidents, Mr. Potter. With a snort, Harry turned to walk away. He took a few steps before he turned back and said, you know, Professor, if it wasn't for my belief you'd constantly have yourself checked out for compulsion charms, loyalty potions and the like, what with the number of students who would try such upon you to get better grades with the amount of hero worship you have for the meddling old fool, I'd suspect you of being under either or both. Then he turned back around and walked away. On hearing his words, Minerva McGonagall felt as if the blood in her veins froze on the spot. Could it be? She asked herself. Quickly, before she could doubt her decision, she hurried from the classroom and headed directly to the infirmary. Definitely, Minerva, sighed Madame Pomfrey. It's weak, but it's there. A loyalty potion long-term. With an almost defeated sad little sigh, the professor asked, can it be flushed? Possibly, the Mediwitch replied. But, not by me. It appears both of us need to report ourselves to St. Mungo's. Looking up, the professor asked, you too? Me too, replied Pomfrey with a grim look. Thinking about it for a few moments, McGonagall asked, do you think the same will apply to the rest of the staff? I've been thinking about that, replied the Mediwitch. I'd suspect as much for all the human staff, but not Severus. He's too wise to allow himself to be slipped such a potion. However, I don't know about Filius, Hagrid or Albus. Why not Albus? The professor sharply asked. With a determined but angry look, the Mediwitch replied, I suspect it was Albus who dosed us. With a gasp, McGonagall began to ask, surely not wait. It would have to be him or Severus, wouldn't it? She slumped in extreme disappointment. It wasn't Severus, disagreed Pomfrey with a slow shake of her head. The potion trace is far too old for it to be him when it comes to you. It could have been him for me, however, the potion trace is the same. Ergo, not him. Why would he do this? The professor plaintively asked. I suspect it's so we wouldn't question him on any of the things he's done, replied Madame Pomfrey. The Philosopher's Stone, and the poor traps that even first years were able to get through, the petrified students and not closing the school, as should have been done, the basilisk, itself, the dementors around the school last year, and Sirius Black, and going along with that dangerous tournament, this year. But that doesn't account for just how long these potions have been in your system, let alone mine. I suspect we've been what's the Muggle term for it programmed. Pro what? Asked the confused pureblood professor. Programmed, repeated the Medi-Witch. She thought for a bit and tried to explain. There was a Muggle experiment, centuries ago, where a Muggle wanted to know if he could make his dog salivate on command. To that end, he used to ring this bell immediately before every time he fed it. Then he started varying the times he fed the dog, but would always ring the bell immediately beforehand. It was not long before the dog would begin to prodigiously salivate as soon as the bell was rung, but before the food was placed before it. He had programmed the dog to salivate whenever it heard the bell ring. Understand? Yes, frowned McGonagall, thinking. Yes, I do. We've all been programmed in one way or another, the Medi-Witch continued to explain. For example, if you suddenly feel heat in a much localized area on your hand, you immediately snatch your hand away, without even thinking about it. Your subconscious recognizes you're about to be burned and acts, irrespective of what your conscious mind is thinking at the time. We call that sort of thing a knee-jerk reaction. And you think that's why we've been dosed for so long? Asked the professor. I do, replied Pomfrey. We've been programmed, just like that dog, not to question Albus about all the things he does. And the loyalty potion ensures it. At least, that's my thoughts. With a sad and disappointed sigh, the professor asked, when do we do this? How do we overcome this? Thinking for a few long moments, Pomfrey replied, as for when, right now. Looking to the older witch, she asked, do you have any classes on for the remainder of the day? No, McGonagall replied, shaking her head and thinking hard. Before Pomfrey could speak again, however, she looked back and asked, if there are more than just us two, would it not be best for someone from St. Mungo's to come here? Surprised by the question, Pomfrey thought about it for a moment before replying, yes, actually, you're right. With a firm nod to herself, the Medi-Witch rose and went to the direct link flow to St. Mungo's at the end of the ward. The one used for emergencies she was unable to treat herself, or emergencies where there were too many victims for her handle on her own. Yes, definitely long-term exposure to loyalty potion, an older wizard in healer's robes explained with a frown. He'd just finished scanning Professor McGonagall after scanning Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey's call to St. Mungo's saw a fellow student of hers from when she was a student come stepping through the fireplace only 10 minutes later. He was someone she considered completely trustworthy. After she explained what they knew and suspected, he got right to scanning the both of them. With a sigh, the Medi-Witch said, I'll get the flushing potions. No need, said the wizard healer. I know exactly what potion it is still coursing through your veins and your minds. Therefore, I can just supply you with the specific counter. There's no need for a general flush that can negate almost every potion when the specific counter will be even more effective and less intrusive on the body. This time it was McGonagall who sighed, but in relief. She'd already been told how the flushing potion affected the body by causing both pain and an almost explosive evacuation of the bowels and urinary system. She truly did not wish to experience it for herself. Still, she had to ask. The flushing potion causes, she stammered. Well, does the counter have a similar effect as the flushing potion? No, the healer replied with a smile. Instead of doing as the name implies. The counter merely cancels the potion within your system, neutralizing it that way. Thank Merlin, the professor said with clear relief. Replying only with a smile, the healer then turned to Pomfrey. Poppy, when can I examine the rest of the staff? Treatise, she replied. Then I'll send an elf to each, asking them to come see me in the infirmary. However, I'd really rather wait until Albus was out of the castle for one of his many other responsibilities before calling them. She's right, added McGonagall. We don't want to tip our hand to Albus before everyone is clear of the potion. Arrangements were made for the healer to return on the weekend when Dumbledore was out of the castle in the very near future. Unknowing to what was occurring in the infirmary, Harry had rejoined Hermione and Daphne in their apartment. What did Professor McGonagall want, Harry? Asked Hermione, looking up from where she was already making a start on that day's homework. She told me I'd need a date for the ball, as I was expected, as a champion to lead the first dance, Harry replied with a smirk. I take it you corrected her false assumption. Daphne smirked back. Of course, he replied with a little bow. I told her I'd asked the two prettiest witches in the school to be my dates. She wasn't happy with that, and tried to claim I could only ask one of you to attend, and that I had to escort that one into the ball with the other competitors. Of course, I disabused her of those errors. When she tried to guilt-trip me by asking, "Is it too much to ask you go along with this?" I ripped into her about how we had approached her on at least 2 occasions during first and second year about risks to the school, but she wasn't willing to go along with what we were trying to inform her. And I gave her, what for, over how the other 3 houses all have their own student councils, and yet Gryffindor does not. And how we probably would have taken our concerns to that body, if it had existed. I think I might have also implied she was operating under compulsion charms or loyalty potions. All up, she's not getting her way over this. So, he said, dropping to a knee before the 2 girls. Would both you ladies do me the great honor of being my dates to the Yule Ball? Harry, you've already asked and we've both already said yes, giggled Hermione. Oh, yeah, he replied, a little sheepish in embarrassment. I forgot. Both girls laughed at him while he rose from the floor. I'll just get my stuff for homework, right? He muttered. He quickly went into his room and doffed his school uniform robe. He returned to their living room and pulled out his own homework. By then, the girls had calmed down again. Giving a little throat-clearing cough, he asked, "So, what are we working on?" "Well," replied Hermione, showing her work. "We decided to first make a start on potions." Before long, all 3 were working both together and independently on homework assignments. Only a few short weeks later, the 3 were packed ready to leave on the Hogwarts Express for the Christmas break. They would be collected by the Greengrasses and apparated direct to Greengrass Farm. When Hermione mentioned she didn't have most of her Muggle clothes with her, Daphne smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. We'll get you sorted soon enough." The ride back to London was ridden in a mostly empty Hogwarts Express. Most students, especially those in 4th year and up, were remaining in the castle to attend the ball. This also meant they were not bothered during the trip back by either the 2 youngest Weasleys or Malfoy and his goon squad, all of whom were remaining at the castle, as much as they knew, for the entire Christmas break. When they arrived at King's Cross, Harry and the girls quickly alighted with their trunks and were greeted by the 2 Greengrass adults. "Good trip was it?" asked Geese. "The quietest I've had," replied Harry. "Good," said Matthias, before he changed the subject. "Now, we're heading back to the farm by Flo." Looking at Harry and Hermione, he asked, "Have both of you traveled by Flo before?" "Yes," they both replied. "Excellent," replied Matthias. The elder Greengrasses led the 3 down the length of the platform and beyond the barrier to the Muggle side. Past the barrier they came across a set of fireplaces, all large enough for at least 2 people in a trunk. Matthias went first with a muttered call of, "Greengrass Farm." Then went Daphne, Hermione and Harry, with Geese bringing up the rear. As with the last time he used the flow, Harry exited with a skid across the floor as if the fireplace forcefully ejected him and his trunk. This led to laughter from Matthias, Daphne and Hermione before Geese calmly stepped through. Seeing Harry sprawled on the floor, she smiled and said, "Ah. I see we have to teach you the proper way to exit a flow." Rolling over onto his back and sitting up, Harry angrily muttered, "It's now official, magical forms of transport hate me." After a response of laughter and chuckling, Matthias helped Harry to his feet. "Don't worry about it, Harry," he said. "There's a knack to it. We'll just have to teach you." After the 5 had rid themselves of the excess soot due to the flow travel, Matthias led them through to the parlor. The first Harry learned a surprise awaited them was when Hermione let out a very un-Hermione-like squeal and dashed across the room. Her parents were just rising from a couch when Hermione almost knocked them both back onto it again. Thankfully, for them both, Anthony had intercepted Hermione before she could knock her mother over, and roared with laughter. With a grin and chuckle of her own, Celeste said to the elder Greengrasses, "As you can see, Hermione is a daddy's girl, through and through." Embarrassed for her reaction, Hermione stepped away from her father before turning to her mother and giving her a hug. Stepping back, she said, "I didn't know you were coming. When did you organize this? How do you know Daphne's parents? Why didn't you let me know? How long?" She was interrupted by her mother raising a finger and placing it vertically over her daughter's lips in a shush gesture. Sele replied, "Give us a chance to explain and all your questions will be answered, all right." Blushing, Hermione only nodded. Once everyone had sat down, in a tag team manner similar of many husbands and wives, Aunt and Sele explained how they were contacted by Dees a couple of weeks earlier and invited to spend Christmas with them. The offer was extended because of the unique relationship between the three teens. They had arrived only the night before after Matthias and Dees side-along apparated them to Greengrass Farm, and were staying in one of the wing houses off the main house. They would return to their own home the day the three teens returned to Hogwarts on the express. While they'd been talking, with Hermione asking further questions, Harry had been thinking. And, once the explanation seemed to have ended, he gave his throat a little clear and said, "Now that you're all here, together, neither set of parents need to worry about letting slip you know who our guardian angels are. All of you have met them." "Really?" asked Sele. With a sigh, she said, "Thank the Lord for that." "You've met them, too?" asked a surprised Dees. "Yes," replied Aunt. "When their school nurse healer brought the three of them to talk to us soon after the bond was formed, I leapt to conclusions and was in the process of losing my temper. Their three angels popped in and told me off. That was almost the same as our meeting them." Matthias laughed. "I said to Harry how concerned I was about the bonds being a three-way bond and, just as I was about to put my foot in my own mouth about it, their angels popped in and assuaged my fears." "Well," said Harry, speaking up, "those here, plus Astoria, are the only ones who know about our guardian angels." "But, why did they appear?" asked Sele. "I mean, I take it this sort of thing is quite uncommon, even in the wizarding world." "I've not heard of it before," replied Matthias before turning to his wife. Dees just shook her head and said, "No. I think our three kids might," said Sele, looking pointedly at where the three were sitting together on one of the couches. "We do," sighed Harry. "But we cannot tell you. At least not yet," Daphne said. "It's not that we don't want to, we just can't." "A magical vow?" asked Dees. "No," replied Harry. "A heavenly imperative. They won't let you?" asked Aunt. "Yes," replied Hermione, first to answer. Almost begging them to understand, she said, "There is a very important reason for that. Part of it has to do with protecting the knowledge from Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape. Our angels locked the knowledge away to protect it from being discovered by others, especially those two. The information is protected from access from anyone, except ourselves, by any means including legilimency, veritaserum, oath or vow," continued Daphne. "It's that dangerous?" asked Matthias. "It's not the information that's dangerous," replied Hermione. "It's how it can be used. There is a high risk that Dumbledore would want to know what we know and then try to manipulate things the way he wants. That is what cannot be allowed to happen. And, because Dumbledore will always absolve himself of guilt or blame if he thinks what he's doing is for his so-called greater good," said Harry. "He will go to any length, including breaking the law, if he can so justify it to himself," continued Matthias with a sigh of understanding. "Yes," said Daphne. "He uses legilimency on the students and everyone else without prior permission." "That's illegal," gasped Dees. "Yet he'll do it if he can justify it to himself," explained Harry. "The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one," muttered Aunt. "He thinks he's Vulcan." "Pardon?" asked Matthias. "Sorry," said Aunt, a little abashed. "It's a movie trope. To put it into context, it means Headmaster Dumbledore is willing to cause harm to one person, if it's for the betterment of many others, for the greater good, and the lesser good be damned. Dumbledore sees himself as the great chess master," explained Harry. "He firmly believes Tom Riddle, Voldemort, the Greengrasses shuddered, is not yet utterly defeated. As we know, he's right. Only Riddle's body was destroyed on the night of 31st of October, 1981. His spirit, his shade is still out there. I faced him in both my first and second years, defeating him both times. Dumbledore knows this because there's a prophecy globe in the Hall of Prophecies that speaks of Riddle and it hasn't yet gone dark, meaning the prophecy is incomplete. The trouble with treating this like it's a game of chess and only looking at the big picture, the greater good, is Dumbledore has forgotten he's playing with people's lives. And chess is all about being willing to sacrifice people's lives if it gets you closer to your ultimate goal. He'd do that, gasped Dees. Yes, replied Hermione. And his, we must learn to forgive, theme that allowed so many Death Eaters to escape punishment at the end of the last war means Riddle has most of his inner circle still available to him. When Riddle is resurrected, they'll immediately flock back to him. Ant suddenly stood and walked over to a window, grumbling. He stood there looking out for a few moments before he said, I don't like this. I think it would be safer if we were to pull you out, Hermione. No, it wouldn't, Harry said. Hermione's now a known. That is, the wizarding world knows of her existence. Turning to look at Harry with an unhappy glare, Ant asked, what do you mean? The Ministry of Magic has a detection net that covers the islands, explained Harry. Right from the first time a child casts accidental magic, the Ministry detects it, sends out a team of what's called obliviators in case the magic's been seen by more than just immediate family of the new Witcher wizard, and records what happened, by whom and where. That means the Ministry has a record of Hermione casting accidental magic, and where she lives. If when Riddle manages to defeat the Ministry and take over, one of the first things he's going to send his Death Eaters out to do is kill all the Muggleborn the Ministry have on record. It will be wholesale slaughter. If you pull me out, Daddy, Hermione quietly explained, they'll still come after me. If I remain at Hogwarts, I'm at least somewhat protected. It's you and Mum we need to worry about. Our home isn't safe from magical attack. Secondly, added Matthias, because Hermione has not yet completed her owls, the law states she is to remain in magical education. If you pull her out, her magic will be bound, her wand will be snapped, and all three of you will be obliviated of all knowledge of the wizarding world. That means she won't even be able to use the knowledge she has to protect herself, or you. You'll be what's the Muggle saying? Quote, sitting ducks, sighed Ant. Yes, that's it, said Matthias. Sitting ducks. So, what do we do? Asked Sele. Stay safe, replied Hermione. I need you to start preparing to abandon both your practice and your home. When I send a message telling you to run, you need to leave immediately. Drop everything and go. Go where? Asked Ant. Here, said Matthias firmly. We have wards in place here. I'll be talking to the goblins as soon as possible about getting even the ones we've got updated. I'll also organize personalized emergency portkeys for you both. And you'll need an escape plan, said Daphne. One that doesn't include using apparition, flow or portkey. Why? Asked Matthias of his daughter. Because the first things the Death Eaters do when they attack a magical home is throw up anti-apparition and portkey wards over your own, and they somehow can block the flow, replied Hermione. We think they have one or more people on the inside in the Flow Network Authority who either support Riddle or are taking bribes. We think they're the ones who are shutting down flow access to a home when it's attacked. Brooms, then? Asked Dees. No, tunnels, replied Harry. Tunnels? Asked Matthias. One tunnel is all that's necessary, explained Harry. From your basement, dig a tunnel out and under your wards that an adult can run through. You also most certainly don't want it to reach the surface. As long as it gets a suitable distance past your wards, it'll also get beyond the anti-apparition and portkey wards that they throw up. A portkey should get you out from there. If no one knows of it but you, it'll provide you safe egress. Matthias looked back in shock. That's why hasn't anyone thought of that before? Harry bit his tongue. Magicals, he thought, were idiots. The only problem with such tunnels is, if others know about it, word can get back to the day, he explained. If they know of it, they can also use it against you, whether it's by using it to get in or simply blocking it from outside. So, even its very existence needs to remain a secret. Do you plan on telling others of this concept? Asked Matthias. Yes, replied Harry. I plan on telling Amelia Bones and Augusta Longbottom, and practically demanding of them both a wizard's oath not to tell anyone else. Both will be priority targets of Riddle very soon after his resurrection, just as you are. Us, exclaimed Dees, a little fearful. Harry nodded back and replied, you, as are the Grangers. Riddle sees me as enemy number one. My relationship with Daphne and Hermione is now well known. He'll use you to get to me, if he can. Well, breathed Matthias. As frightening as that is, you three haven't even been shown your rooms yet. And that leads to why we brought you into here to talk, first. Asked Daphne. That seemed to cause the atmosphere to become quite uncomfortable, especially for the adults. We're going to need to know whether to put you in 3 separate rooms, or 1 room, said Dees. 1, Daphne promptly replied. But, we're not doing that yet, Hermione hurriedly added. Then, why 1? Asked Selle. We've discovered that skin-to-skin contact for sustained periods strengthens the bond, replied Hermione. And that sleeping together is the best time to accomplish that. You haven't? Asked Selle. No, Mum, replied Hermione, a little irritated by the question. Your daughter is still a pure. Aunt let out a quiet sigh, where he was still standing looking out the window. However, there's going to come a time in the not-too-distant future where that statement will no longer be true, she continued. Do you really want to know when it happens? No, Aunt hurriedly replied. Then you're going to need to stop asking because we won't lie to you, a frustrated Hermione firmly stated. You're not placing the bond at risk by taking things so slow, are you? A worried Dees asked. According to Madame Pomfrey, yes, replied Harry. But, according to our friend, Luna, who can physically see the auras given off by the bonds, no. It's a matter of balance, said Daphne. At the moment, we're maintaining the bonds at a certain level. But, we're going to have to do something about that soon. Nodding, Harry said, while we'd really rather prefer to hold things as they are until we're all at least 16 years of age, that's not going to be possible. The bond is now strong enough where magic, itself, is urging us to finalize it. That being said, Matthias Anthony, while we're all here, I formally ask for your daughter's hands in marriage. That startled all 4 adults before the 2 mothers squealed almost simultaneously in excitement. Both men looked shocked as Anthony suddenly spun about and both men stared at Harry. Matthias blinked a bit before he finally said, with a very expectant look from Dees, yes, Harry. You may have Daphne's hand in marriage. Thank you, sir, Harry quietly replied as Daphne practically levitated herself into his lap and almost snogged him on the spot. All eyes then turned to Anthony. Hermione stared at him as if daring him to say no, with violent repercussions if he did. The same look was coming from Celeste. Knowing all eyes were now upon him, Aunt quietly sighed again and said, almost as if it pained him to do so, yes, Harry. You may have my daughter's hand in marriage. With a squeal of, yes. Hermione leapt up and jumped into her father's arms. Thank you, Daddy, she gushed, hugging him tight. When Hermione released him and came back to switch places with Daphne for her own turn and key, dotting Harry, Aunt quietly said, I don't believe I've just given permission for my 15-year-old daughter to marry. We won't be able to hold a Muggle wedding for Hermione until I turn 16, of course. And then it'll be in Scotland, said Harry. But, we can hold a wizarding wedding this summer, if you like. Won't that make the Muggle wedding pointless? Asked Selle. For us, yes, replied Harry. However, I don't know how we can invite family and friends of yours to a magical wedding. At least, with a Muggle wedding in 18 months, you'll be able to have family and friends at that one. That way, your family and friends won't think Hermione and I are living in sin. You leave that up to us, baby, said a recognized voice coming from near the doors. All eyes suddenly spun to the voice, where the 3 guardian angels stood smiling. The voice had come from Della. The first to speak, Harry said, hello. Hello, babies, replied Della smiling, as were the other 2. Change of plans? Asked Harry. In a way, she replied before looking at the group as a whole. We have an answer for your dilemma. Roma stepped forward and said, you can invite the family and friends of the Grangers to your magical wedding. They will, of course, see magic. However, it will simply slip through their consciousness. To them, it will seem to be a completely normal wedding. And they'll come away from it with memories of a beautiful, non-magical, wedding ceremony. Nothing will seem out of the ordinary for them. Stunned, Harry, the Grangers and Greengrasses sat there, looking back in surprised shock. You can do that? asked Sele. Giving herself a bit of a mental shake, she said, of course you can do that. You're angels. So, I take it the boss approves? Asked Aunt. Oh, yes, baby. Grinned Della. That's marvelous, exclaimed Dees. Do you have a time frame for this? August, replied John. Upstairs would prefer our 3 young friends here were all 15, at least. We'll need a venue, a celebrant, a florist, a baker, started Sele, excited to begin planning. Della held up her hand and said, whoa, baby. When Sele settled down again, Roma said, you have plenty of time for that. There are aspects of a wedding that are different for magicals from non-magicals, and aspects of a magical wedding that will not be required because of the soul bonds. Candace Marigold knows most of that. When necessary, one of us will stop by to help steer her in the right direction. For your part, Celeste Marie, we understand the tradition of the mother of the bride in the wedding arrangements. We ask you to work with Candace Marigold, as we know you both can, so you can equally plan this day. Both women glanced at each other before turning back and nodding. Turning to the 3 teens, John said, Harry James, Daphne Anna, Hermione Jean, you have done wonderful work, so far. The tapestry of life is returning to balance quite nicely. You have come a long way towards putting Heavenly Father's great plan back on track, but we also need you to hurry a few things up, now. The 3 teens perked up and really focused. First, complete the bonds between now and June. I know your parents didn't want to hear that, but they need to know for the wedding ceremony. Harry James, you'll need the bond firmly established before you arrive at the cemetery. Second, have Sirius Orion collect the locket as soon as possible. Have him take it to you as soon as you return to Hogwarts, and use the circle to destroy the evil within it. Third, Harry James, when you return to Hogwarts, send Albus Wulfric after the ring as soon as you can. Your plan to do that works for us. That will leave just the magically warped snake and Tom Marvolo himself. You'll know what you need to do when the time comes. Wait, said Matthias. Harry has to face V-Volume Tom Riddle. Looking back at Matthias for a long moment, John replied, yes. It is part of his destiny. Della added, you are allowed that knowledge because there's a prophecy sphere within your Department of Mysteries that contains the prophecy concerning this. Harry James, Daphne Anna and Hermione Jean have a concept plan to replace that sphere with one of their own making. They will need your help to carry that out. With that, we'll talk to you soon, said Roma, before all 3 angels suddenly winked out. Well, exclaimed Dees, as they all turned back. I think it's time we organize these 3 their room, upstairs, give everyone a chance to clean up, and meet back down here in say half an hour for dinner. Sirius Black should be here by then. Sirius is coming here? Asked Harry, suddenly excited. Yes, replied Matthias with a smile. We felt it would be unfair for Hermione to have her family here if you didn't have yours. Yes, exclaimed Harry. Thank you. Matthias chuckled and said, you're most welcome. Standing up, Dees said, come along, you 3. Let's get that room sorted. The 3 teens rose and followed Dees out of the room to head upstairs. Dees led them upstairs and into the guest's wing. Stopping at the end of the hall, she opened a door and gestured everyone inside. Looking at the size of the room, and the bed within, Daphne said, you knew. Smirking back at her daughter, Dees replied, let's just say I had a very good idea. Hermione walked further in and looked within a large wardrobe. Inside she found all their clothes already hung up or folded in drawers. Everything's already unpacked, she exclaimed. Of course, dear, replied Dees. Our house elves are quite efficient. With a gasp, Hermione continued, my winter clothes from home are here, too. Nodded Dees. Your mother brought them with her. Slowly wandering around, looking in wardrobes and the like, Harry finally turned to Dees and softly said, thank you. You're most welcome, dear, replied Dees just as softly. Standing up a bit straighter, she said in a firm voice, now. Clean up, and we'll meet back down in the informal dining room in 30 minutes, all right? Yes, Mum, thank you, replied Daphne. Dees gave her a slight nod before she walked out the door, softly closing it behind her. The 3 quickly got themselves sorted, during which Harry asked Daphne, are you all right with this? I mean, this isn't your room, right? I know it'd be more comfortable for you. Hush, Harry, Daphne interrupted. Please believe me when I tell you I'm now finding myself more comfortable sleeping in your arms or with my arms over you than I would ever be now in my own bed. You keep the nightmares away. You know, mused Hermione with a grin. We've just been instructed by our guardian angels to hurry up and have say. Harry grinned back before he turned to Daphne. But, we still won't do it until we're all ready. Daphne blushed a little but kept her eyes locked on Harry. Let's set that aside until we get back to Hogwarts. I'm sorry, but I'd rather wait until we're not under the same roof as my parents. Don't want them to hear your cries of orgasmic release. He asked, with a smirk. The blush that only hinted at color in her cheeks before now burned brightly on her face and neck. Keep up with remarks like that, Mr. Potter, and you'll be sleeping alone on the floor. She's right, added Hermione. Now, apologize for being crass. Holding his hands up in the surrender gesture, Harry quickly said, sorry. You're right, it was crass. She mused before turning to Daphne. Do we forgive him? We'll write it off as boyish excitement at getting new instructions from his guardian angel, mused Daphne. But if he's crass again, floor. Nodding, Hermione said, agreed. Harry slowly lowered his hands and said, I can't win. Of course you can't, said Daphne. Now, get your cute tushy in the bathroom and wash your face and hands. With a sigh of relief, Harry ducked into the bathroom and did as he was told. 20 minutes later, the three were descending the stairs with Daphne in the lead. As she knew the layout of the house, she led them the shortest route to the informal dining room. As they walked in, they saw Sirius standing off to the side. Sirius! Harry happily exclaimed before ducking across to give his godfather a hug. Once Sirius was happy to return. I hear you've been frustrating old Twinkles a lot since I last saw you, said Sirius. Yep, beamed Harry. I figure he'll soon lose his temper with me enough to act without proper thought, and create a situation we can use to get him fired from at least one of his titles. Sirius chuckled before pretending to sniffle and wipe a tear from his eye. Your father would be so proud. Quite the little marauder you're turning into. All right, that's enough, you two, said Dees, chuckling a little. As she was speaking, the Grangers walked in. What did we miss? Asked Aunt. Sirius encouraging Harry to misbehave, replied Matthias, holding a chair for Dees. With an equal number of males to females, the ladies were all sat at the same time. Harry sat between his bondmates on one side of the table, opposite Sele who sat between Aunt and Sirius. The Greengrass adults sat at opposite ends. After a very enjoyable meal, Matthias opened the semi-serious discussion after dessert by turning to Sirius. You need to congratulate your godson, Sirius, he said. Why? Asked a surprised Sirius. Did he score all outstandings on his end-of-term exams? No. He asked Aunt and I for the hands of our daughters in marriage, this afternoon, Matthias calmly replied. Sirius's head snapped to stare in surprised happy shock at Harry. Pup! He exclaimed. Well done. And faster than wait. He quickly looked at Matthias and Aunt before asking, did you two say yes? Yes, both fathers replied. With the bond, Matthias replied, before his voice trailed off. Well, it's going to happen magically soon, anyway. Turning to grin back at Harry, Sirius exclaimed again, pup. Leaning forward, he asked, so, when's the wedding? August, Harry replied. When in August is up to Dees and Sele. Well done, Sirius said again. Turning to Matthias, he asked, do we need to negotiate a contract? Not if they don't want one, Matthias replied, indicating the teens. Surprised by the question, Harry replied, I don't know. Turning to look at Daphne, he raised an eyebrow to her in question. We'll discuss it, Harry, she replied. Turning back to Sirius, Harry said, I didn't know contracts were still used. But, Daphne's right, we'll discuss it. We'll need to, Sirius said, quite serious all of a sudden. As well as being the head of House Potter, you're also my heir designate for House Black. I would be remiss in my duties as both. You're head of house for House Black and supposed regent for House Potter if I didn't. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Harry nodded almost solemnly back. Good, Sirius said with a firm nod of his own. Now that the legally stuff is out of the way, have you collected the engagement rings yet? Heir Sirius, stuttered Harry. I've only asked their fathers for their hands in marriage, I haven't specifically asked them yet. Too right, said Daphne. I expect bended knee, the works, Mr. Potter. Then, how about we go to Gringotts tomorrow, and we ask the goblins if we can go into the heirloom vault to pick up rings? He asked. I'm sure there'll be plenty from which to choose from within the vault. Or, we can go to a jeweler and you can pick something new. When he saw his bondmates wanted to see each other, Harry sat back to allow them. The girls leaned forward at the same time and looked at each other. A few moments later, Daphne said, new, while Hermione added, matching. A jeweler, it is. Harry firmly stated. Which is good. You two need to decide whether you want something to pair with the promise rings, or simply replace them with the engagement rings. Wow, said Sully. That was just wow. It's like they've been married for years, already, isn't it? Asked Dees. All the adults nodded in response. The three teens blushed. Suddenly realizing what Harry had said, Sully sat forward and looked pointedly at Hermione. Promise rings? She asked. Blushing in embarrassment for not showing her parents before, Hermione held her hand out palm down to her mother, across the table. Taking her daughter's hand by the fingers, Sully looked down and saw the ring on her finger, up close. It's beautiful, she softly said. I've never seen anything like it. While Hermione explained the significance of the stones, their layout and the metal chosen, Daphne was showing hers to her mother. Harry had no idea the Greengrasses hadn't seen the rings before. Who designed them? Asked Dees. I did, Harry sheepishly replied. But, it was the young lass at the jeweler's who cleaned up the design before sending them off to be made. Still, did you design the layout? She pressed. I did, he replied. And what stones to use, the cut, in what order, and why? Well, they're perfect, Dees firmly stated. The right amount of stone and they tell a story, as such rings should. Unique and understated. They'll immediately be family heirlooms when you pass and will come to represent part of your family history for future generations. Shall we retire to the parlor? Matthias suddenly asked. With nods, the party of 8 moved into the parlor. Plans were made for the following day for the teens. Christmas shopping was also arranged. The next morning, all 8 flew to the Leaky Cauldron before immediately heading into the alley. Sirius took the 3 teens directly to the jeweler's while Dees went with Ant and Sully went with Matthias to start their own Christmas shopping. They'd planned to meet for lunch back at one of the cafes in the alley. Harry led his party direct to the jeweler's. Entering, Harry was happy to see the same lass behind the counter. Hello again, he said to her. And, hello again, Mr. Potter, she looked back with a twinkle in her eye and a matching smirk. Yes, well, he blushed. I hope you'll forgive me for the little subterfuge of our last meeting. Of course, she said. And, what can I do for you, today? I'll be needing matching engagement rings, he softly replied. Looking back in happy surprise she said, well, that was fast. She turned to the 2 girls and asked, and you're the 2 lucky ladies who've found themselves bonded to our Mr. Potter? We are, replied Daphne, a little aloof, while Hermione only nodded. Their demeanor was lost as both girls blushed a little. The sales witch grinned back before she moved over to slide a large tray of rings out from under the display case. Beckoning the 3 over to look, she asked, see anything there you like, or will we be designing custom rings again? It's up to you 2 ladies, Harry softly instructed his bondmates. If there's nothing there that takes your fancy, I'm sure we can find something else, or, go custom. Daphne looked up and asked the sales witch, anything more suited to a future Mrs. Potter? Certain standards must be kept. Of course, the sales witch smoothly replied. She reached into a set of drawers behind her and drew forth another tray. As she laid the tray on the display case alongside the first, Harry could see this one had more intricate rings with larger stones. Better, Daphne muttered, and both girls moved to scan through the second tray. Something with emeralds in a 3-stone setting. Or, multi-stone? Daphne asked Hermione. Yes, and either, Hermione softly replied. Suddenly, Hermione's hand snapped up with a finger pointing close to it at a ring. That one. Nice pick, said Daphne, looking closer. Set it aside, and we'll see that one. Her own hand with pointed finger had come up to indicate another ring. Looking forward, as well, Hermione breathed, niece. We'll set it aside, too. The girls trawled through the entire ring collection, both expensive and cheaper, and had a good dozen rings set aside of similar styles. All of them had a single large diamond, or many smaller diamonds. All were settings offset with emeralds. All were solid gold bands. After the first 15 minutes, Harry had drifted away from watching over the girls to the other side of the shop. And, while the girls were occupied, whispered with Sirius about buying matching earrings and necklaces. Thinking about the sort of settings and arrangements the girls were looking at, Harry and Sirius quickly had a selection in mind. These would look nice for both of them for the ball, Sirius whispered. However, there are far nicer pieces within the Potter heirloom vault. I understand that. However, I want the first 2 sets I give the ladies to be their own, replied Harry. Sirius nodded in understanding and gave Harry's shoulder a gentle squeeze. Harry, called Daphne. It seems the ladies have reached a decision, Sirius whispered into Harry's ear. Both menfolk walked back to the other side of the store where both girls stood waiting. What have you two been up to? Hermione asked a little accusatory. Browsing, replied Sirius. Before Hermione could start to question more, Harry smoothly cut in and asked, reached a decision. Both girls looked at each other before turning back. We need your help, replied Daphne. Both girls stepped apart and indicated 2 rings sitting side by side on a black velvet cloth on the display case. One was a cluster of diamonds ringed with tiny emeralds, the other was a solitary diamond with a similar ring of tiny emeralds. Can't decide which? Harry gently asked. No, Hermione replied with a little frustration in her voice. Then how about you tell me how you came to this point and I'll see what we can do from here, he instructed. A quick glance at each other and Daphne covered how she came to decide on the cluster setting. Then Hermione gave a similar explanation on how she came to the setting with the solitary diamond. Once she'd finished, Harry asked them both, tell me, what is more important to you? Is it that you match, or that you have the ring of your heart's desire? I know it's a nice idea to have matching rings, but, both of you are unique. There is no reason for you to have to be happy with the same choice. Turning to Hermione he said, if the setting with the solitary diamond is the one you want, then, we'll get that one for you. Turning then to Daphne, he said, and, if the setting with the diamond cluster is your choice, then, we'll get that one for you. Is this all right with both you ladies? He asked. The 2 girls looked at each other in surprise for a long moment before they both turned to Harry and Key, at him on opposing cheeks. Stepping back, Hermione said, he's brilliant. Yes, said Daphne. Who'd have thought? And both girls broke into laughter at Harry's expense while he blushed. Ha! Exclaimed Sirius. Smooth, pup, smooth. Still blushing, Harry stepped forward between the girls and paid for the 2 rings. He was relieved to discover that both were similarly priced, but winced almost imperceptibly when told what those prices were. With a ring in each of 2 matching boxes, Harry pocketed them both and said, now we need to decide when I present them to you. Do I bend a knee in the presence of your family, or your friends? Another quick glance between the girls and they both said, family. Then, later this afternoon at the farm, it is, he smiled. With all 3 teens smiling at each other, Sirius looked over them at the sales witch and said, and you, my dear, will not speak of this until these 3 and their families decide to make it public. Am I clear? Of course, the sales witch replied with a little curtsy. I suggest you speak with Adeline Bancroft. She's the high society social events reporter. She's not as rude as that Skeeter woman. Besides, announcements of engagements are her bailiwick, anyway. Thank you, replied Harry, with a small nod. You've been most helpful. The sales witch gave another small smile and nod in return as they left the store. Shopping then began in earnest for the teens. They had to hurry to make what purchases they wanted through the various stores before meeting at the cafe for lunch. A hurried lunch then led to a reorganization of the 3 groups. Harry went with Dees and Selle, and Hermione and Daphne went with Matthias and Ant. Sirius prowled on his own as he first had to visit Gringotts to take care of some black family business. The teens then switched which adults they were with, and Sirius met up with the boys a little later. When he caught up to Harry, Matthias and Ant, Sirius took Harry aside for a moment. It's now official, Harry. You're my heir. Quite moved by the gesture, Harry quietly replied, thank you, Sirius. That means a lot to me. However, I hope you'll soon find someone who'll be the next Mrs. Black and produce an heir of your own. I plan on it, pup, his godfather replied with a smile and a hand on Harry's shoulder. However, I'm not rushing things. And, I wanted to make sure that Spawn of Malfoy couldn't get his hands on the Black Fortune. Harry just nodded in response. By the time shopping was completed, everyone was pretty much exhausted, and they headed back to the farm by flow from the leaky cauldron. Once back at the farm, everyone headed for their rooms to drop off bags of shopping. Then Harry asked everyone to meet him in the parlor. With Aunt and Sele sitting on one couch, Matthias and Dees sitting on another, and Sirius in an armchair, Harry asked both girls to join him in the middle of the floor. With them standing side by side, he dropped to one knee before them both and took one of their hands in each of his own. "I know this bond we share means we will marry," he said. "However, I also understand how important it is to young women the world over to properly be proposed to. And, though we share a bond, I don't want either of you to think it means you have to miss out on things, such as a proposal like your peers will receive when their time comes. So, Daphne Anna Greengrass and Hermione Jean Granger, will you both do me the great honor of being my wives?" "Yes, Harry," they both said almost simultaneously. With a happy grin, Harry let go of both their hands and reached into his pocket where he'd dropped both ring boxes in the store, and pulled them out. Carefully, he opened both boxes and removed the rings from within. With Daphne, again, standing to his left and Hermione to his right, he held the engagement rings in each hand accordingly. Both girls glanced at each other with a grin before both held forth their left hands, palms down and with fingers splayed. Making sure to do both at the same time, Harry slipped the rings onto the ring finger of each. Thankfully, the two rings flashed together as they resized from a sizing charm. He then stood and wrapped both girls into a three-way hug, as the adults all came forward to congratulate them. "That was wonderful," exclaimed Dees. "Both, at the same time. No fiancé has primacy." "That was the idea," replied Harry. "I hope something similar can be arranged for the wedding. I don't want either of them to think they are my second wife, as I love them both, equally." That earned him extra tight hugs and squeals of pleasure from both girls. They separated to receive hugs and kisses from the elders before Harry asked both girls to step apart for a bit. Once they'd separated, and the adults discussed other matters, Harry held a hand of each girl before him and quietly said, "I think we should tell them the truth about the true nature of the three-way bonds." Both girls looked back with a little shock before both also showed trepidation. "Do you think that's wise?" asked Hermione. "Yes," he replied. "Because of our angels they all know that this a bond made in heaven. I think if we calmly explain it to them they'll accept it better than you think. And I don't want it to be a secret from them." Both girls glanced at each other for a few moments before they both nodded. They were both clearly a little afraid of the reaction they'd receive, but they were also agreed that it was a secret they shouldn't keep from them. "Besides," he continued, "when we get married I want it to be a true three-way marriage. I don't want it to be me just marrying two wives." Thinking while nibbling on her lower lip, Hermione suddenly looked up with understanding written on her face. "You want it so you marry both of us, I marry both of you, and Daphne marries both of us." "Yes," he firmly replied. "As it should be." "All right," said Daphne. "But, you're the one who's going to have to tell them." "I figured as much," he wryly replied. "I'm also feeling as if I'm being urged to tell them, anyway." As the three teens turned to walk back to join the adults, Harry called out, "Could everyone please take a seat, again? There's another important matter we need to tell you." Once everyone was, again, seated, this time with Harry sitting between both his bondmates on the longest couch, he sat forward a little and said, "There's another issue about our relationship we need to tell you about." That got everyone's attention. What we didn't know when you were each told about our bond was something we didn't learn about until later, he explained. Actually, it was Luna using that natural mage sight gift she has who made us aware of it. It was then confirmed by the school medi-witch, Madame Pomfrey. Luna saw that there wasn't just a soul bond between me and Daphne, and me and Hermione. She also saw that there was a latent soul bond between Hermione and Daphne that needed to be established. She let us know that the three-way soul bond was a true three-way soul bond. Using her gift she explained that the bonds between me and these two lovely ladies would not reach full potential without the simultaneous bonding between them. "Wait," said Sirius. Indicating Hermione and Daphne he asked, "There's a soul bond between Hermione and Daphne, too?" "Yes and no," corrected Harry. "It would be better to say there is a soul bond between Hermione, Daphne and I. It's one bond with the three of us." We had only been working on 2/3 of the bond and didn't know about the final third. That final third is the part between Hermione and Daphne. Clearly confused, Matthias asked, but, how can you possibly finalize such a bond? Hermione replied, with Luna's and Madame Pomfrey's help, we have discovered that it is not the physical act of love that will strengthen or finalize a bond. It's all based on emotion. What we have discovered or otherwise determined is that the bond strengthens when our feelings of commitment and intimacy with one another is strengthened. If you think about it, besides being a physical act of love, is a representation of the ultimate in intimacy between two people. Harry logically argued that a soul bond couldn't form between two people when the act of tie intercourse did not also contain emotional intimacy, such as what occurs in an act of prostitution or beep. That's quite profound, said Dees, sitting back and thinking to herself. It would mean that what we have come to believe about the creation, development and sealing of bonds is wrong. Well, the creation of them is right, corrected Harry. Just, not why it's right. John clarified it for me. And why is it a key that establishes the bond? Asked Matthias. For exactly the same reason a Dementor KS out your soul through the mouth with the Dementor's key, replied Harry. As odd as it sounds, the mouth is the most direct route from outside the body to the soul. Plus, connecting mouth to mouth is quite an intimate act. That is the time when two souls come their closest to one another in a moment intimate for both involved. Hence the term, love's first key. Have you established the part of the bond between Hermione and Daphne? Asked Dees. Both girls blushed while Harry calmly replied, yes. It occurred a few days after we found out about it, in the presence of both Luna and Madame Pomfrey, in the infirmary at Hogwarts. And, yes, there was also the bright flaring of silvery aura between them. Only this time, it also covered me. Immediately after the aura glow faded, Madame Pomfrey confirmed the establishment of the part of the bond between them. And why have you decided to tell us about this, now? Asked a visibly but quietly perturbed aunt. Because, when we marry in August, I think it's a good idea for the wedding not to be just me marrying Hermione and Daphne, and each marrying me but, me marrying Hermione and Daphne, Hermione marrying me and Daphne marrying me and Hermione, a true three-way marriage. And Dees and Selle needed to know this for their plans for the wedding. You're all right with this? Aunt asked Hermione, directly. Yes, Daddy, Hermione quietly, but firmly, replied. Remember who set this up? With a visible sag of surrender, he said, I don't know how those three angels are going to work this so our family and friends don't see anything wrong. There is nothing wrong to see, anyway, sir, Harry firmly interrupted. I know the mores of Christianity erroneously view a marriage must only be between a man and a woman, but you know now that is incorrect. You know it. With a gesture of his hands in quick surrender, Aunt quickly said, forgive me, please. It was a poor choice of words. With a sigh, he continued, I meant how the angels would stop our family and friends seeing that which would completely shake their personal worldviews. I don't think that's what's going to happen, Aunt, said Matthias. From what I figure, your family and friends will still see everything, it just won't appear to be anything out of the ordinary for them. I dare say they'll be magically compelled not to talk about it later. That was my impression, as well, added Dees. If it doesn't happen, their memories of the event will have to be removed from them. What? Why? Asked Selle. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy for our world was established in 1692 to hide us away from the Muggle world, explained Matthias. However, that was well before the creation of spells and potions that could remove the memory of the magical world from the minds of Muggles. It was also too much, too late. By 1692 the witch hunts, in England, were at an end. The last known witch to be executed was a Muggle-born witch by the name of Temperance Lloyd, a decade earlier. And, very quickly after that, witch hunting became a crime punishable by death in the Muggle English courts. No such witch hunting that has led to the death of another has occurred since. No, the statute was only passed by the newly formed ICW, the International Confederation of Wizards, because of the rise of such witch hunts in other parts of the world. It was no longer a problem, here. Though, to be fair, we didn't know that until about a century later. And, though magical Britain doesn't know it, or won't accept the truth of it, those in senior enough positions of authority within the United Kingdom Muggle Britain government are well aware of the existence of magical Britain and the rest of the wizarding world, added Harry. Pardon. asked a clearly shocked Matthias while Dies looked back in fear. Look, the Wizengamot derives its name from the Witenigmat, which is an Old English word meaning of wise men. They, because there was more than one and up to about a dozen, were councils of the ennobled and important ecclesiastical members of society formed to advise the current kings. They're known to have existed from sometime in the 7th century to the 11th century. In the 11th century it was replaced by the conquering Norman king, William I, by the single Curia Regis King's Council, which then remained until the signing of the Magna Carta in 1215. The Curia Regis then quickly morphed into what became the founding of modern parliament with its various ministries. Now, if there's one thing any organized body that is successful generates a lot of, it's paperwork, parchment work. You have records of meetings, legislation, notes, minutes, reports, all sorts of things like that. And, as is their wont, such paperwork is rarely destroyed. Such documents form the basis of records in large libraries. Even the Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic know this and work that way. So, even though the statute made it international law to keep the wizarding world a secret since 1695, there have existed records of the wizarding world, in the Muggle world, since as far back as the 7th century. That's over 1,000 years of bureaucracy documenting everything. Yes, a great much of that has since been destroyed, but not the very important stuff. Historians and record keepers of their day would not have stood for it. Also, spells and potions, including the Obliviation Curse, do not destroy those documents. A great many of them still exist through to today. So, it is not a stretch of the imagination to come to the conclusion that the wizarding world is well known by the Muggle world in positions of great authority in Muggle government. The chance, it is not as so slim as to be considered nigh impossible. What the Statute of Secrecy actually manages to accomplish is to keep the average Muggle citizen unaware of the wizarding world, not the Muggle world as a whole. It would not surprise me, in the slightest, that the United Kingdom has departments within their multitude of bureaucracies that are tasked with monitoring wizarding Britain, nor that the same could be said for other governments around the world. Sweet Merlin, breathed Matthias, utterly shocked with the truth of Harry's lesson in English government history. Why did none of us think of that? One of the main differences between the Muggle world and the wizarding world is that those raised in the Muggle world have grown up knowing to question practically everything. Muggles are far more inquisitive than Magicals. There are a great many Muggles whose job in life is to discover knowledge. Some do it as historians, some do it by observing and experimenting with the modern world in its various facets, and some look to what knowledge does not exist now and try to figure out when the answers will be able to be discovered. Those raised in the wizarding world, however, often come to the conclusion that something is so because of magic, and don't look any further. They don't understand the tenets of what's known as critical thinking: never assume, never accept, always question. The most powerful word in the lexicon arsenal of a Muggle is why, closely followed by what, when, and similar. And they will not accept the answer, because it is. And Selle demonstrated that when she immediately asked, why? When you said the Obliviators would need to be called in if the angels didn't do their thing to the Muggle guests at the wedding. For her, it was nearly an instinctive reaction to ask. NNND. That's just brought us back to the original question, said Dies. I suggest we leave things there so we can go and enjoy the evening meal the elves have made for us. I don't know about the Muggles having their worldviews upset, but that knowledge has just upset ours. The 8 then headed into the informal dining room for a wonderful dinner. By unspoken agreement, the subject of wizarding secrecy law was not discussed again. The next evening, Harry raised a new topic. Late yesterday afternoon we talked about the latent part of the soul bond between Hermione and Daphne. I know that came as quite a shock because, as Matthias asked, how would we finalize such a bond? At that time we told you how we figured out it has more to do with the emotional side of love, rather than the physical side. Now that you've had time to think that over, I think I need to explain further the nature of souls. With head nods from the adults, Harry explained, I had a bit of what did they call it? An epiphany. A sudden understanding of the concepts of life, body and souls. I've now come to understand that matter better. I think it was our angels who first got me thinking about it. And I think my angel, specifically, had something to do with that. Seeing the understanding on the faces of everyone else, he continued. People tend to think we are what you see before you, the flesh and blood and personality, and that we have souls. I believe that is incorrect. Seeing the confusion, he clarified. I believe we do not have souls, we are souls, and we have bodies. Now, think about that for a minute. If I'm right and I believe I am, it answers a lot of questions concerning why, for example, Dementor's key syndrome has the effect it has, and what the killing curse actually accomplishes. Harry could see the dawning understanding on the face of Matthias, decent serious, but not Ant and Sele. You see, the Dementor's key strips the soul from the body. If you are the soul, as I believe, it explains why Dementor's key syndrome leaves the body functioning but there being absolutely no response from the person within. The reason is because there is no longer anyone there to respond. The body has what are known as autonomic functions. The heart beating, the lungs breathing, food in the stomach being processed, the liver and kidneys filtering your blood, etc., are not controlled by the person. They all happen apart from conscious thought. That is, they are not controlled by the soul within. However, while food being processed in the stomach is automatic, the act of eating and drinking is not automatic, that requires conscious thought. You have to be in control of the physical body. So, with no food or water going into the body, it soon dies. It also explains why the Imperious curse doesn't work on someone who's been ed. As for the killing curse, it works by stopping the body like snuffing a candle. It snuffs out life by making the body instantly unable to sustain continued life. That immediately renders the body uninhabitable for the soul. The soul is driven out and lives on, but the body doesn't. In a way, it is the exact opposite of the Dementor's key. Now, the proof. If a person didn't exist within the soul, rather than the body, then you wouldn't have ghosts. They would be impossible to exist. A spirit, without consciousness, is impossible. And we know ghosts have consciousness, they think. We can talk to them and they will talk back to us. Ergo, you are the spirit, the soul, not the body you currently inhabit. That is only a physical shell you inhabit to interact with the physical world. Secondly, it explains how Voldemort Riddle is going to come back. At the moment he is a spirit, a soul without a body. We three know he is going to create himself a body for that soul to enter and remain inhabiting. I just thank the gods he either hasn't thought of it, or can't figure out how, to inhabit a body that's been ed. And I pray to all that is heavenly that no one else ever does, either. He let them gel on that for a while before he brought the subject back around. Now let's bring that back to us three, he said, indicating himself and the two girls. It's called a soul bond, not a body bond. That implies it deals with our souls rather than our bodies. They've at least got that right. This is one of the reasons why I believe it's not the physical act of love but, rather, the spiritual act of love and commitment to one another that both strengthens the bond and will eventually see it finalized and sealed. Proof of that exists in that there has never been a soul bond or binding formed through an act of tie assault, or similar, or through an act of prostitution, or similar, as Hermione mentioned, last night. You see, our is determined by our physical form, male and female. But, our souls are not, except for physical shape. Our souls become shaped due to the physical form, which is why ghosts always have the shape of their body at the time of their death. That includes defects such as nearly headless Nick's near total decapitation, Ning Myrtle's glasses, Professor Binz's aged frailness, and the Bloody Baron's blood upon his robes, to name a few. And the physical form, through body chemicals, impresses on the thinking, and, therefore, the person, the soul. That, together with society's mores, is how man becomes attracted to woman and vice versa. However, sometimes, the body chemicals do not impress fully upon the soul because the chemicals are weaker or, the soul is simply stronger and you occasionally have tie. For us three, he said, again indicating himself and his bondmates, our souls are bonded, and it was done through heaven. The souls that are Harry James, Daphne Anna and Hermione Jean, are bonded. Or, more to the point, or in the process of bonding. It's our souls that are attracted to one another. As such our and our chemically driven tie have nothing to do with it. Because of the body chemicals impinging on our thinking, it both helps a lot and gets in the way. However, it's us as souls that will soon finalize the bond. And we are not owned by our individual When he finished, he sat back, but remained a little tense, worried about their reactions. Surprising to Harry, it was Hermione who first spoke. "Harry," she asked, "when did you become a metaphysical philosopher?" Harry snorted and replied, "I've always been one, I think. Or, at least, a general philosopher. It was those bloody potions that stopped me from being able to think so well. Now that Weasley's no longer dosing me with loyalty potions and the like, my mind's becoming freer. I'm able to properly think again." "That's deep," said Sirius, the first of the adults to respond, and not having heard Hermione, he was so deep in thought. "I'll say," snorted Ant. "If he's right, it explains a lot," said Dees. "It also makes a great deal of sense. It also makes the idea of Daphne and Hermione interacting a great deal easier to accept," said Matthias. "Which, I think, is the reason he explained it," added Sele. Harry smiled and nodded. "So, what you're saying is," asked Ant, "we need to stop thinking of you three as the physical you, and start thinking of you as the soul you." "No and yes," replied Harry. "You know us as the physical us. I cannot expect you to think any differently to that on that matter. What I'm asking you to start considering is the soul us, as well. I know society's mores makes it hard for you to accept there will be a more intimate relationship between Hermione and Daphne. I'm trying to give you something to help you rationalize it, so you'll be more comfortable with it." "It does help," said Sele. "And I can't believe I've just realized that. It helps me," said Daphne, giving Harry a very direct look. "I just wish you'd shared it with us, first." "Sorry," Harry sheepishly replied. "But, something inside me told me the time wasn't right until now." "You're going to have to give me this talk again later, Harry," grouched Hermione. "I don't have the manuscript for our book on hand. This needs to go into the book." "Book?" asked Dees. "We've been asked to write a book about soul bonds by Madame Pomfrey," explained Hermione. "She wants us to document everything we learn so people's understanding of soul bonds can be enhanced or corrected." "You're not using your names, are you?" asked a suddenly worried Matthias. "No," she replied. "We'll use pseudonyms for the actual characters. And we've agreed to use nom de plume's pen names for the authors. Not even the eventual publishers will be allowed to know our real names." "When you've got the time to write it down, Hermione, ask Matthias if you can borrow his pensieve to check your own memory of this," suggested Harry. "That's a good idea," said Matthias, nodding. "I think I'll do the same. There are aspects of that lesson that I want to speak with others about. Dementor's key syndrome and the effects of the killing curse, for example. If Harry's right, and I think he is, it'll open up new research into both of those." Gathering herself, Dees asked, "I think we all need time to absorb what we've just heard. Who's up for an evening libation?" With affirmatives from the group, a house elf was called to take orders. Once everyone had a drink of their choice, Harry started on the next part of what he wanted to share with them. "Now, on the matter of ghosts," he said, licking his lips of suds of butterbeer. "Does anyone know the reason why only magicals become ghosts? Or why, after centuries of searching using vivisection and the like, they've never actually been able to find what it is in the physical body that makes a muggle different to a magical?" After head shakes all round, he explained. "Both those subjects have, essentially, the same answer. It's because witches and wizards don't control magic with their bodies, they control it with their souls. And that's because magic is channeled through the soul, not the body. When you think about it, the proof is before you when you meet a ghost and discover that only magicals can become ghosts. A ghost, as you now know, is a soul that has yet to pass on to the afterlife. And, it's only through their ability to wield magic that a soul doesn't immediately pass on with the death of the physical body. If magic was part of the body instead of the soul, then as soon as the soul departed the body it would be no different to the soul of a muggle. Therefore it would, just as muggles' souls do, pass on. I started thinking about this at the end of second year when the piece of Tom Riddle's soul that was locked into his diary began to draw off the life force of Ginny Weasley, before I destroyed the diary. Even before that soul piece was fully corporeal, Riddle was able to wield and use Ginny's wand. He used it against me. If the magic is channeled through the physical body, that should not have been possible. So, too, should it not have been possible if magic is not channeled through the soul. Next, ghosts can talk. We can hear them. That should not be possible without magic. Air does not pass through lungs and out over vocal cords to make sound, which we hear as speech. So, it must be magic in the soul of the ghost that allows it to talk to us. Magic recognizes the need and replaces the operation of the vibrating vocal cords. It also explains Muggleborns a lot more thoroughly. It makes no sense, whatsoever, that there is continually occurring the same genetic alteration that causes a Muggleborn to suddenly occur across very diverse people. However, it becomes obvious when you understand the number of children born to Magicals has substantially dropped off. Those souls waiting to be born have to go somewhere. So, it's into the forming bodies of Muggle fetuses they go. After Harry quietened and sat back again, Matthias said, "Again, that makes a lot of sense. I'm definitely going to have to talk to some people about this." "Damn, Potter," muttered Daphne. "You're both full of surprises and a lot smarter than you act." Harry just impudently grinned back. Talk then devolved to lighter topics for the rest of the evening before bed. With the Yule Ball taking place at the school the next night, the Greengrasses arranged for their Yule dinner the evening before, Christmas Eve. The intervening days since their major shopping trip to Diagon Alley saw a trip shopping at a Muggle shopping mall, led by the Grangers, quiet days at the farm, Daphne attempting to teach Harry and Hermione how to ride a horse. Somewhat successful for Hermione, but an unmitigated disaster for Harry. Harry coaxing Hermione onto a broom for more advanced lessons in riding a broom, and time spent together for Harry to get to know his future in-laws and his godfather better, and the girls to get to know their own future in-laws. By Christmas Eve even Aunt had come to accept his daughter was soon to be married to two people, one of whom was another girl. The next morning, the combined families were gathered in the parlor around the Christmas tree, under which was piled the gifts in a manner similar to Muggle families. Matthias offered the position of gift giver, the person who sits near the tree and hands the gifts out to Sirius. And Sirius was both deeply honored and quite moved by the gesture. With gifts being passed out in quite an orderly fashion, there did not exist the usual large mess of torn and shredded Christmas wrapping paper, of which the Greengrass elves seemed somewhat disappointed. Harry picked up a usual haul, without the cheap and homemade sweets and jumper from the Weasleys, this year. He also watched carefully as he and Sirius gave each other a direct look as he passed Harry's gifts to both girls. Harry, feeling quite pleased with himself, watched as both opened their gifts at the same time and saw the earrings and necklace chokers within. He'd bought them when he was with Aunt and Matthias and the girls were off with Selle and Deese during their shopping within the alley. Both girls looked completely dumbfounded by the gifts, at first, before Daphne softly said, "Ooh, Harry." They then both attempted to snog him to within an inch of his life before both Aunt and Matthias directly and pointedly cleared their throats as their wives unabashedly grinned and Sirius was trying not to laugh. All three teens were blushing as they separated. Giving his own throat a little clearing cough, Harry said, "I thought you might like them to wear for tonight." "They'll be perfect," gushed Hermione, again looking down at the earrings and choker within its velvet-lined box. Hummed Daphne with a verbal nod in agreement, still looking down at her own earrings and choker. Remus even stopped in to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and was immediately invited to stay for a while and enjoy Christmas lunch. He told them what he'd been up to since they last saw him at Hogwarts, and how he was, yet again, looking for work. For what looked like it might have been an often offered offer, Sirius offered Remus access to the London house at Grimmauld Place for him to stay, and Remus gratefully declined, yet again. Trying to reduce the embarrassment or add to it, he knew not which. Harry said to Sirius, "He probably has a secret girlfriend he doesn't want you to know about yet, Padfoot." With his eyes alight with glee, Sirius turned to Remus and asked, "Is that it, Moony ol' mate? You've got a secret GIIIRRRL friend?" Blushing Remus stammered back, "And no, nothing like that, no." Remus asked Harry for a quiet word after lunch, and they stepped into the entrance hall for a few minutes. "What did you want to talk to me about, Moony?" asked Harry. Harry could see his other honorary uncle thought it was a difficult matter to discuss and took a few moments to compose his thoughts. Eventually, he sighed and asked, "Harry, do you suddenly dislike Dumbledore? Has he done something that's greatly offended you?" Harry stared back for a few moments before he replied, "That depends. Is it you asking, or is it you asking on his behalf?" Confused, Remus asked, "Does it matter?" "Yes," he replied, almost coldly. "It's time for flat-out, straight-up honesty, here, Remus." So, is it you asking, or did he ask you to ask on his behalf? Still somewhat confused, but now quite aware this was something important to his cub, Remus quietly but honestly replied, "It's me asking, cub." Allowing the tension that he didn't realize he had been feeling to ease out of his body, Harry said, "Then, yes and no. I've recently put a great deal of thought into what's been happening in my life, both before and after starting at Hogwarts, and have come to understand that Dumbledore has been responsible for almost all the bad things that have happened to and around me. He is responsible for ignoring the wishes of my parents in where I was to be placed if I was orphaned. He is responsible for not checking up on me to make sure I was being well cared for while under the abusive hands of my Muggle aunt and uncle. He is responsible for knowingly and continually sending me back to an abusive environment when both I and Madame Pomfrey made him aware of the condition of my health. When I arrived at Hogwarts as an 11-year-old, he has illegally, and with full understanding of the law, often cast legilimens upon me. He has known Snape does the same thing. He blocked me from receiving any mail from someone not on his personal approval list, and that included Gringotts. He is partly responsible for Sirius not being given a trial, and being sent straight to Azkaban. He is responsible for Sirius not getting a trial when he escaped, when he had it in his power to do so. He was supposed to be responsible for looking after my family's financial holdings until I was emancipated, and didn't do it, causing great financial harm to me and mine. He attempted to use compulsion charms on both myself and my bondmates to force our compliance, and was caught red-handed in the act. He had both Hermione and me loaded up with tracking charms left, right and center, and some of those were blood-based, which is illegal. He is aware the Weasleys attempted to secretly dose me with love potions keyed to Ginevra, and loyalty potions keyed to Ron, plus other things, and then allowed them to return to the school. He then attempted to beat the course of justice and get them all off when I forced it to trial. And there's quite a bit more. However, those are the ones I know for sure and am willing to talk about. He is actively working towards trying to control me through withholding information from me, such as the true wealth of my holdings, why Riddle is still trying to kill me and why he's trying to control me, attempting to guilt-trip me into staying a student at Hogwarts and giving up my hard-won emancipation, illegally and in direct contravention of my parents' wishes, maintaining magical guardianship over me, using the portraits, ghosts and house elves of Hogwarts to spy on me, trying to stop me from leaving the school grounds as is my right, trying to butt into my house business, including attempting to put up listening charms in a sealed and warded room where I'm involved in house business, plus others. He is absolutely terrified I'm going to take myself, my bondmates and Daphne's little sister and transfer us all to another school outside of Britain, and won't say why he's terrified of that. The man has a very frighteningly unhealthy interest in me. I do not like it, and will no longer tolerate it. Because of his known actions, at least, I consider the man my personal enemy and on my personal enemy list. And, anyone doing his bidding, is automatically added to that list when I learn who they are. There are far too many people who think the sun shines out of that whiskered wanker's ass, and that he can do no wrong. He has people convinced to do the wrong thing all because he says it's for some undefined amorphous, greater good, and will never tell anyone what that supposed greater good actually is. I fully intend to get as far from him and his greasy clutches as I can, as soon as I can. He has all these people under his control through that little illegal bird club of his. And they, too, are quite happy to break the law for him if he asks. That included Sirius, though, not anymore. I consider those people also on my enemy list. So, if you're in that club, resign from it or consider your honorary uncle status revoked. If I had thought he'd sent you here to spy on me, I would not have hesitated to take you down, through whatever means necessary, and throw your ass head first through the flow into the three broomsticks. Does that answer your question? Gaping back in complete shock, Remus stuttered, "Why yes, Harry, it does." "Good," Harry firmly said back. "Now, I'm sorry for becoming such a hard ass about it, but I and my family, here, seem to be spending way too much time blocking Dumbledore from interfering with me and mine. He just won't quit. We three have spent the better part of the past 4 months learning every ward and detection charm we can learn to block that manipulative old coot from, again, getting me in his clutches. You wouldn't believe how many tracking and monitoring charms we've found. Our two personal house elves are having a lot of fun finding and destroying those charms on an almost daily basis. They're also the only two house elves we allow to prepare our meals and drinks while in the castle. So, Remus, you have choice to make: stay away from him and his subtle little manipulations, or me. That's going to be difficult, Cub, Remus sighed. He's done so much for me. Ah, yes, said Harry. He let you attend Hogwarts. Tell me, Remus, how many other children with a furry little problem has he allowed to attend? None. How many were, or are, just as worthy and would have been willing to take the same protections you did? Probably a great many. So, why haven't there been any others? If you do run into him, be prepared for him to try and manipulate you. One of the ones he'll definitely use is trying to guilt trip you into doing what he wants because he allowed you attend the school. The second will be to tell you it's for the greater good and expect you to comply. All the while he'll adopt that much disappointed favorite grandfather persona he uses, with his eyes twinkling merrily away. You'll see. He's also tried to talk to both my bondmates away from me, which is also illegal, using the same tactics. Please, don't allow him to do it to you. Plus, if you do run into him, as soon as you're away from him, check yourself for tracking and monitoring charms. He can't seem to help himself, there. And, finally, don't look him directly in the eyes at close distances. As I said, he's a master legilimens and is able to scan your surface thoughts without use of the legilimens charm. That twinkly eye thing he does. It's a cantrip designed to draw your eyes to his so he can do the passive scan. He might try a few other things first before he finally resorts to, Remus, my boy, you're going dark. And adopt an expression of fearful concern. That, at least, should prove to you he's a manipulative old bastard. Apparently, he's tried similar with Sirius, just as he continues to try with me. Frowning but nodding, Remus sighed and said, all right, Cub. I'll go and talk to Sirius about it first, but I'm concerned you may be reading into things as sinister actions where nothing of the sort actually exists. Good, Harry nodded back. Always question, never just accept something as fact without further evidence. No wonder you were the brains behind the Marauders. Taking a breath and trying to relax again, he asked, shall we go and find out what everyone else is up to? With a nod, the old wolf followed Harry back to the other guests. After Remus spent some time apart with Sirius, he came back to again wish Harry a Merry Christmas before he left. Harry could see he was not very happy with what Sirius had told him. Looking to his godfather, Harry asked, Remus not happy with what he heard? Yeah, sighed Sirius. He tried to tell me you've become over-the-top paranoid. However, I then stepped him through everything I knew, which seemed to confirm a lot of what you told him, and he's having trouble accepting it. His problem is, he doesn't want to accept it, but his logical side is telling him it's all true. He'll need to work through it for himself. Give him time. Harry nodded back. It wasn't too much longer that both girls, with both mothers, disappeared claiming they were getting ready. And that Harry wasn't to enter Daphne's old room until they said he could. He quickly glanced at his new watch, a gift from both girls, and saw that it was barely 2:30 in the afternoon. 4 hours, we've got, before the portkey, he muttered to his godfather. What takes them so bloody long to get ready? They like to make it a ladies' time for bonding, Sirius replied with a grin. Besides, neither of your girls has been able to spend time with their mothers since you've arrived. This gives them time to talk about things they'd rather the menfolk not know about. And what are the menfolk supposed to do while we wait? Asked Harry. We bond, Sirius laughed, before wrapping Harry in a hug and giving him a noogie. Releasing him, he dragged Harry over to the two fathers. Harry's a bit miffed because the girls have disappeared for 4 hours. Both men grinned back. Matthias said, enjoy it while you can. It's not often you can get out from under the watchful gaze of your spouse. That's why I took up clay pigeon shooting, said Aunt. Selig can't stand the noise of the guns, so leaves me to it. Mine's golf, admitted Matthias. I once heard another man say it meant, gents only, ladies forbidden. But, I think he was just making a joke. I see many ladies playing the sport. He was. Laughed Aunt. Ladies have been playing golf for over a century. Harry sighed and said, I only played Quidditch. However, now that we've been resorted to be together in Ravenclaw, Hermione's put her foot down and won't let me play anymore. Why in Merlin's name not? Asked Sirius, honestly curious and clearly a little offended for his godson. Well, out of the 2 games I played in first year, a possessed Professor Quirrell hexed my broom to try and throw me off. He succeeded, but I caught the snitch in my mouth and was only saved from being badly hurt from the fall by Professor Snape. The second game was okay. But I missed the third because I was already in hospital. In second year, in my first game, a bespelled bludger was used to attack me. It broke my wrist and arm. I then crashed while catching the snitch one-handed and was lucky I wasn't hurt any further. Because of that faker, Gilderoy Flowfart, I had to have all the bones in my right arm regrown. The second match against Ravenclaw was alright. I didn't get hurt there. And the third game was cancelled because it was the day Hermione and Penelope Clearwater were petrified by the basilisk. In third year, first game, I was attacked by Dementors and knocked out. I feel about 500 feet, but Dumbledore managed to tag me with an arrest motion charm while I was falling, and someone else cast a cushioning charm on the ground directly under me. I woke up in the infirmary. In the second game, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle attempted to sabotage my broom. It nearly worked, too. But Hermione was able to stop them before they were successful. And in the third game, I ended up bruised and a little bloody as the Slytherins played really rough. That was a short few hours in the infirmary. Of course, this year, Quidditch was cancelled due to the Tri-Wizard tournament. I wanted to organize a few pickup games, but that's when Hermione, with Daphne backing her, put her foot down. Her argument is that since I've gotten hurt so much, and that Madame Pomfrey has even put a bronze plaque up over one of the beds with my name on it stating that bed is reserved for my personal use, it's time I hung my Quidditch armor up. Plus, with the resort, I can no longer be the seeker for the Lions. And they both say it wouldn't be fair to Cho Chang to knock her off her slot as seeker for the Ravens, if I wanted to play for the Ravenclaw team. Besides, she thinks I've already got enough opportunities to get hurt by being in the tournament. She also added that, if I get hurt playing Quidditch, that could jeopardize me being well enough for any of the events of the tournament. That would put my magic at risk for not being able to compete. You have a bed with your name on it? Asked a chuckling Sirius. You're more like your father than you think. I think he had a similar plaque over a bed. I'm still allowed to ride my broom, though, said Harry. I think they've decided they can only push it so far before I balk. Besides, I really only played Seeker for something to do while riding my broom. Even now I take a snitch out with me when I ride at the pitch, and just practice chasing it down. I think they know I still pull the dangerous moves but justify it to themselves by way of, if they can't see it, it doesn't happen. Maybe we should think about finding you a different sport, Harry, mused Aunt. I'd like to take you out, next summer, down to the range I'm a member of, to see what you're like handling a shotgun. And to the golfing range, added Matthias. I'd like it if my son-in-law enjoyed whacking a little white ball and walking for a few hours with me. It'll give us a chance to talk, occasionally. Surprised at the offers, Harry was quite moved and replied, "Thank you." "Yeah, thank you, both. I'd like to try both, if you don't mind." "We can do that," replied Aunt. "Besides," said Harry, with a wry grin, "I think a Muggle shotgun would be a wonderful weapon to use against Death Eaters who are trying to kill me." 3 hours later, Harry hurried upstairs to his room to get changed. When he walked in the door, he could see his formal robes for the ball were already laid out, including his accessories, underwear, shoes and socks. A quick shower and dry, shaven teeth brushing and he was ready quite quickly and early. When he returned downstairs, Sirius was the first to stand to greet him. "Looking suave there, pup." His godfather then walked across and adjusted a few things before stepping back to take another look. "Yeah, looking good. I think there's going to be quite a few young witches who are going to be quite jealous of our Daphne and Hermione," said Matthias. The men teased him for a little while longer before both fathers were called upstairs. A minute later they were each leading their daughters back downstairs. Harry took one look at his girls and forgot to breathe. He just stood there, not realizing his mouth was agape until his godfather reached across and used a finger to push his jaw closed. That's when he discovered he was quite lightheaded from lack of oxygen. He swayed a little before stepping forward. "You both look divine," he softly told them. Daphne was wearing a shimmering green dress with one bare shoulder. It hugged her torso to low on the hips before it was met with a gathering of material that fell as a loose skirt to the ankle. The entire dress was trimmed with very fine silver beading. With her hair done up in soft waves, the jewelry Harry bought her for Christmas accessorized it all perfectly. She held in her gloved hand a small silver clutch purse. Hermione was wearing a similar style dress. However, her bodice had both shoulders covered, sleeveless and with a modestly plunging neckline in silver with emerald highlights, before it ended with a similar flare at the hips akin to Daphne's, also dropping as a skirt to the ankle. Unlike Daphne, she showed just the hint of cleavage between her breasts. Her hair was in a similar style but was shaped with soft curls to drop over one shoulder. She, too, was carrying a similar clutch purse in a gloved hand and was wearing the jewelry Harry bought her for Christmas. Again, they were perfect on her. The three stood for photographs, for a little while, before Matthias said, "You'll need to go beyond the wards before your portkey will work. I'd say flow to the 3 broomsticks first, but you don't want to get any soot on you. I had Mikey clear a patch of path on the other side of the front gate, a little while ago," said Dees. "Jelly and Mikey will elf-apparate you to that spot and you can portkey from there." With about a minute to go, Matthias and Ant brought capes they'd been carrying forward and helped the girls put them on. With last-minute keys on cheeks and handshakes, the Greengrass house elves popped the 3 teens to just the other side of the main gate. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the rope portkey, holding it out for the other 2 to grab hold. "Remember," Hermione said to him. "Just as the portkey is about to stop, make sure you're turned in the direction of the spin, and be ready to run a little. That way you won't end up sprawled across the floor of the entrance hall." Harry grinned back, just as he felt the hook behind the navel feeling of an activated portkey. The portkey didn't have them arriving in the entrance hall, as Harry expected. Instead, they arrived in the antechamber where the first years waited before the sorting. Professor McGonagall was there to greet them. Though he didn't end up sprawled across the floor, Harry did end up falling to his knees. "Damn," he muttered. Both girls remained on their feet with Hermione near enough for her to have heard him. "Language, Harry James," she scolded him. Harry didn't bother to reply as he first dusted his knees off before using a cleaning charm on them. While he was doing that, Professor McGonagall was complimenting both girls on their outfits as she conjured up a cloak rack and hung their cloaks up for them. When he was ready, Professor McGonagall asked, "All set?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry muttered, a little annoyed with himself. "Very well," she said, before turning to the door and opening it. She then held the door open for the 3 teens to exit, Harry in the rear. "Escort your ladies straight inside, Mr. Potter," the professor said as he passed her. "The headmaster would like a word before the ball begins." "No thank you, Professor," replied Harry. "I'm having a very good Christmas day so far, and I don't want to ruin it by speaking with that manipulative old man." Not even waiting for a response, he continued on. Once a few steps away from the door, both girls had stepped to a side, each Daphne on the left, Hermione on the right, as Harry came up between them. Each then took an elbow and allowed Harry to escort them across the entrance hall. They were moving through the crowd of schoolmates, looking for friends, when Daphne spotted Tracy on the arm of Blaise. She gave a little squeal of excitement and rushed over to hug her friend. "Well, hello stranger," said a grinning Tracy. "I take it you're enjoying your time away from the school." "Oh, yes," replied Daphne. "Mother and father invited Hermione's parents and Harry's godfather to spend the break with us. I'm learning a lot about the Muggle world, too. It's been wonderful." Harry and Blaise looked at each other and smiled. "So," said Harry, "is this a date between you two? Or just friends?" Blaise smoothly added. "And where's Mr. Urquhart?" asked Harry. "He's managed to snag a date for himself with a Ravenclaw," replied Blaise. "He'll be along, I'm sure." Hermione, meanwhile, had spotted Neville coming up from the basement with his date, Hannah Abbott. Walking over to them, she smiled at both and said, "Hello, you two." Neville gawked just a little at Hermione before he stammered, "Her Hermione." "Don't look so surprised, Neville," she replied with a little blush. "Hogwarts robes and rules about dress are very unflattering. I'll say," added Hannah. Noticing Neville's expression, she jabbed him in the arm. "Don't stare," she scolded him. Neville immediately blushed and stammered out an apology. "Sorry. It's just so different to see friends so dressed up." Harry and Daphne were saying hello to a couple of fellow year-mates in Ravenclaw when Dumbledore came up behind Harry and sternly said, "Mr. Potter." Turning, Harry looked coldly back and, with a very slight tilt of his head, said, "Headmaster Dumbledore. I asked Professor McGonagall to inform you to meet me in the Great Hall on your arrival," said Dumbledore. "So I understand, Headmaster," replied Harry. "However, I had other plans." With clearly visible anger, Dumbledore asked, "I am not used to students ignoring my wishes, Mr. Potter." "Headmaster," Harry sighed, almost excessively. "Today is Christmas Day, and we are gathered here for the so-called traditional Yule Ball. I do not wish to have this day ruined for my fiancés and myself by getting into an argument with you. We are on holidays. As such, our time is our own to do with as we wish. Now, unless there's something so urgent it cannot wait until school recommences, please leave us be. I wish to discuss matters relating to your continued education," fumed Dumbledore. "Surely, you do not wish to discuss this in public." "No, you're right, I don't," replied Harry. As Dumbledore started to look like he'd won the argument, Harry continued, "However, as I have to remain here until the completion of the third task, there's plenty of time to discuss that particular issue. Today will not include that time. After I return on the express in a little over a week from now we can sit down with my bondmates and my legal representative and discuss the matter then. In the meantime, I'm still under instruction from Madam Bones and Mr. Ackerman, my legal representative, not to meet with you in private. Will there be anything else, Headmaster?" Throughout, Harry kept his tone light and respectful, though his expression remained closed and cold. Dumbledore stood there for a few moments more before he finally said, "No, Mr. Potter. That's all. I'll see you when you return." As the old man was about to turn away, Harry quickly asked, "Is that the time you want to meet with me, my bondmates and my representative, Headmaster?" "The evening we return. I need to know so I can organize for Mr. Ackerman to be here." "Another time, Mr. Potter," muttered the headmaster before he quickly hurried away and back into the Great Hall. As the entrance hall was becoming uncomfortably full, Professor McGonagall opened the doors to the Great Hall and announced all those except the champions could enter. "Please, quickly find your seats so our champions can make their entrance." With a fiancé on each arm, Harry led his two girls into the hall immediately behind Blaise and Tracy, and Horace and his date, Lisa Turpin. The seven of them quickly found a table for themselves, with one chair spare. They had no sooner sat down when Percy Weasley hurried over and said to Harry, "Mr. Potter, you and your date for this evening are expected to enter with the other champions and be seated at the head table." "Ah, Percy," replied Harry, "you've been misinformed. First, I am not a champion, I'm an unwilling competitor. Hogwarts's champion is Cedric Diggory, and, I assure you, he's waiting outside with his date for this evening, Miss Cho Chang. Second, I am here with two dates this evening, my two fiancées, Miss Daphne Greengrass and Miss Hermione Granger." Harry heard either Tracy or Lisa squeal a little and immediately demand to look at rings. "Third, I made the fact I intend to sit with the other students for this evening quite clear to both Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall quite some time ago. I'm sorry you weren't informed, but it wasn't my place to do so. Will there be anything else?" Percy looked so shocked he almost looked stricken. "But, you have to sit at the head table. It's all been planned." Harry frowned back and said, "Now you're beginning to annoy me. I don't have to do squat, Mr. Weasley. What I could do, however, is publicly question Dumbledore, in his role as chief warlock of the Wizengamot, as to why I, the head of an ancient house, am being browbeaten by a low-grade ministry flunky in front of my fiancés and friends. Would you like me to do that?" Percy gaped a little and blanched in shock before he stuttered, No. I'll go and find out why I wasn't informed. My apologies." He quickly scurried back to the head table. "AAAANNND slap," said Horace. "Nice put down, Harry." "Percy always was a pompous prat," smiled Harry right back. "That boy's gotta stick up his ass so long it's cutting off circulation to his brain." While Daphne was trying hard not to snort in an unladylike fashion, Hermione told him off again, "Harry James, you will mind your language in front of others. I don't know where you developed such a potty mouth, but I suspect it was the bad influences of Finnegan and Thomas. I can't see Neville using that sort of language." "Ha!" Harry shot back. "Don't be fooled by that meek and mild exterior he's cultivated for the public. Neville gives as good as he gets in the dorm. I don't think I want to know what you got up to in that dorm, huffed Hermione. Oh, just the usual, Harry said airily. Fart competitions, things like that. Fart competitions? Asked Horace, clearly amused. Yeah, you know, like who has the loudest, who has the smelliest, who has the longest. Harry James, barked Hermione, while Blaise and Horace roared with laughter. With the way he eats you'd think it'd be a clean sweep for Weasley, but it's Finnegan who can clear a room in about 3 seconds flat, said Harry. I tell ya, it's a wonder all the curtains, linen and clothing in that room haven't rotted by now. Stop it, cried Hermione. Harry, seeing he was now clearly upsetting Hermione, relented. All right, Hermione. I'm sorry. I'll stop. It was just in time, as the 3 champions were announced and escorted their dates into the Great Hall. By the end of the evening, Harry felt he'd done his best to make sure both his fiancées received equal attention from him both on and off the dance floor. It also hadn't taken long for news of their engagements to sweep through the school. Both girls were constantly having others approach them during their time off the floor to look at the rings and asking questions such as about when Harry had asked, were they surprised, where were the rings purchased from, were they heirlooms, and similar. Harry was just glad the official announcement and story would be in the Daily Prophet the next morning, courtesy of the Bancroft woman. She had promised it wouldn't be a sensationalist story a la Skeeter. But, also said it didn't need to be, as it was sensational enough on its own merit. The idea was to delay the story of the 3-way engagement for as long as possible and to counter-effect any story where Harry refused to play the role of a champion for the ball. One of the most relieving aspects of the ball was that Harry had only seen Ron once, for the meal. The boy disappeared almost as soon as the meal was completed. He did not see Ginevra, at all. With about 10 minutes before their return Portkey was due to take them back to Greengrass Farm, Harry made sure his fiancées were aware of the time before he began gently herding them towards the entrance hall antechamber. They made it with about 2 minutes to spare. That was just enough time to check that they hadn't left anything behind, and to don their cloaks. With about 15 seconds remaining, Harry withdrew the return Portkey from his pocket and offered it to the girls. They both grabbed on and, a few seconds later, were whisked away. They arrived in almost the exact same place from where they left. Daphne called for the farmhouse elves and they were popped directly to the entry hall of the main house where both mothers stood waiting for them. How was your evening? Asked Sele, first to ask. It was amazing, Mum. Gushed Hermione, before she then frowned. But, Harry almost ruined the start of it by telling Daphne's friends in Slytherin about how the boys in the Gryffindor 4th-year boys' dorm engaged in flatulence competitions. I thought it was funny, grinned Daphne, just as Sirius walked in. Flatulence competitions? Asked Sirius. Don't encourage him, huffed Hermione. I don't believe boys engage in that sort of thing. Smelliest, longest, loudest? Asked Sirius, grinning. Yep, replied Harry, pleased his godfather, got it. With a mock sigh and sniffle Sirius said, I miss those days. Hermione harumphed and, with her nose in the air, said, come, ladies. We'll talk in the kitchen. And stalked out. Snickering, Daphne followed with both mothers following her. Harry had no idea, until that night, that, Ice Queen, Daphne appreciated fart jokes. After the ladies left, Sirius asked, so, who was the champ? It'd be that Weasley boy, right? With a grin Harry said, he was the undisputed king of the longest. No surprise considering how quickly he shovels food into his mouth. But, it was Finnegan who consistently had the smelliest, and it was a toss-up between me and Thomas for who had the loudest. With us, it was the rat, Sirius said quietly. He had the record for them all. It was about the only thing he was good at. To get past the uncomfortable silence, Harry said, well, I learned tonight that Daphne appreciates good fart humor. It surprised the hell out of me, to learn that. Then the evening wasn't a complete loss, smirked Sirius. With both of them laughing, Sirius led Harry into the parlor where the two fathers were quietly conversing over a glass of some alcoholic beverage. What's so funny? Asked Aunt, looking up as they walked in. Harry learned tonight that Daphne appreciates the subtle nuances and rules of the fart competition, replied a chuckling dogfather. Oh, yes, said Matthias, smirking back. Her humor has always been of the more ribald variety. Anyway, said Aunt, did you have a good evening? But, more importantly, did both girls have a good evening? Yes to both, replied Harry, sinking onto a couch with a sigh. I made sure both ladies had plenty of dances, and they enjoyed showing their engagement rings to all and sundry. I think they also enjoyed some of the jealous looks some of the other girls were throwing their way. Their outfits were a hit, their hairstyles were a hit, their jewelry was a hit, the news of our engagements was generally a hit, and both utterly loved it. Good, said Matthias. Now that you've experience in attending balls, expect to receive invites for the summer months. Society will want to meet you and the two future Mrs. Potters. Besides that you're quite famous in your own right, there'll be many who want to see your unique relationship in action for themselves. Yeah, breathed Harry. I'll get Daphne to take care of those sorts of things. As you should, nodded Matthias. The social aspect of running a house is the responsibility of the lady of the house. That'll be Daphne and Hermione. Nodding, Harry said, I kinda figured that. Sitting forward again, he sighed and said, anyway, this is way beyond my usual bedtime. So, if you'll excuse me, I'm heading for bed. Good night. Good night, the other three replied as Harry headed for the stairs. 2 days later, Matthias took them into Nocturne Alley under heavy glamour. They had gone to get their second wands. The store was, as per most stores in that particular alley, quite nondescript. However, inside it was clearly a place that had done quite a bit of business. They were met inside by a kindly-looking man who immediately led them through to a workshop behind the counter. Unlike with Ollivander, where their wands were pre-made from a narrow selection of core materials, their new wands came from a wider variety. Eventually, Harry came away with a wand that contained basilisk eye-string in an elder wood. It was pretty close to being a match for length with his holly and phoenix feather wand. A true combat wand, that one is, young sir, the wandmaker said. Daphne came away with a mahogany and thestral hair wand, good for combat, defense and transfiguration. And Hermione picked up a spruce and griffin mane hair wand, whippy, good for charms and enchanting. When they returned to the farm, Harry and both girls immediately donned their second wand holsters and fitted them to their left wrists. It was Hermione who first mastered the skill of shooting both wands into her hands at the same time. Using the room of requirement over the past few months, all three had already developed some skill with casting with their off hand. They now looked forward to practicing casting with a wand in each hand. Thankfully, Greengrass Farm had a well-provisioned practice range in the basement, and all three spent quite a bit of time under instruction and receiving advice from Matthias on how to maximize the use of two wands in fighting. Very few can master it, he said. It requires you to be able to think extremely quickly. At times, you'll need to hold, for example, a shield in place, while you cast an attack with the other wand. It means you'll need to maintain, and pump magic through, two different spells. However, even if you can't reach that feat, being able to cast through two wands means you can rapidly shift from one spell to the next, switching from one hand to the other and back again. That's the first stage you need to master before moving on to simultaneous casting. While spending a lot of time practicing with their new wands, the three also spent time just being themselves. Outings included trips to the cinema, to some of the wizarding sites, and also to Godric's Hollow. This time, Harry didn't have the Horcrux hunt hanging over his head while visiting the graves of his parents. They took along the parents and, with effort, convinced Sirius to accompany them. That night, after Sirius was able to compose himself after a delayed reaction and breaking down at the gravesite, he told them some wonderful anecdotes of Harry's parents. Harry always enjoyed hearing stories about his parents. A couple days later, Remus returned to visit the farm and asked for a private chat between him, Sirius and Harry. Matthias loaned them the use of his business meeting table in his private study. Entering and without putting up any anti-eavesdropping charms or wards, the three went to the table and sat around it. Remus, looking quite agitated, took a few moments before he began to speak. Dumbledore sent me in, all to come and talk to him, he explained. His note said it had to do with something of mutual importance, I think, was the actual phrase. Anyway, when I arrived in his office at Hogwarts he wanted to know if I'd been talking to you, Harry. When I said I hadn't, that I'd visited you, here, on Christmas Day, he asked what we'd talked about. Both Harry and Sirius remained silent, letting Remus tell it his way. That got my hackles up, he explained. So, I told him it was only about what we'd both been up to, recently. So, he then wanted to know what you'd told me. I told him it was a private discussion between the two of us and I didn't feel comfortable discussing it with him. This time Remus sighed. Dumbledore then tried those things you said he would, Harry. He raised how he was disappointed in me, raised how he'd allowed me to go to school there and make friends, and then tried the greater good angle. I was shocked, he continued, getting a little angry. Partly, because you'd covered exactly what he'd try, and did. And partly that he actually did it. Harry reached over and gave the old wolf's forearm a gentle squeeze with a face of sorrowed understanding. I got angry, then, Remus continued. That's when I began to shout at him and accuse him of heinous and immoral acts, that I didn't care one whit about his much-vaunted greater good, and that I thought him a bastard for trying that on me. That's when he accused you of going dark, didn't he? Asked Sirius, surprised by how accurate both Sirius and Harry had read the situation, and of what had likely occurred straight after, and upset Remus simply bowed his head and nodded. What do you do when the man you most look up to and admire, is proven by his own words and actions to be nothing but a manipulative old goat beeper? He near plaintively asked. You promise yourself never to fall for his silver-tongued bullshit ever again, and move on with your life, Sirius firmly stated. I tossed him my old Order of the Phoenix medallion, hitting him in the chest with it, and stormed out, said Remus. Turning to fully face Harry, he gave his throat a little clear and held himself up. I let you down, Harry. Even up to today, I thought what I'd read and heard about that old bastard was either misrepresented or a lie. I now know I was wrong. Now that you've seen the error of your ways, you're forgiven, Harry firmly replied. It might have taken you a decade and a half to figure out Dumbledore is not the leader of the light he portrays himself to be, but you've reached there in the end. Thank you, Cub, Remus softly said back. And, I promise to do better from now on. That's all I can ask, said Harry. It wasn't too long before the three were packed and ready to return to the castle the night before catching the train. Sirius also picked that moment to bring Harry the locket Horcrux. He also had the cup. Surprised, Harry asked, how'd you get the cup? That took some creative legal maneuvering, Sirius replied with a sigh. I asked for it from the Potter account keeper, Senior Sharpclaw. He handed it to me when I asked for it. They still recognize I'm your guardian, even though you no longer need one, being emancipated and all. I also used the opportunity to announce the dissolution of the marriage between Bellatrix and her idiot of a husband for cause. It was part of the marriage contract that she was to produce 2 heirs within 5 years. It's been triple that without heirs, so I cancelled the marriage and claimed back the dowry. Next, I kicked her out of the family for transferring her allegiance from the family to Riddle, and used that to claim any and all heirlooms from the remainder of the Lestrange vaults, plus backdated her familial allowances of black back to when it was known she had become a Death Eater, and claimed all payments back. While I was at it, I offered Narcissa the chance to get rid of that idiot, Malfoy. I haven't heard back from her with her decision, yet. However, I've also informed her that if I discover she's taken the mark, she too will be kicked from the family for giving her allegiance to Riddle. I've also blocked Malfoy Jr. from ever becoming an heir of Black by proving Malfoy Sr. had taken the mark, and the sins of the father passed to the son. Finally, I've brought the Tonkses back into the family and made Andromeda next in line after you to inherit if anything, Merlin forbid, happens to you. Smirking back, Harry said, you've been holding out on us, Sirius. You've been busy. Well, I've been working with the goblins and that Stuart Ackerman of yours to make sure everything is legal and tight. Plus, while we've been here, I've also had a team of goblin-controlled curse breakers and then a team of renovators and the like going through the Black London house at Grimmauld Place and cleaning it up. Gone will be the dreary wallpaper, doxy-infested curtains, elf heads mounted on the wall and dark items. I'm having the whole thing redone with enlarged windows, polished floors, light and cheery paint on the walls and new furniture. A complete makeover, said Daphne. It sounds as if it'll be really nice. And I'm hoping you'd do this old dog the honor of spending at least a few days with me during summer, said Sirius, clearly very hopeful. Maybe, a day over Easter. That, too, sounds nice, Daphne smoothly replied. To which Sirius gave a huge beaming grin. Once away from Sirius, Harry quietly said to Daphne, thank you, for what you said to Sirius. He really wants to be a good godfather, and feels he has 12 years to make up for. That was my impression, as well, replied Daphne. Plus, it would be nice to spend a couple of days with him. He's a lot less psycho, now, said Hermione. I suspect he'll be even better by Easter. Hermione Jean, what a horrible thing to say. Daphne softly exclaimed. No less true, though, muttered Harry. I just hope Remus can get over his shattered Dumbledore hero worship soon, so he can spend more time with him. Beyond anything else, I think what Sirius needs is the company of friends, both old and new. With both Horcruxes, current and goblin stripped, wrapped separately in heavy silk, and then stored in the bottom of Harry's trunk in his new secret compartment, the three went to bed for their final night of Christmas break at Greengrass Farm. The final breakfast before the trip to the train station on Sunday, the 3rd of January, also included the Grangers and Sirius adding the final touches to their own packing, as they, too, were leaving the farm. The Grangers were returning to their home and dental practice in Crawley, and Sirius was returning to the Black House in London. However, there was none of the utter chaos Harry and Hermione witnessed at the Burrow when the Weasleys packed to return to the castle, especially the end of last summer. Here, everyone was well finished packing before they even sat for breakfast. Sirius volunteered to take the three to King's Cross, so the three bid their goodbyes to family at the farm at about 10:30 a.m. Then, together, they traveled by flow through to the flow point on the platform. That a flow point existed on the platform was yet another check mark against the Weasleys and their method of travel to the station. Again, the ride back to the castle on the express was quiet and quite peaceful without the usual rude visit by Malfoy and his minions. As they rode the carriages back to the castle, looking at it, Harry sighed. And said, once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more. Shakespeare. Apt, replied Daphne, somewhat distracted and also looking to the castle. Surprised, Harry was shocked to discover Dumbledore wasn't waiting in the entrance hall for the three, especially Harry, to arrive back in the castle. So, they simply headed directly to the Ravenclaw table. Luna had reserved their seats for them opposite. You had a good Christmas, she said, by way of greeting. I'm glad. Harry grinned back and said, you know, you're supposed to ask if we had a good Christmas, not just tell us we did. With her own grin affixed to her face, she said, I know. But, it's more fun this way. Chuckling, Harry asked, and how was your Christmas, Luna? No troubles with the fairies hiding your stuff, I hope. Oh, no, she replied. They've been behaving themselves. I think it's because they've been busy performing their roles as Christmas decorations. I'm sure, he softly replied. With those who departed for Christmas now returned and seated, Dumbledore stood and welcomed everyone back, before immediately calling for the feast. At the end of the meal, he again stood and reminded all that classes recommenced on the morrow, and that they should make an early night of it. The three walked with Luna back to the Ravenclaw corridor before wishing her a good night and walking the short distance to their apartment. Stepping in, the girls immediately drew their wands and began casting detection charms about the place. Barely a few moments later, Hermione drew everyone's attention and put her finger to her lips in the gesture of be quiet. Then she pointed to the coffee table and caused it to glow for a moment. Though the three were now quite angry, even Harry joined in with scanning everything. They discovered listening and monitoring charms in every room except the en-suites. Once the search was complete, the three stepped back out into the outside passage and also scanned the surrounding area. There was another affixed to the wall next to the alcove that held Professor Whittaker. So, they stepped even further away. Casting a privacy shield about themselves, Hermione was first to speak. That manipulative old so-and-so. How dare he? Though angry, Daphne was also amused by the vehemency in Hermione's voice and expression. Well, what do we do with them? She asked. All right, Harry began. Clearly, the one outside the alcove is so he can hear the password. Can we cause that one to have him hear nonsense words, no swear words used as the password? Amused, Daphne replied, I like your thinking. And, yes, that shouldn't be too hard to do. What next? Well, muttered Hermione. If we're going to do something like that, rather than just get rid of them, how about we have the one on the coffee table change what we say to plans for murdering the staff in their sleep? We can discuss ways to bypass their wards to get to them. Harry laughed while Daphne snickered. I like it, he said. How about the one in one of your rooms be a recording of singing Henry VIII and have it on loop? That's evil, gasped Hermione. I want that in my room. Henry VIII. asked Daphne, not having heard it before. Hermione sung it once through for her and said, then you put it on loop, that is, have it repeat over and over again without end. It's the sort of little ditty that gets into your head and you can't shift it. Daphne laughed out loud. You're right, she laughed. That is evil. While the three laughed about it for a few moments, Daphne then said, how about the sound of an annoying mosquito buzzing around for my room? Again the three laughed. Brilliant, said a gleeful Harry. Now comes the big one. My room. They thought about it for a little while before Hermione blushed and said, well, he obviously knows what goes on in there. Yes, asked Daphne. How about we let him hear just that a lot and loudly? She blushed even more. Harry guffawed and had to bend at the waist, he was laughing so hard. No, no, he gasped. Not what we're doing. That is, what we're doing, but so much more. You mean, make it sound like a full-on debauched orgy? Asked a shocked Hermione. Harry could only nod back, trying not to laugh again. His face had turned red and his eyes were twinkling with unshed tears. Both girls were also blushing away. Daphne said, I don't think I can set something like that up. I mean, I can, it's too embarrassing. How about we ask the red-haired devil twins do it for us? Asked Harry. The Weasleys? Asked Daphne, surprised. While Harry nodded, she thought about it before saying, yes, I can see that. But, we set your room back up with a single bed before we let them in. I don't want to give them things to talk about us. All right, I agree, said Harry. So, how about we just muffle it for tonight and ask them to do it tomorrow? Agreed, replied Hermione, while Daphne nodded. As for the other four, Daphne said, I think we can get them all done before we go to bed. Let's get started, said Hermione, agreeing. Oh, and we're going to need a new password for Professor Whittaker. Dumbledore would have heard and recorded it when we first entered, tonight. As they were about to head back to start on their pranks, Hermione stopped them. Hang on a second, she suddenly said. When she knew she had their attention, she said, I think Dumbledore placed that listening charm outside the alcove before we left for the Christmas break. That's how he learned of the password to get in. Plus, I think we need to question Professor Whittaker of who else has been in and possibly when. I'm going to put a muffle on the listening charm outside first, she explained. We need to chat with the good professor as to who's been inside. Surprised, Daphne replied, that's very Slytherin of you, Hermione. I approve. Right then, said Harry as Hermione blushed a little at the praise. Let's do this. When they returned to the alcove, Hermione immediately cast a muffling charm over the existing listening charm. Done, she said. Looking to the statue, Harry asked, Professor, has Headmaster Dumbledore been in our rooms since we left for Christmas break? The statue appeared to think for a moment before it said, the castle answers directly to the headmaster. If he gives us orders, we must obey them. Ah, said Harry. In that case, we must assume he gave you orders not to tell us what he was up to. However, did he give you orders to tell us what he wasn't up to? The statue smiled before it replied, no. Then we need to ask him questions based on what he wasn't up to, said Hermione, understanding. Nodding, Harry asked, Professor, did the headmaster enter more often than once? No, replied the statue, clearly amused. Did the headmaster enter after Christmas? Asked Daphne, understanding what Harry and Hermione were up to. No, replied the statue. He didn't muck about waiting to set them up, did he? Harry mused. Did the headmaster enter accompanied by a member of staff? Asked Hermione. The statue didn't respond. Said Harry. Excluding speaking about the headmaster and Professor Snape, has any staff member been in our apartments since we left for Christmas break? No. So he entered with Professor Snape. Wait. Said Daphne. Has Professor Snape been in our apartment unaccompanied by the headmaster? Yes. Nosy wanker, fumed Harry. Neither of his bondmates berated him for his language. So, Dumbledore has only ordered the castle not tell anyone what he's been up to. Not what the rest of the staff has been up to, said Daphne. We can use that. Any other questions we want to ask? Asked Harry. Yes, replied Hermione. Professor, even though we have a password to allow us or those we give it to enter, can the headmaster simply order you to let him in? No, replied the statue. He cannot order me to let him in as the apartments are considered private. However, I must let him and anyone else in if he or they gives the password. The same applies to the guardians of the other apartments. However, for the common rooms of the 4 houses, both the headmaster and his deputy have automatic access. And the 4 heads of the houses also have automatic access to each of their houses' common rooms. Good to know, said Daphne. Right, then, said Harry. We need a new password for the professor, here. This time I have no problem if the password is, manipulative old fool, said Hermione. Agreed, added Daphne. Manipulative old fool, it is then, declared Harry. To the professor, he said, change of password, professor. Old password, asked the statue. Double HD, replied Harry. New password. Manipulative old fool, replied Harry. Password change accepted, the statue stated. Brilliant, said Harry. Turning to his bondmates he said, all right, who's going to put the swear word charm on the listening charm? I will, replied Daphne, before she turned to Hermione. Could you remove the muffling charm, love? Hermione nodded and quickly removed her charm. And Daphne stepped forward and applied hers. Done, she said. I'll use a similar charm for the one in the living room as soon as we step inside. She then turned to look at the professor and said, the headmaster's a manipulative old fool, professor. The statue smiled and immediately turned out of the way. That he is, he murmured. The 3 bondmates entered and closed the door behind them. Daphne immediately went to the coffee table and, after discovering the one Hermione had found, cast the almost identical charm on the one, there. Indicating with hand gestures, she then led the other 2 into Hermione's room and closed the door. Hermione went to the foot of her bed and indicated the whole footboard. With another quick quiet gesture, she started to cast at the footboard. Suddenly, she stopped and, in a loud and clear voice, sang the ditty Henry VIII. As soon as she'd finished, she cast again. All right, she said. That was a recording charm I used over the top of the listening charm, and charmed it to continually play back the recording. Then I used a silencing ward to lock them together. He can now no longer hear anything in here but me singing that silly song. Now for the mosquito, said Daphne. She pulled a loose thread from the inside hem of her robes and transfigured it into a mosquito. Then hit it with the imperious curse. If you can use that same recording charm, Hermione, I'll have this little thing fly around near the listening charm in my room. It's the knob on the left topmost drawer of my vanity, by the way. I can do that, replied Hermione. Harry then went ahead and opened the door back out into their living room, before then walking over and opening the door to Daphne's room. He held the door open as Daphne forced the little insect to fly into her room. Standing back a bit to give Hermione room, she then caused the mosquito to fly around, in and out, near the indicated knob. Hermione allowed it to fly around a fair bit between when she cast the start of the charm, and ended it before nodding to Daphne. Daphne forced the mosquito away and Hermione cast the silencing ward over the knob while Daphne ended the transfiguration on the mosquito, returning it to a single piece of thread, which dropped to the floor. That's going to drive the old coot barmy, chuckled Harry. All right, said Daphne. I'm just going to cast a silencing ward over the one in Harry's room. Then I think we should rescan. Agreed, replied Hermione. After blocking the charm in Harry's room they found others on effects in Harry's trunk. A quick duck back into the living room for a mini-conference and Harry said, how'd he manage that? The house elves, replied Daphne, angrily. He intercepted the trunks being brought from the train to the castle and applied them then. Well, we're not going to play with those ones, sighed Harry. Turning slightly, he called, Dobby. Winky. Immediately, the little house elves popped in. Yes, Master Harry. Hello, my little friends. Here's what I want you to do, he said before explaining the existing charms around their apartment. Now, besides those, the headmaster clearly had one or more of the castle's house elves bring him our trunks before they were sent to here. There are tracking and listening charms all through our personal effects. Please, strip them away. Yes, Master Harry, replied the elves before popping away. Let's give them a few moments to sort that all out before we go to bed, said Hermione. There's something I wanted to talk about before we went to bed, anyway, said Daphne with a rush before blushing a little. Sure, said Harry. About what? Daphne and Hermione looked at each other for a few moments before Daphne turned back to Harry. Taking a deep breath she quietly said, I think no. I know I'm were, she said, indicating her and Hermione, ready to finalize the bonds. Surprised, Harry looked from Daphne to Hermione and back again. You're sure? He asked. Yes, they firmly replied. Thinking a bit, he asked, do you want to do this individually or together? Together, replied Daphne. I think if you don't mind, that is I think I want Hermione to be there when I finalize the bond with you. If that's all right. I expected you would want to, Harry replied with a gentle smile. And, of course, it's all right with me. We've done everything else when the three of us have been together. I pretty much expected you'd want to do this together, too. Letting out a sigh of relief, she quietly said, thank you. There's nothing to thank me for, he replied, stepping forward to give her a hug. Now, is it all right with Hermione? Yes, replied Hermione, stepping in to make it a three-way hug. Daphne and I have already discussed this. It's what we both want. Besides, we want you to be there when we two finalize our part of the bond. Nodding in his arms, Daphne said, I think it would weird me out, if you weren't. So, you want to finalize the three aspects all together, on the same night? He asked them. Yes, they both replied. But, not tonight, sighed Hermione. It's late. I think we should plan to do this on Friday night. That way we have the whole weekend to recover. Good, said Daphne. I think I need the time to make sure I'm going to be ready. And, Daphne, said Harry, if you discover between now and then you feel you're not ready, tell us. It doesn't have to be this Friday night, yeah. Nodding, Daphne replied, thank you. But, I don't think I'll be changing my mind. I don't want to change my mind. The option to do so is still open to you, to both of you, Harry firmly said. A few minutes later, the three headed to bed. Harry had to re-enlarge it as the initial charm to widen it had worn off while they'd been away. Or might have been stripped off by Dumbledore or Snape. Classes recommenced the next morning and the three were quickly back into routine. Harry kept a close eye on Daphne to make sure she wasn't getting stressed about the coming Friday evening. Since the night of their return they hadn't spoken of it since. Amusing all three, and Luna as they'd let her know of the listening charms Dumbledore had put throughout their apartment, the headmaster appeared a little frazzled after only a couple of days. It appeared clear to them the old fool had been checking his charms. They hadn't approached the Weasley twins until the Tuesday morning as they used the Monday evening to go to the Rune Circle in the Room of Requirement and destroy the soul pieces and charms on the locket Horcrux. Checking, the cup was already stripped of all charms except the ancient ones placed on it by Hufflepuff herself. That now leaves just the ring and Nagini, Harry was pleased to state, once they were done. The 2x Horcruxes then went back into the hidden compartment in Harry's trunk he'd had installed. When they let the two know what the headmaster had been up to they were both horrified with the old fool's actions, and eager to begin to use them to prank him. So, immediately after dinner that night, the twins ducked up to their apartment and discussed how they were going to do it. You want to add what? Hermione asked, horrified with one of their ideas. A goat and a dog, Fred, or George, smugly replied. It'll blow his mind, added the other. Well, said Daphne, do what you want, so long as I don't have to hear it. Easy, said George. That idea of wrapping the charms together in a silencing ward is brilliant. Once they'd decided what they were going to do, the twins quickly set to work. Even after knowing them for as long as he had, through both timelines, Harry was still amazed with how they could easily work with one another without even talking. Finally, both stood back and gestured to Hermione to step forward while miming sticking their fingers in their ears and singing. With a grin of her own at their antics, she stepped forward and cast the same enshrouding silencing ward over the spot to which the listening charm was affixed. Stepping back, she firmly said, done. I wish we could see what was going on in the headmaster's office, mused Fred, or George. If he's attending to his charm he'll be looking horrified about now, snickered George. You know he's never going to believe it, don't you? Asked Hermione. Oh, that's where the beauty of what we've done comes in, said George as both boys looked quite smug. Why? What else did you do? Asked Harry. We added a sort of compulsion charm to the listening charm, said George. We weaved the compulsion into the original charm, said Fred. So, the longer he listens to it, said George, the more he'll want to listen to it, exclaimed Fred. And he won't be able to talk to anyone about what he hears, either, crowed George. Began Daphne, shocked, before she gave both a quite pointed look. How is it you two never ended up in Slytherin? Oh, that's easy, replied Fred. We told the hat to put us in Gryffindor, added George. Threatened to burn it if it didn't. We did, said Fred. As the five returned to the living room, George asked, so, what did you do with the other listening charms? We found one in the alcove just outside the door that Hermione figured out must have gone up before we left on the express for the ride home at Christmas, replied Harry. She figured, and we agree, that he must have used that to hear the password given to the statue of Professor Whittaker. Then, when we left on the express, he quickly used the password to get in. That's when he cast the charms throughout the rooms in here. That charm was overlaid with a gobbledygook charm to change what was said into nonsense swear words for the listening charm, explained Daphne. The one on the coffee table, here, she explained, indicating the table between them, changes what is said by whoever is in the room at the time, to be whoever is in the room planning the imminent murder of various members of staff. Unabashedly turning and grinning at one another for a moment, they both turned back and chorused, "That's brilliant." "Is it doing that now?" asked Fred. Daphne smirked and nodded. "What else?" asked George, eager to hear more. "The one in my room has me singing a Muggle ditty called Henry VIII, explained Hermione. "It has the sort of tempo and tune that gets into your head and won't leave. It makes you want to sing it yourself. It has a compulsion charm attached to it," asked one of the twins, thinking their idea was unique. "No," laughed Harry. "It's just the sort of tune that makes you want to sing along with it. No magic involved. Overlaid on that, and binding both charms together, is a silencing ward just like I cast in Harry's room," continued Hermione. "That way he won't hear anything but the ditty. I really don't want him to know what I'm up to in my room, thank you very much." "And the one in Miss Greengrass's room?" asked one. "Similar," explained Daphne. "Same idea, but it's the sound of a rather annoying mosquito buzzing in your ear." Both boys almost winced. Living, as they were, very close to a creek, they were well accustomed to the sound of annoying mosquitoes. "Evil!" exclaimed one of the twins. The twins hung about for a little while longer before they took their leave. Just as they were about to walk out the door, one turned back and said, "The headmaster's going to probably try to fix his little monitors and listening charms. George and I'll see if we can come up with other ideas to tamper with them. It sounds like, if you can figure out how to enchant something to do it, there's a prank product or two in there somewhere," offered Harry. Both twins grinned back before one said, "A great idea, there, Harrikins." The other added, "Yes. Thank you for the idea." After the door had closed behind the twins, Hermione accused, "You know what you just did there, don't you?" "Yes," replied Harry. "Set them on the path to invent anti-eavesdropping devices. That'll be something to go hand in hand with their extendable ears." "Extendable ears?" asked Daphne, amused. "The twins have soon we'll invent a product that looks like a human ear on the end of a long piece of string," explained Hermione. "They place the ear where they want to listen in on something, even through silencing wards, and stick the little knob on the other end of the string in their ear. They'll then hear everything as if they were where the ear is." "What's the range?" asked Daphne, quite curious. "No idea," replied Harry. "I know it's the length of the string that determines the range, but I have no idea how long they can make the string. We know the ear will not go through an existing ceiling ward, but we think it'll still work if the ear is in place before the ward goes up. Do you know if a Notice Me Not charm will work on them?" she asked. Harry and Hermione looked at her before replying. "No idea," replied Hermione, while Harry shook his head. "Think about what you can do with them if a Notice Me Not charm can be placed on them, with a long enough piece of string," explained Daphne. "You can hang one in Dumbledore's office directly above his desk with the string hanging down to somewhere where you can listen in. Or, you can still do that, but maybe you can place a listening charm on the knob end of the string, and listen in from somewhere else." Harry and Hermione, again, looked at one another before Harry said, "I think we need to talk to the twins again." Turning to look at him, Hermione asked, "Harry, are you going to fund the twins for their shop again?" "Yeah," he replied. "Their store will be brilliant. I definitely didn't lose anything by funding them. Actually, I'm pretty sure I turned a decent profit." "You don't know?" asked Daphne. Shaking his head, Harry replied, "I was a little busy attending 6th year, getting tortured by Snape under the pretense of occlumency lessons and hunting Horcruxes while the store was operational. I only know it was turning a good profit from what I saw of the store in operation. Plus what the twins told me. But surely, she began before halting. No, you wouldn't have been receiving your bank statements, or hearing anything else from your account manager. Exactly, affirmed Harry. The twins developed quite a good range of products that aided the Aurors, last time through, said Hermione. Those shield hats were one such product. However, the Death Eaters also made use of some of their products, such as the Peruvian Darkness Powder. Yeah, said Harry. Maybe, this time, we can voice our concerns about Death Eaters getting hold of their products and see if something can be done to stop that, or, at least, greatly reduce it. I was always surprised those two created such a good business, said Daphne. After all, word has it they're below average students. Harry grinned and said, they're fudging their assignments and exams. They're what? Asked a dismayed Hermione. Clearly, she didn't know they were doing that. They're deliberately downplaying just how brilliant they are by turning in average assignments and doing poorly in exams, replied Harry. Dismayed that anyone would do such a thing, Hermione gasped, but why? Because, if they do well, their mother would force them to take jobs within the ministry, he explained. By doing poorly or just seeming to do poorly with their schooling, they make themselves pretty much unemployable for the ministry. So, when they want to open their shop, they believe their mother will not put up such a stink. Just how good are they really? Asked Daphne. Just about every prank they've come up with since about second year has included potions and spells they've invented, he explained. That's second years, inventing potions and spells. Lately, they've also been inventing rune-based pranks and products. Shield hats, extendable ears, and such, that involves enchanting with permanency. There's your evidence of just how brilliant those two really are. Hermione sat back and looked a little upset. Why didn't I see that? Because they're also brilliant at hiding what they're doing, replied Harry, trying to soothe Hermione's distress. If you can figure out what they're doing, then so can one or more of the staff. That would then lead to letters going home to their mother. And how did you figure it out? Hermione grumped. Did they tell you? Because I used to do the same thing, both in Muggle school so I wouldn't get better marks than Dudley, and here so I wouldn't look like such a swot to Ron. And yet you let me, she grumped. I'm sorry, Hermione love. But, those loyalty potions I was getting dosed with, he began. Hermione looked horrified for a moment before she almost leapt into Harry's lap. Oh, God, Harry. I'm sorry. I forgot. Giving them a moment, Daphne asked, so, does this mean we can see a vast improvement in your scores, now? It does, he firmly replied with a grin. Hermione used the opportunity to give him a key on his cheek before hopping off. Thinking further about it, I think we should share the secret of the room of requirement with them, he suggested. Give them somewhere to develop their products. Asked Daphne. Yep, he nodded. Plus, I think it's time for them to be properly introduced to the last two original Marauders, Padfoot and Moony. Having been told about the Marauders by Sirius while he was sharing anecdotes about Harry's father, Daphne snorted and said, give them ideas and ammunition for further pranks. Yes, agreed Harry. However, I'm more interested in Sirius and Remus giving them more ideas for products. I think it's Moony who kept their pranking journals. But, I also seem to remember Padfoot also has a few notes. That way, I can start our partnership with the twins by coming to them, not just with the 1,000 galleons prize money, but with an introduction to the original Marauders and their depth of knowledge. I want to read those journals first, Daphne said, quite firmly. Me too, said Hermione. Gemino, said Harry, reminding them of the copying charm. No, I just want to make sure there's nothing in them that Slytherins consider secrets, or, can only be used against Slytherins, corrected Daphne. Fair enough, nodded Harry. And I think that's enough time spent discussing the twins, Hermione firmly stated. We've got assignments to write. Harry turned to Daphne and smirked, South Avenue driver, she is. But, the homework was pulled out and worked upon. After they'd checked out Harry's improved knowledge of ancient runes, something he'd worked hard upon during the Christmas break when they had quiet times, Harry was rewarded by both his fiancées that night in bed. The next morning, the three bondmates were early down to the Great Hall for breakfast, and were amused to watch the headmaster enter, appearing quite shocked and horrified. He hurried over to where Snape was sitting and whispered a few words into the potions master's ear. With his own eyes widening in shock, Snape suddenly cast his eyes on Harry and his bondmates. Quickly looking away, Harry murmured to his two girls, "It looks like Fumbleddick's been listening to the charm in my room. He's in quite the animated discussion with old Sevy." Both girls, as surreptitiously as they could, looked to see what Harry was talking about. Both saw that Dumbledore was looking quite horrified while Snape was clearly trying to calm the man down. Snickering to themselves, Luna leaned over and quietly accused, "You pranked the headmaster, again, didn't you?" "We did," replied Harry. One of his listening charms had the most amusing sounds attached to it. Plus, with the help of the Weasley twins, there was added a bit of a compulsion for him to believe what he heard. "Yes, but it appears the not telling anyone about it was either not strong enough or didn't take," said Hermione. "Or, it did and he can now only tell Professor Snape," said Luna. "That's possible," agreed Daphne. "He also took Professor Snape into our apartment with him, so that might have exempted our potions master from the compulsion." "Actually, I think it's more likely a result of the listening to the charm in the living room," corrected Hermione. "That explains the actions, and that he can talk to our kindly old potions master about it." Both Harry and Daphne thought about that for a few moments before Daphne said, "She's right. That makes more sense. It doesn't make it any less funny," he snickered. "No, it doesn't," smirked Daphne. "Maybe we should get the twins to diddle with that listening charm, too, with their compulsion alteration." By this time, the headmaster had gone to his own seat and was making himself breakfast. All the while he was pulling a Moody and scanning everything on his plate, around him, and his tea. A glance at Snape could see him doing the same with a very amused faux Moody watching on. "We're going to turn him ultra-paranoid," said Hermione. "Good," said Daphne quite firmly. "It'll keep him occupied. It may lead to him putting extra monitor and listening charms on us," Hermione shot back. "I don't think that's possible, love," Harry gently said back. "Besides, Dobby and Winky are having fun constantly removing them as soon as they go on. I think they've actually tagged us with monitoring charms and are using those to monitor when old Twinkles applies more," said Daphne. "Well, I wouldn't put it past old Dobster," mused Harry. "I don't think Winky would have the guts or initiative to do something like that, though." With the help of the two house elves, when Friday evening arrived, Harry had a private dinner held for the three of them in their private apartment. So, as soon as classes finished for the day, he took them directly to the apartment. He told them both he'd planned out a private dinner for the two of them where they could openly talk with one another. Secretly, he thought it would give either or both of them the opportunity to call off that evening's fun if they wanted to. Hermione insisted in getting some homework done first, as she felt she couldn't relax enough if they had that hanging over them. Then, after a few hours of homework, Harry called both elves and told them they could set things up for the dinner. Very quickly, the same round table, chairs and tableware that they'd used most evenings they'd had a dinner in their apartment were set up. This time, though, that included a white linen tablecloth, cloth napkins, and candles. After an excellent meal, they were relaxing while their dinner settled talking about inconsequential things. When he thought the time was right, Harry said, "Well, ladies. Do you still want to go ahead with finalizing the bond tonight?" Both blushed but both also firmly said, "Yes, Harry." "Then, shall we retire to the bedroom?" he asked, standing. Before he could get a chance to go around the table to pull their chairs out for them, the girls already stood. The two glanced at one another for a moment before Daphne asked him, "Harry, would you mind waiting to join us for about 30 minutes?" Confused a little by the request, he shook his head and said, "No, I don't mind." "Is there something?" "There's just something Daphne and I need to do before you come in, all right?" replied Hermione. Though he didn't really understand, Harry replied, "Of course." "Thank you, Harry," they both said before heading into his room and softly shutting the door. A quick check of his watch and Harry moved to one of the couches, calling Dobby, and asking him to clear away the remains of their most excellent dinner. From the coffee table he picked up a book about advanced charms and was studying the Fidelius charm. Inside the room, as soon as the door closed, Daphne called Winky. "Yes, Mistress Daffy?" asked the little elf. Winky, I need you to go into Hermione's trunk and get her periwinkle-colored negligee. Then go to my trunk and get my mist green-colored one, too, please. Plus, in that little compartment I showed you within the trunk, I need you to get the 2 phials with bright pink potion, and 2 of the ones with pale blue potions. Can you do that for me? Yes, mistress, Winky replied and quickly popped away, before returning only a few moments later while the required items appeared on the foot of Harry's bed. Both girls thanked the little elf before allowing her to leave again. Walking over to the bed, both girls quickly stripped off before donning the sheer, why garments. As she was changing, Daphne indicated the potions and explained. The pink potion is called Maiden's Relief. It makes it easier to experience the first time you experience tight penetration. And the light blue potion is the one Mother told you about, it's to prevent pregnancy. It will provide protection for the next 3 months. I was just going to use the sterility charm, said Hermione. Shaking her head, Daphne said, the sterility charm is all right for most situations. However, we're finalizing a bond here. We have no idea whether or not the finalizing of the bond will cause any or all charms to fail or not. That's why Mother picked up the potions for us. Having already changed, Hermione bent over and picked up one of the little stylized phials. She carefully looked at it and found a small label affixed to the base. Madame Pimpernel's? She asked, surprised. Yes, replied Daphne. Word has it old Madame Pimpernel does more business with these sort of potions, and others, than she does with her beautifying potions. But, for us, we know we can trust them, implicitly. She never has a bad batch of any potion come through her store. When do we take them? Asked Hermione. Now changed herself, Daphne picked her 2 up and said, now. Blue potions first, wait about 10 to 15 minutes, then the pink potion. That is, of course, unless you intend to fall pregnant as soon as possible. And promptly uncorked and downed the blue potion. Hermione quickly followed suit. Definitely not, she replied, licking her lips. That's one of the better tasting potions I've had. I intend to finish my schooling and, hopefully, my mastery before I have to start looking after a little one. Conjuring a freestanding mirror, Daphne then collected the small makeup bags both had taken to leaving in Harry's ensuite, and both lightly fixed their makeup. Under the advice of both mothers, they'd started wearing very light makeup daily since just after the start of the Christmas break, though Daphne had been wearing a little since the start of the year. With makeup done and, after checking each other, Hermione returned the bags to the ensuite while Daphne banished the mirror and called Winky to take their clothes away to be put in their laundry bags. When they were ready, Daphne used a quick tempest charm to see how much time they had left before sitting on the foot of the bed and asking Hermione to sit alongside her. A little worried, she asked her bond sister, "Can I ask you to go first with Harry? Then me, then us." Hermione, knowing Daphne was still a little worried, slowly nodded her head back. "If that helps you, of course," she softly replied. Then, more firmly, she said, "But, if you want to stop, at any time, just say so. Harry won't think any less of you, if you want to stop things and try again another time." With a sigh of relief, Daphne replied, "I know. But, inside, I know I'm ready for this." "I know," replied Hermione. "As long as you know that, it'll be fine." Quickly standing again, she said, "Now, how about helping me ready the bed?" With a small smile, Daphne stood and both girls walked to either side of the bed. Working without speaking, they quickly pulled the comforter down and left it folded at the foot of the bed. Then they untucked the top sheet. "On or off?" asked Hermione. "On," replied Daphne, and left the top sheet pulled up. A quick glance at each other, a nervous laugh, and they hopped in. After initially about to lie down, Hermione flipped the pillows on her side onto their ends and pulled herself up to a sitting position, leaning against them against the headboard. Daphne followed suit on her side. After sitting there for a long few moments, Hermione softly asked, "Do you remember the talk Harry gave on the second night we were at the farm where he explained his views about how it's our souls which are attracted to one another?" Said Daphne. "He said, we need to think about how we need to think of ourselves as souls, not just as bodies." That helps you know." "I know," Daphne softly replied. "That's what's helped me reach this point." "Me too," replied Hermione. She hesitated a few moments before she said, "It also helped me understand something." "What?" "I love you," replied Hermione. "And, I've realized, I'm attracted to you physically." Worried she'd upset her, Hermione carefully looked to her bond sister to see her reaction. After a few moments, Daphne, who appeared to be looking off into the distance, softly said, "Me too." Then her face shifted into an expression of wonder before turning to look at her sister. "Me too," she softly said, again. Both girls smiled at each other. After a few moments, Daphne said, "Maybe we should make it you and Harry, then us two, then me and Harry." "Why the change?" asked Hermione. "I was worried you didn't love me as much as I've discovered I love you, or was attracted to me as much as I'm attracted to you," she replied. "Plus, Harry needs a little while to recharge." Both girls broke into relieved giggles. When Harry walked in a few minutes later, it was to see both his fiancées sitting up in the bed, with the sheet pulled up to their waists, and happily chatting away. The sight of seeing the upper halves of their bodies through the translucent material, he found, was even more erotic than just their nude forms. As he walked in and gently closed the door behind him, Hermione softly said, "Here he is, the man of the hour." That had both girls giggling again. "Get your clothes off, stud," said Daphne. "You have two willing witches, here, waiting for you to service them." Relieved that neither was stressed out, especially Daphne, Harry grinned back before shucking his clothes with his back to them. When he turned back, little Harry was pointing the way to the bed. "Ooh, is that for us?" Hermione coyly asked. "It certainly is," he replied, walking to the foot of the bed and slowly crawling up it. That night, the castle was rattled 3 times over the space of 2 hours by what the Muggleborns were adamant were 3 sonic booms. The last was the loudest of all, causing the castle to shudder, ever so slightly. In her office just off the infirmary, when the first one went off, Madame Pomfrey looked up and smiled. She didn't turn in until after the third. The headmaster, however, was horrified by what he had heard through his listening charm before he quickly deactivated it. "Dogs and goats," he muttered to himself. Fawkes was utterly amused by his familiar's antics. The next morning, once the three finally emerged from their bedroom into the living room, Daphne spotted a typical Gringotts barn owl perched on Hedwig's long roost, something that clearly annoyed the snowy owl. Walking over, the barn owl regarded her for a few moments before offering her the leg with a small package attached. Relieved of its load, the bird quickly took flight and launched itself out the owl window. Daphne opened the letter and read it before grinning and handing it to Harry. Gringotts. Office of Inheritance and Marriage. Mr. Harry James Potter. Gringotts congratulates you, Mrs. Daphne Anna Potter née Greengrass and Mrs. Hermione Jean Potter née Granger on the sealing of your soul bond. In the eyes of magic you are now married. The sealing of the soul bond now marks you as an adult in the eyes of Gringotts. As such, irrespective of the wishes of your late father, you are to be granted access to all vaults of House Potter. To effect this change you will need to see your account manager, Sharpclaw, at your earliest opportunity. Yours in business, Blockrig. Handing the letter off to Hermione, who was anxious to read it, Harry grinned and swept Daphne up his arms, planting a deep key to her slightly bruised lips. Neither cared about the slight ache it caused. Turning to Hermione, as soon as it was clear she'd finished reading and was sporting a wide grin of her own, he swept her up for a similar key. After they parted, the two girls, his two wives, without any hesitation keyed at each other just as deeply. "Dobby," called Harry. When the little elf popped in, he came bearing a note. Before reading it, Harry asked the elf to set them out a late breakfast. Winky popped in and asked, "Do the mistresses want Winky to move their thingsies into Master Harry's room now?" "Yes please, Winky," Hermione immediately replied. As the little elf immediately popped away again, she turned to Daphne and asked, "I hope that's all right with you." "Definitely," replied Daphne. A wife should sleep with her husband and sister wife. Meanwhile, Harry had opened the note and read it. Turning to the girls he said, "Madame Pomfrey asks us to come and see her in the infirmary when we're ready. But, sometime today, at the latest." As the three sat down to a lovely breakfast provided by Dobby, Harry said, "I wonder where the owl from the ministry is. After all, when the bonds were initiated we received letters from both Gringotts and the ministry. I'd have expected there to be one waiting for us, just as the Gringotts one was." I don't think there will be one, said Daphne. At least, not yet. Oh? Asked Hermione. It was important for us to be informed that the soul bond had been registered by the ministry, explained Daphne. That's why the owls were immediate. However, since we already knew of the initiation of the bond, there's no hurry for us to be informed it has been sealed. Plus, I think someone, quite some time ago, was offended that the ministry knew when they were that intimate for the first time. So, since then, the ministry has only recorded it, but not sent out owls. The argument is, we already know we've done that, and sealed the bond. No one else needs know. Thinking about that for a bit, Harry asked, we should let our parents, and Sirius, know. But, I'll leave it up to you how and when we tell them. We've already discussed that with our mothers, Daphne calmly said. We'll let them know, and they'll tell our fathers when they think they're ready to hear it. Hermione just nodded in agreement. Glancing from one to the other, Harry asked, this is one of those things you four ladies talked about one of those times when you disappeared together, isn't it? Of course, said Hermione, as if it was obvious even for Harry. And, I take it your fathers aren't aware of this cunning plan? He asked, amused. Of course not, she replied with a smile. Fathers like to believe their daughters are pure. And always will be, even when they've already given birth, grinned Daphne. It was Mother who organized the potions for us. Potions? Asked Harry. Anti-pregnancy potions for Hermione and I to take from now until we're all ready to have children. And a special potion that allowed us to feel things our first night, without the initial pain women can feel. Sheepishly, Harry muttered, yeah. Sorry about that. I was rather, vigorous. Asked and amused Hermione. I'll say, said Daphne, before both girls broke out in giggles while Harry blushed. Yeah, he said. Thinking a bit he asked, you're both happy. With what we did? Yes, love, Hermione softly replied with love while Daphne nodded in agreement. Relieved, Harry said, good. Because, I was worried that with two of you trust us, Harry, we went to sleep well satisfied, said Hermione. And this morning was a bonus, said a pleased Daphne. After their late breakfast, the three decided to head directly to the infirmary. They knew Madame Pomfrey was expecting them, and didn't want her to have to wait too long. Just after they'd walked in together, the Mediwitch came out of her office to greet them. And Luna walked in behind them. Good morning, you three, she said, with a wide smile before spotting Luna. Four, she corrected. She drew her wand and caused the main doors to close before a privacy ward went up. Re-sleeving her wand, she asked, I take it the three of you know why I called you to visit me, today. You know, replied Hermione. That you sealed your bonds last night? She asked. Without waiting for a reply, she said, all three, from what I heard and felt. Heard and felt? Asked a now worried Harry. Yes, she replied. You caused 3 pulses of magic with the last one enough to cause even the castle to shudder a little. The three looked back a little horrified by that news, while Luna just looked pleased. Oh, don't fret so much about it, she chided them. Word has it among the students that it was what did they call it? Sunny booms, or something. Sonic booms? Asked Hermione. Yes, that was it, agreed the Mediwitch. What's a sonic boom? Asked Daphne, confused. A sonic boom occurs when an object breaks the sound barrier, replied Hermione in semi-lecture mode. That is, the object travels faster than what sound can travel at. If I remember correctly, that's 767 miles per hour. When an object travels faster than that, such as what specialized fighter aircraft are known to be capable of, it causes a very loud crack sound and a shock wave. At long distances, if it's a large enough object that breaks the sound barrier, it sounds like a loud boom sound with a physical feeling of a shock wave, at the same time. So, if everyone heard a loud boom sound that sounded as if it came from a long way off, and they also felt as if the castle had shuddered, then, yes, it would mimic the sound and feeling of a fighter jet breaking the sound barrier miles away. Hermione, coming back to herself, saw her new husband looking at her with amusement, while 2 pure-blood witches looked back in complete shock. Luna didn't seem to think anything of it. What? Asked Hermione. Muggles can go that fast? Asked Daphne. Oh, yes, replied Hermione. And even much faster. However, they now try not to do it near populated areas. If they do it too close, the Air Force receives complaints from the civilians on the ground. Too close, and the force of the shock wave has been known to blow windows out of their frames and knock people who are outside, for instance, off their feet into the ground. Well, said Madame Pomfrey, after a few moments. Muggles never cease to amaze me. Giving herself a little shake, she explained, now, the reason I asked you here is so I can see what your bonds look like. They're sealed, and they're strong, said Luna, coming forward. Looking to the three, she almost squealed, I'm so happy for you. Yes, well, said the Medi-Witch. All three of you on beds and I'll take a look. The three took beds side by side as Madame Pomfrey and Luna came forward. Taking her wand out, Madame Pomfrey started with Hermione on her left. A few wand movements and she said, good, good, before moving on to Harry, next. Ahem, she muttered. Then she moved to Daphne. Hem, she exclaimed with a pleased little sound. Stepping back she said, excellent. All three bonds are, as Miss Lovegood said, sealed. And it's a very strong sealing, too. Thinking a bit as she looked at the three, she asked. Tell me, do you feel anything different? Contentment, said Harry. Happiness, said Hermione. Love, added Daphne. Looking between his bondmates, Harry said, I don't think we can truly put it into words. Hesitating a moment longer while thinking hard, he said, I feel happy and content because I know at the depths of my soul that my ladies are happy and love me, and that we are meant to be together. Harry's right, said Hermione. But I also know that what he said doesn't explain it near enough. However, it's about the closest we can come to explaining it to put it into words for someone who isn't experiencing it to understand. Then I certainly hope you try your best to do so with that book I hope you're still writing, said the Medi-Witch. We are, replied Hermione. And we'll do our best to put it into such words. We just know it won't be enough, though, we'll certainly try to get close. You won't be the first to make that admission, admitted the Medi-Witch. In the literature I've read others have made the same claim. I had just hoped you'd have been able to shed better light upon it. We know we will, replied Hermione with a smile. Harry's made some startling revelations about the nature of soul and body that we spent a lot of our time over the break writing down. Like, asked Pomfrey. That we are not beings that have souls, as Harry put it. We're souls that have bodies, explained Daphne. When you accept the truth of that, it starts to make a lot of other things that have confused people make sense. Madame Pomfrey blinked a bit in surprise, before she finally said, yes, well, I look forward to reading what you've discovered. The three grinned back. In the meantime, you're all free to go, she said. However, I'll still occasionally ask you to come and see me again. Just because the literature we have states that the sealing of the bond means the bond no longer has a chance to fail, does not mean there's not other things going on. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, we will, replied Hermione, as the three of them hopped off the beds. As the three were about to leave, Madame Pomfrey called, oh, and Mr. Potter. Yes, ma'am, he asked. I hope you realize that, now that you're bonded to these two beautiful ladies, you'll need to back off on the number of risky activities you're often found involved in, she said. Yes, ma'am, he grinned back. While Madame Pomfrey and Harry had been talking, Hermione walked over and took Luna by the hand. Are you free at the moment? She quietly asked the younger Ravenclaw. Oh, yes, replied Luna. Care to join us in our apartment for a little while? Asked Hermione. I'd love to. Luna happily exclaimed. The four bid Madame Pomfrey their goodbyes and left through the now unsealed doors. While Hermione held Luna's hand, and Harry held Daphne's, the four headed back to their apartment. As they walked along, Hermione quietly said to Luna, we've had to change the password for Professor Whittaker. I know. Harry told me a few days ago, she replied. Good, replied Hermione. I'm sorry that I forgot to tell you. I hope you don't think that meant we'd no longer welcome you to visit. No, I knew, replied the younger girl. I've also been working on a way to stop listening charms from being able to work around places where passwords are spoken. Oh, asked Hermione. It can be done with runes, answered Luna. We create a permanent ward around and within listening distance to where you have to speak the password. Hermione almost stumbled. Of course, she sighed. Why didn't we think of that? You've had more important matters on your mind, replied the girl, as if it was obvious. You've been worried about whether or not you'd be successful in sealing the bond. And you were worried for Daphne. With a short stop in the Ravenclaw common room while Luna collected her notes on creating an anti-spying ward for passwords, the four were soon enough back in the bondmates' living room. Laying her notes on the coffee table, Luna explained her thinking about the ward she'd designed. "That's brilliant and so simple," said Hermione with Daphne nodding in agreement. "Here, Harry," she said, sliding the notes over opposite where Harry was sitting. "You'll see how Luna came to her thinking. And how she selected what runes to use." Harry quickly read through the notes and said, in agreement. While the three girls discussed any changes they'd make, and how they'd apply the runes, Harry sat back and watched them. It took them about an hour, during which he'd eventually pulled out his homework and worked through some of it while casting the odd glance their way, but they finally reached a conclusion. "I think that's it," said Luna. Both other girls nodded. "Now we just need to work out where and how to set the runes," Luna continued. "I think we should make it permanent," said Daphne. "That would mean engraving them into the stones of the castle itself," worried Hermione. "And why not?" asked Daphne. "It's not as if this wouldn't be beneficial to everyone who makes this apartment their home after we leave. I just don't like the idea of making permanent engravings into the stones of such an antique as this castle," replied Hermione. "It almost feels like graffiti. Like I'm despoiling such a lovely old monument. Merely walking on the stone floors causes wear and tear," argued Daphne. "Besides, if necessary, we can use magic to repair the stone if we want to remove them later." With a sigh, Hermione said, "I forgot about that. So, we do this?" asked Luna. "We do," replied Daphne. "And what did you eventually come up with?" asked Harry, speaking for the first time in a while. "A ward scheme," replied Hermione. "One that will make it impossible to employ the use of a certain type of charm and curse within the affected field," replied Daphne. "Will it have a negative impact on, say, Professor Whittaker?" he asked. "No, but we'll test it first, anyway," replied Hermione. "I'll get the engraving tools," said Daphne, rising. Once they had their 3 sets of engraving tools, they waited for Luna to collect hers from her trunk. In the meantime, they waited outside the alcove holding Professor Whittaker. Hermione and Daphne then detailed the area they wanted the ward to cover, and started to lay out where to put the runes. 8 boundary runes were being drawn in the passageway to give the shape of a box. They would use 4 at each point, 1 high and 1 low opposite each other, at one way down the passage, and 4 the same going the other way down the passage. Inside the alcove, where they'd be nominally out of sight, unless you specifically went looking for them, were the control runes. Hermione, with Daphne coming behind and checking, first drew each boundary rune in chalk. Harry was surprised by just how tiny they were drawn. Each was no more than about an inch in height. "They're awfully small, aren't they?" he asked. "They don't need to be any bigger," replied Daphne. "For a start, they'll be engraved into the very stone of the castle. Second, the area of affect isn't that big. And, third, the very magic of the castle itself will power it in perpetuity, making it stronger." While Hermione and Luna ducked into the alcove and started drawing the rune array to control and power it all, Daphne explained more about what the ward would accomplish. "It'll block the use of listening charms and any other charm based on similar magic," she explained. "It'll also render the voice of the person muffled outside of the field, but not within, similar to a temporary silencing ward. While we were planning it, because some Ravenclaws used the Confundus charm on the eagle to block Luna getting inside the Ravenclaw common room, we've also added a block for that and similar charms, even if they're rune-based. There's also one to counter the effects of the Imperious Curse, if someone walks into the field under the control of such. And, finally, a defensive ward that'll block anyone standing outside from immediately attacking you with hexes and curses, if you're within the field. If all this works or, even most of it, we'll take it to Professors Flitwick and Babbling for use throughout the castle. I can see this used for the entrances of all 4 house common rooms, maybe the headmaster's gargoyle, and every other apartment throughout the castle. Then we'll ask about moving on to doing the corridors, then the unused classrooms. Oh, and Luna really is brilliant. Most of this is her work. Hermione and I just added or tweaked it a little. But, how does it target just cast wanted magic directed at another, and not wanted magic that isn't so cast?" he asked. "Ill intent is one avenue the runes block, and another is that all curses and the like have the same arithmetic fundamental equation, so was an easy target for the runes to block, she explained. We're ready, Luna sing-songed. And, remember, don't banish the stone dust as you carve. We'll need it if we have to repair a section or rune and start again. We can banish it after we know it all works. Yes, Professor Lovegood, Harry sing-songed right back. That earned him a giggle from the younger girl and a harumph of, really, Harry. From Hermione. As their fastest carver, Hermione worked on the runes within the alcove while Harry and Daphne worked on the ones out in the passageway. She then switched out with Luna to take a break every now and then. Annoying Hermione but amusing Luna, Professor Whittaker kept offering his own advice and suggestions. They had only just begun carving when Hermione called a halt. Why? Asked Luna. It's lunch time, she replied. Oh, the younger girl said sadly. We'll come back to it straight after lunch, Luna, she offered. I'd like that, the girl said back. Harry and Daphne collected the tools they were using and then banished the steps they'd conjured to reach high enough on the walls to have the runes be relatively out of sight, before putting them on the coffee table in their living room. This is going to take all afternoon, said Harry, as he walked with Daphne hand in hand while Hermione and Luna brought up the rear. Yes, replied Daphne. But, once it's in place and working, we never have to worry about it again. Therefore, it's worth the effort. Have something else planned for this afternoon, Harry? Asked Hermione, cheekily. Not falling for it, he replied, yes. I was thinking of going to see if I could find myself another wife. I don't know if I'm going to be happy with only two. Why you, Hermione began. Suddenly, Harry felt the impact of a stinging hex right to the left butt cheek. Yee! He exclaimed, practically leaping forward and into the air while his left hand came around to cup the affected area. Luna's tinkling laugh rang out while Harry spun on the spot, rubbing his bum and cried, Uncle. You win. I'm sorry. Keep up with those sorts of jokes and you'll be sleeping on the couch, she firmly said. Stepping forward and wrapping his arms around her he said, You never have to fear that sort of thing really happening from me, love, he softly said. I love you and Daphne both and I'm never going to look elsewhere. All right, I know, she sighed. Just don't even joke about it, okay? Never again, I promise, he said before keying her. I thought we were going to lunch. Asked Daphne. Yes, we are, he replied stepping away and, again, taking her hand. The four continued to walk to the great hall with Harry vowing to himself to never make a joke of that sort of thing again. After a quiet lunch, the four returned to the passageway and returned to working on engraving the runes. After he'd finished the first one, and having Daphne check it to make sure it was good enough, he dropped down to the one low down near the floor. After having seen a number of Ravenclaws come up the stairs and walk into the common room, he said to Daphne, Have you seen how many claws have walked by just down the passage and none have paid attention to what we're doing? I put up a notice me not charm across the whole passageway, Harry, she replied. Oh, he exclaimed. That was a good idea. She just smirked back for a moment before returning to her work on her own low to the floor rune. When the two were finished, they each checked the work of the other before going down the passageway to the other side of the alcove. There, they again conjured steps to reach up high on the walls, and began to carve. They were finished about 5 minutes before the evening meal began. Then they just needed to wait until the control runes were done. Having a look for himself, Harry could see Hermione and Luna were about 2/3 of the way through. But, he couldn't work out why they were carving in the order they were. Why those ones in that order? He asked. Doing it this way will allow us to bring up each of the various components of the wards in a select order, explained Luna. Now that you have the boundary runes completed we can start to bring up the various fields. Hermione stepped back from finishing the last rune she'd been working on, while Luna stepped forward and checked it. First, we're bringing up the listening and similar charms block ward, Hermione continued with the explanation. Then will come the anti-confundus charm ward. Next will be the anti-hex and curse ward. Then we'll bring the silencing part up. And, finally, the anti-imperious ward. The last one is the one we're not so sure about, so we want to add it last. Besides, we're not, legally, allowed to use Imperius on ourselves. So, we're not actually allowed to test it. We'll have to get ministerial approval to test that. When will we be ready to test? He asked. We've just finished the last rune needed in the array for the first one, explained Luna, stepping back. We'll let it charge while we're at dinner, and test it when we come back. In that case, cut in Daphne. If you two are done for now, please step out of the way so we can enter and get cleaned up. Luna, you're welcome to join us to clean up. Thank you, she said, stepping out of the way. Once Hermione was also clear, she looked at the statue and said, "The headmaster is a manipulative old fool, Professor." The statue smiled back and stepped out of the way. And the four entered the apartment, dropping off their tools onto the coffee table before heading into the bathrooms to get cleaned up. After dinner, the four were excited to return to their rune work. Hermione immediately went to the wall where Dumbledore had left his listening charm and checked for it, again. With a smile, she stepped back and said, "It's gone." So, either that part of the ward works, or Dumbledore's removed it, sighed Harry a little in relief. "No, I checked it before we left for dinner and it was still there," corrected Hermione. "He would not have had the time to come and remove it and still be seen by us in the Great Hall. Right through dinner." She then performed a quick scan of the area and said, "It's not been replaced, either." "Then, let's finish this," said Daphne, giving the password to the professor and stepping inside. Hermione and Luna gathered their tools and stepped back outside while Harry and Daphne sat down with the various notes and sketches of what they'd planned to do. "All right, let's clean these up," suggested Daphne. "Your handwriting is still not the best, so you work on the sketches and I'll rewrite the notes." "Agreed," nodded Harry. Harry had carefully redrawn the sketches and handed each to Daphne to check. When she determined each was accurate, she set it aside and marked it as an attachment to her main notes. As he was working, she explained, "I've put down Luna as both team leader and creator of the original idea. Hermione, you and I are listed as team members. I've also included who came up with what idea, and who solved it." Harry looked up and smiled. "You're looking to make this a project for extra credit," he said. "If nothing else, it should see Luna receive an outstanding plus for runes." "Of course," she replied. "It's worth it, too. If it's accepted by Professor Babbling, we should be able to convince Professor Flitwick to apply the same to the Ravenclaw Eagle." Daphne went out to see if she could help Luna and Hermione, only to find they were doing the last few clean-up carves, cleaning the edges of the ones they'd already finished. Looking up at the statue, Luna asked, "Are you still with us, Professor? We haven't done something to negatively impact you, have we?" "No, Miss Lovegood. I'm fine," replied the statue. "Good, I was a little worried for you," she said. "There was always a chance." "Never fear, my dear," replied the statue, calming her down. "I would have let you know if there was a problem." Once they were finished and everyone had cleaned up again, as she collapsed onto a couch, Hermione said, "Phew. I'm glad that's done. How long before we can check they're working?" asked Harry. "Tomorrow morning," she replied. "Just to be sure. How come so long?" he asked. "You need to give the array time to fully charge," replied Luna. "If it was only powering one part, it would have charged in only an hour or two at most. However, because it needs to charge for a lot more than that, it'll take a lot longer. That's why we should wait until tomorrow morning to properly test it." Daphne picked up the notes and sketches she and Harry had done and passed them off to Luna. "As your team lead for this project, I think you should be the first to take a look at these." A little puzzled at first, Luna accepted the report and started reading through it. As she read and flicked through the drawings, her eyes got wider and wider. These," she tried, almost in tears. "Those," said Daphne, indicating the notes, "should see you receiving an outstanding, at least, for your ancient runes class." "Thank you," the girl quietly replied. "After we check the array first thing in the morning to confirm everything's working to specifications, I think you should hand those notes over to Professor Babbling," said Daphne. "It's brilliant work. And it's all because of your initial idea and concepts. You'll need a copy," Luna quickly replied. "I already have one," replied Daphne, indicating the small pile of parchment still on the coffee table. She then picked it up and handed it off to Hermione, who avidly read through it, just as she read through everything. "There's no changes I can see should, or could, be made," murmured Hermione, once she'd finished and was looking closely at the sketches. Pulling her head away and giving it a little shake, she said, "No. It's perfect as it is." Looking to Daphne and Harry, she said, "Good job, you two." After Luna had left to return to the Ravenclaw Tower, with a good night bid to the statue on her way past, Harry turned to his wives and brightly asked, "Bed?" Before adopting a morose expression and asking, "Or do you want to work on homework first?" Daphne laughed but Hermione smirked and said, "Homework. And don't pull that face, husband." Knowing it was already a lost argument, Harry collected his assignments and sat down to get them knocked over. He hoped they would only dedicate about an hour to it. After all three made sure they'd had just about all of their homework completed and ready to be handed in before they sat for dinner the previous night. The next morning, Sunday, the three were woken by Luna walking into their room and climbing up onto the bed. Harry was woken by a cry of, "Luna!" from Hermione, causing him to suddenly flip to his back before sitting bolt upright in bed. He had to wipe his eyes a couple of times before he saw that Luna was calmly sitting cross-legged on the foot of the bed. Hermione was also sitting upright but was trying to hold the covers up to cover her bare breasts while staring back in shock at Luna. "What are you doing in here?" asked a near-whining Hermione. "I came in to wake you up because Dobby wouldn't," she calmly replied. "But we're BPD," exclaimed Hermione. "We could have been doing things." "You weren't," replied Luna. "But, if it's you being BPD and me not that has you concerned." She reached down and grasped the bottom hem of her jumper and began to pull it up when Hermione realized what she was going to do. "No!" she cried, reaching forward with one hand as if she could reach the girl and physically stop her. Luna stopped with her top halfway up her torso, and looked back. "It's not as if Harry hasn't seen the nude female form, Hermione. After all, he's seen yours and Daphne's," she explained in a quite reasonable voice. "Yes, but," Hermione tried. "My being in the nude won't unnecessarily entirely arouse him, either," Luna continued. "His bond with you is far too strong. If anything, he'll want to have with you, again." "Yes, but," Hermione tried again. "He'll show interest. That's because he hasn't seen me nude before. But you won't have to worry about him having with me." "Luna," Hermione whined again. Harry just watched the byplay, quite amused. Meanwhile Daphne had groaned, annoyed at the noise, and sat up in bed, herself. Unlike Hermione, she shifted her pillows so she could lean back against them. The covers remained around her waist. "What's going on?" she asked. "Luna's being logical and it's confusing the hell out of Hermione," replied Harry. "No, that's not it." Hermione spun on them. "It's that she calmly walked in here, sat on the bed and began taking her clothes off." "No, it's because she came in here and you were worried she might have come in here when we were engaged in hot, passionate that we weren't has no bearing on it for you," corrected Harry. "She only offered to take her clothes off to let you feel more comfortable." "Hermione, why are you covering your breasts?" asked Luna, suddenly. "I live in a girls' dorm, remember? Up until the start of this year, so did you." "Because," Hermione tried. "Because," she tried again. With a huff she practically yanked the covers back down to her waist. "I was surprised, is all," she almost growled out. "Then, I'm sorry I surprised you," Luna solemnly replied. "It was not my intent." "Why are you in here?" asked Daphne. "To wake you up. I asked Dobby too, but he wouldn't," replied Luna. "And why did you want us to wake up?" asked Daphne. "To check on the wards, of course," she brightly replied, as if it was obvious to anyone. "I can't do it on my own. It needs someone to stand within the warded area, and someone to stand outside of it." "Of course," said Daphne, as if the answer was obvious. Suddenly, she swept back the bedding from her side and swung her legs over the side of the bed. "Standing, nude," she said, "it looks like there's no for you this morning, husband." And headed for the ensuite. "What?" exclaimed Harry. "No, the morning's not over yet." Turning before she walked into the ensuite, Daphne calmly said, "I'll not ask Luna to wait outside while we engage in tie intercourse." Then, walked in. With a sigh, Harry turned to Hermione and began, "No." Hermione shrilly barked back before he could even finish her name. "The same applies for me." Luna suddenly said, "The Nargles have suggested I have with Harry for you, while you shower and get dressed, Hermione. Would that be all right with you?" Hermione started gaping like a fish with her eyes bugged out staring back at Luna. Harry just roared with laughter because he knew Luna was just teasing her. "No." Hermione finally half-shrieked. It wasn't until Luna impudently grinned back that Hermione realized she'd been pranked. Why you I, she tried, before she took a deep breath and barked, out. You can wait in the living room until we're dressed. She hissed. Flicking a grin to Harry, Luna calmly climbed off the bed and walked back to the door. Just before she was about to walk out, and as Hermione swung her legs to the floor, she turned back and said, "You know, I think I might be a lesbian, after all. Because, I think you have very lovely beasts, Hermione." And smirked. Hermione picked up a pillow, shrieked, "Out!" and threw it at Luna as the younger Ravenclaw quickly stepped out the door. Harry flopped back on the bed and roared with laughter again as the door closed with a thunk click. Spinning about while standing nude, Hermione picked up a second pillow and proceeded to beat on Harry with it. It wasn't funny, she barked. Yes, it was, he shot back, giggling, once he could draw proper breath. With a huff she tossed the pillow onto the bed, took a moment to glare at him again, and stormed off to the ensuite. After a final bout of giggling, Harry climbed off the bed and walked into the ensuite, too. A quick shower with no hanky-panky and the three were quickly dressed and walking into the living room. Hermione was still a little annoyed with Luna and let it show by quietly glaring at the girl. It didn't seem to faze the young girl any, though. So, Hermione's glares were wasted. Daphne asked her, "Have you checked to see if the charging runes are fully charged?" "Yes, and they are," replied Luna. "Well, let's go test what we can before heading for breakfast," suggested Daphne. Once outside, Harry stood back a little from the statue and asked it, "Can you hear me, Professor?" "I most certainly can, young master," the statue replied. "Does it sound a little muffled and low in volume to you?" he asked. "No, not at all," replied the statue. "Is the ward affecting you in any way?" he asked. "I can sense it's there, but that's all," replied the professor. "It does not negatively impact upon me." "Well, that's one worry we no longer need to be concerned about," said Harry to the others. Hermione had started to slowly back away and said, "Start talking or singing or something and don't stop until I tell you to." Harry started singing. "It's a world of laughter, a world of tears, it's a world of hopes, it's a world of fear, there's so much that we share, that it's time we're aware, it's a small world after all. It's a small world." Hermione suddenly held her hand up and Harry immediately stopped. She then took half a pace back and asked, "Can you still hear me?" He nodded back. She then turned to look at the walls and saw the runes were a good couple of feet inside where she could suddenly no longer hear Harry. Walking back into the field she said, "Good. The ward boundary is a good couple of feet beyond the runes. That means it goes right to the floor, at least." Drawing her wand she cast at Harry. "Confundus," she cried. With a frown he asked, "Don't you think you should have asked first?" "You teased me this morning," she replied. "Consider this payback." Suddenly she snapped her wand back at him again. And again, nothing happened. "What this time?" he asked. "A stinging hex," she replied. Drawing his own wand with a smirk, Hermione started to look a little worried. He held his wand before himself and cried, "Tempest." As Hermione jumped sideways in fright. The red glowing digits of the actual time glowed just above his wand as he smirked at her. "You prat," she grouched. "At least we know the ward doesn't affect those sorts of charms," he shrugged, still smirking before banishing the time. "How's the charging wards, Daphne?" Hermione called to the other girl. "No change. Not even a blip," replied Daphne. "All right, let's try something stronger," said Harry. Incantless, he raised a Protega shield and held it. "That works," he said. "Hermione, would you do the honors and cast a couple of mid-level curses and hexes at me?" With Harry's shield held between them, Hermione began casting curses. "Reducto. Bombarda. Stupefy," she cried. Harry's shield held through it all, and there was no light to show a curse had been cast. "Daphne?" asked Hermione. "No change," replied a quite smug Daphne. "But there was just the faintest blip as you said each three, and we're only there for a moment. The charging runes had recharged before you cast your next one. That just leaves the Imperious Block ward, right?" asked Harry. Hermione walked to the wall and attempted to cast a listening charm onto it. It failed. "Yep, that's it bar the Imperious," she said with a big sigh of relief before grinning. She turned to Luna and said, "Very well done, Luna. It works." Luna was clearly happy with the praise and asked, "Does that mean I can turn the report into Professor Babbling now?" "It does," replied Hermione. With a squeal she almost leapt into Hermione's arm to give the older girl a huge hug. Then she hurried over to Daphne and did the same. Finally, she jumped into Harry's arms and hugged him. Stepping back she exclaimed, "I cannot wait to hand the report to Professor Babbling. She'll be ever so pleased. Why not see if you can hand it to her at breakfast this morning?" asked Daphne. "I'll do that," she said. "But, I've left it in my trunk." "Go get it," suggested Daphne. "We'll wait." While they waited for the young girl outside the Ravenclaw entrance, Harry was looking around. "Trying to think of where to put the boundary runes, love?" asked Hermione with a smirk. Harry grinned back and said, "Yep." Daphne raised her hand and pointed. There and there," she said before turning the other direction. "And, there and there." Both Hermione and Harry paid attention to where she was pointing. They couldn't disagree. "Nice," said Harry. When Luna returned they were discussing where to engrave the control runes. For a Sunday, breakfast in the Great Hall seemed a little crowded. "It's not," replied Luna when Harry pointed it out. "You're just used to being down here earlier." As the four were about to sit at the Ravenclaw table, Luna gave a little squee sound before she excitedly said, "Professor Babbling's here. I'll just go and see if she'll accept the report before I sit for breakfast." Then, hurried off to the head table. While Harry was busy digging into hash browns, fried tomatoes on toast, and bacon, and was washing it down with a cup of tea, Hermione kept suggesting adding an egg dish to his meal. She just couldn't understand he just didn't feel like eggs that morning. Luna returned. She accepted it, she gleefully reported. The girl turned to look at the head table, for a moment, before she turned back and said, "She's even reading it, now." Harry glanced at the head table and watched as Dumbledore was scanning his breakfast and other food before him. Chuckling, he turned to see if the twins were down for breakfast. Seeing them, he grinned and indicated with his eyes the headmaster. They, too, had seen the old man's antics and were quietly chuckling to themselves. They were about to wrap up breakfast and head back to the apartment when Professor Babbling intercepted them. Professor Babbling was a young witch, compared to most of the teaching staff. But, that was because she attained her mastery at such a young age. "Good morning, you four," she said. "Good morning, Professor," they chirped back. "Would you mind walking with me to my office?" she asked. "I've just been over Luna's report and I have a few questions." "In that case," interrupted Hermione. "Instead of your office, would you mind if we escorted you to our apartment? It's just that we have a working model of what's in the report, there, and we can't bring it down." "Very well," the professor agreed with a nod. "Lead the way." Once in the corridor outside their apartment, Luna and Hermione described the control runes. Then Daphne showed them the small boundary runes that were not normally noticeable because they were not in a normal line of sight. Once they'd shown the runes they demonstrated that they worked. Of course, the only one they couldn't demonstrate was the anti-imperious ward. However, both Hermione and Daphne assured her it should as it was based on the same rune concept as the anti-curse ward. "But, how do you get it to differentiate between a hex and, say, a shield?" she asked. "There are two halves to it," replied Luna. "One is that the shield isn't a traveling spell. That is, it's not designed to go from point A to point B. It's designed to form roughly where the wand tip creates it. The second part is intent. It's not intended to harm. However, if a spell meets both those conditions, then it's blocked by the ward and negated before it even leaves the tip of the wand. And if it's cast into the warded area from outside." The three looked at one another before Hermione stalked beyond the boundary. Spinning about, she stared at Harry for a moment before he drew his own wand and cast a shield. "Reducto!" she cried. It flashed out of her wand but died as soon as it hit the ward boundary. "Well, that answers that question," said the professor. As Hermione walked back into the warded area, the professor said, "This is amazing work, you four." And, turning to Luna, she said, "Keep up your normal exemplary work in my class and there's an outstanding plus in this for you, Miss Lovegood. This," she said, waving the report in her hand, "assures it." With a bit of a squeal, Luna jumped forward and wrapped the professor's waist in a hug. "Thank you," she gushed. Amused, the professor waited for Luna to get it out of her system. "Yes, well," she said. "I want to show this to a few other members of staff. Do you mind if I do that?" "Professor Flitwick is all right," said Harry. We'd like to know from him if we can set up the same ward scheme for the area outside the Ravenclaw common room entrance. But, we're not ready for the headmaster to hear about it yet. Professor McGonagall, she asked. As long as she promises not to go running to the headmaster about it, yes, that'll be all right, replied Daphne. She won't, replied the professor with a bit of a forced smile. Harry wondered what was going on there. Had the staff become more aware of Dumbledore's manipulations, and were beginning to balk at them? The professor left a little while later. When a knock on his office door was heard, while he was currently working on grading assignments, Professor Flitwick called, "Enter." Professor Babbling stepped in and closed the door behind her. Surprised by the visit from his colleague, Professor Flitwick said, "Bet. This is a pleasant surprise. What brings you to visit an old wand waver such as myself?" With a matching smile, Bathsheba Babbling walked over and sat in the chair her diminutive colleague offered her. "I've just come from a very interesting discussion and demonstration from 4 of your claws," she replied. "Oh?" he asked. "Yes. Are you aware some of your claws had been up to no good by confounding the Eagle Guardian to the Ravenclaw common room?" she asked. With a frown hovering near a scowl, the charms professor replied, "I was aware that it had been going on. However, I believe I'd managed to stop that by punishing all the culprits." "Oh, it hasn't happened recently, as far as I'm aware," Phileas Bet replied. "But, that it had happened led to the development by Miss Lovegood of a way to stop it from ever happening again." "Oh." With a nod, she explained. Young Miss Lovegood then took her idea to Miss Greengrass, Miss Granger and Mr. Potter. They then told her that they had found a listening charm affixed to the wall next to the alcove that contained the entrance to their apartment. They believe it was put there by Albus. "Clever," said Phileas, but still clearly upset that Dumbledore had done something like that. Replied Bet. So, the 4 of them set to work, starting with Miss Lovegood's initial concept, and developed the most amazing ward scheme. The main 2 purposes are to block the Confundus charm and the use of listening and other monitoring charms, she explained. However, they then took it further and added a workable anti-curse and hex ward that works on spells that are cast, that travel from one point to another while allowing charms that don't travel, or are not intended to harm, to still work. However, the surprising thing is, they also believe they've developed an anti-imperious curse ward that they've added to it. "They what?" he exclaimed with a near squeaky voice. The witch then handed her charms colleague the documentation Luna had handed her that morning. The little professor eagerly took the documentation and began reading through it as if it was worth 10 times its weight in gold. While he was reading, he almost absent-mindedly called a house elf to serve them tea. And Bet sat back and enjoyed her tea while watching her colleague read. When he'd finished, he sat the document on the desk before him and looked in wonder at his colleague. "It works?" he asked. "It does," she replied with a small nod. "The only part we cannot test is the anti-imperious component. However, their reason, as written there, gives it a strong likelihood it'll work." "This is Newt-level work," he said. "Beyond Newt," she corrected. "Merlin. If the anti-imperious ward works, it's beyond mastery. However, I've not told them that." "Why ever not?" he asked. "Because, I don't want them to think about how hard something is to do, just go ahead and do it," she explained. "If they're not told something is either improbable to accomplish, if not impossible, they won't be hindered by the knowledge." "Simply amazing," sighed the little professor, sitting back and sipping his tea, thinking. "I believe. There was a Muggle general centuries ago, Alexander, I think, who was not told it was impossible to cross the Alps in winter. So, he went ahead and did it." She thought about that for a moment before she said, "Same idea, yes. Those 4 seek your permission to set the same ward set around the Ravenclaw common room entrance," she continued. "They hope to eventually be allowed to set them around the entrance of each of the 4 houses, then move on to the personal staff offices and then the various apartments." Our 3 bonded were quite incensed that the headmaster had set a listening charm to listen to what their password was. They've changed it now, of course. And, with the ward, another cannot be placed. Sitting up straight, Phileas said, "I think I'd best go and have a look at this ward of theirs." "By all means," she replied. "I believe they're in their apartment, studying. However, I won't be able to accompany you. I, too, have assignments to grade." With a smile, the little professor stood, handed the report back to her and escorted the rune's mistress to the door of his office. "Take care," Bet, he said. I'll speak to you soon. You, too, Phileas, she said, before leaving. Quickly, the little professor set his office to rights and locked his door as he stepped out, placing a password-protected locking charm on it as he did so. Then he practically jogged up to the Ravenclaw Tower area before walking across to the entrance to the bondmate's apartment. Before approaching the statue, he quickly looked around for the runes, finding them tinier than he expected but exactly where the report said they'd be. 8, he muttered. Highly unusual. I wonder if it's the number of them that makes it work so well. Returning to the alcove, he said to the statue, "Hello, Wilford." "Hello, Professor," replied the statue with a smile. "Could you please let your guests know I wish to see them?" "Of course," the statue replied before it stepped aside and knocked on the door. Inside, the three were working on their transfiguration homework when they heard the knock on the door. "I'll get it," said Harry, rising from his work and going to the door. Opening it, he was greeted by Professor Flitwick. "Professor," Harry happily exclaimed before stepping aside. "Come in, please." "Hello, Professor," both girls said. "To what do we owe the pleasure, sir?" asked Daphne. "I've just had a most amazing discussion with Professor Babbling," he said. "Plus, she allowed me to read that report you three and Miss Lovegood wrote." "Your views?" asked Daphne, perking up. "As I told you," replied the professor. "Simply amazing. I've come to ask if you can demonstrate it for me." "We'd love to," beamed Hermione. She'd always favored the little professor, thinking of him as a rather boyish favorite uncle. All four again left the apartment and stood in the hall. This time Daphne and Hermione described the ward and its various facets before demonstrating them. By the time they'd finished, the little charms master was almost jumping up and down, giddy with glee. "So, Professor," began Harry. "We wanted to ask your permission to." "Yes," the professor said, before Harry had even asked the question. "You can set up a similar ward outside the Ravenclaw common room entrance." "I heartily approve." With a snort, Harry looked to his wives and said, "Well, that was easy." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.